Chapter 711 Dual-Time Dragon. Divine Beast Clan. The 100,000 great mountains were as if they were holding a grand festival at this time. Bustling with activity. With almost 99% of the divine beasts entering into the revelry. The appearance of the dragons of time and space was of great significance to the entire Death Mountain. This was the dragon of time and space. The Death Mountain's deservedly #1 powerhouse. Why did the 100,000 great mountains still manage to exist? That is because of the dragon of space and time. As long as the dragon of space and time exists, this 100,000 mountains, the ancient gods will not dare to move. If the ancient gods dared to make a move on the 100,000 mountains, the dragon of time and space would probably attack and kill the so-called ancient gods as well. After all, the strength of the dragon of time and space had developed over so many years. Who knew exactly what step he had reached? But looking at the situation, the strength of the dragon of time and space had at the very least reached the super god level. This was what the divine beasts deduced from the aura that the dragon of time and space had just released. After all, if its strength hadn't reached the super god level, would the dragon of time and space dare to show itself? My clan's dragon of time and space senior is indeed still alive. This was the figure of White Zephyr. And from ancient times until now, today was the day that White Zephyr laughed the most cheerfully. Although Baizé had known for a long time that the dragon of time and space was still alive. But to personally perceive it? This was the first time. The rise of my divine beast clan can no longer be stopped. Yes, I'll see who can stop the rise of our divine beast clan. During this recent period of time, all of you guys work hard. Don't let Elder Time Dragon disappoint his old man when he returns to Mount Chixia. Today, the 100,000 great mountains go wild. The 100,000 great mountains began to revel. And Baizé even attempted to contact the dragon of time and space to see if he could get these seniors to sit in the 100,000 great mountains. The human race's Mount Chixia. The prophet god also sensed the aura of the dragon of time and space, and couldn't help but sigh. This was an old ancestor belonging to the divine beast clan. Once the dragon of time and space returned, the rise of the divine beasts had become unstoppable. But what about the old ancestor of the other's clan? From the failure of summoning the plague Dharma god 3 days ago. In the past 2 days, the seer god still kept trying to summon the plague Dharma god, wanting to know whether the plague Dharma god elder was still alive or not. But what? But there was no response. It was as if the plague god senior had completely disappeared. In response, the entire Mount Chixia was plunged into a storm of sadness. These days, the motivation of the entire human race was not high. The defeat of the human race's Mount Chixia and the plundering of the 3 southeastern districts by the humiliating ancient deities. For the human race, it was like a hard slap in the face. Waking up the dream of the human race being the #1 of the 10,000 races. The most crucial thing was the constant rumors about the plague Dharma god during this time. The plague Dharma god died long ago. This human race has become a lamb to the slaughter. A race? Surprisingly living off the remnants of their ancestors? It's really hilarious. The plague Dharma god shelter. Gone. All in all, it was one sentence. The plague FA god was dead. These gods of Mount Chixia who survived? Every day, whenever they see the prophet god, they must ask about the plague Dharma god. The prophet god? I don't know what to say. On this day, the plague Dharma god contacted the prophet god and instead of speaking, sent him 5 words. The human race should strengthen itself. With these 5 words, combined with the current situation, the prophet god sighed and had an idea in his heart. Call the assembly of gods. There is a major announcement. The prophet god's voice was transmitted. And the deities of the entire Mount Chixia concentrated, only to look at their eyes, which were very ugly. Everyone. Today, I'm going to announce something. Senior plague Dharma god has truly passed away. The prophet god didn't lay out or say more words. Just one sentence, causing the entire Mount Chixia to be covered in sadness. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be washed away by the rain of sorrow. Prophet god? I advise you not to talk nonsense. How could the plague Dharma god senior possibly die? Right. Prophet god. You, a foreigner. What qualifications do you have to talk about the plague Dharma god? Scram. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. At this moment, it was as if the faith of the entire Chixia mountain was about to collapse. The plague Dharma god had always been the pillar of the human race. But? Today the prophet god was informing them that this pillar had collapsed. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Prophet God? I advise you not to talk nonsense. These human deities rose up one after another, wanting to make a move against the prophet God, as if by beheading the prophet God, the plague Dharma God would be able to come back to life. You guys? Wake up. My human race? Is it really true that it's like what's said outside? Can we only rely on the shade of our ancestors to get by? The human race should strengthen itself. The oppression of the ancient gods in the past. We didn't kneel. The oppression of the 10,000 tribes in the past. We didn't kneel. Can it be that the plague Dharma God died today? Are we, the human race, kneeling down ourselves? This was the roar of the prophet God, and every word was like a nail, seared dead above the hearts of these human race beings. These human race deities could not help but be silent. And at this moment, they could only be silent. The 10,000 races are bullying us. We are destined to trample the 10,000 races under our feet. Ancient deities bullying us. We will definitely trample the ancient deities under our feet. Heaven's destiny bullying us. We are destined to override heaven's mandate. That's the human race. The proud and strong-boned human race. The plague Dharma God is dead? So what then? Could it be that my human race will be extinguished just like this? Could it be that we are unable to hold up the entire human race? It had to be said that the prophet God's speech was very contagious, and the flames in the eyes of these human race deities rekindled. As a matter of urgency, my human race needs to elect a brand new human emperor and let him lead us to the top once again. A momentary failure? What does that count for? Crouching down and tasting the guts is what we need most at the moment. From now on, my human race will vigorously cultivate new gods. When the new gods appear, only then will we be able to hold onto our borders. Is it hard to believe that you guys still want the tragic situation in the Southeast Region 3 to occur again? Is it hard to believe that you still want the ancient gods to ride and shit on our necks once again? Wan Sheng. The atmosphere of the human race's Mount Chixia deities was mobilized by the prophet God. As for the election of the human emperor, it wasn't something that could be decided on a moment's notice. It needed to go through layers of selection. Regarding the appearance of the dragon of time and space, the reactions of the 10,000 races were different. Some sighed at the heritage of the divine beast race, some were disdainful, and some were very envious. Why didn't their own family possess such a great old ancestor? Hey, why didn't my clan ever have such a powerful elder? Do you guys think the dragon of time and space will fight with the ancient gods? Mard. It's really hard. The appearance of the dragon of time and space Qin Fang caused the true dragon of time and space, who was swimming in the long river of time, to stare in utter amazement. This? What the hell? Why did two space-time dragons appear? What is this situation? The true dragon of time and space had a bewildered look on its face. After all these years, the dragon of time and space had been used to being alone, swallowing the power of time within the river of time to enhance his own strength. And he had never known that a second dragon of time and space existed in this heaven's mandate. Could it be that he was sleepy? The dragon of time and space could not help but swim downstream from the upstream of the long river of time. He wanted to go and see for himself. This newborn dragon of time and space? What exactly was going on? Qin Fang was originally swimming within the long river of time and space when all of a sudden, he saw a huge dragon that was 1,000 times larger than his body suddenly appear in front of him. Chapter 712 The Meeting of Destiny. In a flash, Qin Fang felt as if he was looking at himself in a mirror. But this? There seemed to be something wrong. The body of this gigantic dragon of time and space? A bold thought immediately surfaced in Qin Fang's mind. This seems to be a genuine dragon of time and space. Hell. Ghostly had bumped into Kuei. Elder? Greetings. Qin Fang smiled and released his own goodwill to greet the dragon of time and space. The dragon of time and space was full of astonishment. His eyes were filled with incomprehension as he looked at Qin Fang. He seemed to not understand. This kid? Why was he really exactly like him? This seemed a bit off. The Divine Beast clan had really only spawned one space-time dragon. So why would a second one suddenly appear? This little guy? Where did he come from? It wasn't just Qin Fang who had the feeling of looking in the mirror. The dragon of time and space? It was even more so. Who are you? Why are you impersonating the dragon of time and space of my Divine Beast clan? Bah! Why are you impersonating me? The true dragon of time and space inquired coldly. The surrounding time had been locked by him, and even Qin Fang would not be able to get out of the trap. This moment, It immediately made Qin Fang feel the strength of a super god level. Needless to say, after so many years of recuperation, the realm of the true Time Dragon? It had truly ascended to the super god level. Qin Fang had no choice but to use the power of time to counteract the true Time Dragon's power of time, allowing himself to catch his breath. This was also because the origin of the two was similar. Thus Qin Fang was able to break free. If it was any other deity, even if they were at the same super god level, he would not be able to break free in a short period of time. Senior, I am also a dragon of time and space. Only that I was just conceived. What about the specifics? I can explain them to you. Thus, Qin Fang gave the true dragon of time and space a detailed account of the netherworld situation to her in short words. By the time the true dragon of time and space finished listening, there was only one thought in the entire dragon's mind. How could it be so absurd? But she had to believe it again. Because this miniature dragon of time and space was able to easily break free from her chains. If not the dragon of time and space, if it didn't control the power of time, it was simply impossible. From the beginning, the true dragon of time and space suspected that Qin Fang's was an ancient god of time in disguise. But after she carefully probed, he realized that it was impossible. This kid didn't look like an ancient god. And the feeling he gave her? Not so disgusting. You? Speak. Who can testify to you? The true dragon of time and space line had already believed most of it, but still wanted a definite answer. Senior evil god, senior plague dharma god, are all able to testify for me. Qin Fang had just finished speaking when the true dragon of time and space namely left a sentence and disappeared. Wait for me. Qin Fang, this? AI. Qin Fang had no choice but to stay where he was and wait for the true dragon of time and space to return again. This matter? It really had to be made clear. Otherwise, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. Ding. Congratulations on completing your god-level quest. A system beep sounded abruptly in Qin Fang's mind. This was the god-level quest that Bai Zhe had purposely released to Qin Fang, seeking the true dragon of time and space. Originally, Qin Fang thought that this quest could not be completed within a short period of time, but he did not expect it to be completed so easily. The true space-time dragon disappeared for only 3 seconds before reappearing in front of Qin Fang, looking Qin Fang's dragon body up and down seriously. Only this time, the true time dragon that appeared? It gave Qin Fang a completely different feeling, as if he had changed into a different person. This was a technique mastered by the true dragon of time and space. For Qin Fang only 3 seconds had passed, but she had already wandered in the river of time, met with the evil god, and with the plague dharma god, and had already obtained what had happened. Not only that, the true dragon of time and space had also incidentally dived within the long river of time, and watched Qin Fang's experiences. Altogether, and she had a rough understanding of Qin Fang's past. And she had the most basic judgment of Qin Fang's nature. Elder? How is it? As soon as Qin Fang took a look at the true time dragon's expression, he knew that she had already inquired about the evil god, plague dharma god, and already knew the answer. The evil god, the plague dharma god both testify for you that what you said is true. And the two gods? Let me take care of you. The true dragon of time and space did not hide anything, but his eyes were still filled with curiosity, wondering how on earth Qin Fang had managed to do that. Senior? I have also just been transferred to the dragon of time and space, so I would also like to ask you to be kind enough to teach me. Qin Fang hurriedly seized this opportunity to ask for guidance. After all, so much time skills would be gray, which made Qin Fang very unhappy. Which time dragon skills have you mastered? Show me? The true dragon of time and space treated Qin Fang as its own junior. Senior? The time skills I have mastered include time acceleration, time regression. Qin Fang showed the true dragon of time and space one by one, and then his eyes gleamed as he looked at him, thirsting for guidance. These 5 skills of yours? They're all pretty good. As for you wanting to develop other time divine skills, I'm only able to give you advice. Swim in the long river of time more often. Feel the long river of time more often. I'm sure you'll be able to reap the rewards. As the only time dragon of heaven's mandate, I can't be too stingy. Here, this is the stone of time. Enough for you to awaken 9 different time divine skills. To be honest, The true asterisk dragon of time and space still took care of Qin Fang with an indescribable different emotion. This feeling was indescribable. As if the two had already known each other for a long time. Had already fought side by side for a long time. This feeling was very strange. It was clear that the two were meeting for the first time today. Qin Fang was shocked. The plague Dharma god. The evil god had only given one stone of time. And the true asterisk dragon of time and space? A full 9 pieces were given. Qin Fang received them with a smile, and decisively used these stones of time to awaken different time divine skills. Ding! Congratulations on successfully mastering the time divine skill, Time Cage. Ding! Congratulations on successfully mastering the time divine skill, Time Curing Space. Ding! Congratulations on successfully mastering the time divine skill, Time Breaking. Ding! Congratulations on your successful mastery. Senior. Thank you. Qin Fang once again ignited 10 different time divine skills at once. Whether it was to save his life or to fight with him, his ability to do so increased greatly. Senior? Have you been within the river of time all these years? The true asterisk dragon of time and space looked at Qin Fang and didn't speak. As if he was socially terrified. So he had no choice but to let Qin Fang pick the topic. Mom. These deities of the Heavenly Emperor are the ancient deities. The god of space. And so on. Are all capturing me. And I can only keep fleeing. The true asterisk dragon of time and space looked above the long river of time, seemingly sensing a hint of danger, and led Qin Fang to quickly leave. These two had just left. That is, they saw a glimpse of a large hand, fiercely fishing within the long river of time. The crystalline water of the long river of time slipping from their fingertips. Qin Fang was horrified. Just now, if they had not dodged quickly, they might have really been captured by the large hand in the vault of heaven. This is the virtual shadow of this heavenly emperor. The true asterisk dragon of time and space still had palpitations in his heart, and was filled with fear for this term's heavenly emperor. For so many years, the heavenly emperor's shadow constantly fished me, and many times I narrowly escaped death until I advanced to become a super god level, which allowed me to dodge his attacks. The true asterisk dragon of time and space patiently explained to Qin Fang. From today onwards, you will also be the target of the heavenly emperor. When swimming in the long river of time, be sure to be careful. Qin Fang? Elder? Isn't this heavenly emperor sealed? How was he able to descend to the long river of time? Qin Fang expressed his incomprehension. Chapter 713 Human Emperor Candidate. Silly boy? Even the god of space was able to get out of his trap quickly. Is it hard to believe that the heavenly emperor is unable to get out of his trap? This seal? It can't seal the heavenly emperor. He already got out of the trap a long time ago. Only that he didn't descend to heaven's mandate, but instead recuperated within the seal. The dragon of time and space spoke in such a manner, giving Qin Fang a blow to the head. In terms of which one nowadays knew the situation of heaven's mandate the most? There was none other than this true asterisk dragon of time and space, being able to roam the long river of time. Some ancient secrets. All of this might be known. Senior. I understand. Qin Fang, this heaven's mandate. It seems to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. You brat? Don't you know the plight of our divine beast clan? You still really dare to switch, Do you know the danger of switching to become a dragon of time and space? True asterisk the dragon of time and space's rhetorical question. Qin Fang did not refute it, but directly revealed his identity, which was unanimously recognized by White Zephyr and the other divine beasts, the divine beast clan's high priest. Qin Fang had saved the divine beast clan from fire and water several times before, and it was not too much of an honor to have such a distinction. Heh. The kid is really aware of the difficulties of the divine beast clan. That's why he intentionally switched jobs. My relationship with the divine beast clan is very close. The most crucial thing is that your disappearance has made the entire divine beast clan terrified. So if I appear, I might be able to revive the heart of the entire divine beast clan. Qin Fang said so with a smiling face. But the true asterisk dragon of time and space could not help but stare. You? That's a bittersweet thing for you. It's rare that you have this filial piety. As the originator of the divine beast clan, the true asterisk dragon of time and space said that he was not worried about the divine beast clan. Definitely a lie. But for so many years? She couldn't show up. After all, in case she showed up and was later captured by the gods, the divine beast clan would be considered completely finished. Qin Fang, you are very good. The true asterisk dragon of time and space couldn't help but praise Qin Fong as he grabbed his claws and fled with him once again. However, in the next second, a huge palm appeared and once again fished. But once again, it came up empty. As for Qin Fong's name, the true asterisk dragon of time and space already knew it when he swam in the long river of time. This is not the place to talk. I will take you to the upper reaches of the long river of time. The true asterisk dragon of time and space had no choice but to lead Qin Fong to the long river of time 5 days later to escape the attack. During this time, Qin Fong saw things in the future, but none of them were too big. Chicken scratch. Qin Fong, since you have chosen to become the dragon of time and space of the Divine Beast clan, then you will have to shoulder the task of leading the Divine Beast clan to rise. This statement from the true asterisk dragon of time and space was very serious. Mum, I will, Qin Fong said firmly. Qin Fong, give me the ring of the golden dragon. I will see if I can attempt to revive the golden dragon of space and time. Qin Fong was startled. It seemed like he didn't have any secrets for the true asterisk space-time dragon. Wasn't this bullshit? You brat? There's no need to be so surprised. When you advance to become a super god level, or even beyond that, you'll realize that this is just a simple use of the power of time. Your entire life. I've already seen it all. Qin Fong, %#%#. Here. Qin Fong had no choice but to switch bodies and use one mind for two purposes. Throwing the golden dragon's ring to the true asterisk dragon of time. For so many years, I have been returning to the past, wanting to free the space golden dragon. But without exception, they all failed, but heaven is not disappointed. Finally, I managed to capture a strand of the space golden dragon's intention, allowing me to have some insights into resurrecting the space golden dragon. But this matter, I alone? Unable to complete it. You wait for me for a while. As she spoke, the true asterisk dragon of space and time departed once again without a trace. Qin Fong, on the other hand, was fixed by her somewhere in the long river of time in the future. And with curiosity, Qin Fong couldn't help but flip through the images in front of him. Ancient deities flaunting their might. A brand new copy of the human race. The 10,000 races competition begins. These images of the future created a different emotion in Qin Fong's heart. Qin Fong attempted to swim. He wanted to see the scenes of the future in a deeper place. But in the end, it was interrupted by the power of the river of time. A quarter of an hour later, the true asterisk dragon of time returned once again. Qin Fong. Here. This is the egg of the space golden dragon. I'll give it to you to hatch. Make sure you successfully hatch it out. Ah. Qin Fong. Ah? My golden dragon's ring? Is it gone? True asterisk the dragon of space and time since Qin Fong's inquiry and threw the golden dragon's ring to him once again. This divine artifact? I didn't manage to damage it. It merely extracted a portion of its power. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the space golden dragon egg, void. Status, contractable. In the next second, Qin Fong directly contracted the space golden dragon egg in his human form. Ding. You have completed the contract. This guy? But it was one of the strongest deities of the Divine Beast clan. Although he didn't know what void meant. It shouldn't be simple. Qin Fong? This space golden dragon egg needs the power of the god of space to nourish it before it can be completely solidified and completely resurrected. The true asterisk dragon of space and time informed Qin Fong of this matter. And Qin Fong said that he had no problem with it. When he left, he would give the space golden dragon egg the first time to forge a batch of space god equipment. Qin Fong. From today onwards, I'll be in the light and you'll be in the dark. We'll develop in the dark and you'll strive to enter the transcendent god level as soon as possible. After the true asterisk dragon of time and space finished speaking, a system tone emerged in Qin Fong's mind. Ding. The dragon of true asterisk time and space at the super god level has issued a quest to you. Advance to the super god level. Quest reward. Qin Fong, generally speaking, this kind of reward for asking is the best. Senior? You? As a super god level time dragon? Are you able to see scenes from the future? The future? Did the ancient gods become extinct? Qin Fong inquired the question that interested him the most. The true asterisk dragon of time and space did not answer this question of Qin Fong's, but instead left Qin Fong to figure it out on his own. Snapping. The enormous body of the true asterisk dragon of time and space made one huge wave in the long river of time before disappearing. The original place? leaving only Qin Fang behind. He began to think wildly. 1. Such a strong true asterisk time dragon? Is it hard to really not have seen the future scene? 2. A true asterisk time dragon? Could it have been in the past long ago? Did it anticipate that it would meet with the god today? Qin Fang, this, on the other hand, could be true. After all, the feeling that the true asterisk dragon of time and space gave him always had an implication of having rehearsed it. Thirdly, if the true asterisk dragon of time and space were able to know about the future, then wouldn't the evil god who had long since transcended the plague Dharma god also be able to see the future? Qin Fang's imagination was very rich. Snapping. A huge wave struck, and with a snapping sound, Qin Fang was thrown out of the long river of time. Qin Fang shook off his head and switched into the body of a blacksmith. I wonder if the forging failure, thousand-fold return system, still existed? Qin Fang quickly forged legendary grade equipment to practice. Ding. Congratulations on your successful forging failure. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the thousand-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining legendary grade equipment. Broken purple gold bead asterisk 1000. Qin Fang, Ness. If this divine skill still existed, Qin Fang can't be afraid of anything. In the next second, Qin Fang was just about to get up and go explore the current situation of Yang City when a crisp system beep emerged in his mind. Ding. You have become a candidate for Human Emperor. Chapter 714 The Sixth Barrier Becoming a God Resource Southeastern Analog Cabin. Qin Fang only felt his feet stumbling, his body involuntarily trembling, and his mouth exaggeratedly wide open. This? How does it all feel as if it's not right? This? A candidate for the Human Emperor? I didn't hear it wrong. Right? Qin Fang flipped through the system alerts and watched them word by word, finally determining that, yes, this was actually true. He had actually become a candidate for Human Emperor. Number 384. No. Not right. This so-called Human Emperor candidate? When did it become so worthless? Isn't this a joke? Qin Fang? He was just an ordinary legend-rank blacksmith. Why could he become a candidate for Human Emperor? Qin Fang's brain began to search quickly, and he suddenly recalled that in his previous life, it seemed to be the same time that the selection of candidates for the Human Emperor began. And this selection? It seemed that the minimum threshold was at the legendary level. And ahem, there was also a mandatory condition. One had to be a pure human race. As soon as he thought of this, Qin Fang instantly understood. So this was the case. In his previous life, because of various reasons, Qin Fang's strength had not yet reached the legendary level. So he was only able to miss this opportunity. But in this life, Qin Fang seemed to have reached the standard. Something's not right. There seems to be other conditions. Ding. The conditions for candidates for Human Emperor are as follows. 1. Regardless of occupation. Minimum of peak legend rank. 2. Pure human race. 3. Possess a certain level of leadership ability. 4. Minimum contribution value of 100 million to the human race. 5. Recommendation from at least 3 human deities. 6. Strictly speaking, the conditions for candidates for the Human Emperor were very strict. But coincidentally, Qin Fang had all of them. The first 2 went without saying. But the third? Qin Fang as the head of a city? Can he not have the ability to lead? And the fourth? A minimum contribution of 100 million to the human race? Just kidding. Qin Fang had hunted and killed so many ancient deities, plus the huge amount of artifacts he had given to the human race this time. Qin Fang's contribution value had already exceeded 100 billion. Right? If the contribution value was used to determine who would be elected as the Human Emperor, Qin Fang would definitely be elected first without a doubt. As for the recommendations of the 3 human deities, this is definitely not a worry. The divine craftsman Lu Long and other deities? They were all riding on Qin Fang's favors. Could they not give Qin Fang this chance? The combined conditions brought Qin Fang's ranking to 384th place. Why wasn't he number 1? This was because the first 383 places? All of them were human deities. And because of his strength, Qin Fang was only able to rank 384th, which was considered to be the first amongst the legendary candidates. This can't be helped. After all, the advantage of deities? It's a bit bigger really. Qin Fang, this? Is it hard to believe that one could really compete for the position of Human Emperor? Qin Fang moved his little heart. Coincidentally, at this time, Divine Craftsman Lu Long contacted Qin Fang. Elder brother me? Have you received this human emperor candidate's notice? Divine Craftsman Lu Long's mouth carried a meaningful smile. Quite an expression of look, am I bullish or not? Qin Fang instantly understood that the matter of him becoming a candidate for the human emperor should have godly craftsman Lu Long's involvement behind it. And that this old boy should be very hardworking. Thank you, Senior Lu Long. Since this opportunity has been given to me, I still decided to fight for it. Qin Fang wasn't a pedantic person, deliberately excusing himself saying that his virtue was not worthy of his position or something. Wasn't that teary? Good. Kid's ambition is good. It's not in vain for us old brothers to recommend you. When Divine Craftsman Lu Long heard this, he was even more satisfied with Qin Fang. Elder brother me, let me tell you about the current situation of Mount Xixia. A day ago, the Seer God Senior announced out of the blue that the Plague Dharma God Senior had long been dead for many years. And what keeps appearing nowadays? It is merely a mere shadow left behind by the Plague Dharma God many years ago. But because of the many summons, the shadow has also long since shattered. Therefore, the human race has lost its greatest protective card. As he said this, Divine Artisan Lu Long's mood was visibly low, and he looked very sad. This was the bad news of the Plague Dharma God. And no matter what expression the human deity had, it was not too much. Qin Fang's head was filled with black lines, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This Lord Prophet God seemed to be a bit ruthless. He dared to spread rumors about the life and death of Lord Plague Dharma God? Isn't this bullshit? Qin Fang, would Senior Lu Long be too surprised if I say that I just met the Plague Dharma God? Don't expose my existence. The human race needs to grow. If you accidentally expose it, beware of you. Qin Fang was just about to speak when the voice of the Plague Dharma God rang out, bluntly snuffing out this small strand of Qin Fang's mind. Ugh! Qin Fang immediately shivered. This taste of being threatened by the Plague Dharma God was really not pleasant. Senior Lu Long? My condolences. Lord Plague Dharma God, in heaven's spirit, will also bless us. Qin Fang said so, and his brows were filled with sadness. So far, this news was only known to the deities of Mount Xixia. As for the vast number of beings of the human race, it was better to announce it later. Well, the Plague Dharma God has forcibly elevated the human race's position to that of the first strongest race in heaven's mandate. We, the people of the later generations, can't be timid, can't give up on ourselves. We should rise to the occasion. Qin Fang, air. This sudden poisonous chicken soup catches one off guard. Senior Lu Long, can you speak directly about the human emperor? Qin Fang had been listening to the poisonous chicken soup for a full 30 minutes. So he couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly interrupted Divine Craftsman Lu Long, telling him to stop. Or else. Qin Fang was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back and make a move. The final proposal for the candidate of the human emperor was put forward by us, the gods, in conjunction with the prophet God. As the saying goes, a home cannot be without a master for a day. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day. And an army cannot be without a marshal for a day. I, the human race, also have to use the fastest time to re-elect the human emperor, so that the new human emperor can lead us in our common fight against the ancient deities. Qin Fang, why do I feel that Senior Godsmith Lu Long is talking so much nonsense? Godsmith Lu Long moistened his throat and coughed lightly twice. I will first give you a detailed account of the contents of this proposal. Qin Fang, that's not necessary. You can just give a brief account. Divine Artisan Lu Long was choked for a moment, and had no choice but to make it short. The candidates for human emperor this time totaled 2,684. Among them, God-level powerhouses totaled 383. And the legend-level candidates this is 2,301. The number is relatively high. And this is a hopeless situation. Qin Fang frowned, expressing his incomprehension as to why there were so many candidates. Generally speaking, it is sufficient for the election of human emperors to simply choose from amongst the deities. But after experiencing this great war, the prophet God keenly sensed that these little ones of the human legendary level, who were still alive after participating in the war, after the baptism of this war, they also possessed the potential to be promoted to become deities. And it was thought that it wouldn't take long for them to be able to be promoted successfully. So, this time, as an exception, we will also allow these little ones of the legendary level, who participated in the war to participate in the election of this human emperor. Honestly, we originally wanted to directly elect you to become the human emperor. After all, your contribution to the human race really shouldn't be too much. But we were suppressed by another faction, saying that the divine artifacts that you gifted to the human deities? It's not your true level. But what the evil god gave you, it can't be considered as your merit. Marred. Really. When enjoying benefits, they are so grateful to you that they can't wait to call you father. But when they need to recognize your identity, they start to set up a house of cards again. Disgusting. This kind of deities? They should have all been killed. But because of your divine equipment, they barely managed to decimate their opponents and came back to life. According to the rules set up by the Plague Dharma god, if they survived the past chastisements, all of them became empty. So these 100 scums branched out again. It was not difficult to hear the resentment in the heart of divine craftsman Lu Long. These guys originally thought that they had experienced life and death, and were able to take everything into consideration, and were able to take the future of the human race into consideration. Who knew that they still wanted to form a party, wanted to achieve the position of the human emperor, and wanted to overturn the case. Divine craftsman Lu Long was getting angrier and angrier as he spoke. This is also human nature. It's better to tell me about this specific plan. Senior Lu Long. Qin Fang, oh come on. Pulling so much crap again. The promotion program for this human emperor candidate is divided into 6 levels. Regardless of God level, legendary level, the levels are consistent, and no easy difficulty is set up. Although the existence of the God level may be slightly advantageous in the early stages, but as long as one obtains the qualifications of a candidate and is in peak condition, they will be able to obtain the tilt of resources for becoming a god. Each candidate for human emperor can break the rules and apply for 2 copies of the resources to become a god. The first barrier will be opened 10 days later, and these 10 days means the best chance to impact the gods. Older brother me, with your current state, you should be able to apply for 2 copies of the resources to become a god. At most tonight, it will be able to apply for it, and give it to you to use directly. This, sort of the only useful thing amongst all the nonsense from Godsmith Lu Long. Qin Fang couldn't wait to ask. How about applying the resources to become a god? Even if it was just 2 forged god-grade ores, that would be quite a lot of copper coins. The key was that so far, this forging resources for becoming a god could not be bought at all. A clever woman could not cook without rice. I'll give you a report. What divine weapon do you want to forge? Divine artisan Lu Long had quite an air of being a big shot. Senior Lu Long. I want to forge a divine artifact, the Song Lang Heart Shield. This is the design drawing as well as the required materials. Take a look. The drawing of the heart of Song Lang Shield. To be honest, this was Qin Fang's obsession from his previous life. In his previous life, when Heaven's Destiny opened its doors for the 6th year, the drawings of this one had appeared in the auction house. The difficulty of forging it was not too high, and Qin Fang, as a legendary level forger, had begged the Phoenix president to help him buy it, such as if he was able to promote himself to become a divine level blacksmith with this. For him, it would be excellent for the entire Phoenix Guild. But for some reason, Phoenix did not help him buy it, and even taunted him that a toad wants to eat swan meat. Which one of you is the one to become a god? Thus, Qin Fang lost out on this copy of the drawings. In the end, the drawing was bought by the Sanhai Guild, allowing the legendary blacksmith of the Sanhai Guild to become a divine artisan. As for Qin Fang, he was lost to the masses. The former Heaven's Destiny No. 1 Forge Master, completely becoming a waste. Eventually, at the end of Qin Fang's revenge, he realized why the Phoenix at the time did not help him buy it. Because at that time, a powerful old man in the Sky City gave an order in an almost commanding tone. Once the blacksmith player from Broken Earth became a god, he had to be sent to the Sky City. And as for the identity issue, there was no need to worry about it. That guild sends the godsmith with a reward of 1 billion copper coins, as well as a 10-day trip to the Sky City. Phoenix, 1 billion copper coins? What kind of joke is this? If Qin Fang is not allowed to become a god, he would almost be able to help himself earn 1 billion copper coins in a month. But if he became a god, wouldn't this be a one-shot deal? Even if the Phoenix was a mallet, he wouldn't agree to this kind of scheme. Thus, Qin Fang became a victim. This, God knows how Qin Fang felt when he saw this. It turned out that it was Phoenix himself who had killed his journey to Sky City. Otherwise, perhaps the Qin Fang of his previous life would have been able to ascend to the Sky City. Under grief and anger, Qin Fang completely destroyed the entire Phoenix Guild and cut off the Phoenix's head with his own hands. The divine forging drawings of the Phoenix Guild, which Qin Fang had seen in the Phoenix Guild's warehouse when he was on the verge of death. It turned out that the Phoenix had long ago purchased this drawing from the hands of the Sanhai Guild at a low price to avoid Qin Fang buying it privately from the Sanhai Guild. Everything is really a joke. Qin Fang remembered this drawing before he died. Now, it was not yet time for this drawing to come out, but he still copied it perfectly with his memory and handed it over to divine artisan Lu Long. Not bad. This drawing is indeed suitable for breaking through to the divine level. The difficulty is not too high, and the materials used for forging are not that precious. This was divine artisan Lu Long's evaluation. Qin Fang sighed, paying tribute to his youth that he could never return to. Qin Fang, I'll apply for these 2 copies of the divine grade forging materials for you first. Wait for me for a while. Divine artisan Lu Long did not hang up his communication, and Qin Fang could hear him swiping and recording something. Not long after, godly artisan Lu Long informed Qin Fang. Okay. Application complete. You kid? Wait for these 3 divine grade forging materials. Qin Fang was puzzled. How could it be 3 copies? Divine artisan Lu Long, your forging materials for this divine grade It's not too treasured. So after discounting the price, I'll give you 2.5 copies of the god level forging materials. And the last half, I'll make it up to you. In this way, that is, it's 3 copies of the god level materials. Older brother me, you must strive for success. You must succeed in your breakthrough. These 6 levels, to be honest, it's basically impossible to get through to the last level without god level strength. This was also considered a small penetrating question that divine craftsman Lu Long had given to Qin Fang. Qin Fang was instantly enlightened. The first hurdle is very simple. The contribution value to the human race exceeds 10 million within 10 days. The hurdle for this one requires the beheading of an ancient god general of the same level, which is not too difficult for the legendary level, however. For the divine level, the difficulty is very low. As for your words, there's no need to worry about the first level. After all, as long as your brat forges a divine weapon, it's basically 10 million contribution value. If you can't advance to become a divine artisan within 10 days, I'll sneakily give you this divine artifact, so you don't have any mental pressure. Qin Fang's heart warmed. Senior Lu Long, the divine craftsman, was treating him? There really was nothing to say about it. Depending on different professions, different assessment programs were set up. After all, you can't have a blacksmith that is really fighting against a divine general under the command of an ancient deity. Isn't that bullsh*t? Hey, Senior Lu Long, you're underestimating me too much. A mere divine artifact. I'm still able to take it out. By the way, Senior, what is the second level? Divine artisan Lu Long sensed Qin Fang's self-confidence and instantly stopped saying anything more. This kid? It's fine if you know it in your own heart. The second level of the test, on the other hand, possesses a certain degree of difficulty, and requires the organization of a squad of 6 people to successfully hunt down an ancient deity, or kill 100 divine generals under the deity's command. If one fails to complete it, it is considered a failure. The time limit for the second level is also 10 days. After listening to this, Qin Fang had a clear idea in his mind. Hunting gods was such a trivial matter. He was good at it. Qin Fang, after the third level? Let's wait until you pass the second level. Divine artisan Lu Long would not dramatize too much, lest Qin Fang be overly ambitious. Good. Senior Lu Long, your news is truly too timely. Qin Fang thanked from the bottom of his heart. After hearing this, divine craftsman Lu Long told Qin Fang to prepare properly, and then he namely hung up the communication. To be honest, although divine craftsman Lu Long himself was a candidate for human emperor, he did not want to be one at all, and in his heart, he still wanted to support Qin Fang to become human emperor. Senior Seer God? I've already told me all about this matter. I hope you can make preparations early. In the human emperor's side hall, the prophet God, divine craftsman Lu Long was plotting something. As for the human emperor's main hall, it was still empty for the time being because of the distant past of the human emperor's death. But Senior Prophet God, do you really believe that my oldest brother will be able to successfully ascend to become a human emperor? The difficulty of this. The difficulty of a total of 6 levels. Prophet God. Divine craftsman Lu Long was well aware of. Such as if one did not possess the strength of a top god and had an excellent team. It was basically impossible to complete. Born to create miracles, Let's wait and see. As if the Prophet God had foreseen something. He said it. But it seemed as if he hadn't said it. Prophet God as if he were a human? He had the best chance of becoming a human emperor. But it was a pity. Even though he was a willow who had once been in the same generation as the plague Dharma God. And even though he only had the human race in his heart. He was unable to become the human emperor. The heavens mandate human race. Because of the matter of the human emperor candidate. Had been in an uproar. This matter, originally, was not hidden by Mount Chixia. And it even took the initiative to announce the list of human emperor candidates. The qualifications of the human emperor candidates to run for the election. Thus, the entire human race was discussing this matter. And the legend rank guys were even rubbing their fists. Crap. Human emperor candidates? As long as a legend ranked existence can participate? Hee hee. That's not right. Why isn't there me? I'm also legend rank. This was a city lord of a medium-sized town. A sort of Heaven's Destiny native human NPC. But after looking at the list of candidates, but found that there was no name of its own, could not help but be surprised. And the dissatisfaction in his heart arose. Big brother? Please look clearly. This time the qualification of the candidature? The most basic ones have to have participated in the battles of the 3 southeastern regions. Have you participated? Oh! You were afraid of death when you participated. And now you're going to pick a human emperor? You jumped out again? Is that so? At this moment, a young and exuberant human NPC couldn't help but transform into a cyber keyboard warrior and kindly reminded him. Except that the word seemed a bit inappropriate. Yeah. It's really a laugh. Che. Is it because I'm not participating in the war? It's that the human race doesn't need me at all and never informed me to participate at all. Okay. Besides, if I were to go on the field, I might even be able to help the human race pick up one more victory. This was a typical king with a strong mouth. This divine spirit god general's greatness? It's not like the human race present didn't know about it. A normal legendary level? It really wasn't necessarily able to hack it up. I'm also a legend rank. But I'm afraid of death and don't ever participate in battles. I think this list is normal. I agree. As for the upstairs? What the hell? Right. I remember that the battle in the Southeast Region 3 at that time was an initiative to sign up for the competition? Why didn't you sign up? Now you're running out again to blah blah blah. There really are you everywhere. Jianren. A series of blabbering and affectionate greetings instantly made this legendary ranked guy shut up. After some heated discussions, the human race as a whole had no objections to this list of candidates for the human emperor. After all, a few days ago, these legendary level, God-level human beings were still fighting to the death with the ancient deities. They are still alive? It was the greatest merit. The greatest conviction. I'm not convinced. I want to appeal. This was an old legend rank powerhouse of the old generation who was close to death. He raised his objection. He also wanted to participate in the human emperor's candidacy. Who is this again? Is it hard to get me to start spraying in degrees? Ma duh. Just as these words came out, other human beings instantly warned. This person? Can't spray. This person is considered a true hero of the human race, fighting all the way from his youth to his old age, with no less than a few thousand wounds on his body, and more than a dozen times he has narrowly escaped death, such as if he hadn't shut down and wanted to break through to the god level. This battle in the 3 southeastern regions? He will not be absent. Today, all of a sudden, he has come out of seclusion, and he is also looking at the resources to break through to the divine level. He really wanted to break through the god level and kill the enemy in the deity. Nan E also wished to run for the position of emperor today, and I asked for the god's approval. This was another old-timer, a true old-timer, who had bowed and scrapped for the human race, with an extremely high level of contribution, but had also not come out of the world to participate in the battles in the Southeast Region 3 because of his slumber and delayed death. I, the Sword Saint, have come out with my sword today, wanting to carry out the battle for the throne of the human emperor. In a split second, Countless legendary ranks of the older generation who had labored against the human race came out, exuding a compelling might. For so many years, they were mostly silent, delaying their own deaths in a state similar to that of a seal, in order to one day be able to kill their enemies with fervor when the ancient gods stepped through the territory of the human race. These people? Are they qualified to be candidates for the throne of the human emperor? The answer was yes. For sure. Thus, the many deities of Mount Chixia formulated a supplementary plan after a short discussion. A legend-ranked existence that has made great achievements to the human race and has a contribution of more than 50 million. One can obtain a candidate's place in an instant. At the very least, nearly 1,000 of the older batch of legend-ranked powerhouses were given candidate slots, which meant that Mount Chixia would need to produce an additional 2,000 extra resources for promotion to the god rank. This amount of resources? As long as they applied for it. The prophet god was all about a very generous attitude, directly approving it, consent. So far, Mount Chixia lacked everything, just not the resources to become a god. If these 1,000 legend-ranked powerhouses of the older generation could all be promoted to become gods, that would be the greatest wealth. Even if it's only 50%, this is also excellent. This batch of resources given is definitely worth it. For the prophet god, there was also the hidden point that these old generation powerhouses should have been given the resources to advance to the god level long ago, only to be stuck by these moth-eaten deities of Mount Chixia with unknown antiquity all the time, causing them to be unable to break through and succeed. This batch of resources to become gods should have belonged to them in the first place. Instead of being heartbroken, the prophet god's heart was filled with indebtedness. This time, it was the human race that had wronged these older legend-ranked powerhouses. Regarding the new list of candidates for the human emperor, the human race NPCs and players did not have any objections. This was what they deserved. After reading the list of candidates for human emperor and the rules, the beings of the human race began to study the levels again. Although they couldn't participate, it was also excellent for their mouths to participate in it. You guys, look at the difficulty of the first level. It doesn't seem too high. Yeah. It feels like I'm going up. Also able to succeed. Hee hee. You guys have only seen the first, and have not seen the second. Everyone, pay attention. Beheading the divine generals under the ancient deity's command? Could it be very simple? You all might as well think about it. This divine generals? Where are they? If you were to behead them, who do you need to face? Thinking like that, everyone present shut their mouths at once. As if? It's really quite difficult. Couldn't say? The moment you behead a divine general, you'll have to run into an ancient deity. Right. This is only the first level. The later ones? Wouldn't it be even harder? Crap. You guys look at the second level that was just announced. I feel like I'm going to choke. Haha. This is our human race's counterattack. Yeah. Do the ancient gods think they've won? Impossible. Our human race is the strongest. As for the levels after the third level, they were also kept secret. The NPCs were discussing heatedly, while the players of the human race, too, had begun to capitalize. A certain casual player of the Heaven's Destiny human race made a high-profile public announcement. He had become a candidate for human emperor. Number 1084. To be honest, this numbering sort was already not low. At first, he was merely trying to pretend to be 13. After all, the number of players in the entire Heaven's Destiny human race's human emperor candidate list? There were only 9 of them. As one of them, he was definitely considered to be at the top. In fact, this was exactly the case. This player was named Hao Yu Dankong, perennially occupying the top 10 positions in the Hall of Fame. And since the opening of the service, because of the constant far-reaching chances, he had already been promoted to become a legendary level peak powerhouse, and had managed to triumph in the battle against the divine generals under the deities, and receive the human emperor candidate's quota. In the next second, countless capitalists of the Sky City and the mob groups of the Broken Earth chose to contact him, asking him if he needed to accept sponsorship. We'll put up all of our strength to help you become a human emperor. And you? Merely need to, after becoming a human emperor? Assist us just a little bit. This was typical of holding the emperor hostage and wanting to become the supreme emperor. But this player? Still willingly, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. There is such a good thing? Agree. Definitely agree. As for the rights they want, give them the power they want, and they'll be fine. Besides, they've given so much. Shouldn't they get what they deserve in return? In this regard, Qixia Mountain also does not care. You can pull the investment. This is still your ability, but also part of the assessment. The thug core of Broken Earth? Not an option. These hyenas? Might eat him to the bone. Sky City's capital operation? Not bad at all. It was acceptable. Unbeknownst to him. Sky City's capital operation, this was the one that ate people without spitting out their bones. Not only him. As long as the 9-player candidates who participated in the Human Emperor candidates all had corresponding capitals approaching them, wanting to invest in them, wanting to assist them in becoming the Human Emperor. It was only that the strength of the capital varied depending on the level of the fundamental ranking. For example, the capital that wanted to assist Qin Fang was the one that was renowned throughout the entire Heaven's Destiny, and was firmly ranked in the top 10, the Songdong capital. Even in a place like Sky City where every inch of land was gold, Songdong capital occupied 1% of the territory, and was considered to be an uncompromisingly stronger capital. After all, Qin Fang's ranking? It was really too high. Such as if he became a god? The success rate of competing for the throne of the Human Emperor? It might be able to be raised to 50%. Ding. Light of the Vault requests for communication. Do you agree? Qin Fang, Light of the Vault? Who is this? Originally, Qin Fang wanted to refuse. But in the twinkling of an eye. Ding. The Light of the Vault wants you to transfer 10 million copper coins. Remarks, answering fee. This? Qin Fang must have connected with a smile on his face and responded very politely. Hello. Oh. Hello. May I ask if it's Mr. May? I am the steward of Sky City's Songdong capital. Songdong Light. And I would like to ask for your guidance. Qin Fang, why does this kid's speech smell like a little kid? Speak to me with a different Chinese. Snapping. Qin Fang hung up the communication without any goodwill. Mad. Hearing a brat talk made me irritable. The good mood of the day was gone. Not long after, another player, Songdong Heart, called the communication and knocked on the door with another 10 million copper coins. Qin Fang once again changed his face, with a smile on his face. See? Didn't this good mood come back? Hello. What can I do for you? The Heart of the Vault organized its language. Mr. Jin, you were elected to become a candidate for Human Emperor. Do you have any thoughts on this? If you wish to take a step further to become a true Human Emperor, our Sky City Songdong capital can help you. The moment these words came out, it instantly made Qin Fang understand. So that's how it was. May I ask, how can Songdong capital help me? To be honest, Qin Fang was still that interested. We, Songdong capital, can provide you with around 300 billion copper coins to help you unclog the relationships above and below, and help you invite deities to help you. But if you achieve Human Emperor, this amount of copper coins will need to be repaid by you within 3 years. Qin Fang, 300 billion copper coins? Oh, so little. The current Qin Fang? Can he still look at these copper coins? Jokyo. Really don't be too little. What's the highest price you guys give to give? Qin Fang didn't ink. The highest price is 1 trillion. But the prerequisite is that you have to be able to ascend to become a deity. This was Songdong capital's highest price. What if you fail to assist me in becoming a Human Emperor? Do I need to pay back this money? This question was honestly hard to answer. But this Songdong heart still spoke out. The risk is half, and you will need to pay half. If I become your Human Emperor, what do you want from me? This was another tricky question. We, Songdong capital, want to get 3 mega towns as well. Snapping. Qin Fang hung up the communication. Silly roe dear. Paying less but wanting more. You're not afraid of holding out. 3 mega towns? 1 trillion copper coins? Even if you give 1,000,000 billion copper coins, you won't necessarily be able to take down one. It's really a case of people being ugly, but thinking beautifully. Bullshit. Was hung up on the communication of the Heart of the Vault of Heaven can only truthfully report this matter. By Qin Fang, contempt of the Vault of Heaven capital was just ready to give Qin Fang trips, but was told that I have been Shui family bets. Who dares to move a crooked mind? The Shui family to accompany the end. The Shui family? This was the most huge, oldest and most deserved family in the Sky City. Even if 10 Songdong capitals were tied together, they were not enough to play with others. So Songdong capital withered, not daring to find Qin Fang's trouble again. as the Songdong capital had caved in. The other stronger capitals in the Sky City could only cut off the idea of contacting me and turn to support other candidates for the human emperor. Qin Fong had inexplicably been bailed out by the Shui family. And he himself? Completely unaware. Why would such a huge Shui family want to bail me out? It was none other than Shui Qing'er who was at the center of it. Even if the head of the Shui family knew about it afterwards. It was too late for this matter. After all, it had already been announced, and only a symbolic investment of 100 billion copper coins could be given to Qin Fong. Just as if it was to let Shui Qing'er fool around. Shui Bing'er, on the other hand, looked at Shui Qing'er with hatred. My stupid sister. How long are you going to be cheated? Shui Bing'er was very unworthy for Shui Qing'er. But she also knew clearly that this sister of hers would not turn back until she hit the south wall. Qin Fong had refused the capital entry, while the other human emperor candidate players, on the other hand, they couldn't refuse all, even if these human emperor candidates also had a certain amount of capital behind them. And there was also a mob group to give them support. But compared to Sky City's capital, it was still inferior. Thus, a mode of cooperation arose. The 10,000 races of Heavenly Destiny's choice of human emperor this time around. All looked at it as a farce. Hee. The human race? This kind of simple and weak race. Even if they were choosing a human emperor, it will also be crushed alive. Choose not to choose it. Right. Human emperor? I feel like it's just a joke. I also feel that the last human emperor? Still presuming to fight against the god of space? Want to bet on how long this newly elected human emperor? Just how long can it survive? I'll bet 3 months. 3 months? Wow. That's a lot. I feel like 3 days is a lot of work. Such voices couldn't help but make the human race a joke once again. Once the newcomer emperor of the human race is elected, I will make a move to make him feel true death. This was the speech of the god of space among the ancient deities. And it instantly made the 10,000 races boil. The human race is probably going to cry again this time. It's really hilarious. The human race this time? It's definitely become a joke. As for the human race's deities, NPCs, and players, they were all turning blue in the face, itching to immediately go and fight the god of space. However, reason still informed them that they must not move. Must not move. The god of space? It wasn't that easy to mess with. The human race's silence seemed to have truly become a joke. Ding. Term mode. Southeast Region 3 simulation pods are open. Welcome to your experience. Qin Fong understood what kind of mode this was the moment he heard it. Speaking of which, Qin Fong in his previous life had even participated in it once. The legendary battles between the human race and the ancient deities in the Southeast Region 3 were all recorded by the AI. And after rigorous calculations, this simulation mode was eventually formed. Inside this simulation module, all the information of 10,000 divine generals under the deities was stored. And players, NPCs of Heaven's Destiny could enter it to feel the real battle power of the divine generals under the ancient deities. Hey, I remember who just said that. You're on, you can do it too. Hurry up and try it. Right. You're not blowing it. Go try and see if you can do it or not. Didn't you just blow a lot? Hurry up and try it. This was squeezed by the legendary level NPC. Face burning red. Hate to find a hole in the ground to drill in. Finally still cannot help but want to try some. The result? In 3 seconds, he was defeated and left the field miserably. It was then that he realized what kind of opponents these human legendary levels were facing. But this kid is also considered to dare to do. Immediately apologized. Admitted that just now is his own mouth. Should not show off. Ding. The Southeast Region 3 simulation pods are divided into 3 modes: simple, normal, and difficult. Simple mode has 60% of the attributes of the participating divine generals. Normal mode, 80% of the participating gods' attributes. Difficult mode, 100% of the attributes of the participating gods. Super difficult mode, possessing 102% of the attributes of the participating divine general. Operation. Just now, this legend-ranked existence was still experiencing the simple mode. Ding. Passing the easy mode. Rewards normal legendary grade equipment. Passing the normal mode. Rewards normal legendary grade equipment. Passing the difficult mode. Rewards peak legendary grade equipment. Passing the ultra difficult mode. Rewards demigod artifact *1. Hearing such a system beep, Qin Fang immediately entered the simulation cabin in the Southeast Region 3 and chose the difficult mode. Qin Fang, hey. This legendary grade equipment. A demigod artifact? He'll take it. Ding. Whether to spend 100 copper coins to enter this mode. Remarks, paying is for better service. Enter. Ding. Scene randomization in progress. Please wait. Humble Griffin. The scene shifted. In front of Qin Fang, that is. There loomed a monster that was 2 zhang tall. Like a black iron tower. With a goat's horns on its head. Jia laughed. And his words were full of disdain. Mole crickets. Qin Fang also did not talk nonsense with him. Summon the body of the dragon of time and space. A slap? Swing it to death. The entire process? Took 1 second. Ding. Congratulations on successfully clearing hard mode. Ding. Please select the peak legendary level equipment you need. Ding. Congratulations. You have chosen a legendary grade equipment, the Crown of the Broken Queen. Qin Fang exited, and then chose to enter ultra hard mode. And the scene began to randomize. Ground crawlers. This time, it was an elemental monster with a cold body. As if it was engraved from cold jade. Qin Fang didn't bother to watch his attributes. Summoned the body of the dragon of time and space. And with a thud, this elemental type monster, who hadn't even uttered a second word, died instantly. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the super hard mode. Ding. Please select the demigod level equipment you need. Ding. Congratulations on your successful selection of a demigod ranked equipment. Annihilation Sunset Afterglow. Qin Fang, ugh. This is too easy. In a mere 5 seconds, I got a peak legendary grade and a demigod grade equipment. Cool. This is much faster than even robbing money. Ding. Is your clearance record open to the public? Make it public. Qin Fang was satisfied with his achievements, not knowing how much damage he had caused to the later players with this move. The later ones? Even accomplished deities would not necessarily be able to beat this score. Chapter 715 Passing Fiasco Copper Coin Divine Position Time and Space Shuttle. The human NPCs. The human players? Even if their strength hadn't reached the legendary level? Also basically all of them were eager to try out this newly released copy, wanting to experience just how powerful the gods, under the command of a legendary ranked deity were. As for the entrance fee of 100 copper coins, what was that worth? The eager ones had already barged in and fought with the gods' generals. And Ahem had already taken a beating, realizing the evils of society. Wow. It's so hard. Yeah. I just entered and was killed by a god general in a single breath. It's really a monster. Is this really a human being? Able to pass the level? You guys? What's the point of setting up this copy? It's simply impossible to pass. Annoying. Really annoying. As the players were talking in groups, they suddenly heard the system beeps of the player's pass. And their curiosity rose, wanting to check the player's pass record. However, Qin Fang's record was so terrifying that it simply scared this group of players and NPCs to death. Huh? Player Me has cleared the level? It's so fast. Full stop? This simulation cabin has only been open for 3 minutes. Can it be? A bold idea surfaced in the minds of these players. Is it possible that Player Me can really manage to pass the simulation pod and defeat a legendary level god general in 3 minutes? It seemed a bit exaggerated. Yeah. Let me take a look too. How long did he take? Crap. Something's not right. Is there a mistake in the timing of this clearance? In the beginning? Just by looking at it, all of you felt that it was normal. It was nothing more than a Player Me passing the level. With his strength passing the level was normal. But then? This second? Isn't it a bit of a joke? Is this really possible? Holy crap. Crap? It really is 1 second. You're kidding. I don't believe it. I'll go see for myself. No one believed the players when they said this time, until they saw it with their own eyes. Then their mouths opened wide, and they helplessly chose to believe it. This was actually true. 1 second? I want to die so bad. Hee. Truth be told, this deity god killing me, it would all take 5 seconds. Player Me is strong? Is it so powerful? Is it hard to believe that he has already been promoted to become a deity? The voices of the players discussing kept ringing out, and they ended up checking Qin Fang's level. It was still legendary grade. No. A legendary rank surely doesn't possess such strength. It must have borrowed the power of a deity. This was the answer given by a human deity after careful research. Right. A legendary rank wanting to kill their opponents in seconds? Impossible. And it's not like you guys haven't seen it before. During the match in the Southeast Region 3, Player Me wasn't this strong yet. Maybe it's Player Me's secret. Only if he makes it public, we'll be able to know. The human deities, the legend-ranked guys, were all shocked by Qin Fang when they saw such an achievement. No. You guys look at the other super difficult list. Player Me also cleared it. Also for 1 second. At this moment, the entire human race was completely abuzz. To know this difficult mode? It was already considered a hellish level of difficulty. Nowadays, apart from Qin Fang, no one was able to clear it, let alone the super hard level. However, just now, at a glance, this super hard mode, the player, was surprisingly also 1 second. Isn't it a system error? This was the only reasonable explanation so far. Otherwise, no one would be able to believe that Qin Fang was able to clear the level in 1 second. I feel the same. Why don't we try entering again? What if it's really a bug? We'll also be able to try a pass. Right. Go. These players entered in pairs. And the end result? They were kicked out in 3 seconds. No bugs ever appeared. Is it hard to believe that this is my true strength? For this reason, the deities of the entire Mount Qixia even opened a meeting to discuss this matter. In the end, it was unanimously agreed, the player, Shen, had a way to allow himself to step into the god level. And a very strong one at that. So that he could do it in seconds. That being said, although Qin Fang had cleared this simulation chamber, it did not affect the enthusiasm of the other players in the slightest, who were also constantly brushing up, wanting to challenge their own limits. Beishan's level had not yet reached the legendary level, but he kept entering and exiting the simulation chamber. And although he could only last for 5 seconds each time, he was happy to do so. It was because he found that this legendary ranked god general, it had a sharpening effect on his strength. To be honest, although Batian was also a superb player, he was considered to be the weaker of the superb players, which was certainly due to his age. But more than that, he was slacking off. After all, the president? Really too busy. This time, the legendary level god general grind had made the blood in Beishan's heart once again burn, making him constantly think of ways to improve himself. The same was true for Hidden Earth. His rank reached the threshold of the legendary rank. But what? Wanting to break through wasn't that simple. Epic level promotion to become legendary level? It wasn't as simple as just upgrading. You still had to complete trial quests. Hidden Earth's trial mission, that is, to defeat a legendary level divine general in simple mode with an epic level body. Successfully defeated? That's how you can be promoted to legendary. If one fails, one would only be able to stay stuck. Originally, Hidden Earth could have taken the easy way out, casually asking Qin Fang for 2 divine artifacts to pass the simple level. Wouldn't that be easy? But this time, Zhang Tu was still fighting with himself. He didn't want to use Qin Fang's divine artifacts. He only wanted to rely on his own strength to pass this trial, and successfully advance to the legendary level. This was also Zhang Tu's obsession. It wasn't just Zhang Tu. Batian, the other players, too, fought with this idea of sharpening their own skills. As for the epic rank, legendary rank NPCs, they were originally extremely protective of their feathers, and wanted to leave after failing in battle once. But seeing how crazy the players were, they too went crazy and began to try over and over again. All in all, the mode of this new simulation cabin made the high-end combatants of the human race as if they were all pumped up with chicken blood. After Qin Fang sold the legendary grade equipment and demigod artifact equipment that he had obtained from the simulation cabin copy, he immediately entered the city lord's mansion and asked Zhuge Tianyan whether he had recently encountered any special circumstances and whether he needed his own help. After all, he had left for almost 2 months. In case some things? What if it was out of its own control? Coronation of the city lord. Tianyang town is all well, with the funds you left behind at the bottom. The final project is implemented very well. The reinforcement of the city walls, the highly sophisticated defense forces, etc. have all been installed. Now, even if a deity attacks Tianyang town, we will be able to cope with it calmly. And there is absolutely no danger of the city breaking down. That's right. City Lord coronation. Qin Fong just loved listening to Zhuge Tianmian reporting on his work. It was organized, difficult and easy, making Qin Fong sound very comfortable. To finally sum up, the Tianyang town is thriving. But there are some resolutions that require your signature before you can decide whether or not to actually start construction. This is the manifestation of Zhuge Tianmian's political wisdom. These small matters? Could it be that Zhuge Tianmian couldn't make up his own mind? Definitely not. This was Zhuge Tianmian's deliberate attempt to let Qin Fong have a certain sense of participation, to satisfy Qin Fong's vanity. As expected, after signing 7 or 8 big contracts that Zhuge Tianmian couldn't decide on under Zhuge Tianmian's persuasion, Qin Fong was in a great mood, and couldn't help but feel a sense of, it looks like this Tianyang town can't really work without me. Mr. Zhuge Tianmian. Tianyang town? We still have to rely on you. We need you to be able to keep up the good work. Qin Fong encouraged Zhuge Tianmian, and then wanted to leave a sum of copper coins again. But once he touched it, it was very clean. So forget about it. So it was just a verbal reward. Mr. Zhuge Tianming, your year-end bonus is doubled once again, as an encouragement for your dedicated work this year. Certainly Zhuge Tianmian is a master who regards money as dung. But when he heard this, he couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Mind you, this has been the 3rd time this year Zhuge Tianming doubled his salary. A year's income. It is estimated to break 100 million copper coins. In the past, Zhuge Tianlian of the Jiehu simply do not dare to think Tianyang town has Zhuge Tianmian sitting in the town. Basically impossible to appear what is too big chaos. Even if there was any chaos, Li Xia, who was secluded in this place, would still step in. To be honest, Qin Fong was truly satisfied with Zhuge Tianmian's performance. If it wasn't for Zhuge Tianmian, if such a large town was handed over to Qin Fong, he would really go bald. Qin Fong came out of the city lord's mansion and headed directly to the headquarters of the 10,000 Empty Alleys Group. This year had been the fastest growing year for the 10,000 Empty Lanes Group, and the headquarters building had been relocated 4 times within a year, each time becoming more grandiose and imposing. The current building where the headquarters of the 10,000 Empty Alleys Group was located was funded by the 10,000 Empty Alleys Group, and was by far the tallest building in the entire Tianyang town, 999 meters in height. Just like the Pearl of the Orient. Standing in the Tianyang town, Qin Fong, Yuze really isn't pragmatic. He just knows how to engage in these vain things. The instant Qin Fong descended to the group's headquarters, Yuze received the news and hurriedly flew down from the 300-story building, shoulder to shoulder with Qin Fong, jointly touring this iconic building, introducing him to the current situation from time to time. Yuze? Tell me specifically about the current situation of the 10,000 people group. I want to hear every aspect. Was Qin Fong able to listen? The answer was no. He was a dirt old man. What the hell could he understand? Saying this, it was nothing more than to toss reins around. Yuze did not complain, and began to tell Qin Fong everything, piece by piece, pile by pile. This listening? Another nearly 4 hours. And Yuze? Only the first part of the content of the group. The first subsection to Qin Fong to finish. If all the words? At the very least, it would take 10 days and 10 nights. Qin Fong, stop. 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 Yuze, hee. Little boy. I still can't cure you. Unable to do anything else. Qin Fong could only let Yuze give him a brief explanation. Boss, I'll use this quarter's financial statement to briefly detail the revenue. This quarter, the 10,000 Empty Lane Group has a total revenue of 500 billion copper coins. Yuze, this is what angel investors like to hear the most. This time, it was Qin Fong's turn to be surprised. This? 1 quarter. Surprisingly, it was that much? This is all thanks to the success of our portal project. Just 2 months? Letting our earnings break 500 billion. Excluding the cost of building the portal, a net profit of 200 billion copper coins. Just as the insider information that Yuze had received said. Building teleportation gates in the cities in the news was a profitable business. And sure enough, the 10,000 Empty Lane Group used the teleportation gates to make a tidy profit. Don't underestimate the earnings from these teleports. One way or the other. This is all pure income. And don't look at this 200 billion net income copper coins as very little. For a large enterprise, this income? It had already surpassed 99.9% of businesses. Building this portal thing? Some people are happy and some people are sad. There are also some unlucky capital, choosing to build a portal in the area of the 3 southeast districts. This time, the copper coins directly hit the water, not getting any profit. For this reason, Rain Zephyr's heart was shocked out of a cold sweat. To be honest, the project of building a teleportation gate in the southeast 3 regions, Rain Zephyr had also made a bid, unfortunately, because of the lack of funds and other reasons. He could only let it go. Now that I think about it, it was also fortunate that it was let out. Otherwise, the blood loss might be the 10,000 empty lane group. Boss, this portal business? So far it can't be done. It can only stabilize the currently existing portals to avoid collapsing. This was Yuze's understanding of avoiding risks. After all, so far, the entire human race was in turmoil. Maybe when? It would be slashed by the ancient deity again, and snatch a few towns again. And at that time? The teleportation portal that was built? It would directly become waste. Qin Fong also agreed that it was fine to stop in time, and make a fortune. Next step? What is the 10,000 Empty Lanes group's intention? The 10,000 Empty Lanes group had developed to the present day. Basically, Qin Fong had already been considered to be in a state where he didn't care about anything, letting Yuze play his hand. Especially after Yuze had been promoted to deity. Certain things? He was able to see and understand more clearly. Boss, my next idea is to fully support your research on the human body. Yuze said it very seriously, earnestly, and with an involuntary flush on his cheeks, which was the color of excitement. When these words came out, it immediately made Qin Fong surprised. Agu, has the sun come out from the south today? To know, Yuze had been quite vocal about this project of his. Why today? Would he suddenly choose to agree? Qin Fong's eyes flushed with a thought. Is it possible that the research on the human body has new results? And the results are outstanding? Boss, your guess is right. Please follow me. Yuze took one look at Qin Fong's expression. That is, he understood what was in his mind. And immediately, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he led Qin Fong deeper into the ground of Tianyang town. In these 2 months, Academician Li led his team and successfully conquered the secret contained in the first section of the spinal bone. Being able to steadily release the power contained within the human body's great dragon. This, simply an epic-making achievement. Yuze was very excited. But Qin Fong said that he didn't understand too much until Qin Fong saw the entire research. Academician Li, why don't you explain it to the boss? This Academician Li showed Qin Fong the research results. Based on our research, we have finally come up with a bold inference. The origin of the human race was definitely not fabricated by the ancient gods. And it is highly likely that we, like the Divine Beasts clan, are also a uniquely blessed race birthed by heaven's destiny. For example, the ancient deities' race. They were born to be able to grasp the power of powerful rules, able to mobilize the elements of the heavens and earth for their own use, bursting out with strong power, while the Divine Beasts' race, they were born with thick skins and flesh. And the purer the bloodline is, the more likely they are to possess natural skills. This power? Where exactly did it come from? Who gave it? It's possible that the ancient gods, the Divine Beast clan itself doesn't know. But this power? Is that how it is kept in their bodies? And as long as they are strong enough, or have enough rank, they can release it? Then, do we, the human race, possess such an ability? That's the crux of the matter? Since you asked us to study the spine, we realized that our spinal bones also contain a huge amount of power. But it's in a sealed state. It's hard to open it. Only when it reaches the legendary level, the god level, can it be opened reluctantly. This is the corroboration. The ancient history of my human race? It's definitely not simple. Boss, if you have the ability, you can collect as much of this aspect of history as possible, and perhaps be able to piece together the history that was once lost, so that we, the human race, can truly stand at the top of the 10,000 races. Qin Fong, Such interesting words? Then it's possible to consider taking a look at it. Ah. Academician Li? This spine great dragon? Can you expand on it? Qin Fong inquired, as he always felt that he had grasped a great point. Boss, you are also a legend-ranked powerhouse. Your understanding of the legend-ranked spine great dragon? What kind of understanding do you have? Qin Fong pondered for a while, and gave his answer. When I forge, I can always feel the spine great dragon stirring, as if it is about to spurt its power to assist me in my forging. Academician Lee had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and looked as if he deserved it, as he turned his head to look at Yuze. Elder Yuze? Are you able to describe your spine great dragon? Academician Lee still had a lot of respect for the Rain Zephyr deity. After all, Rain Zephyr was a deity, and Rain Zephyr had contributed a lot to this research on the spine great dragon. Boss, you may not know. After I became a god, the silent spine great dragon seems to be awakening. On weekdays it is constantly absorbing my divine power. It seems to be breeding something. As for how to mobilize the power of the spine, I'm still unclear and don't know. This situation, I have also asked other deities. Everyone is in this situation. Only they don't take it seriously. After all, the spine is the support of the human body, so absorbing a little more divine power to strengthen it. It makes sense. After listening to this, Qin Fong's mind was a bit confused after combining it with his own situation. He seemed to understand even less awe. Why was his spine great dragon trying to spurt out power, whereas Yuze was absorbing power? Wasn't this the opposite? Based on this piece of information from Elder Yuze, we are even more certain that the human body's spine great dragon definitely has some great secrets. If we can study it thoroughly, it might be able to make our human race people like dragons, bursting out with stronger fighting power. So, we carried out sleepless research, and finally found a controllable way, a simple way to open the first section of the spinal column dragon. Boss, do you know what kind of situation appeared after the opening of the first section of the spinal column dragon? Academician Lee said, while excitedly asking his assistant to show it. Boss, watch this. This assistant wearing a white lab coat and glasses let out a low gulp, and his body began to expand like a blown sugar man. In 3 breaths, he namely went from tiny, skinny researcher to a titan-like behemoth. And the aura he exuded? It was comparable to a silver-level professional player. It was important to know that all these scientists, because of their bodies, were unable to transfer their professions, and were all merely ordinary as far as they were concerned. And by opening the first section of the spine great dragon, it actually gave him a direct silver-level combat power. It was still really surprising. Awesome. Are there any side effects on the human body? How long can it last? After Qin Fong praised a sentence, he started his life-threatening inquiry. At all, our many studies have shown that the side effects are very small. Just 4 hours of disempowerment and weakness. An ordinary person in this state would only be able to hold on for 10 minutes. Current research? Can anyone open the first section of the spine and release the power in their body? After tens of thousands of models of comparative cross-research. Theoretically, yes. Academician Lee's speech was always so rigorous. Qin Fong was silent. Honestly, he was surprised. But the more surprised he was, the calmer he was. Seemingly, he had unintentionally opened a Pandora's door. With such a big research, logically Qin Fong should be excited. But he was so indifferent. Boss, if the energy within this spine great dragon can be steadily exported, so many beings of our human race, wouldn't everyone be silver level? Or even higher? Maybe when we open the 9th spinal column bone, our strength will be able to skyrocket to become god level. At that time, 10 billion gods, who would still be able to resist us. The most crucial thing is that this technology makes money. They want to open it, definitely need our assistance, right? Each person, even if they just pay the price of 10,000 copper coins. How much money would that be? Yuze fell into the eye of money. Qin Fong glanced at the red-eyed Yuze. This kid? Is really bewitched. Is really sunk into it. No. This kid's state is not right. Academician Lee. I mean, is there another possibility? This human body's spine great dragon treasure? It shouldn't be open to allow him to leak out. But rather it should be allowed to be stored up internally, accumulating continuously, and eventually thickening up? This was an immature idea of Qin Fong's. And if he wanted to verify it, he still needed to work day and night between these sciences. After hearing this, Academician Lee seemed to be struck by lightning. The whole person stiffened, and then quickly wrote and drew on the white paper, and finally gave Qin Fong the answer. There is such a possibility. Thus, Academician Lee disregarded the external objects, and once again began his frantic research. Qin Fong, this can really be a fanatical researcher. Use a seal this information that opens the spinal bone great dragon. Make a copy for me. Let academicianly continue his research. Right. The whole project should be given sufficient funding. But no large-scale experiments with humans are allowed. At most, million. That's the limit. Otherwise I'd rather destroy the entire project. And one last thing, it must be kept strictly confidential. Qin Fong seriously instructed Yu Zhe. Yu Zhe, you're not in the right state. Later on, you'll come with me to see Teacher Li Qi. Qin Fong was keenly aware that Yu Zhe seemed to be blinded by money. Yu Zhe did not resist in his heart, but nodded silently. Right. Other research? Any recent results? There are. But none of them are too amazing results. Qin Fong left the underground research room with Yu Zhe and headed to the private territory to look for Senior Li Xie. This kind of not-so-safe research member. Qin Fong thought about it before he acted on his own. Private territory. Qin Fong wasn't sure if elderly evil was in this place. However, when he habitually took out the divine grade fine wine, Teacher Li Xie's figure appeared like a ghost. You brat? Still no to come. Li Xie chided, as if he hadn't seen Qin Fong for a long time. Teacher? I feel that Yu Zhe's state is not right, and I have specially come to let you take a look. Even though Yu Zhe had already become a god, he was still coy in front of Li Xie, not daring to utter a single breath, and could only respectfully deliver a godly wine. Kid, you're in big trouble. Seeing the face of the god-grade fine wine, Li Qi pointed out a sentence to Yu Zhe. Yu Zhe's face went white, and he raised his head to look at Li Qi as if he wanted to ask why. Teacher, just hurry up and say it. This divine grade fine wine will definitely not be inferior to you. Qin Fong also urged. After all, this 10,000 people group, at present, could not leave Yu Zhe all. You brat. Although you created your own god position to become a god, and your natural talent is still not bad, but you have overlooked the most important point. The god position of such a large merchant god? Why don't other gods inherit it? Why would it be cheaper for you, kid? Is it possible that you're the best businessman in the human race? You're the one who's the best at business? These words immediately caused Yu Zhe's body to tremble. Yeah. That was when he suddenly reacted. This divine position. It seemed to have come too easily. The god position of the merchant god? There are certain problems. This god position? It is not your original creation. But many years ago, the human race appeared. But the gods who inherited this divine position? In the end, without exception, they all died without a body, causing the god position to be stranded. For so many years, no one dares to move this god position. Who knows that you a rash young man? The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Even dared to fuse this god position as well. Li Xie stopped his telling, barred his mouth, and shook the wine bottle. Yu Zhe hurriedly refilled the divine grade wine and respectfully asked about the drawbacks of this divine position. This divine position is also known as the copper coin divine position. And what about copper coins? Again, it is a symbol of greed, unbearable and other negative emotions. And as time piles up, these negative emotions will continue to accumulate within your body. And ultimately, cause you to do things you can't trace back to. And die horizontally on the spot. Li Xie spoke in very calm words. But it scared Yu Zhe was a cold sweat of white hair and shivered. After hearing this, Qin Fong also knew the seriousness of the matter. It seemed to be very bad to solve. Elder Li Xie, please still save me. You definitely have a solution. Yu Zhe knelt down beside Li Qi's body and cried out, asking him to save his life. 100,000 bottles of god-grade fine wine. I'll give you the solution to save your life. Li Qi gave a heavenly price. 100,000 bottles of god-level fine wine. What the heck? How long would one have to collect them? How many copper coins would that be? Qin Fong, TSK. In terms of robbery, it's still Senior Li Xie who is a professional. Fine. As long as Senior Li Xie can save my life. Not to mention 100,000 bottles of divine grade fine wine. Even if it's 300,000 bottles? I will also definitely find it for you, sir. Yu Zhe was flustered. Completely flustered. And hurriedly agreed. It's simple to say. Just find a top divine artifact that will serve as the thing that carries the negative emotions of the copper coin divine position. After saying such a sentence, Li Qi was again tight-lipped. Yu Zhe instantly understood. and hurriedly handed over the god-level fine wine once again. 100,000 bottles of fine wine. I'll tell you the way to break the situation. As for this top-tier divine artifact, it's another price again? Under Li Qi's scare, Yuze once again used 100,000 bottles of fine wine to purchase a copper coin-style top divine artifact from his hands. And under Li Qi's guidance, he used this top divine artifact like copper coin to guide the negative emotions of the copper coin in his body. After a few operations, it was just a matter of time. Senior Li Xie, your great kindness. Yuze, will definitely not forget it. Well, don't forget about these 200,000 bottles of divine-grade fine wine. After hearing this, Yuze's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly went to collect the divine-grade fine wine. Seeing that Li Xie's problem was solved, Qin Fang also wanted to officially start the journey of forging divine weapons. The forging of divine weapons was a mountain in Qin Fang's heart. In his previous life, he hadn't been able to move such a huge mountain away. In this life, he must succeed. Just as Qin Fang was about to close the door, divine artisan Lu Long's voice rang in his ears. Qin Fang? Don't be in a hurry to advance to become a divine craftsman. Qin Fang froze. Why? I still ask for teacher's guidance. Qin Fang looked towards Li Qi, expressing his lack of understanding. The legendary grade moment? If you are able to comprehend the 7 forging powers and become a god again, the results will be better. Even if you are able to step out on the path to becoming a god that belongs to you, then the effect will be the best. Qin Fang, those words? I understand that too. But a brand new path of forging? How could it be so easy to step out? Once when Qin Fang was trapped in the land of nothingness, he had also comprehended a method of forging without the aid of flames. But he was criticized by the plague Dharma god for being useless. Which made Qin Fang. Where would he still have confidence? Qin Fang? The emotional forging method is certainly powerful. But this was always my path. He doesn't belong to you. Even if you are able to become a god? Even if he is able to use this to become a super god level, it is impossible for him to take a step closer. Qin Fang, your old man is thinking far ahead for me. To be honest, being able to achieve the god level was already Qin Fang's long-cherished wish. To a certain extent, it was also considered to have surpassed his previous life. As for the super god level, Qin Fang didn't even dare to think about it. It was simply terrifying. Teacherly evil? Comprehending a brand new forging method requires time. But me? What is most lacking right now, namely time? Qin Fang helplessly uttered these words, which was also considered a kind of excuse. Stupid. Your time dragon? Couldn't it send you to a past time node? You comprehend the power of forging in a past time node and return again? Isn't this still your epiphany? Where would it be a waste of time? Li Qi's words were considered to have awakened the dreamer with a single word. To be honest, although Qin Fang's second profession was a dragon of time and space, his way of thinking was still sometimes thought in a conventional human mind. As Qin Fang combined his words with Academician Li's words just now, he seemed to have thought of an excellent age. Thanks for the guidance, teacher. Qin Fang smiled as he prepared to leave. I'll wait for you. Ding. Is the divine skill, time traveling, activated? Ding. Please set up a time point. Chapter 7:16 5 million years ago, Heavenly Raccoon Space Manifestation. Qin Fang began to look up the historical texts of the human race. And because of technology, it was very easy for Qin Fang to access them. Ancient period? Ancient times? Then there was the so-called unknowable era. From the time the human race created writing. That is, the ancient period. Roughly 3,840,000 years ago. The ancient gods had already been born and had begun to rule over mankind. Qin Fang boldly pushed forward another 3,000 years, daring to prepare for the moment of decision. Suddenly, Qin Fang tapped his head, and suddenly reacted to the fact that he was really being silly. Beside him, there was a living historical text. Why did he still want to look into it? Wasn't this sacrificing the essence for the end? Teacher Li Xie, which period do you suggest I travel to? Qin Fang's eyes burned as he looked at Li Xie, wanting him to give a general direction. With your current divine level of the Dragon of Time and Space, you should be able to travel to the long river of time about 5 million years ago. Let's see. 5 million years ago, there were still a number of gods, and the Heavenly Emperor had not yet ruled over the heavenly destiny. It was a relatively peaceful period of time. And what about the treasured god-ranked wars during this period? Simply everywhere. Easy for you to forge. The most crucial point is that you can get to know the first generation of the Heavenly Emperor. This is a truly ruthless person. To feel his charisma. For you to become a human emperor? It will be helpful. Li Qi listed out so many reasons that even Qin Fang couldn't help but feel when he heard it. 5 million years ago? It seemed like the best decision. But there's one thing you need to pay attention to. Don't change too much of history. Li Qi gave Qin Fang an approximate time. Qin Fang was just about to leave when suddenly he was pulled by Li Qi. Silly boy? You're just going like that. Huh? Give me the golden dragon's ring, and I'll refine it for you once again, so that he can withstand the passage of time and ensure that what's inside doesn't rot. Qin Fang instantly understood. So he hurriedly summoned the time and space merchant. Ding! The time and space merchant has heard your summons and is on its way. Not long after, the tattered time and space merchant arrived at this place carrying a huge parcel on his back. The time and space merchant was originally trading with other beings, but as soon as he heard Qin Fang's summons, he immediately rushed here, who let Qin Fang be a big customer, splashing out hundreds of billions, trillions of copper coins at every turn. This time? What do you want to buy? The time and space merchant smiled as he inquired. However, when he sensed the aura of the evil god on the side, he immediately shivered as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Time and space merchant? It's been a long time. The evil god skimmed his lips, signaling that the time and space merchant didn't need to be nervous. This time? Won't rob you again. And seemingly sensing that the time-space merchant was a bit put out and squirming, the evil god even took the initiative to leave. Seeing the evil god leave, the space-time merchant felt that the air was slightly freer. As for Qin Fang, he was filled with shock. It was as if he had heard something remarkable. Teacherly evil? Surprisingly, he had robbed the time and space merchant. Oops. Qin Fang slapped his thigh. Right. Why did he have to buy from the time and space merchant every time? Why didn't he just rob them? Wouldn't that be better? It's just that right now, his strength is still relatively low. When his strength is a little stronger. Maybe. This concept immediately took root in Qin Fang's mind. What is your relationship with the evil god? The time and space merchant didn't care what equipment Qin Fang was going to purchase, but instead inquired about Qin Fang's identity. Teacherly evil. It's my teacher. With a jolt, the time and space merchant looked at Qin Fang and instantly wanted to leave. However, in the end, out of the ethics of his profession, the time and space merchant stayed. Senior time and space merchant. I want to purchase items regarding props, potions, and the like of the ancient gods. Do you have them here? Don't worry. I'll be sure to settle the bill. Time and space merchant. This kid's reputation is still guaranteed. This is the list. You can take a look at it. Qin Fang read them all, circling them from time to time. Elder Spacetime Merchant. Other than these 5 pieces that I don't want. Other than that, I'll take them all. The Spacetime Merchant eyed Qin Fang with such bravado. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth then. Take the favor. A total of 301 billion copper coins. Erase a 0. 300 billion copper coins. Qin Fang paid decisively without any delinquency. You kid. Much better than your teacher. See you next time. The transaction was completed, and the time and space merchant quickly fled the place as if he had been a thief. Here, I upgraded this golden dragon's ring for you to be able to withstand the power of time. These items? Putting them into it won't damage them. Thank you, Teacher Li Qi. Qin Fang's gratitude towards Li Xie. This was truly a thank you from the bottom of his heart. Wait for me, Teacher Li Xie. Qin Fang summoned the body of the dragon of time and space, and with a leap, he entered within the river of time, activating the time-traveling skill. Ding. Whether to choose to shuttle 5,085 years ago. Ding. This shuttle designs the mysteries of time and space. Please be cautious. Ding. The time-space shuttle will have a certain effect on your attributes. Ding. Based on your physical attributes, it is deduced that you can stay in the current space-time for a maximum of 500 years. Please pay attention to time control. Qin Fang, 500 years? My goodness. Puffing. A huge vortex suddenly appeared within the long river of time, as if the long river of time was stirred by something. Qin Fang's figure was sucked in uncontrollably, and when he woke up again, he had already appeared 5 million years ago. Qin Fang had just entered the long river of time. This side of the ancient spirit celestial emperor, that is, perceived it, and could not help but frown. Sighing, the dragons of time and space are truly a race blessed with a heavenly gift, that they are able to play with time and travel through time with reckless abandon. But those who play with time, in the end, they will also be toyed with by time. And the death of the dragon of time and space will soon come. The heavenly emperor thought so. Ahem. It was also able to be called an eye sickness. Not only the heavenly emperor, as long as an existence whose strength exceeded that of a top deity and reached the super god level, all of them had sensed the vortex that had appeared within the long river of time. Joking aside, granted that these existences were unable to return to the past along the long river of time, but paying attention to the long river of time, they were still able to do so. Huh? 2 dragons of time and space? Interesting? No. Something's wrong. How could 2 dragons of time and space appear? Where is the problem? Is this false? Or is it real? These ancient super-god levels had sensed this, and could not help but wonder in their hearts. The plague Dharma god naturally also sensed the ripples of the dragon of time, and couldn't help but shift his eyes towards the long river of time. And his massive body directly disappeared within the long river of time. This little dragon. I'll protect it. As soon as these words came out, all of these concerned eyes retreated. Going up against the plague Dharma god, because of a dragon of time and space? It didn't seem like a wise move. The true asterisk dragon of time and space hiding in the upper reaches of the long river of time, India's eyes flowed out of his eyes. AI. Really, India's. If only he had been able to be bailed out like Qin Fang in the first place, he wouldn't have been so miserable, And the Divine Beast clan wouldn't have been so miserable, Envy. Real name Envy. I wonder which period this brat traveled to. Don't change the history too much. 5 million years ago, Qin Fang maintained his original form of the dragon of time and space, and descended onto a gigantic mountain in the sky, as if it was a giant pillar in the heavens. This mountain was a rare feng shui treasure with giant trees, and when he inhaled a breath of air, Qin Fang felt a sense of floating. Ding. You have arrived at the Heaven's Destiny continent 5 million years ago. Ding. Please pay attention to the countdown. Qin Fang checked his own attributes. Perhaps because of the folding back of time in the past. Qin Fang's attributes? It was only at the level of 1 billion. Barely an ordinary deity level. Far from an intermediate deity. Snap. Qin Fang swept off a huge tree not far away with his giant tail, feeling his own power. And only after grasping his own strength 7 to 8, did he survey the surroundings. Thud. At the top of the mountain peak, Qin Fang felt the fluctuation of divine power, as if some terrifying existences were fighting with each other. The ripples of divine power seemed like ripples on the surface of a lake, constantly stirring. Qin Fang swam his body and advanced towards the top of the mountain peak. If you counted the time, nowadays, deities had just been born. As for the Divine Beast clan, at the very least, it would still be 10,000 years before they were born. So even if Qin Fang was the body of the dragon of time and space, he could still completely disguise himself as one of the ancient deities. After all, in the entire Heaven's Destiny continent right now, there were only innate deities. And innate deities? Which one of them was not strange? Qin Fang's disguise? It was expected that it wouldn't be seen. The top of the mountain peak, as if it was a huge platform, was forcefully leveled by the 2 fighting deities. As if it was a huge platform. Space? It looks like your strength has improved a lot during this period of time. But wanting to defeat me? It's still impossible. The one who spoke. It was an inexplicable creature with golden yellow-colored sharp horns on its head. As if it was a human, but with the characteristics of an innate race. Golden yellow-colored scales covered the whole body, and countless Tao texts were densely covered, giving people the feeling that it was very esoteric. His body was as high as 3 meters, counting as a small giant in general. And his fighting style was wide open. The most let Qin Fang feel shocked is his eyes. For pupils, quietly me arrangement. Let a person look at a glance, namely addicted to it. Qin Fang stated that he did not recognize it himself, but he still activated the Eye of Time to check the identity of this person. Buzzing. The void above the head of the dragon of time abruptly condensed an eye of shadow with the essence of the river of time. And with just one glance, a system beep sounded in Qin Fang's mind. Ding. The Eye of Time is in the process of exploration. Ding. Exploration successful. Name, Heavenly Raccoon. Profile. The only creature conceived by heaven's mandate. Born with the power of a deity. Race, innate deity. Strength, 100 million. Agility, 100 million. Spirit, 100 million. Physique, 100 million. To be honest, this attribute really wasn't that great. Qin Fang suddenly frowned. Why did he feel that this name? It was a bit familiar. But he couldn't recall it all of a sudden. Hee. Heavenly Raccoon. Your strength isn't weak either. You're actually able to be even with me. The one who spoke. Qin Fang recognized, and was very impressed. This was properly the Shadow of Space's own youthful moment. It was simply carved out of the same mold as his later on. This flat mountain peak flat ground. That is, the God of Space used the God of Space to chip out. Qin Fang once again probed his attributes with the eye of time and space. Upon seeing that the God of Space only had a mere 100 million attributes at the moment, Qin Fang's heart couldn't help but have bad thoughts. Qin Fang marred. Let you bully me within the spatial channel. This time, the wind and water have turned. Haven't they? Revenge does not come overnight. Qin Fang's Dragon of Time and Space instantly threw out the skill, Temporal Acceleration, descending beside the God of Space at an extremely fast speed, causing him to be unable to react at all. The God of Space was startled, sensing that something was wrong, and hurriedly opened his spatial rift, wanting to escape. But in the next second, Qin Fang activated a brand new skill, Time Rewind. The God of Space's rift healed at an extremely fast speed, and the leg that had originally stepped out, it also retracted inexplicably. And in the end, the God of Space was as if it was a wooden statue made of stone, and the powerful tail of the Dragon of Time and Space swept viciously over the body of the God of Space. Poof! The God of Space suffered such a heavy blow. The whole person immediately flew backwards. In the air began to vomit blood. In its huge eyes, they were filled with fear of Qin Fang. This power? It was simply not something he could resist. But why? Why? Why did this person attack him all of a sudden? This one? Where did he come from? Do I know you? This slap? It's a bit spiteful. The golden-scaled creature with the lofty horns. A trace of scorn appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't help but lean 2 steps towards the position of the God of Space. This guy is very strong. It is estimated that himself and the God of Space joining hands is not his opponent. The Heavenly Raccoon and the God of Space appeared to be fighting, but they were actually sparring. These two together from this mountain peak was conceived, counted as neighbors, from the beginning of the birth to the present day, but only 1,000 years of light. These two all stay together, from time to time, fighting too. Enlightenment on how to better explore their own potential. This time, the arrival of Qin Fang, an outsider, and the display of such a strong strength, instantly made them share the same enemy. Who are you? We don't know you at all. The Heavenly Raccoon, God of Space, didn't want to be beaten up for no reason, so they used their words to try to find out Qin Fang's reality. Space, Heavenly Raccoon, you guys fight on top of the mountain every day, making a lot of noise, and causing me to even advance my attributes. This is an unforgivable sin. Today, I'm going to clean you guys up and let you know the price of angering me. Qin Fang used the scene of this place to create a native identity for himself without any panic. And then, wrapped in fury, he impacted the two gods. Facing Qin Fang's attack, the Heavenly Raccoon, the God of Space immediately joined forces, wanting to reach Qin Fang together. I'll give you defense. As the Heavenly Raccoon's words fell, the scales throughout his body instantly flickered with golden light, condensing a touch of illusory armor that covered the Dragon of Space's body, allowing his defense to be raised. In the next second, the unicorn horn on top of the Sky Raccoon's head began to splinter, as if it was intertwined with thunder, and thud, as if an arrow-like light shot out, extremely fast, wanting to strike where Qin Fang's head was. Time retardation. Qin Fang's body immediately opened a time retardation field in front of him, although this arrow was fast. But as soon as it entered the retardation field, it seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to move at all. Qin Fang easily dodged it, and was unable to cause any damage to him. Qin Fang easily dodged it, and was unable to cause any damage to him at all. The Sky Raccoon was horrified. This attack has been regarded as his must-kill. Even the God of Space so fast, sometimes not necessarily be able to avoid. This guy is how to do it. It feels a bit unreal. The Sky Raccoon wanted to get close. But once he entered Qin Fang's slow field, he became a meat target. Just 10 seconds. That is to say, received 100 punches from Qin Fang. The whole person was beaten up. In front of his eyes are small stars, for pupils are lax. This is Qin Fang's dreadfulness. From the time the Heavenly Raccoon released his skills to the close combat, in just 10 seconds, that is, he became a puddle on the ground, basically difficult to move. The God of Space was only a step slow. That is, he saw the violently beaten Heavenly Raccoon, which made his heart uncontrollably timid, and he hesitantly didn't dare to go forward. In the end, the God of Space took one look at the miserable state of the Heavenly Raccoon, and then looked at the perverted strength of the Dragon of Time and Space. He still rushed up. God of Space, even if he was to be beaten, he had to join the Sky Raccoon. Thus, 10 seconds later, on top of the platform at the top of the mountain, there was another puddle of mud. Qin Fang had pressed the two of them to the ground and beat them violently, and his mood was really soothed. Senior, dare I ask if you are out of breath? The Heavenly Raccoon slightly regained his senses and possessed a trace of qi. Sitting up from the ground with great difficulty, and sincerely inquired. To be honest, the Heavenly Raccoon, who had been brutally beaten, had also figured it out. Yeah, maybe it was really because they were wrong. After all, in the light of these 1,000 years, these two had been having such a battle almost every few days, disturbing the other divine spirit Taoists and causing people's emergence to be brought forward. So it was justifiable for them to receive a beating. As innate deities, these two cannot know. The longer the incubation time within the eggshell, the stronger the hatching out of the strength. For example, the Heavenly Raccoon, when it was first hatched, its attributes were only about 90 million. And only after fighting with the God of Space and tapping into its potential did it allow its attributes to break through 100 million. The difficulties involved? It can be said to be incomparably difficult. The Sky Raccoon has also seen, just hatched out with 200 million attributes. Let him envious. But this does not look on the Sky Raccoon, the God of Space. Such waste. Flying away, looking for other innate deities exchange. As for this slender body, bellied born 5 claws, strange shape of the guy, is even more remarkable. Just out of the world. Even have 1 billion attributes? This has to save how much effort, If it is not because of itself and space itself woke him upwards? Maybe people hatch out normally? Attributes can break 10 billion? Therefore, the Heavenly Raccoon thought that this beating should be taken. Humph. Qin Fang snorted arrogantly, and an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. How about collect 2 little brothers? Qin Fang, It was hard to believe that something like collecting divine grade ores? He still had to do it himself? These 2 little brothers? He would collect them. You guys woke me up and made my innate origin incomplete. That is, you are considered to have made karma with me and need to repay it. Qin Fang spoke so in a profound manner, lulling with the power of karma. Didn't he know that the god of karma was now awakened? Heavenly Raccoon heard this. Do not need to Qin Fang again to guide down. Directly Bright Eyes said, Seniors, you and I 3 today is not to fight. And we were born with this mountain peak. Or not. Today, we will become a golden orchid. And from now on, we will share the same sorrows and sufferings. And we will break into this heavenly fate world together. What do you think? God of Space, my head can't turn the corner, Just now, he severely beat us up. Why do we have to call ourselves brothers with him now? Although the God of Space was indignant in his heart, he did not refute the words of the Heavenly Raccoon to his face. After all, this 1,000 years of living together, the God of Space has been accustomed to the Heavenly Raccoon as the main. Everything is to let him take the idea. HM? It can be. Qin Fang pretended to think for a while, and reluctantly agreed. Since we are on the same mountain, it makes sense to be sworn brothers. Then from today onwards, you are our big brother. I still don't know how big brother is called. The Heavenly Raccoon also did not say anything about him, and the God of Space being the first to awaken, and should be the big brother, and directly recognized Qin Fang as his big brother. This was his attitude. Qin Fang, this kid is not bad, doing things that make him comfortable, God of Space and Time. The Heavenly Raccoon. The God of Space and Time immediately looked at each other, and sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. This, surprisingly, it was the God of Time? No wonder the two of them couldn't take a single advantage in the battle just now. I see. What Big Brother used just now was the power of time. I said, why do I feel as if I'm stuck in a quagmire? The Heavenly Raccoon had a thoughtful look on his face. Big Brother? You really are my big brother. The god of space was excited at that moment. Time? Space? In a way? No separation. This was his true big brother. As for the Sky Raccoon, they have to step aside. There's no other way. Within time? Containing the laws of space. If his good elder brother was willing to instruct him, perhaps his strength could progress very quickly. Heavenly Raccoon. Space. Since you address me as good big brother, I can't let you suffer. Qin Fang immediately took out 2 bottles of divine-grade potions glittering with starlight from the ring of the Golden Dragon, which were specially purchased from the time merchants, belonging to the products of the later generations, capable of enhancing the attributes of the ancient deities. For the ancient deities of the later generations, the enhancement was not great. It was around the level of 100 million. But for the present-day Heavenly Raccoon, the god of space, this was definitely the greatest tonic. A divine potion of sorts. Big brother? What is this thing? I feel a sea of power from it. Big brother? I can barely control my body. This thing. It's fatally tempting to me. This was the instinctive reaction of the Heavenly Raccoon, the god of space. Qin Fang casually tossed it to them. This is a full attribute potion. After taking it, it should be able to double your attributes. This is something I encountered by chance when I was swimming in the long river of time. Hurry up and take it. This is also considered as a meeting gift from me as a big brother to you. Qin Fang did not explain in too much detail. The Heavenly Raccoon, the god of space, could no longer control his instincts and immediately devoured it. The infinite starlight was like a cocoon, wrapping the second god up. And within the cocoon, the infinite light bloomed and introverted, allowing the attributes of the second god to continuously increase. Seeing the second god absorbing the power of the potion, Qin Fang didn't urge him on, but instead wandered around the mountain peaks, probing if there were any god-grade ores. Not to mention, this search immediately caused Qin Fang's jaw to drop in shock. This god-grade material? It was like sand. Endless. Take 2 steps? One would be able to see it. Qin Fang, teacherly evil. Honestly not deceiving me. After a long time, the Heavenly Raccoon, the god of space, awakened and sensed the attributes that reached 200 million, and was surprised. Rushing to find Qin Fang, they shared the good news with him and thanked him in passing. Your strength is still too weak, so you should hurry up and raise your strength. By the way, I need this kind of small ore. I wonder if you guys over the years, have you collected it? Chapter 717, Comprehending the 7 Emotional Forces. The Heavenly Raccoon, the god of space, was surprised when he heard that the god of time needed these small stones. Big brother, these small stones are all over the entire Qixia mountain. Do we still need to collect them on purpose? The god of space expressed that he didn't quite understand. This thing? It could be called a waste product. Right. Big brother. What are you doing? The Heavenly Raccoon was also somewhat incomprehensible. Qin Fang was astonished. What? What did you say? What is this place? At this moment, Qin Fang was as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. Mount Qixia? You're saying that this is Mount Qixia? How is that possible? Isn't this a joke? The Qixia mountain of the latter days? It's not like I've never been there before. Where is it so high up in the clouds? No. The Mount Qixia in the latter days was so short. It couldn't have anything to do with these two. It couldn't have been forcibly flattened by them during the constant battles. Qin Fang, there is really such a possibility. Well, big brother, once this place reaches evening, the evening sunlight in the sky covers the sky, as if it was woven by the 9-colored void nymphs. It is splendid and incomparable. So the two of us call this place Mount Qixia, the place where the evening sunlight resides. Qin Fang, the two of you are quite literate. After knowing the reason, Qin Fang did not say anything. He only slandered in his heart. If I let you guys know in the future that this Mount Qixia will become the dojo of the human emperor in the future, how would your moods be like? Don't ask. Help me go collect. I need a large amount of this. By the way, I'll teach you guys how to tell the difference. These ones that contain less divine power, I'll classify them as legendary grade. And this kind that contains more divine power, I'll classify them as god grade. and I'll classify them as God grade and above. Sky Raccoon. The god of space understood at once. Alright, big brother. We are here to help you collect them. At this moment, the heavenly raccoon, god of space, was truly treating Qin Fang as a good big brother. After all, he had even given them all the items within the long river of time to use, allowing their strength to skyrocket by a factor of 2 in a single day. What kind of atmosphere was this? To know that the two of them had only increased their attributes by about 10 million in 1,000 years of light. This 100 million attributes? It would take them 10,000 years of light and constant effort to reach it. Qin Fang watched the heavenly raccoon, the god of space, leave, before summoning Little Black's doppelganger and throwing the divine grade ores he had collected everywhere to him. Little Blackie, work hard and help me purify it. When I achieve divine artisan, your original body will be able to completely awaken. Even though the dragon of time and space was Qin Fang's second profession, Xiao Hei's original body was still disowned, and he would only be able to awaken when Qin Fang's first profession, blacksmithing, broke through the divine level. After throwing all these materials to Little Black, Qin Fang then plopped down on his knees and began to think about a brand new forging method. What should it be? From the Divine Beast clan, Qin Fang had learnt many innovative forging methods. And from the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, Qin Fang had also learnt a brand new forging method. But the forging method that belonged to him? And what was it? Like a stone sculpture, Qin Fang began to dissect the essence of forging. Forging is nothing but a 4-step process: tempering, fusion, engraving of inscriptions, and the final product. If you refine it again, it is the power contained within the ore, through the removal of impurities, leaving the essence, and then mixing the essence, so that they produce qualitative changes from the quantitative changes on both sides. Engraving inscriptions, guiding the output of the internal power, and ultimately become a brand new object. Every step in this process was crucial. So, a brand new forge? Should it be built around these steps? Or should these steps be discarded? One must know that the human race's forging method had already undergone nearly 3 million years of evolution. Cumbersome steps, simplified steps, every move, basically refined and giving corrections. Qin Fang wanted to push the boundaries. Difficult. As for Licia, this was an absolute demon, inducing the contained emotional power within the low-grade ores, allowing its quality to continuously rise, eventually forging a divine weapon from bronze. This kind of devilish craftsmanship, the means to seize the creation of heaven and earth? It was definitely called pushing the boundaries. Qin Fang was a little confused about the path beneath his feet. The heavenly raccoon, the god of space, had collected for 3 days and 3 nights, discarding all the divine grade ores in a clearing not far from the god of time, as if it was a brand new colorful peak. Second brother, let's go fight some more. Our hands are really itching to do so. The god of space looked at the sky raccoon and rubbed his hands together. The god of time was the elder brother? Then you, Sky Raccoon? Naturally, you were relegated to second brother. The battles between these two gods had already become customary, and it was really unaccustomed to suddenly not doing anything anymore. Over these 1,000 years, as long as the strength of the two had improved, they would all make a date to fight. Not to mention this time, the strength of the two had grown so much. Good. I've wanted to try something for a long time. Be careful. I might have awakened an unimaginable skill. Hey, are you the only one who has improved? My progress is also great. The heavenly raccoon and the god of space looked at each other, and both smiled mysteriously, both wanting to give the other a good look. And in the midst of a scenario where Qin Fang seemed to be in the midst of enlightenment, the two gods danced down from the top of the mountain and fought at the foot of the mountain. Heavenly raccoon swallows the sky. Space slashing. Earth shakes. Space wanders. The fluctuations of the battle between these two gods awoke Qin Fang with a helpless sigh. Qin Fang had been pondering for 3 days and still had no clue. He was really unable to think of a brand new forging method. These two gods? Fighting again? Can really be battle maniacs. Qin Fang couldn't help but look downwards. After their attributes soared, the destructive power of these two gods' battles were also rising. Rules blooming between every move. Great Tao clashing. Endless light and splendor stirring. And the foot of the mountain, which was originally full of immortal aura, was tossed into a mess by them. Not bad. Not bad. Third brother, your progress is also great. AI. Still can't compare to second brother. And I lost miserably by one move in the end. This time, the second god could be considered to have had a good time fighting. And his control of his own strength in the middle of the battle had gone up a level. Big brother? You're awake. The heavenly raccoon noticed Qin Fang's gaze, and couldn't help but fly and greet him. Well, my strength has progressed a lot. But I still can't slack off in the matter of cultivation. This is the innate deity cultivation method that I have just worked out. You guys can refer to it. Qin Fang pulled out 2 pamphlets from the golden dragon's ring, and handed them to the heavenly raccoon and the god of space respectively. This was a cultivation method summarized by the ancient deities of the later generations, capable of quickly recovering their previous peak strength after death. This thing? Naturally. It was also produced by the time and space merchants. The heavenly raccoon, the god of space, merely watched it for a glance. That is, he was so engrossed in it that he couldn't help but sit down on his knees and start cultivating. This was quite powerful. The gale swept through. The heavenly Tao resonated. The rule fragments were vaguely present, and countless breaths converged from all directions, integrating into the body of the 2 gods. Every second, the strength of this second god was increasing. Qin Fang staggered. Marred. Truly envious. At the current rate, perhaps in just 100 years, the attributes of these 2 gods would be able to break through 1 billion, and be on par with him now. All this ancient god's cultivation method. Qin Fang cultivated it with the body of the dragon of time and space, but was unable to mobilize the rule power. A divine beast clan? Wanting to enhance their strength. It was more difficult. One of the points, namely devouring ores that contained divine power, cherished medicinal herbs, etc. With the way the gods directly extracted rule power from the heavens and earth. It's a far cry from the way deities directly extract rule power from the heavens and earth. And because the divine beast race's emergence was relatively slow, these precious divine ores, medicinal herbs and so on, by the time they were born, they had basically been scavenged by the innate deities, which led to the slow progress of their strength. Qin Fang controlled the dragon of time and space to try something, but in the end, it was a failure. With the rank of the dragon of time and space, it was unable to directly fuse these ores and herbs to enhance its own strength. These ores seemed to be impurities, while Qin Fang was a pure diamond in the rough. Once integrated, instead of allowing Qin Fang's strength to increase, it would also cause his strength to decrease. It was very difficult for the dragon of time and space to raise its own strength. It could only do so by fusing broken fragments of time within the river of time. But the broken time fragments, for so many years, had also basically all been devoured by the true asterisk dragon of time and space, basically not leaving Qin Fang with the slightest bit. Qin Fang had no choice but to protect these 2, seeing that the 2 gods were continuously cultivating and the commotion was getting louder and louder. The innate deities around this immortal mountain were all startled and got up, wanting to know what was going on. This was like, everyone is begging for food with a broken bowl. If you suddenly live a life of fine clothes and food, these surrounding deities would definitely have to come and take a look. Either they're going to rob you, or you're going to have to share with us why you're living a life of luxury. Watching you enjoy your happiness anyway? It's worse than killing me. Thus, 7 or 8 of the innate deities descended on this place, and were not surprised. The innate deities at the top of this mountain? How did their strength grow so rapidly? Originally, they still wanted to coerce, but now they see that they can only change their attitude. Oh, this heavenly raccoon. Space when I first saw it? But the degree of the early stage of the deity. How now? Took such a big step forward? Next to the Qixia mountain. The number of deities born out of it is also quite allotted. At one time, they also bullied the heavenly raccoon and space duo, although the strength of their 2 gods was the lowest. It weak is the original sin. Sky raccoon. Space this 1,000 years so hard to cultivate. There is also an aspect of the external factors are too harsh. As for recognizing the god of time as his elder brother, there are also considerations in this regard. After all, they're 2 gods? Too weak, and have been bullied all along. Yeah. The sense of oppression they give me is really too strong. This was a bird-bodied, human-faced fellow with attributes that could barely break 100 million. 1,000 years ago, he had once bullied the heavenly raccoon. Space. At this moment, he was a little shivering. In these 1,000 years, his strength had no growth, while the heavenly raccoon, Space's strength doubled. In case he was retaliated against? How can he resist awe? No. Something is wrong. There must be something wrong with this. These innate deities were all holding back a bellyful of bad water. And with a glance of their eyes, they instantly understood what each of them were thinking. Heavenly Raccoon. Space, you wantonly disturbed the scenery of Mount Chixia. Hurry up and make amends. Right. Not only disturbing the scenery, but also interfering with our cultivation. Make amends. Mard. You too? How dare you still dare to cultivate? You're really a toast. But not a punishment. These innate deities seem to have agreed. And at the same time, they struck out at the Sky Raccoon. Space, bound to interrupt them. You guys? It seems to be a little too rampant. Qin Fang originally didn't want to cause trouble. But, time retardation domain. Qin Fang's silhouette was like a ghost, descending in front of these 8 innate deities as if at the speed of light, and began a ravaging like slaughter. If it wasn't for the evil god's instructions not to allow him to change history too much. At this moment, Qin Fang would have wanted to kill these 8 innate deities completely. You guys? Damn. Qin Fang moved to kill. And these innate deities immediately fell into an ice cave, as if their blood veins were about to condense. Just now, Qin Fang had already probed their attributes. And the common attributes were hovering around 100 million. 200 million yet. Not too strong. Ah. My head? It seems like it's been blown up. Grass. My arm. Broken. Big brother. Gently, ah. Who are you? Why can't I move? Where's the big god from? Please spare us. Such voices begging for forgiveness constantly rang out. These innate deities liked to bully the weak. But that didn't mean they were stupid. Facing a big brother like Qin Fang? Begging for mercy was the right way to go. Qin Fang cleaned them up ruthlessly like a kicking ball. And then forcefully forced them to hand over a drop of their essence blood. Sign a contract, and become his subordinates from then on. Note, this divine-grade contract was also purchased from a time and space merchant. Senior, you are certainly powerful, but don't bully the gods too much. We are also equipped with fire. Right. This kind of slave contract. We will definitely not sign it. Right. Or else, you can just kill us. This was a slave contract, Once it was signed, one would become Qin Fang's slave from then on. It was equivalent to a contract of sale. These innate deities were fools to sign it. Oh, since you guys won't sign it, then go to hell. Qin Fang didn't spoil them, and directly threw the most powerful prick amongst them within the river of time. A super god level was barely able to survive within the long river of time for a period of time. Beyond a super god level, even more so. They were able to ignore the river of time. But for god levels, this river of time was like a poison that picked at the bones. As soon as they entered it, their bodies were corroded. In the light of an incense stick, the deity disappeared without a trace and became dust. The fate of the heavens has just opened. The gods have just been born. The so-called legend of immortality? It hasn't been forged yet. The divine abyss? It hadn't even begun to be forged yet. According to Qin Fang's memories, it seemed that after the first heavenly emperor took the throne, he recovered the 10,000 gods, and only then did he begin to build the divine spirit abyss to consolidate his rule. This divine spirit abyss was not just another pit. However, the gods were still willing to do so. If you guys still don't sign it, I don't mind continuing to send you on your way to the afterlife. Qin Fang grinned. But the sinister coldness in this caused every innate deity to chill. Submission? I am willing to submit. Senior, please also give me the contract. I want to make a contract. Master, give me the contract. These innate deities looked hardened just now. But when they truly encountered the crisis of death, each and every one of them were quite sensible. Qin Fang looked at his newly acquired 7 minions with satisfaction, and was still quite pleased in his heart. Go to all corners of heaven's destiny. Help me collect these divine-grade ores. I need a lot of them. That's right. Help me collect them for 500 years. And I can let you all go free. But only if you can't be sneaky. Although Qin Fang was smiling as he spoke, he was like a demon, making these innate deities shudder. All right. My lord. Please be good. I'll go. I'll go now. Who dared to stay beside Qin Fang? These 7 innate deities left at the first opportunity. Their destinies were not their own, and they could only keep working hard. Qin Fang put away these 7 contracts with satisfaction. And then he transformed into a stone tire, and once again speculated on how to get out of the brand new forging path. unbeknownst to him. All of this was seen in the eyes of the heavenly raccoon, causing a trace of a different mind to rise in his heart while he was grateful. As if, this kind of feeling is very good. Oh, these deities, if they were all united? Only now their own strength is still very low. It is better to work hard to improve their own strength. The sky raccoon, the god of space, began to cultivate hard, absorbing and melting the power of rules, his attributes soaring. A decade of light passed, and Qin Fang's mood began to get irritated. In these 10 years, the divine level materials in Qixia Mountain were piled up more and more, and even became a small mountain. Little Black looked at this mountain and rolled his eyes. But Qin Fang froze without forging for a single moment, and was even a bit godly. Forging? Can you extract the impurities specifically? What about forging impurities? If we were to forge the impurities, will it be able to succeed? Will this be a brand new forging method? Well, if one were to strike these materials with heavenly lightning, would it be possible to quench the impurities? This method? Is it considered a brand new forging method? No. No. This is also just changing one of the steps. In these 10 years, Qin Fang did not leave Mount Qixia. And what he did in his daily life was, from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, constantly thinking about it every now and then sitting on the top of the clouds, experiencing the brand new forging method. Second brother? What is Big Brother doing? Why do I feel like he's showing signs of going a bit crazy? The god of space was a little scared. Yesterday, Qin Fang had actually revealed a weird smile at him and muttered under his breath, "If you forge equipment with the core of a deity, I don't know if it can succeed." This moment directly scared the god of space half to death. And even now, when he thought about it, he was cautious. I don't know either. But there should be a reason. The heavenly raccoon also said that he didn't understand. But it should be useful. By the way, in helping Big Brother enslave some innate deities and collect more divine grade or materials. In the light of these 10 years, the heavenly raccoon, god of space's strength had officially broken through 400 million, counted as a powerhouse amongst the deities. As long as there was a deity that had just set foot on Mount Qixia, basically all of them had been signed by them into a contract of slavery, forcing them to let them search for the divine grade ores. Because of the heavenly raccoon, the god of space's strength has risen too quickly. So many deities have come here in admiration, wanting to ask for ways to raise their strength. But what awaits them? All of them were mental slavery contracts from the god of time. The 1,000 god-level enslavement talismans that Qin Fang had purchased from the time merchants had surprisingly all been used up within 10 years. One could imagine how rare this cultivation method was. The heavenly raccoon wasn't a fool either. As long as they were enslaved, he taught the cultivation method to increase their strength. Gradually a small power with the heavenly raccoon as the center and Qin Fang as the supreme emperor had taken shape. The most crucial thing was that the heavenly raccoon's talent was really not low. He had actually mobilized the power of the rules of heaven's mandate based on the enslavement contract that Qin Fang had given her, and had successfully copied it. It was almost indistinguishable from the genuine article. Space? The abyss recorded in this cultivation method? Do you know what it is? Regarding the abyss, this was the point that Sky Raccoon was most puzzled about. No, I don't know. But it seems like the abyss can rapidly increase our strength. Or what? Let's go look for it. The god of space also asked tentatively. He had long wanted to leave Mount Qixia to have some fun. To be honest, the god of space was truly afraid. He was afraid that one day, Big Brother would suddenly go crazy and take his divine spirit core and forge it. What about Big Brother? Just let him be like this? I'm always uneasy. The heavenly raccoon looked towards Qin Fang. You're silly. With Big Brother's strength, so far who is able to cause harm to him? It would be better for us to take the initiative to search for the abyss. If we are able to find it, we will also be able to return in and guard Big Brother. Well, it is also possible. The god of space, the heavenly raccoon, agreed instantly, and immediately left Mount Qixia, traveling throughout the entire heavenly destiny. At this stage, there were no other figures in the entire heaven's destiny other than the 10,000 or so innate deities, and it was unknown whether they were being conceived or had yet to be created. In the 11th year, Qin Fang began forging. Although he hadn't comprehended a brand new forging method, he hadn't forgotten what teacher Licia had said about comprehending the 7 emotional powers and breaking through to the divine level once again. Legendary grade materials. Xiao He had long since purified a large batch of them, just waiting for Qin Fang to forge them. Within the secret room, this was purposely constructed by Qin Fang after he had measured up on Qixio. This place was simply a natural forging place. The center point of the mountain fire. The temperature of the flames was extremely high. Even if it was a god-grade material, it would not take long for it to melt. As for the forging table, Qin Fang intended to build it with top god-level ores. And after these 10 years of refining, the forging table had also been built. Everything was in place. All we needed was the east wind. Another 10 years. Qin Fang had successfully comprehended the sixth emotion power, anxiety. These 20 years, Qin Fang was anxious enough. Every day, even when he was forging, Qin Fang had to ponder for a while on how he could step out on a completely new path. For 10 years, the heavenly raccoon, the god of space, did not return. But instead, the materials of the divine level piled up more and more. And Qin Fang was happy to do so. Qin Fang had returned 5 million years ago to learn about forging, not to travel. 20 years passed again in the blink of an eye. With great difficulty, Qin Fang had comprehended the seventh type of emotional power, happiness. During these 40 years of forging, a beautiful figure always surfaced in Qin Fang's mind. It was the figure of Xue Qing'er. And when he thought of her, a smile always unconsciously surfaced at the corners of Qin Fang's mouth. It was also considered a different kind of bittersweetness. With all 7 emotional powers comprehended, Qin Fang couldn't help but start thinking, was he going to become a god? If he became a god, he could achieve the divine position of an emotion godsmith. And since the so-called emotion god craftsman, Li Evil did not exist in this era, he could become a god without fear. Qin Fang had pondered over this question for a year, unable to reach a decision in his heart. In the end, Qin Fang still decided to become a god. If you don't become a god, you are all ants. If you become a god, you are entering a whole new world. And you might be able to have a whole new understanding. Chapter 718, finally becoming an emotional god craftsman, the terrifying talent of the heavenly raccoon. Becoming a god. This was not difficult for Qin Fang. During these 40 years, Qin Fang had been forging legendary level equipment, comprehending the brand new emotion force, and occasionally forging divine artifacts. Each time he had gone all out and used his own level of forging, not relying on failure to forge. Thousandfold return to reap unlimited harvests of equipment. It was no exaggeration to say that the realm of the legendary level had been penetrated by Qin Fang. Qin Fang's forging success rate had risen from around 30% in the beginning to 90%, reaching 96% in the highest year. During these years, strange and bizarre equipment drawings often surfaced in Qin Fang's mind. Bursting with impossible equipment, they were also forged by Qin Fang one by one, becoming a reality. These were all guarantees that his forging level was constantly progressing, in order to ensure that he comprehended the 7 emotional powers. For so many years, Qin Fang had not even broken through to demigod. In his previous life, Qin Fang had felt that becoming a god was very difficult. But at this moment, after he had comprehended the 7 emotional forces, it was quite like a watery blend. These 7 emotional forces, as if they were 7-colored light, were slowly melting together. Forging experience? That is, it was his nutrients, able to speed up their fusion. Qin Fang understood that when he truly forged a semi-divine artifact that belonged to him, these 7 emotional forces would be able to fuse together to become an early-stage divine position. And when Qin Fang succeeded in forging a divine artifact, he would be considered to have stepped into the threshold of the divine level, truly becoming a god. Ding dong. Qin Fang attempted to forge a semi-divine artifact with a legendary grade equipment, first allowing the 7 emotional forces in his body to merge. Dang. Qin Fang was quenching the impurities within the ore. These 40 years of light had allowed Qin Fang to realize one thing. Although it was convenient and pure to have little black help purify the ore, the lack of this step was really not a good thing for the forger, which meant that the forger would not be able to have a precise grasp of the material. After all, every piece of ore was different. Even the same ore from the same pit had different emotions. Some were greed, some were evil, some were unusual hearts, and some were. These were Qin Fang's realizations. Over the years, he had been able to feel the emotions of the ores, able to initially mobilize the emotions of the ores, and also understood why teacher Li Xia had been able to make ordinary materials burst out with so much power. Emotional forging method? It's not trivial. At this moment, Qin Fong had only touched a tiny bit of skin. Thud. Each of Qin Fong's hammers landed at a different point. This way, the impurities in the ore can be quenched better. And the ore can breathe better. That's right. Breathe. Or, just like life, it has to be taken seriously. Qin Fong's every hammer was like communicating with the ore, chatting with the living beings inside, feeling their emotions, and at the same time letting his own emotions be transmitted to them, creating a kind of resonance. This kind of resonance could greatly enhance the success rate of forging, and also enable the equipment forged by Qin Fong to possess a brand new, extraordinary skill. For example, if Qin Fong sent out an evil emotion, when this emotional equipment was finally successful, it would most likely have a powerful skill attached to it regarding evil. If it was a joyful emotion that was passed on, it was very likely that it would be attached with a refreshing healing skill for the whole group. These were all wonderful uses of the power of emotions. After so many years, to be honest, although Qin Fong had thought about other forges, he had thought about emotional blacksmithing the most. Ding! This was the ore responding to Qin Fong, resonating with him. As for the impurities, they were also continuously extruded within this resonance, shrinking in size. In the end, 70 to 80 pure ores that shone with a 7-colored light were born in Qin Fong's hands. Among these, Qin Fong spent 7 days of light. In the past, Qin Fong would never have wasted such a long time on quenching the materials. But now, he felt that it was worth it, because the process of purifying the materials allowed him to know each and every piece of ore like the back of his hand, paving the way for his subsequent forging to be successful. What Qin Fong was going to forge was a forging hammer, an emotional forging hammer that belonged uniquely to him. This piece of forging hammer would become Qin Fong's exclusive divine weapon. Thud. The first hammer fell, and a terrifying yolk-colored light merged into it. This was the emotion of Lu, which was infused by Qin Fong and carried in special materials. Thud. The second hammer fell. Dead red-colored light erupted, 100 feet high and low. This was the emotion of anger. Thud. The third hammer fell. A light as turquoise blue as the surface of a lake blossomed. This was the emotion of joy. Thud. The fourth hammer fell. With each hammer, Qin Fong was able to infuse one of the special emotional forces. And these materials were emitting different emotions and carrying different materials. The more Qin Fong forged, the faster his speed increased. However, each step was carried out methodically without any missteps. This was Qin Fong's self-confidence. And it was also the result of his constant pondering and condensing in his mind. Melting oregon, sensing emotions, fusing ores. This step was still difficult for Qin Fong. After all, Qin Fong needed to perfectly fuse these 7 different emotions and perfectly fuse so many materials. This was also a small challenge for Qin Fong. Thud. Thud. Knock. The process of fusion was very tedious. And at this moment, if a normal blacksmith were to see the scene, he would involuntarily sigh and shake his head. Can't do it. Simply can't do it. Thunk. With another fierce hammer, a double-colored light burst out from the forging table. This meant that Qin Fong had successfully fused the 2 emotional powers. Thud. Triple-colored light. Thud. 5-colored radiance. Dang. 7-colored light burst out perfectly. So many materials were perfectly fused by Qin Fong, and the 7 different emotional forces were fused together. At the same time, the divine positions within Qin Fong's sea of consciousness were also fusing at an extremely fast speed, and then intertwined together, as if they were fused icebergs. Ding! The divine bits are about to initially fuse. Please continue forging. Such a system tone rang out. Qin Fong was so preoccupied that it was as if he had not heard it. Dang! 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 The emotional forging method did not require engraving inscriptions to invoke the power within, as emotions themselves were a type of inscription. As the forging hammer gradually took shape, the aura emanating from Qin Fong's body became more and more esoteric, and his mood became more and more serene, entering a special state. Dang! This hammer fell, and within this 7-colored light there was a vague flow of the power of the 8th emotion, and an 8th colored light was born. At this kind of moment, Qin Fong unexpectedly comprehended another brand new emotion. Qin Fong was immersed in this state, unable to extricate himself. Hee. Second brother. Something's not right. 40 years. The sky raccoons and space returned. However, As soon as they returned, they instantly sensed the existence of a special force being nurtured in the belly of the mountain, as if it was a new birth of a god. And the commotion wasn't small. Only the breath of the god of time was not perceived. God of space, huh? Can't it be that this Mount Chisha has been stolen from its home? Sky Raccoon, no. Something's not right. Where's Big Brother? Where's his scent? Is it hard to believe that he's gone to play too? Not being able to sense the scent of the god of time, the two gods followed the trail of this strand and stepped into Qin Fang's forge. Upon seeing such a scene, the second god was inevitably confused, expressing his incomprehension. This being's appearance? There seemed to be something strange about it. And what was he doing? And most crucially, why was there a Big Brother's aura on his body? These questions haunted the minds of the two gods. And the god of space just wanted to step forward to interrupt Qin Fang's forging and ask some questions, but was stopped by the Heavenly Raccoon. When the Heavenly Raccoon saw this scene, it was as if his mind was turning over, with endless auras appearing, vaguely as if he had caught something that was vital to him. Although the god of space didn't understand, he could only lie on the side and wait patiently. As for the Heavenly Raccoon, it was copying Qin Fang's movements and seemed to want to forge as well. Qin Fang did not perceive the arrival of the Heavenly Raccoon. Space, and at the moment, he was immersed in his own world. Dang. The eighth type of emotional power was perfectly comprehended by Qin Fang and successfully integrated into the forging. Click. Qin Fang's forging suddenly paused twice, seemingly in thought. 10 minutes. Qin Fang once again dropped the forging hammer. This time, the ninth colorful light reappeared. This was the ninth type of emotional force that Qin Fang had comprehended. For a moment, the words that Li Xia had once told him appeared in Qin Fang's mind. Emotions are ever-changing and inscrutable. 10,000 living beings. 10,000 emotions. In the past, Qin Fang hadn't understood these words. But at this moment, it was as if everything was overflowing with water, and was fully comprehended by Qin Fang. Teacher Li Evil, thank you very much. Qin Fang looked up to the sky and gave his heartfelt thanks. Before a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The 9 types of emotional power was not the extreme of Qin Fang, not the extreme of the emotional forging method, but it was the extreme of the demigod equipment. Qin Fang had an epiphany in his heart. If he continued to comprehend the power of forging and incorporate it into his forging, it was highly likely that what awaited him would be the shattering of this demigod-grade equipment. There was no other reason. This demigod-grade forging hammer was simply unable to withstand the 10th power of emotion. Dang. Along with Qin Fang dropping the last hammer, this demigod-grade forging hammer was perfectly tempered by Qin Fang. Buzzing. Within the entire forging chamber, 9 colors of light continued to blossom, seemingly celebrating its own new birth. 9 different emotions continued to flow. Even the Heavenly Raccoon, a powerful deity in space, was affected. In the eyes of the Heavenly Raccoon, a burning desire like a star surfaced. This technique, he must learn it. The god of space, why do I feel so sad? In the end, the 9 colored rays of light converged, all of them merging into the forging hammer. At the same time, within Qin Fang's sea of consciousness, a brand new divine position was condensed, which belonged to Qin Fang's forging divine artisan divine position. Ding! Congratulations on successfully quenching your divine position, the emotion forging divine position. Ding! Congratulations on your successful promotion to become a demigod blacksmith. Ding! It was detected that you are in a different time and space, and the reward cannot be distributed. Ah! Qin Fang's mind had just withdrawn from the forging when he suddenly perceived the aura of the Sky Raccoon, the god of space, not far away. You too? When did you come back? Qin Fang's tone was still spoken in the tone of the dragon of time and space. For a moment, the god of space and space, the Heavenly Raccoon, was astonished. Who are you? Where is my big brother? Yeah, where's Big Brother time? The Heavenly Raccoon, space asked back at the same time, which caused Qin Fang to be stunned. And then Qin Fang summoned the dragon of time's essence. His mind returned, and greeted them with a smile. Second brother, third brother, long time no see. The voice of the dragon of time rang out, instantly causing the Heavenly Raccoon space to breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. Except that the second god's heart was still puzzled. Big brother? Who is this? The Heavenly Raccoon pointed at Qin Fang's body, and his thoughts returned. Qin Fang's blacksmith body became an empty shell. This god? I named it the god of forging. It is considered to be one of the gods naturally birthed by heaven's mandate. Only because it offended me, I managed to erase the intent in it and occupy it with a sliver of intent from the future. To simply understand, this is also me. Only it is an alter ego of mine. Qin Fang's explanation was easy to understand. And the heavenly raccoon. Space instantly understood. God of forging? The heavenly raccoon was still murmuring, lost in contemplation. Big brother. This forging? What is it? The aura in the sky raccoon's mind became clearer and clearer, capable of breaking out of its shell at any time. To put it simply, this forging means that it is the use of another kind of rule, counting it as a solidification of rules. For example, third brother spatial power is considered unique in the entire heaven's mandate. But if I want to utilize spatial power, and how should I do that? Forging can help me solve this problem. For example, if you look at this ring, it is a small use of the power of space. Qin Fang took out a storage ring from the ring of the golden dragon and handed it to the heavenly raccoon for him to inspect. The interior actually contains such a huge amount of space? The heavenly raccoon was instantly shocked. He couldn't imagine that within a tiny ring, there was a space 10,000 feet high and low hidden. What awe! The god of space took a look in his hand and was instantly shocked as well. This space? Surprisingly, it was even larger than the stable small space he had opened up. This, to the god of space, was simply a huge shock. No, it can't be. This is my rule power. A tiny ring? How could it possibly possess it? Looking at the shocked expressions of the heavenly raccoon, the god of space, Qin Fang couldn't help but give them the science. This was the power of the god of forging. Strictly speaking, the god of forging was able to quench the equipment of any profession, which meant that any rule could be solidified in his hands. Qin Fang once again took out the sword with flames burning out of its body and gave it to the heavenly raccoon, the god of space, to observe. Incredible. Truly incredible. There are still such subtle deities in this heaven and earth. It's fortunate that this god of forging was beheaded by you, big brother, or else it would definitely have become the top deity in the heavens and earth. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. The heavenly raccoon, the god of space, wasn't a fool. And at the first moment, he instantly understood the potential of this so-called god of forging. No. You guys think the god of forging is too powerful. He is just a utilization of rules. Curing. Even the strongest equipment at the moment can't hold up to 1/10 of what you guys have all. The heavenly raccoon was a little bit of 100. And immediately inquired with excitement. Big brother, if this so-called equipment is utilized by us, can it enhance our strength? Can. This was Qin Fang's affirmative reply. For example, third brother, if he grasps a spatial type artifact, his strength will be able to increase by at least 50% again. Big brother, you hurry up and help me forge it. The god of space was a little impatient. Qin Fang smiled mysteriously and took out a spatial artifact from his backpack, which was the highest quality one among the thousands of artifacts that Qin Fang had purposely crafted for the god of space for so many years. The spatial magic cube. Simply understood, the best of the forging failure. Thousandfold return. As soon as the god of space got it in his hands, he immediately started fiddling with it, containing 9,981 small spaces, arranged differently from each other. What a subtle artifact. I have a premonition that if I can figure him out, I'll definitely be able to get one step closer. Thank you, big brother. Sky Raccoon. This is yours. After so many years, Qin Fang also finally remembered where he had heard the name of the Heavenly Raccoon. This heck. Wasn't Heavenly Raccoon the name of the first Heavenly Emperor? Only that after the subsequent claim to the throne, no one called him Heavenly Raccoon anymore, but honored him as Heavenly Emperor. Thus Qin Fang couldn't recall it for a while. And in the past 40 years, Qin Fang violently recalled it, and couldn't help but feel irritated. The Heavenly Emperor of the Divine Spirit clan was actually accepted by him as a junior brother. This felt good just thinking about it. In the future, wouldn't he be able to walk horizontally in heaven's destiny? The attributes of the Heavenly Raccoon were attributed to chaos, which was summarized by the deities of the later generations. And even the Heavenly Raccoon at this moment didn't know his divine power? What exactly is the state? Only know that it is gray and not weak in power. This divine artifact was also the best of the thousands of divine artifacts that Qin Feng had tailored to the heavenly raccoon's attributes, the Sword of Chaos. The Sword of Chaos was able to fit perfectly with the attributes of the heavenly raccoon, and was able to blossom into a stronger power. Thank you, big brother. The heavenly raccoon thanked from the bottom of his heart, and then couldn't help but ask, Big brother, can I learn the rules of this forging? Can. The rules of forging, which are also an auxiliary type of rules, won't create any rule conflicts with your chaos rules. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. Qin Feng also saw that the heavenly emperor really wanted to learn, so he patiently explained to him, Big brother, am I able to learn? The god of space also came over. I don't know. You can learn a bit first. Accompanied by Qin Feng's explanation, the heavenly raccoon was listening as if he was mesmerized, gaining greatly every second. But the god of space was drowsy, not gaining anything. He was unable to comprehend. Suddenly Qin Feng froze. The first heavenly emperor's forge? It can't really be that I taught it. Among the ancient deities, no other deity could cultivate the power of forging, except for the heavenly emperor, the god of forging. The equipment of the ancient gods was all provided by heavenly emperor in the beginning. Who did the celestial emperor learn to forge from? It's been a mystery for generations. But now, it seems to be solidly established. Qin Feng. It can't be. The theoretical knowledge. Qin Feng explained to the heavenly raccoon for a year. Within this year, Qin Feng also had a completely new understanding of forging. And the discussion with the heavenly raccoon gave Qin Feng more understanding and more inspiration. Even a genius in forging like Qin Feng could not help but sigh. This heavenly raccoon was born to be a material to learn forging. The power of chaos that the raccoon had mastered was able to remove the impurities within the ore perfectly and blend the pure or liquid. And the unique and all-encompassing nature of the power of chaos was able to make everything blend perfectly. The most crucial thing was that the heavenly raccoon's chaos force was able to mimic any kind of rule, which also meant that he was able to forge all kinds of divine weapons required by the ancient gods. Ding! Dong! The sound of the second person's forging rang out from Mount Qixia. The heavenly raccoon had just started forging, which meant that he had successfully forged a legendary grade equipment without any ambiguity. And 3 days later, it meant that he had forged a divine artifact. This was also related to the materials at the moment. After all, the lowest grade materials were also legendary grade. The heavenly raccoon had forged for 3 years of light, and had already raised the success rate of forging divine weapons to 60%. During this period of time, Qin Feng had also managed to advance to become an emotion divine artisan. And as for the god of space, he stayed bored. Heavenly raccoon, your talent exceeds my imagination. Qin Feng sighed heartily in admiration. Big brother, it's still you who taught me well. But big brother, could it be that you were just born? That is, you knew about the god of forging? In advance? You have hoarded so many god-rank materials. This was the question of the heavenly raccoon. Qin Feng, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. Second brother, have you forgotten that I am able to travel the long river of time? And the upper reaches of this long river of time are the scenes of the future. Oh! The heavenly raccoon was shocked. And for the first time, he felt the power of time. The heavenly raccoon was once again immersed in the forge. In the blink of an eye, 10 years of light passed by. The heavenly raccoon was already able to quench and forge an intermediate divine artifact. And on this day, the winds and clouds changed, and the entire Qixia mountain was covered by 7-colored auspicious clouds, seemingly celebrating the birth of the intermediate divine artifact. As for Qin Feng, he had not forged a divine weapon for so many years, and instead began to perceive a brand new forging method with the heart of a deity. However, there was still no gain, causing impatience to reappear in his heart and his mind to become unstable. Big brother, look! The heavenly raccoon invited Qin Feng to watch this piece of artifact. An intermediate artifact with attributes that had already broken 500 million. Once the heavenly raccoon was equipped with it, his strength would increase by 50%, which was the least of it. Awesome! Qin Feng sighed in admiration. That is, he once again looked at the sky. The heavenly raccoon was depressed. It's gone! It's gone! Forget it. Let's not talk to big brother. Let's just go and abuse the god of space. Qin Feng was able to see through the sky raccoon's thoughts at a glance. In these 10 years or so, after Qin Fong had achieved the emotion divine artisan. Even though he had not forged, his comprehension about emotions had gradually deepened. Now, he had already comprehended 180 different emotions. What about the subtle expressions of the heavenly raccoon? All representing different emotions, all written on their faces. Qin Fong sighed in his heart, and he had a premonition in his heart. The more emotions he comprehended, the further away he would be from comprehending a brand new forging method. Before he became a god, Qin Fong wanted to use the so-called god's eyes to view the so-called brand new realm. But now, a trace of regretful emotion surfaced in Qin Fong's heart. Qin Fong, it seems like he shouldn't have become a god. Ah. Cheating. You're cheating. Big brother. Save me. The voice of the god of space screaming miserably resounded in Qin Fong's ears. Into his eyes, the heavenly raccoon was holding a mid-level chaos sword and chasing down the god of space. It was difficult for the god of space to fight, and could only keep fleeing. After so many years, the strength of the second god had already reached 500 million. And the heavenly raccoon was equipped with an intermediate level artifact. And its attribute soared straight up to 1 billion. So it wasn't still easy to bully the god of space. Wasn't it? Chapter 719 Method of Forging, Artifact Soul. Big brother. Save me. Save me. This isn't playing around. The god of space was being hammered after by the heavenly raccoon. And in desperation, he could only turn to time for help. Sky Raccoon. Stop it. The god of time easily used the power of time to dissolve the attack between the two gods, forcibly separating them. At this, the Sky Raccoon and the god of space were instantly surprised. After 50 years, the strength of the two gods had doubled again. But why? Why were they still unable to defeat the god of time? Especially the heavenly raccoon. His attributes had reached the level of 1 billion at this moment. Qin Fong, he. The time dragon's body has adapted to the light of 5 million years ago. Its strength has long since recovered to the level of 10 billion, which is 10 times that of the Sky Raccoon in space. So it's still not a simple matter of cleaning up after them? Big brother. Your strength. So horrible. Sky Raccoon, some incredulous, originally thought so many years. His strength can exceed the time it. Unbeknownst to the Sky Raccoon, the small thoughts in his heart were once again suppressed. Some realization. Qin Fong responded vaguely. As the god of emotions, Qin Fong was able to sense the mind of the heavenly raccoon. It was very deep. There was a little bit of the prototype of an emperor now. The heavenly raccoon had its own plans. In other words, everything seemed to be a deal. Right? Although the heavenly raccoon was hiding very deeply, Qin Fong was still able to sense it. The fact that the heavenly raccoon recognized him as his elder brother. This was a deal in Qin Fong's eyes. This person? And how could it be possible that he had always been subservient to Qin Fong? The fact that the heavenly raccoon had copied his enslavement talisman was something that he was well aware of. Didn't this kid want to truly become a heavenly emperor? Even the artifacts he forged had traps in them. This kid was born to be a heavenly emperor. Big brother. I also want an intermediate divine artifact. Forge one for me as well. The divine artifact in the hands of the god of space, the space tesseract, was able to help him comprehend the power of space. But it wasn't a great enhancement to his strength though. I can't forge it at the moment. He's affecting my time avenue. So you'd better go and beg the heavenly raccoon. Although the god of space was pitiful, and although Qin Fong was able to help him forge, Qin Fong still did not help him forge. Didn't he see that the heavenly raccoon on the side had already moved to kill Qin Fong? Hearing this, the god of space also expressed his helplessness, and could only lick his face and beg the heavenly raccoon. Only then did the face of the heavenly raccoon look a little better. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength hadn't surpassed Qin Fong's, he might have changed his course and made Qin Fong call him big brother again. Space. Wait for a while. I still have things to ask, big brother? You forgot. The heavenly raccoon seemed to have thought of something and deliberately made a show of asking. Yeah. I wanted to ask a long time ago. Only that you guys have been forging all these years, leaving me no time to ask. After the god of space finished speaking, he looked at Qin Fong again. Big brother. My second brother and I have been searching for so many years in the heavenly destiny continent, but we haven't been able to find the so-called divine spirit abyss. What's going on here? In the face of the god of space's question, Qin Fong paused for a moment and glanced at the heavenly raccoon before speaking slowly. The cultivation method I gave you all? I'm sure you all can see that it doesn't belong to this present time and space. But rather, I brought it back from the future by swimming in the long river of time. Naturally then. The abyss is also not of this age I researched. He also belongs to the products of the future. As soon as Qin Fang said this, the god of space instantly opened his mouth wide in shock, while the heavenly raccoon was calm, as if he had expected this, but his eyes were also filled with desire for this ability. Although the attribute of the heavenly raccoon was chaos, time was not included in chaos, and it was vaguely higher than chaos by one level. The heavenly raccoon could not master it. I can't tell you the exact time when the abyss was shaped. The only thing I can tell you is, the shaping of the abyss has something to do with you. Qin Fang nudged the heavenly raccoon, instantly making the heavenly raccoon baffled. Him? He did not have any concept of the forming of the abyss in his mind. The heavenly raccoon wanted to continue to ask, but Qin Fang smiled mysteriously, no longer going into details, and also told the heavenly raccoon not to ask. This time, the heart of the heavenly raccoon was suddenly like 100 claws. Ding! Due to your dramatization of the predetermined time script, interfering with normal space-time, the time you stay in this space-time is reduced by 50 years. Qin Fang, This? Qin Fang glanced at the history of the ancient gods. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Try again. I'll ask you guys one thing now. How do you feel? Is this order of the ancestral deities chaotic? Qin Fang stood up. The body of the dragon of time and space appeared, and endless scenes appeared on top of his splendid scales. These were all real scenarios that had taken place in the heavenly order for so many years. In these scenes, the tyrannical fire god was constantly destroying the earth veins of heaven's destiny, and roasting the rivers dry just to release the emotions of the god of release. The wind god was wreaking havoc, and countless of heaven's destiny's lush giant trees were all destroyed. These were all minor matters. What destroyed heaven's destiny the most deeply was still the battles between the deities. The battle between the wind god and the earth god was devastating to the entire heavenly life. Yellow sand filled the sky. Not an inch of grass grew within 1,000 miles. The battle between the fire god and the water god was even more red, and thousands of miles of land allowing all life to be destroyed. Chaos. Everything was so chaotic. The ecology of heaven's mandate was in danger. Heavenly raccoon. What do you think about these situations? In the face of Qin Fang's inquiry, the heavenly raccoon's mind began to rotate non-stop. And in the end, he did not answer Qin Fang's question, but instead asked in return, Big brother, did you see something in the long river of time? Qin Fang collected his divine powers and said worriedly, well, if no one is there to stop this situation, the heavenly mandate will completely collapse after 100,000 years and become dust in the universe. The reason why Qin Fang had taken the initiative to inform the heavenly raccoon of this was namely to push the plot forward. He needed the true god of forging to come out, and he wanted to discuss the true meaning of forging with the true god of forging to see if he could comprehend a brand new forging method. According to the history of the ancient gods, the god of forging was a deity that appeared after the heavenly raccoon had subdued the 10,000 gods and achieved the heavenly emperor, specializing in crafting exclusive divine artifacts for the gods of all walks of life. Which of these? It had to be 1,000 years of light at the very least. Therefore, Qin Fang was only able to speed up the process of the unification of the ancient gods and the time for the god of forging to appear. For Qin Fang, the history of the ancient deities was all fixed, all experienced long ago in the past, and it had no effect whatsoever if he announced it a day earlier or a day later. But in reality, was it really so? Ding! Your interference with this time and space has reduced the time you stayed within this time and space by 70 years once again. Qin Fang had a face of flesh pain. This? If he did a full count, the time he had stayed in this space-time was already only 330 years. I wonder if the heavenly raccoon will be able to unify the entire ancient divine spirit race and achieve the position of heavenly emperor. Upon hearing this, the space god's masked face was in a state of bewilderment. The heavenly raccoon, on the other hand, was thoughtful and asked Qin Fang if there was a way to crack it. There is, but I can't say. You need to figure it out yourself. The power of time is wonderful, but there are also deep limitations. Sky Raccoon, you are the key to the future. Space, you are the key number 2 in the future. After Qin Fang said these words, he suddenly did not say a word, leading Sky Raccoon, Space with infinite reveries. Hee hee. No, that's not right. Big brother. What about you? The god of space's head was still spinning very quickly, instantly noticing the loophole in his words. As for me, I will travel the river of time to see the world of the future and the destiny of the past. Qin Fang was very despondent. The three gods fell into silence at the same time, and the entire Qixia mountain was plunged into deathly quiet. Ding. Dong. After a full half a year, the heavenly raccoon then helped the god of space to forge an intermediate-level divine artifact. After the intermediate-level artifacts had been forged, the two gods agreed to go down the mountain again. As for Qin Fang, he remained at Mount Qixia. Why was Qin Fang so obsessed with finding the god of forging? On the one hand, it was because his forging had reached a bottleneck, and on the other hand, the Sky Raccoon's forging was of no use to Qin Fang. This kid's forging was too simple and brutal, completely relying on the power of chaos to forcibly fuse god-level materials. And coincidentally, these god-level materials, after his fusion of the power of chaos, the attributes of the materials had really increased. This is also the talent of the heavenly raccoon. Other people? It really couldn't be learned. Qin Fang took the form of a stone statue and plopped down on the top of Mount Qixia. His mind engaged in a furious storm of thoughts. On the other hand, the heavenly destiny in this time and space had undergone a drastic change, and the small heavenly court consisting of the heavenly raccoon and the god of space, which consisted of 1,000 deities, had begun its journey of restraining all of the deities. Protecting heaven's destiny. This is the responsibility of every deity. Heaven's destiny is my home. Safety depends on everyone. Join the heavenly court, and let's fight for a better tomorrow. The tagline is a bit ahead of its time. The small heavenly court is dominated by the heavenly raccoons, supplemented by the gods of space. The rest of the innate deities have been given slave contracts by the heavenly raccoon. Those who wish to resist, but can only sigh and help. Those who have been persuaded by you, if you don't agree to join, then I'm sorry, can only be attached to the slave contract. Let them become a puppet general existence. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. Within these 100 years, Qin Fang seemed to have made some headway with the brand new forging method. And the situation of the entire Heaven's Mandate? It had also become strange. The heavenly raccoon had formed a small heavenly court of more than 5,000 deities, dominating the party and calling himself the Heavenly Emperor. This was a very powerful force, and had already sort of netted in a third of the deities that had been born so far. The 100,000 deities of the latter days were not many nowadays, just less than 20,000 or so. The remaining 80,000 were born quietly over the years. The reason why the heavenly raccoon suspended its invasion was simple. It had encountered a problem. The god of karma, the god of fate, and other innate deities were not happy with what the heavenly raccoon was doing. And they also raised a team to oppose the heavenly raccoon's heavenly court, denouncing the heavenly court's wrongdoings, and forcing them to release the enslaved deities. Can the raccoons agree to this? No. This team was hard for him to build up. Thus, both sides began a one-sided pursuit. Heavenly raccoon, I advise you to release all of your enslaved deities. Otherwise, we will step through your heavenly court and let you try the feeling of being enslaved as well. Heavenly raccoon, you're going against the grain, and none of the heavenly orders will accommodate you. Space god, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Right. The heavenly court is bound to lose. Don't panic. All the enslaved deities, I, the god of causes and effects, promise to be able to release you from your slave contracts. The group gathered by the god of causes and effects, because of the sheer number of people, began to encircle the heavenly court. And the members of the heavenly court created by the heavenly raccoon could only keep fleeing, grimacing. If it wasn't for the god of space's comprehension of the power of space being on a higher level, it might have been surrounded and intercepted by fate. Cause and effect. Marred. Fate. Causality is really shameless. Second brother. Should we go and ask Big Brother to come out? The god of space felt that as long as Qin Fang stepped in, he would definitely be able to solve the current problem. No. The heavenly raccoon shook his head. His mind had its own plans. In the shadows, the heavenly raccoon quietly began to forge divine artifacts, counting them as his side's bottom card. This thing, divine weapons, was a great boost to strength. After being hunted down for 10 years, the power of the heavenly court side had increased rather than decreased. And over the years, as long as they came across a fallen innate deity, The heavenly raccoon was sure to be the first to enslave it, and make it his side's battering ram. Brothers, all these years of following my heavenly raccoon, you have suffered. But I will say that from today onwards, the era that belongs to our heavenly court has completely arrived. Brothers, this is an intermediate level artifact, which I purposely forged based on the attributes of all of you brothers. At the very least, it will be able to amplify our strength by a factor of 2. Counterattack today. The heavenly raccoon ascended to the high platform and distributed the divine weapons one by one. And then when these heavenly court deities had finished refining them, they immediately began their counterattack. On the side of the heavenly court, 5,323 innate deities, with the divine artifacts in their hands, defeated the rabble led by more than 10,000 gods of cause and effect and destiny, allowing them to flee. And 3,000 innate deities became captives, becoming members of the heavenly court. This battle completely sealed the victory of the heavenly raccoons. And all of this was because of the dragon of time and space, the heavenly raccoon, who had returned from the great victory, subconsciously glanced at Mount Chixia, wondering how the dragon of time and space was doing. Heavenly raccoon did not want to go to invite the dragon of time and space. In fact, it is very simple. Afraid of the dragon of time and space clamoring for the master. After all, the dragon of time and space is nominally the so-called boss of him. The position of this heavenly emperor? Should we give it to him? This was the point where the heavenly raccoon was most torn. If the dragon of time and space could suddenly disappear, this would be very Nes-Ah. Mount Chixia. Qin Fong had been sitting in meditation for 100 years, and had finally figured out the brand new forging method. The law of the artifact soul. Strictly speaking, this was considered to be an advanced version that was comprehended from the emotional forging method, the weapon soul forging method. Since the metal ores contain massive amounts of emotional power, then, could it be possible to make these emotional forces go a step further and become the so-called living souls? It was known that only living souls possessed emotions. Could the reverse inference also work? Over the past 100 years, Qin Fong's emotional forces had continued to progress and deduce. This was what allowed him to succeed in the light of 100 years. However, Qin Fong had merely deduced a feasible path. As to whether it would work or not, it was still necessary for him to cut his way through and start forging. Little Blackie, get ready to work. Qin Fong summoned Little Black and told him to get busy, to help find materials. After all, out of this mountain of materials, it was really quite difficult for Qin Fong to find a suitable one. Chapter 720 Weapon Soul Divine Position Weapon Soul Clan. Ding. Dong. The sound of crisp tapping rang out as if it were beautiful music. An emotion of joy. According to Qin Fong's knowledge, deducing an emotion to the extreme should be able to give birth to a touch of spirituality, allowing his forging to be truly successful. However, this was only a speculation in Qin Fong's mind. Whether it would be successful or not would still depend on his specific forging. Dang. Ding. The power of joyful emotions was continuously injected into it, causing the joyful emotions within the material to be mobilized as well. And the two sides began to resonate at an extremely fast speed. Qin Fong's heart was immediately filled with joy. Hee. It's working. However, as Qin Fong injected more and more joy, the material could not withstand it and collapsed, failing to forge. Qin Fong was dumbfounded. There was something wrong, according to his speculation. At this moment, it should be a success. Even if it wasn't successful, it couldn't be a direct failure. In the middle of this, just which step went wrong? Qin Fong fell into deep thought, and began to speculate in detail at every step. In the end, Qin Fong decided to forge again. The joyful atmosphere was once again transmitted in it, and the result was still the same. The material of this one directly exploded itself. Change. Little Black, help me find materials that contain grief. Xiao Hei's movements were very sharp, helping Qin Fong find it in a short while. Qin Fong's emotions quickly switched, and the sadness quickly merged in. But in the end, he still failed. There were 100 types of emotional power. Qin Fong had experimented with each of them at least 10 times. But the final result was still a failure. Just as Qin Fong was feeling miserable, he suddenly slapped his head. Oops. Why did I forget about this? The 7 emotions and 6 desires of the gods were intermingled with each other. So could these god-level materials be separate words? This was definitely impossible. Even if this one material merely revealed an atmosphere of joy, Could there be other emotional forces hidden within the material? Thus, Qin Fang began the fusion of emotional forces. Qin Fang didn't dare to be too impatient at first. But instead, the two emotions began to fuse. And zap! The forging failed. Unable to do anything else. Qin Fang could only keep on experimenting. 3 types of emotion force fusion. 5 types of emotion force fusion. All of this. 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 All of this failed. In the blink of an eye 3 years of light passed. These 3 years, Qin Fang did nothing. Every day was spent in the midst of failed forging. The most crucial thing was that he could not find the reason for the forging. Qin Fang, right. If the power of emotions could be transformed into a weapon soul so easily, why couldn't Li Xie succeed while Qin Fang could? Li Xie's talent was much better than Qin Fang. What exactly is the problem? Is it the fusion between emotions? Or is it the cooperation between emotions that requires a specific link? Where exactly? Ah! Crazy. Crazy. This step. It's definitely correct. No. Not necessarily correct. The hairs on Qin Fang's head had been scratched like a chicken's nest. The entire person's eye sockets were deeply sunken. The blood within his eyes were densely reddened, exuding a disheveled aura, giving off an extremely contradictory feeling. Qin Fang couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't. Emotions pushed to the extreme. It was clearly supposed to be an artifact soul. Why couldn't his forging succeed? Can it be that it's a problem with the materials? Qin Fang's aura flashed as if he had caught something. The emotional power contained within these god-level materials was too abundant. And the hidden emotions were countless. Which might be the reason why his forging failed. Then how should it be forged? Qin Fang, can we replace this heavenly fate with emotionless materials? Does it possess emotionless materials? And it had to be able to withstand the power of his forging. It couldn't be too weak yet. Little Black? Are you able to help me? Qin Fang looked toward Xiaohe, while Xiaohe shook his head powerlessly. Boss, you don't really think that I'm omnipotent anymore? No. Chaos Stone. Qin Fang thought of a material. The Chaos Stone that was birthed from within Xiaohe's body. Give me a Chaos Stone to try. Little Black. Xiaohe had no choice but to hear his stomach rumble. And a piece of ancient, pale blue-colored stone erupted out. Qin Fang quietly held this piece of Chaos Stone in his hands, patiently feeling the emotional power contained within. As a result, to Qin Fang's surprise, within this Chaos Stone, it was so pure that it did not contain any emotional energy, as if it was a piece of white paper. Thus, Qin Fang attempted to start the forging, using the Chaos Stone to start the forging. Ding. Qin Fang started forging with an emotional force. Extreme. Qin Fang pursued the extreme. In the end, after the Chaos Stone carried the endless emotions of joy, it produced a touch of metamorphosis. Qin Fang could feel a touch of spirituality being born in the Chaos Stone. This touch of spirituality was very weak, as if it was a ray of candlelight in the middle of a gusty wind, which could be extinguished at any moment. Ding. The spirit of joy is born. Ding. Congratulations on successfully comprehending a brand new forging method, the Spirit of Joy forging method. Ding. The reward is being sealed. Ding. Your divine position is in the process of conversion. Qin Fang's divine position began to convert. From the so-called emotion divine position to the weapon soul divine position. This was a change in essence. Only this change. It was very slow. Qin Fang understood. After all, the artifact soul god location was not too mature yet. Qin Fang looked up and down at this piece of artifact soul equipment. It had the same level as an unusual piece of equipment, reaching the legendary level. Internal? Qin Fang could feel a touch of spirituality brewing in it as if it was an egg. It had not yet awakened. So Qin Fang did not know the exact situation. Ding. Congratulations to the Dragon of Time and Space for creating a brand new race, the Artifact Soul Clan. This smattering of sound suddenly resounded throughout Heaven's destiny. Ding. Heaven's mandate has felt this, and granted the Dragon of Time and Space a special divine position reward. Ding. The divine position of the Dragon of Time and Space has been broken from an intermediate god to a high-level god. This time, the entire heavenly fate was dumbfounded. The god of causes and fates, the god of fate, the heavenly raccoon, and the god of space and space were all horrified by this magnificent sound. This Creating a race could actually raise a god's position? To know that these gods wanted to raise their strength. It was like an old woman grinding tofu. Slow and unproductive, but now, they seemed to have heard a shortcut. And so, his eyes were suddenly red. Creating a race? Being able to raise the godhood? Mard. Who is this god of time and space? He's so lucky? Intermediate god? Advanced god? How is this divided? Who knows? But one would think that an intermediate god should be very strong. Advanced god? It sounds very powerful at first listen. This one exists? Maybe it's some kind of hidden expert. These innate deities could not help but begin to speculate. Qin Fang, himself, was also very confused. Who knew that the brand new forging method he had comprehended would not allow him to convert his divine position or set him on a brand new path of forging. Instead, it would allow him to create a brand new race by mistake. But this reward? It still smelled pretty good. The strength of the dragon of time and space had, quite literally, reached the standard of a high god. The most ordinary senior gods had attributes that directly broke 100 billion. At this moment, Qin Fang was so powerful that he was able to single-handedly challenge every single one of the present-day innate gods. All of them were younger brothers. Ding. Due to your serious interference with the process of heavenly destiny in this time and space, there is only the last 100 years left of your stay in this time and space. Qin Fang, heir. This seems a bit harsh. It looks like one has to replenish the artifact soul god position as quickly as possible within the last 100 years. Fate, the god of cause and effect, immediately stopped caring about the deaths and lives of these innate deities under his command, and stopped trying to fight against the heavenly raccoon, and instead quietly hid himself, comprehending how to create a whole new race, while the heavenly raccoon had the god of space quickly return and ask the god of time how he had succeeded, and he, once again, he began the journey to besiege these innate deities. Fate, cause and effect did not come out. These innate deities in front of the heavenly raccoon's army of deities, without any ability to resist, can only be enslaved. Such an arrangement could be considered as two without delay. Mount Qixia. Seeing the success of the first artifact soul equipment, Qin Fang also struck the iron while it was hot, and started forging more artifact soul equipment to perfect his own divine position. Little Blackie, I'm relying on you. Qin Fang looked at Xiao He with a wicked smile. And helplessly, Xiao He was only able to keep spitting out chaos stones, while at the same time looking at the pile of divine-grade materials not far away, posting a message to Qin Fang. Divine-grade materials before being able to transform chaos stones. Roughly a 4-to-1 conversion rate. Qin Fang's eyes lit up, and he immediately had Little Black quickly devour and quickly convert these materials. To Qin Fang, they were all waste. Chaos stones were the eternal pursuit. Dang. Sparks were flying. Qin Fang began the forging of the second emotion of the Chaos Stone weapon soul equipment. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a peak legendary grade weapon soul equipment. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a peak legendary grade weapon soul equipment. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a demigod grade weapon soul equipment. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a divine grade artifact soul equipment. After Qin Fang's continuous experimentation, he heatedly discovered that two emotions fused, which was the so-called demigod grade artifact soul equipment, 3 emotions that were above fusion, which was god grade artifact soul equipment. Just as Qin Fang was preparing to batch hammer a batch of god grade artifact soul equipment, the god of space appeared. Big brother, your strength. The god of space had finally managed to return to Mount Qixia after a year of uninterrupted rushing, from which it could be seen that the heavenly raccoon space had struck down the vast scope of the heavenly destiny territory. But just as soon as he entered Mount Qixia, it was as if he had sensed the terrifying pressure of some ancient beast, and was being oppressed in a way that made it difficult for him to move. And with shock in his eyes, he could only call out to Qin Fang to save his life. Qin Fang, who was in the middle of forging, heard the cry of the god of space, and only then did he stop forging. The power of the high god. To be honest, Qin Fang was still somewhat unable to grasp it, thus causing the energy to leak out. Coincidentally, the god of space became the first test subject. Space, why are you back? In Qin Fang's impression, the heavenly raccoon, the god of space, had not returned to Mount Qixia for a long time. These two gods were doing great things. Even if Qin Fang did not go out of Mount Qixia, He was still able to swim in the river of time, and knew this like the back of his hand. Regarding the achievements of the Heavenly Raccoon, Qin Fang still recognized it. This kid was born to be the material of the Heavenly Emperor. As for Li Qi's request for Qin Fang to learn how to manage a large team from the Heavenly Emperor, Qin Fang also had a small idea. This guy, a slavery talisman, who would dare to disobey Ah? It was very simple. The Heavenly Raccoon's strategy of imperial control. That is, it was so simple and rough. Big brother. Second brother asked me to ask you how to create a whole new race. The god of space didn't hide anything. A sinewy and straightforward person. Creating races. Qin Fang was just about to say something when an abrupt system beep sounded. Ding. It is detected that your next words will affect the course of Heaven's mandate, and you will be expelled from this space-time. This? Qin Fang instantly closed his mouth, not daring to say a single word. Regarding the forging of artifact soul materials, Qin Fang had yet to figure out the way out of the door. He didn't want to be kicked out for this. Space. Unspeakable. When the time comes, the Heavenly Raccoon will be able to understand. Ding. The amount of time you have spent in this space-time has been reduced by 10 years. Qin Fang, what did I say? Is this considered revealing information? Isn't this bullshit? God of Space, can you tell me more about it? The God of Space was eager to know. But Qin Fang was tight-lipped. Help me call the innate deities in the Heavenly Court that are suitable for forging to Mount Qixia. Qin Fang wanted to see if there was a true god of forging in here. Alright. Although the God of Space agreed to Qin Fang, his heart was still a bit torn. Big brother. What should I tell second brother? Say it in the original language. He will be able to understand. After Qin Fang finished speaking, he returned to the forging room and began his frantic forging journey. The Heavenly Raccoon sought out the Heavenly Raccoon a year later, and informed Qin Fang of all of his words, without missing a single word. Is that really what time says? In the Heavenly Raccoon's words, he had already dropped the honorable title of Big Brother. After so many years, the Heavenly Raccoon's body had long since developed the aura of a superior person, rather like an unruffled and dignified feeling. The God of Space couldn't help but bow his head in front of him. The Heavenly Raccoon contemplated, and finally gave the order to exterminate the last strand of innate deities. I returned to Mount Qixia. This extermination, that is, was 10 years of light. Return. The Heavenly Raccoon had already wasted such a long time. God knows whether the God of Causes and Fates, the God of Destiny, had created a brand new Xiaomen's football team. Whether it had a certain amount of brow, it must not be able to let them create it first. Therefore, the Heavenly Raccoon wanted to return and ask Qin Fang about this wonderful trick. Maybe he could come later and win. These men that he had taken under his wing naturally followed and returned. The years were merciless. 20 years of light passed again. And along the way, the Heavenly Raccoon, the Heavenly Court troops led by the Light of Space God, finally arrived at Mount Qixia. These several hundred years of light really made the Heavenly Raccoon feel as if it was a lifetime ago. When they left Mount Qixia, the Heavenly Raccoon and the God of Space were only two gods. But now, the Heavenly Court had grown to a full 12,000 gods, occupying almost 80% of the entire Heaven's Destiny innate gods. As for the rest of the guys who have not yet joined the Heavenly Court, all one by one, like a shrunken head turtle, hiding too deep, the Heavenly Raccoon was unable to strike. However, the Heavenly Raccoon was confident that sooner or later, these deities would be in his pocket, and would all have to submit to his Heavenly Court. You wait under Mount Qixia. Heavenly Raccoon didn't want his subordinates to see him calling the Dragon of Time as his elder brother. It was about His Majesty. Big brother. I'm back. Big brother. The Heavenly Raccoon's majesty in front of his subordinates instantly switched to cordiality, probing Qin Fang's aura. The majestic pressure of the Dragon of Time and Space had tightened up a lot, which allowed the Heavenly Raccoon to walk freely on Mount Qixia. Qin Fang, who was originally forging, was interrupted by the Heavenly Raccoon. Chapter 721 Origin of the Abyss. Origin of the Human Race. The Heavenly Raccoon's mighty pressure filled the entire Qixia mountain, as if it was like a raging wind and rain. With a strong aggressiveness, Qin Fang, who was in the middle of forging, was forcibly interrupted, resulting in the failure of the forging. And in his heart, he was holding his breath as well. Qin Fang understood in his heart what the Heavenly Raccoon wanted, and also knew what he wanted to do with this move. This god, once he felt that he was done, It was really scary. And he seemed to be in a state of madness. If it was before, the Heavenly Raccoon would never talk to Qin Fang like this. Nor would he dare to be so aggressive. But now, he was being very aggressive. Qin Fang looked coldly at the Heavenly Raccoon who had climbed to the top of the mountain. With a stern face, his aura condensed and filled with anger between his brows. Second brother, you this good big wind do not know. Thought you want to what? What? How about this position of big brother? Give it to you, my good heavenly emperor? Qin Fang spat out these words, rather with a murderous and mocking meaning. Big brother, look what you are saying. Second brother is wrong. Wrong. He hadn't got the way to create a race from Qin Fang's mouth yet. The Heavenly Raccoon must have to be slightly abashed, with a smile piled up on his face. His words were full of the meaning of making amends. Oh, big brother thought that you had grown in temper after so many years of absence. Qin Fang snorted coldly, his skin smiling but not laughing. The god of space watched the scene in front of him from the side. His entire being silenced. He felt a hint of something wrong. As if second brother was treating big brother? A bit disrespectful, Hardly. Something unpleasant had happened between these two. Was it something he didn't know about? If he had to let him comment on it. He felt that it was the problem of second brother Sky Raccoon. It always felt that after second brother became the so-called lord of the heavenly court, the heavenly emperor, he wasn't as enthusiastic towards him as he used to be. And it seemed as if he himself had turned into a superior/subordinate relationship with him. In the thousands of years that the two gods had known each other from birth, from the sympathy at the beginning to the estrangement nowadays, the god of space asked himself that he hadn't changed. As for the second brother of the heavenly raccoon, it was almost becoming unrecognizable. This time, the god of space stood the god of time. Big brother, isn't second brother afraid that you're still in the middle of forging and can't show up? How about it? How about you and I have a debate? The heavenly raccoon understood everything just by sweeping a glance with his divine power. The fact that the dragon of time and space was able to create a brand new race was related to his forging. That's fine. Qin Fang readily accepted. Over the years, apart from the heavenly raccoon, none of the deities had been able to learn how to forge. The god of space had listened to Qin Fang's instructions and tried to look for deities that could forge. But unfortunately, he couldn't find any. These innate deities were probably not allowed to learn how to forge because of the limitations of heaven and earth. The heavenly raccoon was the only one. And if Qin Fang wanted to discuss forging, he could only join him. Big brother, this path of forging? Is there a peak? And what is the scenery like at the peak? The heavenly raccoon's heart was very anxious. And he immediately pointed straight to the essence of forging. I'm sure you've seen it too. Qin Fang did not answer positively, but silently uttered this sentence. The heavenly raccoon was silent, and thoughts like a hurricane began in his mind. Big brother, what kind of views do you have on creating races? The heavenly raccoon didn't hide it anymore and directly asked so. Didn't your heart already possess the answer? Qin Fang smiled and gave such an answer. God of space, what kind of riddle is big brother playing? Why can't I understand a single word? Ran Tian Raccoon, on the other hand, fell silent once again and began to ponder. Big brother, what else can you teach me? This was Heavenly Raccoon's third and final question. I can't teach you anything. This is your era after all. Qin Fang finished speaking and stood up, very despondent. By the looks of it, you can't wait. Qin Fang smiled faintly, seemingly guessing what the Heavenly Raccoon wanted to do. His might coalesced, and he slapped the Heavenly Raccoon's body fiercely, only to merely disperse his virtual shadow. Big brother, it is difficult for me to sleep and eat while you are alive. For the sake of my little brother, please also go to your death. The Sky Raccoon's true figure appeared, and a massive amount of divine power was mobilized, rising up to the sky as if it was a signal. In the next second, more than 10,000 innate deities under Mount Qixia respectively injected massive amounts of divine power into the formation, and a huge cage emerged in the firmament, wrapping the entire Mount Qixia. The Dragon of Time and the God of Space were like prisoners. The Heavenly Raccoon, as the presiding officer of the Grand Formation, looked indifferently at the Dragon of Time and the God of Space and threw them 2 contracts. Sign this contract and you will be spared from death today. Qin Fang looked at this contract in front of him. His heart was mixed. Hey, this history. It really is a strange circle. this slavery contract. Or he gave it to the Heavenly Raccoon. Who would have thought that with the talent of the Heavenly Raccoon, he would be able to replicate it perfectly, and take it a step further. For the higher gods, the top gods are also able to enslave. I have to say, this kid is really a genius. When the god of space saw the contract in front of him, the whole person suddenly seemed to be frozen like a wooden fetus, looking incredulously at the Heavenly Raccoon. Second brother? We've been brothers for thousands of years. Ah, is this how you treat brothers? The god of space didn't understand. Really didn't understand. Why did things end up like this? Third brother. I don't want to. But you are really a bit annoying sometimes. You know what? Only one voice can be enough within the entire heavenly court. And that voice can only be mine. The Heavenly Raccoon was a bit hysterical, making the god of space feel like he didn't even recognize him anymore. This formation of 10,000 gods is something that I have specially comprehended in these 20 years of my life, specifically used to deal with higher gods. It is impossible for you to break free. The god of space instantly understood why the Heavenly Raccoon had deliberately been so slow when it was clear that the journey back to Mount Chishiel wasn't far. So it turned out that he had been holding something bad in his heart for a long time. The god of space did not take a stand for a while, but instead looked towards Qin Fang. Big brother? What do you want to do? I want to try this formation of his. Qin Fang spread his hands, indicating that it didn't matter. It wasn't like he could die anyway. It was nothing more than returning to the main space-time. The god of space was dumbfounded. Boss, aren't you bullshitting? Toast to the world. The Heavenly Raccoon ordered once again. This formation instantly danced in an instant. A massive amount of divine power like a spider's web controlled Qin Fang, the god of space. And then a terrifying meteorite fell. The god of space was seriously injured on the spot, with only air coming in, not out. As for Qin Fang, he relied on the special instincts of the dragon of time and space and managed to escape this calamity. Surrender? I surrender. The god of space signed this one slavery contract without any sense of propriety. In the next second, the god of space left this formation and respectfully stood behind the Heavenly Raccoon, completely becoming the Heavenly Raccoon's follower. And a hint of evasion appeared in his eyes as he looked at Qin Fang. Big brother. I'm sorry. I'm also afraid of death. Big brother. Why don't you surrender as well? The god of space's complexion contained a lot of information. Big brother? Do you really want to die? The power of this formation? I only exerted 1% of it just now. Seeing Qin Fang's indifference, the Heavenly Raccoon accelerated the operation of this formation. The entire Chishiao mountain instantly exploded as countless divine skills were greeted by being amplified 1,000 times. And the top of the mountain was once again chipped off. The scene was very tragic. Qin Fang was wrapped in the power of time and was not harmed in any way. However, amidst this thick fog, amidst the rubble, Qin Fang seemed to see a hint of something wrong. How come there seemed to be other beings? No. Something wasn't right. This? The dragon of time and space? The dragon of space? How could it be here? Qin Fang's entire being was dumbfounded as the mountain peak exploded. And the golden and silver-colored dragon of time that had been conceived in the center of the mountain. The dragon of space was suddenly interrupted from its state of conception. Qin Fang, what? Could it be that it was because of himself that the dragon of time and the dragon of space suffered this calamity? Wasn't this bullshit? Snap. Qin Fang hurriedly cast a means to conceal his own existence. Thus, the dragon of time, the dragon of space namely saw the scene before them. The Heavenly Emperor was leading thousands of innate deities to round up their two gods and was shamelessly using a great formation. Under such circumstances, even the god of space would have to submit, let alone the two dragons that had just been birthed, with their origins crippled, and their strength was only at the beginning level of the divine spirit realm, which was simply a plate of food. The god of space was instantly tackled by the Heavenly Emperor, trying to make him submit. Want me to submit to you? Dream on. The dragon of space had a strong backbone, so he was crushed alive by the Heavenly Emperor. His soul shattered, and his body was put away by him, ready to be hammered into a divine artifact. As for the dragon of space and time, he was scared shitless on the spot and used his own natural skill at the first opportunity, tearing apart the formation and jumping within the river of time, dodging this calamity with great difficulty. The Sky Raccoon could not help but frown and be surprised. This heaven and earth can even give birth to the second mastery of the laws of time of the living beings? originally thought that his big brother was the only one. But since this is the case, some of the ideas in his mind can also be realized. The true asterisk dragon of time and space was forced to enter the river of time, not daring to move a muscle, his heart filled with fear. Family members, who understands good at home lying it, suddenly descended on the crossroads. What a tragedy. As Qin Fang watched the dragon of time enter the river of time, he also followed behind without any trace and entered the river of time, successfully cracking the heavenly raccoon spell in the long river of time. Because of Qin Fang's powerful strength, he was able to spot the true asterisk dragon of time's trail, so he deliberately avoided it and avoided meeting him head-on. However, the true asterisk dragon of time was unable to discover Qin Fang's traces. Qin Fang hid within the long river of time, looking for the right opportunity to burrow out from another place, hiding somewhere in heaven's destiny, studying his path of forging and making up for the deficiencies in it. After so many years, Xiao He had long since devoured all of the divine-grade materials from Mount Qixia and converted them into the so-called Chaos Stones. Qin Fang's golden dragon's ring was filled with Chaos Stones, and it was very reassuring. Qin Fang did not need to worry about the materials at all. The only pity was the earth vein flame of Mount Qixia, which was a flame capable of melting divine materials. Unable to do anything, Qin Fang could only go back to search for a poorer earth vein flame. Mount Qixia. The heavenly raccoon sensed the disappearance of the two-time dragons, and instantly knew that this roundup plan had failed, and could not help but let out a sigh. In his fantasy, it would be more than fine for the god of time to be able to submit. But sadly, it was a small consolation to have merely subdued the so-called god of space. In the next second, the heavenly raccoon allowed thousands of innate deities to revoke to this formation, completely dove in and allowed Mount Qixia to return to his hands. As for these innate deities, they were arranged to guard around Mount Qixia, guarding his safety. Heavenly Raccoon wanted to create races, and to create the most powerful races. Space, I hope you can understand my good intentions. Sky Raccoon still pacified the god of space. The god of space who had lost his freedom. Right. You're right. It's all for my own good. Even if it's to imprison me and enslave me, it's still for my own good. Sky Raccoon didn't bother with that. He now only wanted to create races. The artifact soul clan that Qin Fang did not take with him before he left was completely broken down / learnt by the heavenly raccoon. Even though there were deities present in this clan, it was still too weak for the heavenly raccoon. The heavenly raccoon dissected basically all of the artifact soul clan, and finally figured out the principles, and all the problems were solved. So he began to create the race. The heavenly emperor's goal. It was the divine race. He wanted to create more gods. It was difficult, but the heavenly emperor still wanted to try. After a full 50 years, the heavenly emperor finally fabricated the first latter-day deity, the god of forging. This deity, perfectly inheriting the heavenly emperor's forging talent, was able to help the 10,000 gods forge divine weapons. If Qin Fang had seen this scene, he would have realized. It turned out that the god of forging was actually created by the heavenly emperor. No wonder the god of forging was only able to appear when the heavenly court was established. He was, in a way, considered part of the heavenly emperor. Ding! Let us congratulate Divine Spirit Heavenly Raccoon for successfully creating the divine race, and hereby reward the top divine rank. The heavenly raccoon's rank directly went from an intermediate god, one step to becoming a top peak deity. This unrivaled power fascinated the heavenly raccoon. Heavenly deities, prepare to strike. The heavenly raccoon immediately ordered his troops. This time, he wanted to completely step on the so-called god of fate, god of causes and effects, and completely become the heavenly emperor of all the innate deities. The heavenly raccoon of the top gods, together with the great formation of 10,000 gods, directly pushed across, and wherever he went, not an inch of grass could be found, and the innate deities were madly harvested, and could only submit to the majesty of the heavenly raccoon and become slaves. The god of fate, the god of cause and effect also sensed the crisis in this. Their hearts were anxious. According to the current speed, it wouldn't take long for them to become prisoners. What should be done? At the moment of crisis, the true asterisk time and space dragon appeared. Will cause and effect. The god of fate successfully pulled into the river of time. Let them avoid the pursuit of the heavenly raccoon. Also is considered to save a few allies. so that he is not alone. The Heavenly Court could not find any of these three under 100 searches. So they could only give up and build the Heavenly Court's residence in the central region of the Heavenly Faith, appointing themselves Heavenly Emperors. Heavenly Raccoon. He truly became the Heavenly Emperor, the uncrowned king of all the innate deities. And the Heavenly Court had also become the nightmare of all the innate deities. Unless you died. Otherwise, you had to join the Heavenly Court and become a pawn enslaved by the Heavenly Emperor. Over these years, to be honest, Qin Feng had been checking out how the Heavenly Court was established step by step while checking out the life of the Heavenly Emperor. This part of history. Qin Feng finally understood it thoroughly. Ding. You have the last 3 years of light left in this time and space. During these years, Qin Feng had managed to completely transform the artifact soul divine position. And this brand new profession had also been grasped perfectly by Qin Feng. Now, there was no longer a need to mobilize the power of emotions to be able to spirit the Chaos Stone, allowing him to become an artifact soul equipment. These hundreds of years of light. Qin Feng had not wasted his time. In the last 3 years, Qin Feng wanted to take a good look at this era and feel the charm of this era. Abyss construction opens. Abruptly, as soon as Qin Feng emerged, he heard such a magnificent voice from the Heavenly Emperor. Qin Feng, construction of the Abyss. Has the Heavenly Emperor already developed to this point? But to be honest, Qin Feng was still very curious. He wanted to know just how this Abyss had succeeded. And he would be able to target destruction when he returned in the future. Qin Feng hid himself in the long river of time and quietly watched into the eyes. It was a flat grassland, without any signs of an abyss. At that very moment, the Celestial Emperor took out a tedious contract from within his spatial ring, communicating with heaven and earth before affixing it on top of the God of Flame's divine seat. Qin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but sigh at the wisdom of the Heavenly Raccoon. This, surprisingly, it was a tedious contract between the innate deity and heaven and earth. The innate deity returned a portion of its rule authority, and the heaven and earth namely sheltered this one deity. Once this kind of contract is signed, heaven and earth will become the backstage of this deity. No wonder it can be immortal. And because this deity has signed a contract with the Heavenly Raccoon, this part of the authority, naturally, also belongs to a trace of the Emperor of the Heavens. The strength of the Heavenly Raccoon. There is a certain amount of enhancement. Seconds. Ingenious design. Surprisingly able to let all three parties to benefit. This guy? Truly born to be Heavenly Emperor material. Flame Abyss set up, accompanied by the hissing voice of the Heavenly Raccoon. The originally calm earth was instantly torn apart, forming a terrifying abyss burning with endless flames. This innate deity that controlled flames immediately sank into it, sensing the power of the rules therein, and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief through and through, and was very thankful to the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Raccoon was very satisfied with his own masterpiece. But the more satisfied he was, the more terrifying the worries he had in his heart for the Dragon of Time became. Because every single thing he did was predicted by the Dragon of Time, which gave the Heavenly Raccoon the feeling of living in Qin Feng's shadow. Even after achieving Heavenly Emperor, the shadow of the Dragon of Time still existed. This made the Heavenly Emperor increasingly annoyed, causing him to constantly draw off his divine spirit and probe the God of Time. Heavenly Raccoon, the day the God of Time wasn't removed, it was truly a day of sickness for him. In the light of 2 years, the Heavenly Emperor had linked all of the heaven and earth contracts with the deity, creating countless abysses. This time, the foundation of the gods' immortality was finally fixed. Thus, the Heavenly Raccoon began a spree of encouraging these deities to create entirely new races. It was good to see if he could quickly raise his side strength, or when the Dragon of Time and Space, Destiny, and the God of Cause and Effect appeared, he would be able to easily deal with them. Qin Feng, the human race hasn't appeared yet? Is it hard to believe that the human race was really fabricated? The human race? Are they really subordinate to the gods? As much as Qin Feng didn't want to believe it. But nowadays, it seemed like there was only one way to put it. Along with the continuous creation of races by the innate deities, the entire heavenly destiny continent gradually became lively and had a whole new sound. However, until the last 3 days of Qin Feng's departure, no innate deity had created a human race. Qin Feng focused on observing the Heavenly Raccoon. At this stage, only the Heavenly Raccoon had seen his human race original. And if he wanted to say create, It seemed that only the Heavenly Emperor had the best chance. But for some reason, the Heavenly Raccoon had not created the human race either. Ding! Your last stay in this spacetime is less than 3 hours. Qin Fong could only let out a helpless sigh. Perhaps this time, he really would not be able to watch how the human race was born. Just as Qin Fong was thinking this, a huge meteorite suddenly descended from the firmament, descending into the ocean at a speed that surpassed the speed of sound. At first, Godless cared about this disaster, thinking that it was just a small meteor. What's all the fuss about? Unbeknownst to him, this meteor was able to completely change the final course of the entire heavenly destiny. Qin Fong sensed a familiar aura above this meteorite. Even in the last hour, Qin Fong quickly went to look for the meteorite of this one. In the last minute, Qin Fong was finally able to see the full picture of this one meteorite, and also saw a scene that shocked him. Where was this a meteorite? This was simply a huge silhouette. Perhaps because the speed of the slide was too fast, so that his body surface covered with rocks all dissolved. The body of 500 feet high and low, as if a giant in the sky, to be viewed by Qin Fong to the head of the moment. The whole person was dumbfounded. This body was not another person, but an enlarged version of Qin Fong. This sudden unknown immediately caused Qin Fong's entire being to lose the ability to think. Was this real? Buzzing. Space and time hummed. And the body of Qin Fong's huge dragon of space and time couldn't help but pull Qin Fong's body, allowing him to quickly return to this space and time. At that very moment, the huge figure unexpectedly opened its eyes and looked at Qin Fong woodenly, as if it wanted to pass on some kind of message. But in the end, Qin Fong was unable to receive any information. Within the splendid space-time channel, Qin Fong's figure was like a swimming dragon, continuously returning, the past time continuously receding, and the power within Qin Fong's body, the divine position and whatnot, even began to dissolve. Qin Fong had returned. Within this time and space, Qin Fong returned once again, but his state was not that good. Chapter 722: The Second Appearance of the Weapon's Soul. At this moment, Qin Fong's entire being was in a state of arcane haze. The last-minute glance that this powerful giant had shared with him had finally given him fragmented information. The picture of a scene that seemed like the heavens were crumbling and destroying the earth lingered in Qin Fong's mind, making him unable to forget it for a long time. The scene was very unfamiliar. Not a heavenly destiny, as if it was another world, only that the giant's lips were buzzing, speaking words that Qin Fong could not understand, could not figure out, making his heart very anxious. This message contained a great secret. Qin Fong, return to your mind. At the critical moment, Licia interfered with Qin Fong, allowing his mind to return. Where is this? Teacher Li Qi. Qin Fong first struggled unconsciously for a couple of moments, and then there was a trace of strangeness in his eyes as he looked at Teacher Li Evil. This was normal. After all, Qin Fong and Licia hadn't seen each other for hundreds of years. Licia still had some experience in playing with time, and immediately gave Qin Fong a recount of what happened when he left Heaven's Mandate, helping him to quickly awaken his memories of this time and space. Teacher Li Evil, I'm back. Qin Fong's voice regained its calmness, and his eyes were much clearer. The past time and the events of this time and space were also perfectly pieced together without causing any confusion. Teacher, how long have I been away? Qin Fong inquired so, fearing that he had been away for too long. Well, if we were to count, the time you left should be 7 seconds. Looking at Li Qi's serious expression that did not look like he was lying, Qin Fong's entire body froze. Really? Really? 7 seconds? What if he had stayed in the past for hundreds of years? Well, this thing, time, is very mysterious, very fascinating. He naturally has his unique characteristics. Li Qi smiled and explained to Qin Fong, asking him about what he had seen and heard in the past. What have you gained from this return to the past? For example, have you comprehended this brand new path of forging? Looking at the glint of hope in Teacher Licia's eyes, Qin Fong smiled mysteriously and gave an expression that reassured Teacher Licia. Where's my divine position? Qin Fong was just about to mobilize his divine position for Licia to watch, but he suddenly discovered that his divine position had disappeared. Can it be that the items in the past time and space can't be brought back? Qin Fong could not help but fall into self-doubt. And then, as if he thought of something, he hurriedly went to check the situation of the Chaos Stones. This huge amount of Chaos Stones. But Qin Fang's lifeblood. If this is all gone, Qin Fang felt that he could die of anger alive. There must be Snap. Qin Fang opened the ring of the golden dragon with apprehension. When he saw the mountains of Chaos Stones, this is a sigh of relief. At last it is not too bad. But why? His god position disappeared. Looking at Xiao He, he was no longer lively at the moment, but had fallen asleep again, because Qin Fang's level had not yet broken through to the god level. Qin Fang was a bit confused, and could only ask teacher Li Xie. The divine rank disappearing suddenly? That's possible. After all, your godhood belongs to the past, and cannot coalesce in the reality of this time and space. As for the reason why you were able to bring back this material, it is also very simple. Above the golden dragon's ring, I attached the power of time, perhaps confusing the time anymore, not letting the material inside be destroyed. To be honest, regarding this power of time, Li Xie didn't know much about it. It was true that he was able to override the long river of time, but the mysteries of the long river of time were difficult, and even he had not fully comprehended them. It's possible. So Qin Fang hurriedly checked the attributes of the dragon of time and space to see if he was still a high godhead. Sure enough, the dragon of time and space was also deprived of his advanced god position, and was still an intermediate god with 10 billion attributes. And because he had just jumped out of the river of time, the power of time in his body was depleted, and at the very least, he needed more than a month to replenish it. The most heartbreaking thing for Qin Fang is still the skill of traveling through time and space, entering a year's cooldown. Hey, hard to get Qin Fang, did you get any more information? Li Xie was still curious about the past. Teacher Li Evil, I saw the formation of the divine spirit abyss in the past. Oh, expand on that. Li Qi was immediately interested. To say who was the biggest threat to the current heavenly orders? Naturally, it was the ancient deities. And what about the greatest reliance of the ancient deities was the abyss that could guarantee that they would not die or perish. If they knew the formation of the abyss, they might be able to target their restraints and destroy the abyss from the root. Snapping. The figure of the plague Dharma god also tore through space and descended to this place in the first instance, greeting Qin Fang with a smile on his lips. Qin Fang. Long time no see. Plague Dharma god senior. Long time no see. Seeing the pestilence Dharma god senior again was still very cordial. After all, these two deities had really helped Qin Fang as if they were his own children. Mom, let's continue with what we were talking about just now. I was also curious in my heart, and that's why I came to sit in on the conversation. The plague Dharma god did not have any bravado. The formation of the divine spirit abyss, in essence, belongs to a contract between heaven and earth and the divine spirits. After listening to Qin Fang's account, Li Xie instantly fell into silence, and after he had deduced a bit, he instantly understood the mystery of this, and could not help but sigh. This first heavenly emperor was truly blessed with a heavenly fortune and proud of his natural talent, and such a heavenly scenario was able to be thought of by him, and even realized, I wish I could have been born 1,000,000 years earlier and lived in the same era as him. The plague Dharma god also couldn't help but exclaim, the first heavenly emperor. Not simple. This guy really isn't simple. Great talent. Really great talent. Qin Fang looked a little off kilter. Honestly, he also had 10% help in this scenario. It was because of his introduction that the eyes of the heavenly raccoon were so high. At the beginning of the Qixia mountain when he was just born, Qin Fang had also left behind quite a few shocking words. So perhaps the speaker was unintentional and the listener had a heart, which had inspired the heavenly raccoon to a certain extent. Qin Fang. Not bad. This information will be of great use to us in destroying the divine abyss. The pestilence Dharma god was excited and couldn't wait to test it out on the spot to see if it could sever the contract and completely destroy the ancient deities. Right. Qin Fang. Is there any other news? Other news then? That is, what you asked me to learn about how the heavenly emperor is imperial. And why? For so many years, not a single deity has resisted. This I have learned. Every innate deity has been signed a servitude contract by him. Dare they disobey? Qin Fang said in a good-natured manner, while Li Xie was surprised for a moment, feeling absurd at once. But within this absurdity, there was a sense of reason. Funny. Dang funny. to choose this kind of approach to imperialism. The plague Dharma god did not hide his mockery at all. It's really ridiculous. Li Qi also despised it a bit. And the first heavenly emperor lost a lot of points in his heart. Any more useful information? Qin Fang made a pondering gesture. This matter about the giants? Should we tell them? In the end, Qin Fang decided to forget about it. It was better to wait for him to personally check it out before making a decision. After 5 million years of light, although heaven's mandate had long since changed, and the sea had changed, Qin Fang still knew the approximate sinking point of the giants. He wanted to unravel the mystery himself. This is something that I really can't think of at once. After all, although this time I nominally returned to the past, most of the time I was spent in Mount Qixia cultivating the art of forging. A small movement out of the corner of Qin Fang's eye was instantly perceived by the plague Dharma god. Li Xia. This little guy definitely had something to say about concealment. But since Qin Fang didn't want to say it, then these two naturally wouldn't be forced. After all, who hasn't had any little secrets? Why get to the bottom of it? Let's go. Let's the two of us go and study about this so-called heaven and earth contract first. While Li Xia, the plague Dharma god, left, Qin Fang's face was on fire. He shouldn't have lied. Perhaps the plague Dharma god, teacherly evil, would be able to solve this mystery faster. Qin Fang was just about to start forging, when suddenly the body of the true asterisk dragon of time and space swam and arrived here, appearing beside Qin Fang in a godly manner, looking at him with grim eyes. I need an explanation. Don't be sophomoric. Recently I have unsealed some of my memories, such as the 10,000 gods formation on Mount Qixia. Do you want to say something? Said time all these years? No matter how the true asterisk dragon of time and space thought, he was somewhat unable to figure it out. With the strength of time, dragon of space at that time? Was it worth it for the heavenly emperor to set up the so-called 10,000 gods grand formation? Is it worth it? It doesn't seem to be worth it. It was only because of the mystery of time that this part of his memory had been sealed. Knowing that Qin Fang had returned to the past and completed this part of history, that the true asterisk dragon of time came back to his senses. That is to say, at that time, in the great formation of the 10,000 gods, it seemed as though he had sensed the aura of the other dragon of time, space and time. Damn it. The true asterisk dragon of time and space understood everything at once. Only just now Li Qi, the plague Dharma god, was there. He couldn't have a seizure. As soon as these two gods left, the dragon of space and time immediately rose up and lashed out. He said that he hated Qin Fang. But if it wasn't for Qin Fang tearing apart the formation, he wouldn't necessarily be able to communicate with the river of time and escape. And he said that he didn't hate him, but it was also because of Qin Fang that he suffered an unjustifiable injustice. He had no choice but to hide for so many years. Cough. Cough. Sorry. At that time, the heavenly raccoons were indeed besieging me. And you also followed and suffered an undeserved calamity. Qin Fang hurriedly sought to make amends. But fortunately, at the last moment, I retained a sliver of the space dragon's soul. And together with the seal you preserved, it's not difficult for the space dragon to come back to life. As he spoke, Qin Fang was about to take out the sliver of his retained soul, wanting to fuse it with the spatial intent given to him by the dragon of time, and combined with the body of the golden dragon's ring, the dragon of space would be able to be resurrected 100%. It doesn't matter. Even if the dragon of space is resurrected, it won't have any effect on the big picture. That's the key. The key to triggering my memories. Hearing these words, Qin Fang seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden. And immediately, his body chilled, and a cool air went straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. The past that Qin Fang thought he had returned to? It would be a branch of the main spacetime. That is, a parallel world. And in his impression, no matter what he did in the past, it would not have any impact on the main spacetime. But why? Could this true asterisk time dragon have such a part of his memories? Could it be that what he returned to was the past of the main spacetime? What he interfered with was also the past of the main spacetime? Or was it that this dragon of time and space, it was following him from a parallel spacetime? Qin Fang, it's over. Dying. How did you inherit such a part of your memories? Could it be that the time and space I was in, the true asterisk dragon eye of time and space, understood Qin's shocked expression? It seems that you still don't understand about the power of time. The timeline is unique. The moment you return to the past, you become the history of the past. Your every move will cause changes in the past. Time is time. He will not give birth to more time and space because of your return to the past. Otherwise, if I kept returning to the past and traveling to the future for so many years, wouldn't I have created countless parallel worlds? And I was like an observer each time, not daring to reveal any of my aura, not daring to cause even the slightest disturbance to history. As he was saying this, the true asterisk dragon of time and space took a look at Qin's general look of convenience and secrecy. His expression suddenly became alarmed as he looked at Qin Fang. You wouldn't have made a move on history, would you? What is the history you changed? Qin Fang's cold sweat swished and flowed down quickly. This? A bit panicky. The things he did to interfere with the past were really a bit much. But the dragon of time and space said immediately after. Huh? No. Something's wrong. History doesn't have any traces of modification. Could it be? You traveled back to the past? That is the established reality? Your present? Is actually your future? Your past is your reality. The true asterisk dragon of time and space was in a paradox at the moment. This wasn't right. Could it be that Qin Fang existed in an iterative state? The Qin Fang of this time was not Qin Fang. The Qin Fang of the past is the Qin Fang? Qin Fang, sister. What are you saying? It's making me dizzy. Can't understand. Really can't understand all. What did you do in the past time and space? The true asterisk dragon of time and space asked Qin Fang for specific details. Qin Fang also omitted nothing and informed the dragon of true asterisk time and space of all of them. After listening, the true asterisk dragon of time and space's expression calmed down instead. Her heart was certain of Qin Fang's identity, but she could not explicitly say so. The you of the past is you. The you of the present is you. And the you of the future is also you. The one who cannot be named. Qin Fang, oh old sister. Do you want to see for yourself what you are talking about? Qin Fang recognized all these words, but pieced them together and froze. Sister Ah? Can you? Before Qin Fang could finish, the true asterisk dragon of time and space spoke once again. Whether or not the golden dragon is resurrected depends on your mood. This time, I'm not going to ask for any argument from you. I already have the answer in my heart. I'm leaving all. After saying that, the true asterisk dragon of time and space actually really patted his bottom and left on that note. Cluelessness was written all over Qin Fang's face. What kind of thing was this? The central place of heaven's destiny. The fifth heavenly emperor since the return of the dragon of time and space. And he wanted to tear through space to probe. But in the end, nothing was done. The god of fate and the god of causes and effects also cast their eyes. The most horrified of all was the god of space, whose dusty memories were opened up. And the shadow of the dragon of time and space, asterisk Qin Fang, appeared in his mind. After 5 million years, the title of Big Brother was once again uttered from his mouth. And the whole person looked as if the heavenly emperor had fallen, generally in disbelief. The 3 brothers of Mount Qixia, the second brother heavenly emperor, the third brother god of space. The eldest brother disappeared. And even his memories were sealed? How is this possible? In these 5 million years, this was the second time the god of space had lost his temper like this. The first time? It was still the death of the second brother, and the throne of the heavenly emperor changed hands. To be honest, at this moment, the space god's heart was very complicated. This person? I seem to recognize it. No, not 5 million years ago, but something recent. Isn't this the kid who followed the Divine Beast clan? How is it possible? At that time, he was merely at the legend rank. How could he be their big brother? And what about the dragon of time and space? Huh. I remember. Big Brother seems to have said that this person seems to be his forging doppelganger. Just like second brother's doppelganger of the god of forging. The god of space opened up his own clever little brain and searched back on his own. At the same time, a brand new idea surfaced in his mind. Should he go and identify himself with Big Brother? Although the god of space and the dragon of time and space, asterisk Qin Fang, hadn't stayed together for a long time, it was undeniable that the feelings were still there. And after 5 million years of vicissitudes of the sea, this feeling was even more pure. During these 5 million years, the god of space had also searched for the dragon of space and time, asterisk Qin Fang's traces. But the final result was unsatisfactory. If it wasn't for second brother forcing the matter, perhaps the three of them would still be as close as brothers. Wouldn't it be even more carefree not to be the lord of the heavenly court? Just as the god of space wanted to act, the figure of the new heavenly emperor appeared in his mind, asking him to go and help open up the situation in the Northwest, striving to also be able to bring down the mega towns of the Northwest human race. At this, the god of space was vicious in his heart, but he still had to do the surface work and could only agree. The god of space's good second brother in the dying, even the so-called deity slavery contract, to the scepter way left. Later generations of heavenly emperors as long as the master of this day emperor's scepter, that is considered to be in control of all the innate gods of the lifespan. No one could disobey the orders of the new heavenly emperor. Otherwise, the heavenly emperor would be able to deprive the immortal abyss of the immortal abyss, and then easily pinch you to death. The reason why the god of space had searched for the dragon of time and space, Qin Fang's trail, was that he wanted to beg his elder brother to see if he had a way to unshackle this portion of the shackles. This feeling of being enslaved, of not being free. The god of space had really had enough of it. Unfortunately, once he traveled to the Northwest, if he wanted to see his big brother again, it would be difficult. Qin Fang said that he was not clear about these things. Qin Fang organized his thoughts and started forging. He first had to complete teacher Li Xia's only task of comprehending the 7 different emotional forces. This task, for the present-day Qin Fang, was very simple. After all, they had all been comprehended before. At the moment, it was merely a simple matter of putting old wine in a new altar. A divine-grade material, now with a touch of Qin Fang's hand. That is, he was able to sense the emotions within it, and then treat the symptoms, and completely draw out the emotions within it. The 6th emotion, the 7th emotion, the 8th emotion. Qin Fang comprehended it very quickly, and in a short while, he had completed the only task that Teacher Li Evil had set out for him. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the unique task set by Divine Craftsman Li Evil. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the only reward, the Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune. You can choose whether or not to rotate it before each forging. Remarks: there is no limit to the level of forging. All can be used. This left Qin Fang's entire body frozen. It was hard to believe that forging super divine weapons could also be used. Qin Fang looked up and down at this one and only reward, the Wheel of Fortune, which was divided into 12 equal portions of grids, each of which was marked with a different text. Success rate plus 50%. Success rate plus 100%. Success rate plus 30%. Success rate minus 50%. Success rate minus 100%. Overall, 50% of the area was increasing the success rate, and 50% of the area was decreasing the success rate. Qin Fang fell in love with this piece of equipment after just one look at it. How good would this be if it was all about lowering the success rate of forging? Qin Fang couldn't wait to try it out. In his heart, he silently chanted, spinning, ding, this forging success rate plus 100%. Within the turning wheel of fate, a bright ray of light shot out and merged into Qin Fang's body. Qin Fang began the forging. What he wanted to forge was a divine artifact. An artifact soul divine artifact. Incidentally, in the process, with the opportunity of forging a divine artifact, he managed to coalesce into a brand new divine position, leaping up to become a deity. In the next second, Qin Fang took out the Chaos Stone from the ring of the Golden Dragon and began the forging. Thud. The first hammer fell, and Qin Fang's emotional power infused with joy began to sublimate in the extreme. Li Xia was originally chatting with the Plague Dharma God, and when he sensed this touch of emotional power being induced, his heart could not help but be amazed. This is the power of emotions. It couldn't be that Qin Fang was trying to become a god with the help of the 7 intermingled emotions? No. Qin Fang seemed to have told him that he had comprehended a brand new forging method. That's it? It shouldn't be. Thud. Qin Fang only felt that the entire forging process was very smooth, without any blockage. Was it because of the fate turning wheel? Ding. Dang. Along with Qin Fang's forging, a brand new force that was born out of the power of emotions, but did not belong to the power of emotions. Even this strand of power was the first. Second appearance in the entire heavenly fate. The artifact soul clan that Qin Fang had created in the past had long been slaughtered by the heavenly raccoons and drowned in the river of history. This time, it could only be considered a reappearance. Buzzing. The first piece of equipment possessed a slight spirituality, radiating joy. The second piece of material was quenched, and the third piece of material was quenched, until the spiritual material of the 30th piece was quenched. Qin Fang let out a temporary sigh of relief, and after resting for a while, he began to speak about the fusion of these materials that contained a hint of spirituality. Everything went so smoothly, and in the end, Qin Fang fused them perfectly and successfully forged this artifact soul equipment. Ding! Congratulations on successfully forging the divine-grade artifact soul equipment, Artifact Soul Long Sword. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing your unique quest, stepping out on a brand new path of forging. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the only reward, Forging Treasure Pearl. Forging Treasure Pearl, when worn, it adds 30% to the success rate of forging. Qin Fang cried out, this thing is demonic. It's really demonic. I don't need it. Old chap. This soul quest, which was issued to him by divine artisan Lu Long, was obtained when he first entered the small town. Now, finally, it's completely finished. Chapter 723 The 8 Clouds Move. Qin Fang becomes a god. This thing might be able to auction off a little bit of copper coins. Forget it. Keep it. The only 2 unique quests. All perfectly completed. Nowadays, Qin Fang only needed to endeavor to complete the one and only quest that the Plague Dharma God had issued to him. However, this sole mission of Senior Plague Dharma God was still relatively difficult. After all, it was going to destroy the entire god race. To be honest, Qin Fang's heart was also a bit bottomless unless he could find a way to break the seal. Ding! Congratulations on your successful promotion to become an Artifact Soul Divine Artisan. Ding! Rewards are being distributed. Qin Fang hadn't distributed the rewards for becoming a god while he was in the past, but now, uniformly make up for it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining your exclusive divine weapon, the Hammer of the Artifact Soul. Hammer of Artifact Soul, created for forging Artifact Soul equipment. 100% of the equipment forged by this hammer can be imbued with spirituality. This one? Only the most basic. As for the more skills and attributes attached to the Hammer of Weapon Soul, they were all top-notch, and even Qin Fang couldn't help but drool as he looked at them. Ding! Congratulations on gaining forging experience value. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining. There were thousands and thousands of rewards for this becoming a god. Every single one of them were treasures. All of them made Qin Fang's heart flutter. Except the one that shocked him the most was the fact that his attributes had already broken through the limit of 99 million, reaching the standard of 300 million. It was important to know that when an ordinary legendary level existence became a god, their attributes would merely break through 100 million. And Qin Fang? On the other hand, he had broken 300 million, which meant that Qin Fang's accumulation was very thick. And it also meant that his path to becoming an intermediate god would be even more rapid. Now, there was no difficulty in allowing Qin Fang to complete the examination for the Human Emperor's first task again. Ding! Congratulations! You have automatically become a human Qixia Mountain Divine Counselor. This was the last system beep. Qin Fang had become a god, and the prophet god of Mount Qixia had sensed it at the first moment, and had instantly given Qin Fang the status of Divine Spirit Counselor. At this moment, Mount Qixia was in the midst of a great deal of discussion. Player me? That's becoming a god. The prophet god was the most surprised. Although he couldn't foresee Qin Fang's future, he was vaguely able to sense some of it. Originally, in his perception, Qin Fang would achieve godhood after the Human Emperor's first test was completed. Now this time, it seemed like it had been advanced a lot. Could it be that something had happened in between? This? Even if the prophet god thought about it, he wouldn't have thought of it. In these 7 short seconds, Qin Fang had been sleepwalking for hundreds of years into the ancient times. What a speed. I remember that the materials were just given to Qin Fang. The second one who was surprised was divine artisan Lu Long. This material had just been given to Qin Fang not long ago, and this was forged successfully. This, compared to Qin Fang, he seemed like a waste. No, something wasn't right. Qin Fang's promotion to the divine spirit godhead? Surprisingly, it wasn't an ordinary forging godlikeness, but a brand new godlikeness, the artifact soul godlikeness. Crap, I'm even more of a waste. Godsmith Lu Long wanted to die. This brand new forging divine position. This was something that every godsmith wanted to comprehend. Unfortunately, divine craftsman Lu Long had become a god for so many years, and had only broken through to an intermediate god. Wanting to achieve a brand new forging divine position was basically impossible. Who would have thought that Qin Fong would have succeeded? Artisan Lu Long, heir. By my count, Qin Fong has only been learning forging for 2 years. Isn't this bullshit? Thinking about this, the divine craftsman Lu Long nearly lost his breath. This is not even more set himself up as a waste? Forget it. Cannot think. Look away. Look away. No. I have achieved the divine position. Doesn't this mean that his ranking as a human emperor is going to increase? This deity of Mount Xixia, who was at odds with the prophet god, had just finished saying this, when he sensed that Qin Fong's human emperor candidate ranking was rapidly rising, eventually surging straight to within 100. And the human emperor candidates that were still above Qin Fong's head now were all senior deities. Ding. Let us congratulate player Shen for achieving the artifact soul divine position. Ding. Let us congratulate player Me for achieving the artifact soul godhood. Ding. This smattering of system beeps instantly resounded throughout Heaven's destiny, instantly causing the entirety of the players to fall into deep despair, and could only look up at Qin Fong's figure with wide eyes. Incredulous. Truly incredulous. For a long time, Heaven's destiny which erupted into a horrifying, as if the heavens were crumbling discussion. The interactive section was simply going to kill crazy awe. This? Player Me actually became a god? This was the unified idea of the majority of players. What a ripoff. I'm only at level 70. 70 levels. This was the current average level of Heaven's destiny, while the god level was 100 levels, which meant that Qin Fong had surpassed the version by a full 30 levels, which was simply terrifying. Isn't there some kind of problem? How is it possible? This was the true thought of many players, wanting to thoroughly investigate Qin Fong. It always felt like this kid was hung up. Yeah. True or false? Player Me, this is becoming a god? Che. This is merely a forging god? Not much of a real talent. Qin Fong's little hackers also jumped out in droves, saying that it was merely a forging god. Not worth mentioning. In fact, they all understood in their hearts that a god? It was God, which was already not in existence on the same level as them. This incompetent barking madness is just that. The hidden earth. The tree of life was practically jumping for joy when they received this piece of news. Originally, they thought that Qin Fong had disappeared for such a long period of time, and would just fall silent. Who knew? It had only been a short while, and Qin Fong had become a god in a strong manner, slapping a crowd in the face. He. Boss has become a god. These copies? What else is there to brush? Hidden earth, who was in the middle of the copies, directly exited in a godly manner, his mouth perking up. Just kidding. This? Why did he have to work so hard to brush the copies? Wasn't it because the newly released copies were able to drop demigod artifacts? For the present-day 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, demigod-level equipment could greatly enhance the guild's combat power. Even for Hidden Earth, it was very tempting. So during this period of time, the Hidden Earth division had been brushing day and night, and the Tree of Life had followed suit with great exertion. But now, boss directly become a god, and is still the achievement of the divine artisan. Hey, he still brush what copy waiting for the boss to feed not just good? And this so-called semi-divine weapon? Sorry, I can't look at it now. Hidden Earth had already begun to mingle and wait for death. Besides, Zhang Ming, he is even more excited. The president achievement of the divine artisan. This for the 10,000 people Empty Alley Guild. Absolutely is a huge publicity opportunity. How could he let it go? It just so happened that many of this casual players were unwilling to join the 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild. But now? Guess they should be willing. Do you want the artifact? Want it. But it's hard for me if you don't join our guild. Oh, what do you mean? You want to join? Well, let's fill out an application form first. Shall we? This? Won't the fish take the bait? Besides, the president becomes a god. And this artifact? Can it still be missing from the 10,000 Emperors Guild? You guys look at the human emperor list. This player my name into the top 100 This sentence? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Isn't this normal? After all, player me has become a god. AI. Pity pity? Right. Player Me's back is actually the Snow family. This kid. He's really lucky. The last few sentences were clearly the size of the capitals of Sky City. To be honest, Player Jean's potential was in the eyes of all of these Sky City capitals. But alas, Player Me. This is the only existence amongst the players to have killed their way into the top 100. The probability of becoming a human emperor has at the very least increased by another 20%. As for these capital selected players, wanting to become a god is simply impossible in a short period of time. Wanting to compete for the position of human emperor? Already lost. There were even some capitals that wanted to cooperate with the Snow family and share Qin Fang's future. Capital. Pervasive. As for the reaction of the Shui family, it was an afterthought. When Batian heard this news of Player Me becoming a god, his entire body jumped up from the top of the bench in surprise and fell heavily to the ground. This, according to Batian's understanding of online games, at the very least, the first 5 years of the service of the Providence will not be born from the players of the gods. Otherwise, this is digging their own graves, artificially shortening the future of the Providence. Who would have thought that the Providence of the service of 2 years even from the players of the birth of the gods. But this is also from the side of the positive, Player Me. Strong Batian heart this difficult Watching Qin Fang become a god. This is more difficult than killing him Fortunately, during this period of time, Batian managed to carry out close cooperation with the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild. So he couldn't break it up. So, Batian thought about it before sending a message to Qin Fang, older brother. When you become a god, don't forget about my older brother. This divine weapon? Arrange a few pieces for old brother if you have them. Don't worry. The price is not any problem. Qin Fang saw this message and instantly replied. Don't worry, old brother. If you are missing anyone's divine artifacts, you won't be missing yours. Ding. Player Me requests a trade. Do you agree? Qin Fang directly opened the trade. And the artifact soul artifact that he had just forged. He directly threw it to Batian, letting him watch the bidding. Seeing such a reply and hearing this system tone, Batian could not help but smile. This kid still hasn't changed. Older brother. Older brother is not polite with you. This divine weapon? Older brother 100 billion copper coins to buy down. Also can be regarded as to support the old brother. Batian was very generous. And this time, it also had another meaning. If the first divine artifact in Qin Fang's hands was sold at a very low price, it would be very improper for the forger. A price of 100 billion was already very high. At the very least about 70% higher than the normal divine artifact price. The price of a normal divine artifact was just 60 billion. And Qin Fang forged it. Batian was willing to pay 100 billion. This was 1,000 gold for a horse's bones. It was also considered to be an indirect way of selling a favor to him. Ding. Transaction completed. Before Batian could view this divine weapon, he rushed to proclaim this matter. Hegemony Guild 100 billion copper coins to purchase Player Weir's artifact. The report of this one spread out at an extremely fast speed. Grass. Hegemony is stupid. Yeah. 100 billion copper coins? To go and buy an artifact? Crap. When did divine artifacts go for such high prices? Simply fooling around? I know you want to raise the player's price for me. But isn't this too much? Marred. Disgusting. I can smell the scent of all evil capitalism. The players began to curse. And their hatred of the rich became more and more serious by the day. However, when Batian finished watching this artifact, he was immediately shocked out of a cold sweat. He realized that the price of 100 billion copper coins? It is really he earned and is earning a lot. This artifact? If you go to auction, at least 120 billion. The final price? The final price? There was a possibility that it could go straight up to 180 billion. There was no other reason. This artifact soul artifact was completely different from the artifacts he had seen before. It was no longer just a divine artifact. It was more like a permanent divine tier fighter. Ding. You have taken the initiative to summon the divine grade artifact soul within this divine artifact to assist you in battle. Duration, permanent. This? With just this one skill, it would be able to be worth 50 billion copper coins at the very least. Immediately after, Bastard Heaven transferred another 50 billion to Qin Fang. This damn. If he didn't transfer it, wouldn't he become the one who took advantage of it? Qin Fang, on the other hand, smiled faintly and accepted this amount of copper coins. Just now, he had already made it very clear to Batian that he would set the price. And Batian would give 100 billion? Then it was 100 billion. Qin Fang wouldn't say anything more. But at a price of 100 billion? Buying a divine artifact that was worth at least 150 billion? In the future, Qin Fang would definitely not trade divine artifacts with Bastard Heaven again. From the looks of it, old brother Bartion still knew his stuff. In the future, if you have the chance, cooperate again. Old brother Bartion. Qin Fang took the initiative to send this message to Bartion. Batian perfunctorily replied him, and then started discussing the awesomeness of this artifact soul equipment with the players of the Batian Guild. Unfortunately, this artifact soul equipment wasn't suitable for him. Otherwise, Hegemony really wanted to keep it for himself. Songhai Guild. Within the Songhai Guild's quarters, President Songhai had a gloomy face, as if dark clouds were covering him. And the entire person was very unhappy. Who can tell me? By what right can a player me become a god? During this period of time, President Songhai was constantly brushing copies, constantly searching for quests, and with the help of the entire guild, he was only able to advance to legendary level with great difficulty. And he was originally complacent. But suddenly, he was told that player me had become a god. Mad? This is not bullshit. What was all this effort for so many days? The executives of Songhai Guild shut up, and no one dared to speak. The more Chairman Songhai thought about it, the angrier he became, and he began to lose his mind. In the past few months, Songhai Guild's reputation has been in tatters. All because of the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild. There is no other reason. The 10,000 Empty Lane Guild and Songhai Guild's towns have been in constant friction, and Songhai Guild has fallen into a disadvantage. Their territories and so on, they are also being eroded. And even the players of the guild are starting to die off. Deception is too much. Simply too much. Now, player me is even becoming a god. The former overlord. Songhai Guild is difficult to really fall off the altar? President. A momentary loss is not called a loss. We will still be able to return to the top. As long as you become a god, everything still has a fight. Right. President. This 10,000 Empty Alley Guild is like a grasshopper in the autumn. It won't be able to bounce around for a few days. President. Give me a god-level material. I'll be able to try to break through to god level as well. And even if the breakthrough fails, I'll still be able to try to refine a demigod artifact. President Songhai gradually calmed down and went to search for god-level materials. Shrinking our battle lines. 1/3 of this large town. We're giving it up to them. In the end, Songhai Guild chose to retreat. Heaven's Destiny's Mirror Lake. On a rainy night, Rain Lightning was comfortably rafting, enjoying the view in passing. Brother, what about player me becoming a god? When will you become a god? Rain Lightning inquired in a playful manner, seemingly wanting to stir up Rainy Night's good nature. Become a god? There's no rush. Let the tall man go on top first. Otherwise, how tiring. Besides, once we become gods, by then, not to mention rafting with you, even the time we stay together will be very little. Do you want that kind of life? Rainy Night purposely said so before dotingly hanging onto Rainy Night's nose. Humph. You're bad. Rain Lightning said that she didn't want to bother with Rainy Night. When Qin Fang became a god, it could be said that the clouds of the 8 directions were moving. The true asterisk time dragon, swimming in the river of time. Since Qin Fang becoming a god and couldn't help but murmur. Soon. Puffing. The true asterisk dragon of time and space once again drilled into the long river and disappeared. Looking at the direction of his departure, it happened to be the upper reaches of the long river of time. As for the ancient deities, for this newly promoted deity of the human race, it was stated, it doesn't matter. With the heavenly emperor's order, there were also very few deities who spoke. I heard that the human race has produced another deity. Oh, it doesn't matter? Yeah. Even if he achieves top god before he can be somewhat useful. A newly promoted deity. Just cannon fodder. And he shouldn't have become a god. There's still a possibility of living without becoming a god. Once he becomes a god, he'll definitely die. The ancient deity expressed rubbish, and was able to be killed with his hands. Unbeknownst to them, player me would become their greatest nightmare in the future. Qin Fang viewed a glance at his own human emperor ranking, and he was still satisfied. Qin Fang took a deep breath and began to forge his second artifact, soul artifact, after becoming a god. Ding! Dong! The crisp sound of forging rang out. This time, Qin Fong no longer needed to forge it with the sublimation of emotional power. Instead, he directly conferred spirituality. 50%. 60%. Dang! Qin Fong directly failed the forging. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully triggered a forging failure. 1,000 times return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the artifact soul equipment, 9 Heaven's Grief * 1000. This time, Qin Fong had forged a long sword, which was suitable for swordsmen, knights and other professions, and was most suitable for selling. After all, this part of the game had the most players. Qin Fong experimented once. This forging failure, 1,000-fold return system was still able to be used, and immediately stopped forging. At this time, Zhuge Tianmian's communication rang. Qin Fong answered. City Lord, congratulations on becoming a deity. Zhuge Tianmian's words carried joy from the bottom of his heart. He. Fluke, fluke, fluke. Qin Fong was still relatively modest. Mr. Zhuge Tianmian, is there something you want? Zhuge Tianmian had basically never called Qin Fong in communication. Thus Qin Fong had this question. Lord City Lord, since you have been promoted to become a deity, then our heavenly sun town namely has the qualifications to be promoted to a super large scale. So let's see when it is convenient for you, and let's meet to talk about it in detail. Qin Fong's entire body tensed up, and the corners of his mouth rose. A super large town? A Tianyang town? This was something that one wouldn't even dare to think about in the past. Chapter 724, Destroying the Contract, Thoroughly Exterminating the Thunder God. Qin Fong walked out from within his private territory and decisively went to look for Zhuge Tianmian. There was no other reason. This mega town was something he was very interested in. Right now, wasn't the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild competing with the Songhai Guild for a share of the mega town? But remember, just fighting for a share is just a small fight for a few shops. And the purchase is not a permanent right, but a right to use. But if Tianyang town is promoted to become a mega town, the entire town will be his. So what's the point of fighting for it? This was a matter of profit. Tianyang town City Lord's mansion. Qin Fong had just stepped outside the City Lord's mansion when he saw rows of hot eyes. These were the eyes of the city guards standing on both sides. And when they saw Qin Fong, they were in a very excited mood, with smiles on their faces, and even their backs were straight. This one was a legendary deity. Tianyang town? A deity in the true sense of the word. The most crucial thing was still their city lord. Proud? Proud? Congratulations to Lord City Lord on becoming a god. A full 10,000 people of the city guard square roared at the same time. The sound was simply deafening. Even if Qin Fong became a god, he couldn't help but be startled. As for the players who passed by outside the city lord's mansion, the eye sickness was back. Che. What just became a god and you're such a tart. It's really shameless. Right. Right. I feel the same way. Too wasteful. Too extravagant. But if I were to become a god, I feel that this row is still too small. At the very least it would have to be a square formation of 100,000 people. He. Me too. You two are really shameless. Qin Fong did not take such flirtatious language seriously, and even took the initiative to wave his hand to greet the players. Hard-working generals. I dare not say anything else. From tomorrow onwards, the equipment of our Tianyang Town City Guards will undergo a major change. I guarantee that everyone will have a legendary grade equipment. Legendary grade generals. They can even get divine artifacts. That's right. After you guys go back, preach such news back to me. Legendary grade equipment can be sloppy, but divine artifacts can't be sloppy. Let them all give me certain requirements, and forge divine artifacts that are most suitable for them as much as possible. After Qin Fong finished speaking, these city guards first froze, as this was completely out of their imagination. But the next second, outside the City Lord's mansion's gates became a sea of joy. Crap. Lord City Lord is atmospheric. Artifact. This is an artifact. I have to hurry back and tell our head. Taking off. Really taking off. Thank you, Lord City Master. Equipment upgrades. Doesn't this mean that we'll be able to have more responses when we encounter danger in the future? Is this a divine artisan? It's still good to have a divine artisan as a city lord. The city guards were discussing loudly, And with the fact that they were all Hans, their voices were even more deafening. Quiet. Quiet. What's it like? The first time the legendary ranked Wan Fujing rectified the discipline. It was simply humiliating. And it was so humiliating in front of the city lord. In front of the gods. What if the city lord thought he was lax in his rule? I remember you. 0 degree. Good job. Remember to properly report the requirements of the divine artifacts to me. I'll tailor it for you. Alright. Disperse. Don't all gather around the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Qin Fang patted the shoulder of this Wanfu chief and told him to command the city guards to all disperse. Fine. Fine. Thank you, city lord. This legend-ranked general was so happy to be given 2 pats on the shoulder by Qin Fang that he couldn't find his way out of the city. His entire blood color rushing to his face. Very excited, the 10,000 or so city guards dispersed, informing their good brothers of the good news. Entering inside the city lord's mansion, each of their faces were filled with red light. And when they saw the city lord, they didn't call out to the city lord anymore, but rather to the divine spirit lord. Lord City Lord. Once again. Congratulations. Zhuge Tianming also hurriedly stood up and greeted Qin Fang in the outer hall, that is, bowing deeply. Mr. Zhuge Tianming. Isn't this a compliment to me? I can't afford it. Lord City Lord. You can afford it. Just by virtue of the fact that you are a deity. You can afford a bow from an old immortal. Qin Fang hurriedly went over to help Mr. Zhuge Tianming up. And then led him, stepping into the council hall together, to be supported by a deity. This was a great honor. Even Zhuge Tianmian could not help but straighten his back. This kind of means of pulling people in. Qin Fang still knew some of it. Mr. Zhuge Tianmian, what you just said in the communication, is it true? These two exchanged pleasantries, and finally returned to the topic. Lord City Lord. It's definitely true. It's just that large towns wishing to be promoted to a super large city lord need to complete the following 3 conditions before they can apply for promotion. First, the city lord of that large town steps into the divine spirit rank. This is something that you no longer need to worry about. It is completely sufficient. And I observe that your divine power is strong. As if you are not new to the divine spirit realm. It had to be said that Zhuge Tianmian's vision was still very poisonous. Qin Fang smiled and did not say anything. The second point requires you to independently kill an ancient deity. After saying that, Zhuge Tianmian looked towards Qin Fang. Honestly, this point was a bit difficult. This was an independent beheading of a deity. How many human deities who had first entered the divine level, not to mention going to slaughter deities, many were able to ensure that they would not be beheaded by deities, which was already considered extremely good. Qin Fang fell into deep thought. Decapitating deities? That didn't seem too difficult. What is the third point? The third point requires that your contribution to the human race exceeds 1 billion, and that you are able to carry the test of 3 human primordial deities alone. Qin Fang frowned. This sheesh. It was clearly 2 assessments. But it wasn't too difficult. Mr. Zhuge Heavenly Fate. Is this application difficult? If it's not difficult, let's strive to finalize and complete this matter within a day. Qin Fang spoke in a cloudy manner. But Zhuge Tianmian was shocked. This? Lord City Lord was joking. For Zhuge Tianmian, each and every one of these tasks was incomparably difficult. Is the City Lord's head in the clouds? He wanted to complete it in a day. Yes. But Lord City Master? Are you sure you want to apply? No more efforts to cultivate a bit? Zhuge Tianmian had already said it very politely. But Qin Fang waved his hand, telling Mr. Zhuge Tianmian to hurry up and prepare, and invite the 3 deities from Mount Qixia to rush over. He still had things to do later on. Unable to do anything else, Zhuge Tianmian could only submit the application for promotion to a mega town. These 3 tasks. There was no back and forth order. Whichever one was completed first was fine. Mount Qixia. The prophet god looked at the letter in his hand, and couldn't help but frown. Was this player really an old man hanging himself? Arrogant and arrogant. He even wanted to help Tianyang promote to a mega town, and wanted the 3 primordial deities of the human race to rush to test him. This kid? Doesn't he know the power of a deity? Isn't this nonsense? Whose new god dares to pick 3 at once? Furthermore, Tianyang town was just promoted to a large-scale town a year ago. And now? You want to be promoted to a mega town again? Old chap. Do you have that kind of coins? Taking a step back. Even if player me succeeds in passing the examination for mega towns, even if Mount Qixia gives him this target, Will he be able to complete the construction of Tianyang Town on his own? The super large town consumes too much manpower and material resources. Although Qixia Mountain can give some manpower help, but material resources, financial resources, but not a bit will not give them all. It's hard to believe that this kid thought that he had promoted himself to become a divine artisan, and with the divine weapons he had forged, he would be able to support such a huge expenditure? Will he be able to support such huge expenses? Simply foolhardy. When he really started, he would know what it means to be a drop in the bucket, knowing that there are so many deities in Mount Qixia. Could it be that this test could not be completed by everyone? Finish? Definitely able to complete it. But the funds to build a mega town really couldn't be raised. The prophet god thought that Qin Fang was being insouciant, but he still selected 3 deities and told them to go to Tianyang Town to test Qin Fang. Ding! The prophet god has issued a message for you. Go to Tianyang Town and test the town lord, me, to see if he is qualified to establish a mega town. In an instant, the 3 deities of Mount Qixia all received this news, and their expressions were somewhat exaggerated. Li Qingtian, Li Dali, and divine craftsman Lu Long. These 3 were all old friends of Qin Fang. These 3 gods quickly gathered together to discuss this matter. It was not hard to tell from the look in their eyes that these 3 gods wanted to let go of the water. This time, don't hold back. Let Qin Fang know how arrogant he is. This was the voice of the prophet god, completely breaking the petty thoughts in their hearts. Let's go! Hee hee. My brother has become a god too. So fast. Go. The 3 gods exerted their means and traveled to the Heavenly Sun Town. In the battle of the 3 southeastern districts, these 3 had survived as much as they could. Speaking of which, it still had something to do with Qin Fang. After all, there were just a few gods with better relations. Could Qin Fang just watch them die? Definitely not. So each of them had 10 to 20 divine artifacts. This was what allowed them all to get through and successfully kill their opponents. There was no need to say that Li Qitian was a veteran of sorts. And with his own strength, it was not difficult to decapitate any of the ancient deities. However, Li Dali was relying on Qin Fang's divine artifact, and only then was he able to get through it. Li Qingtian. It would definitely be a lie for Li Dali to say that he was not thankful in his heart. Divine artisan Lu Long and the other deities were still on their way. So Qin Fang did not waste this time, and turned his eyes towards the god of thunder, who was imprisoned in the underground of the Tianyang City Lord's mansion. The hidden danger that was the god of thunder. It was time for him to be plucked out. Little Black? Meowing. Little Black was very obedient, snuggling at Qin Fang's feet, rubbing against his trouser leg, kissing it 1,000,000 times. Give me the thunder material. Pfft. Little Black instantly rose up his arse, fluttering and dropping a dozen or so pieces of pure, legendary grade thunder materials to Qin Fang. Shuga Tianyan watched from the side, and couldn't help but feel a chill. Why does it feel a bit disgusting? Qin Fang was unimpressed, picking up so many materials. That is, he started forging the list within the city guards. Qin Fang had seen it once before. Mainly knights. Defensive power. Attacking power can be both. Since this was the case, the equipment that Qin Fang wanted to forge was naturally the legendary grade thunder shield. Saying that he would do it, Qin Fang began the forging. Dang. Ding. Dang. With a god-level body, forging legendary-level equipment was very simple. Even, Qin Fang was able to extract the rule power of the god of thunder and integrate it into his own forging. To put it simply, in the past, when Qin Fang had forged equipment that contained the power of the ancient gods, apart from the ancient gods being able to equip them, other beings, other races, were unable to wear them. But now, he had returned the power of the rules for his own use, which meant that he had used the power of the god of thunder to forge the human race's thunder equipment, so that all of the human race would be able to use it. Don't forget, the Heavenly Raccoon's forging technique was all taught by Qin Fang. The god of the forge was merely an alter ego of the Heavenly Raccoon. This was also one of the rewards of Qin Fang's return to the ancient times. The gods, the human race, in a way, could be considered in complete agreement, and what was mobilized was nothing more than the energy of the heavenly mandate. Thud. The god of thunder, who was sealed in the ground of Tianyang Town, had long since stopped struggling and was currently sleeping. Only in the next second, endless panic namely appeared from the bottom of his heart. It was as if a giant beast was continuously devouring the power within him. What is this? The god of thunder was scared. Really scared. Mad awe. Don't come over. But this devouring sensation, not using his will as a full-time job, still kept on devouring. Thunder god this? What happened all? At first, the amount of divine power extracted wasn't much, and it was considered a thin stream. But after checking around, the god of thunder, any external interference did not appear all. This, the unknown, is the most panicked all. Dang. With a final loud bang, Qin Fang decisively shattered this piece of legendary grade equipment into pieces on the ground. Shu Tianmian, ah? What is this for? Is it possible that Lord City Lord's forging? Is there a flaw? Can't even legendary grade equipment be finished? No. It's definitely not. Maybe it's because Lord City Master doesn't want this equipment anymore and wants to reforge it. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. 1,000 times return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a legendary grade soul equipment, Thunder Shield * 1000. Sheen fought. To the hand. One more legendary grade thunder armor. Qin Fang began to forge non-stop. And he did so at a fast speed. It was also true that basically, when he succeeded in forging up to 50%, he would forcefully blast this piece of equipment to pieces. So forging could not be fast. In the short span of a morning, Qin Fang had already forged tens of thousands of pieces of legendary grade equipment. Shuga Tianyan was scared silly on the sidelines. Big brother, aren't you being a little too wasteful? Although legendary grade materials are all humped out. Right. It's not such a waste. This forged for a whole morning? Not a single product? I'm going to have to question your skills. Rest for a while, and forge the divine artifact. Qin Fang turned indifferent, as if the one who forged a patchwork of fragments was not him. Coronation City Lord. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. Shu Tianyan really couldn't watch any longer. If he continued to watch, his high blood pressure would go off. Qin Fang hemmed and hawed, but he did not say much. Anyway, he would just give him the finished product in a few days. The god of thunder's entire being was numb. His nerves were in a state of extreme tautness, being extracted from his own power out of thin air by an inexplicable being. This feeling of panic? Who understands? Family members. Has it finally stopped? These tens of thousands of pieces of legendary grade equipment, although they weren't of high quality, had extracted 99% of the divine power from the thunder god's body. If it continued, this thunder god would definitely not survive. Before the thunder god could rest for 3/4 of an hour, Qin Fang's forging began again. Dang. This time, Qin Fang's forging was a divine artifact, and the god of thunder instantly felt the divine power in his body was frantically draining away. This? Again? The god of thunder, should I kill myself? This is too much. In the end, not waiting for the god of thunder to start committing suicide, the power in his body was extracted, and after enduring some of it, his entire body was reduced to pieces and dissipated in the ground of Tianyang town. Originally, the god of thunder thought that this would be the end. Who had thought? Even if he resurrected in the abyss again, he also sensed this huge beast as the shadow of the feeling appeared. Bite by bite, devouring the terrifying divine power contained within the abyssal springs of the god of thunder. This, inside the egg of the deity. The god of thunder collapsed. Don't be like this, big brother. Give a way out. Dang. Qin Fang hammered the 60% completed divine artifact to pieces, and the brilliant light suddenly turned into nothingness. Thud. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Triggering a blast return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an intermediate artifact soul artifact. Psi in the end * 100. Buzzing. The thunder god's power within the entire thunder abyss dropped by 0.3 of a cent at an extremely fast rate. The thunder god desperately devoured the divine power, wanting to hatch out of the egg as soon as possible. Forget it. Whatever. Even if it's not god tier, I'll admit it. Clicking. Shattering sounds rang out as the epic level thunder god hatched out. He landed on the Heavenly Emperor order at the first opportunity to call for help. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. Help. I'm really dying. The god of thunder gave the Heavenly Emperor a detailed account of his situation, but did not receive any reply from the Heavenly Emperor. To be honest, the Heavenly Emperor saw his message, but didn't dare to act rashly. to be able to easily devour the power of the high god Thunder God. This was definitely a terrifying super god level existence. The current him? Couldn't move. Could only watch the God of Thunder. God of Thunder, Is it hard to believe that the Heavenly Emperor has fallen into a deep sleep once again? The God of Thunder, who could not get a reply for a long time, rushed to request the help of the gods by the Heavenly Emperor's order again. After the Star God listened to the God of Thunder, his body couldn't help but tremble for a few moments, curling up a bit outside of the Heavenly Order, not daring to get involved. The God of Death was also as terrified as his eyes could be, not saying a word within the Heavenly Emperor's order. Even the God of Space, the corners of his mouth were twitching at this moment, not daring to meddle in this matter, and even taking the initiative to head to the northwestern region, away from this place. All in all, this matter? It was too bizarre and contained great terror. Not daring to go. Not being able to get involved. These were all top deities. All of them had suffered Qin Fang's loss and managed to survive, not saying a word. As for those who had not survived, they could not speak of the great terror. Thus, there was a large number of rash people. God of Thunder, I'm going to rescue you. You should know that. You and I are one in thunder and lightning. I want your thunder origin. This was the God of Electricity, who was now starting to bang the drum. Yes, yes, as long as you can rescue me, let alone the thunder origin, I'll give you this thunder abyss as well. The Thunder God expected to grab the last straw to save his life. I'll go as well. Except for your Thunder God artifact. I've got my eye on it. This one was the God of the Void, showing as much greed as he could. It can be. The God of Thunder could only admit it through gritted teeth. Now, as long as he could survive, he was willing to give everything. I'll go too. I'll go too. Thunder God, I heard that the thunder grass under your abyss is growing well. Give. All of it. This was the God of Thunder, who had now forgotten all and abandoned all. Thus, a group of 10 or so ancient deities formed a team, and together, they headed towards the Thunder Abyss. Thunder God marred. How greedy. Never mind. Let's trick you all over. Let's see if this giant beast will devour your power. If it devours your power as well, I'll be able to make it slightly easier. Among the ancient deities, there was also collusion. Qin Fang once again began to forge the Thunder Attribute Artifact Soul Divine Artifact. 2 hours later, 30% of the divine power within the Thunder Abyss disappeared once again. Thunder God marred. Why are one and all so slow? Hurry up and come. Another 2 hours later, the divine power disappeared again. The original Thunder Dense, Thunder Dragon Swimming, contains a great horror of the Thunder Abyss. At this moment only left a layer of seemingly mist like the power of thunder. As for the Thunder Fountain, but also directly dried up 90%. The God of Thunder was like a fish that had been detached from the seawater. Even breathing was so difficult. As for strength, it was still at the epic level, not breaking through, because he really couldn't snatch the huge mouth in the nothingness. This feeling of devouring if nothing else was still possessed, causing the Thunder God's spirit to go into a trance. And he seemed to see his own demise. God of Thunder, we are here. This smattering of sound was like heavenly music as the devouring roused the God of Thunder from the brink of his insect's collapse. These gods just stepped into the Thunder Abyss. That is, they constantly frowned. The power of thunder was actually so faint. What exactly happened in this place? Could it be that they were sneak attacked by a super god level? You guys? Finally came. The God of Thunder suddenly gave them a divine explanation. You guys hurry up and scout around to see where there are giant beasts. Something weird is constantly devouring my divine power. Look! It's right next to you guys. These deities who came to support the God of Thunder kept surveying the surroundings. But there was nothing to be found. Everything was normal, but it was the God of Thunder who was a bit abnormal. Eyes full of bloodshot, tousled hair, messy divine power, and a godly mouth. Is it possible that this kid has seen a ghost? What is it? What happened? These deities wanted to figure out what was going on. Don't come over. It's starting again. It's starting again. Can't you see it? There's a big mouth there. The God of Thunder kept saying epileptic words. And these deities probed once again. To be honest, there wasn't any discovery. Thunder God. Thunder God? Just as these deities suspected that the God of Thunder was having brain problems, the God of the Void made a sudden discovery, The divine power within the thunder fountain was decreasing, and the thunder power contained within the grass and trees had also been drained. Something's not right. Maybe there really is a so-called terrifying existence all around us that's staring at us. These words truly sent shivers down the spines of the onlooker deities. It was because even if they used all their means to probe their surroundings, they hadn't found any of the abyssal maws that the thunder god had spoken of. Farewell. The first ancient deity to come to support them, seeing that they could not reap any benefits and that there were unknown dangers, immediately chose to leave. Sorry. There's still porridge simmering on the fire at my home. I have to go too. Oops. Look at my memory. My wife is still waiting for me at home. Farewell. For a while, all of these gods whimpered and left. Only the god of the void, by virtue of his identity as a top-level deity, explored this place again. 2 hours. The god of void saw a terrifying scene. All the thunder power within the abyssal spring was absorbed, and the god of thunder was also drained and became flying ash in front of him. And there was no more thunder power within the entire thunder abyss. This place was as if it was a naturally formed abyss. There is a great terror. The god of thunder used all of his strength to hiss out such a sentence. With a click, the ground of the abyss shattered. The spring collapsed, and the god of the void saw dense chains pouring into his eyes, intertwined and seemingly still pulsating. When he realized what it was, he was instantly horrified and quickly left. Beast in the void, see this dense chains, showing a touch of greed, but also could only then thunder chain above. Ruthless bite, and then quickly disappeared. This thunder chain suffered a heavy blow, and immediately seemed like a swimming dragon, diving into the thousands of chains, never to be found again. Qin Fang, on the other hand, was puzzled. He had obviously hammered this divine artifact long ago. Why did the system beeps not sound yet? For 10 seconds, the long-lost beeps came to mind. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a blast return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the strengthened * intermediate artifact soul artifact. Rule Thunder Lance * 100. This system beep immediately made Qin Fang freeze. What was this situation? Strengthened * divine weapon? What is this thing? Qin Fang just wanted to investigate, when the voice of the plague Dharma god sounded in his mind. Quickly, continue forging the Thunder Divine Artifact. Although Qin Fang was unsure, he still snapped out the divine grade materials from Little Black's arse and began to forge. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully borrowed a super god level quest. Assist in destroying the Thunder Abyss. Quest reward? Qin Fang's eyes immediately glowed. Super god grade. This should be considered the highest ranked quest so far. Take a screenshot and use it for pretense later. Plague Dharma god. Licia stood up, looked at each other, and a weird smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Or what? Let's take advantage of Qin Fang's strike and completely destroy the Thunder Abyss. This law of contract? Plague Dharma god. Licia has completely cracked. Honestly, it is not very difficult. After all, this is the heavenly raccoon top god's moment set up. And these two? Both are super god level existences. Only need a premise. Want to cut off the contract. Need the corresponding abyss within the no longer any god power. At the moment, it was succeeded by Qin Fang by mistake. Within the Thunder Abyss at this moment, there was no thunder power. It was only because of the contract that the Thunder Law of Heaven's destiny was still rapidly secreting the power of thunder and integrating it into the Thunder Abyss to ensure the resurrection of the God of Thunder. This contract was actually mutually beneficial. For Heaven's mandate's Thunder Law, he was unable to actively cultivate, but after the Thunder God signed a contract with him, as long as the Thunder God cultivated, then, that was considered the growth of the Thunder Law, and the Thunder Law had to help the Thunder God gain eternity. Now, this connection was severed by Qin Fang. The terrifying giant beast even directly stole the power of the thunder rule between heaven and earth, allowing the Thunder Law to burrow into the net and disappear, and at the same time, allowing the contract between the God of Thunder and heaven and earth to be revealed. Which is just the best opportunity. Plague Law God. Licia stepped up and descended above the Thunder Abyss. Licia took out the fine wine and guarded it, while the Plague Dharma God kept pinching in his hands, wanting to sever the contract. However, the wind and clouds changed, and strange signs appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 725 Destruction of the Thunder Abyss. Qin Fang's identity exposed. Plague Dharma God. Are you sure about this? A white-robed, graceful heavenly emperor figure emerged, as if he was an exiled immortal, without any imperial majesty, without any hostility. He didn't seem to care about the Plague Dharma God destroying this so-called Thunder Abyss. And there was no threatening intent in his words. Instead, it was as if he was watching a good show. Tianqi, you shouldn't have appeared. Li Qi looked towards the heavenly emperor and put away the wine bottle. A heavenly aura surfaced, as if he wanted to destroy the entire sky. This was Li Xie. The Li Xie in full state. Even the entire heaven's destiny had to bow down. And it was not difficult for all of heaven's destiny's deities to perceive a suffocating feeling, as if they were going to die completely. Heavenly enlightenment. That is, the name of this heavenly emperor, symbolizing the point of enlightenment of everything. For a time, countless races cast their eyes towards this place, wanting to see clearly what was happening here. However, it seemed that they were only able to see Li Xie. And as for the Plague Dharma God, he was in an illusory state, which no one was able to probe into, especially the human race, which was deliberately shielded by the Plague Dharma God, was even more unable to probe. Only other than the top deities being able to capture the situation of this place. Other deities? Only able to see the intense light. But nothing else? They can't perceive it at all. This is the super god level. The super god level that cannot be seen directly. The deities on the side of the ancient deities sensed the aura of the heavenly emperor and couldn't help but feel great certainty in their hearts. No. 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 I have no intention of fighting today. I'm merely a bystander. You guys can pretend I don't exist. The heavenly emperor hurriedly waved his hand to clear the air, taking the initiative to collect his own qi and blood power for fear of being misunderstood by Li Qi. However, he also had his own plans to see the moment of destroying the heaven and earth divine spirit contract. The first heavenly emperor? Would it appear or not? This was what was most important to him. After all, this term of heavenly emperor, if one were to count, was already the fifth. However, every single heavenly emperor, for the first heavenly emperor, had a deep emotion of worry in their hearts, because they always felt that there was a possibility that this first heavenly emperor might not be dead, but rather hidden in the shadows, with even greater plots. I know what you intend to do, and I also hope that you better not move. Otherwise, even if I have to spell out the reopening of the heavenly destiny, I will still have to exterminate you. Being able to keep his hands off, Li Qi still didn't want to do so. This term's heavenly emperor was even more difficult to deal with than to the second and third terms heavenly emperors. The second heavenly emperor, needless to say, had long since died beyond death. The power of grievances had all been destroyed by Qin Fang, completely removing it from the heavens and earth, no longer existing in this life. As for the third heavenly emperor, this was also a bitter man, backhandedly suppressed by his own son, Li Xie. No one knew of his whereabouts, or even if he was still alive. As for the fourth emperor of heaven, this is also a ruthless person. After ascending to the emperor of heaven, keenly aware of the emperor of heaven has a problem. Live with 500 years of light. From the emperor of heaven to free. At the moment do not know where to get away. For so many years, no one has ever probed his traces. It was only then that the fifth heavenly emperor was given the opportunity to be able to peek at the emperor's throne and succeed. Even the fifth heavenly emperor suspected that perhaps the first and fourth heavenly emperors were hiding in the shadows at this moment, wanting to reap the benefits. At a moment like this, the main thing was to see who could not hold out first. To see who would jump out of the shadows first. The fifth heavenly emperor. He is also not simple. Back in the year when he failed to be sealed by the Plague Dharma God, perhaps it was his own plot. This old boy also wanted to hide in the dark. Ji sat back and watched the wind and clouds change. Until this moment, the fifth heavenly emperor is still sealed it. At this moment arrives, but is only one of his bilocation. A bilocation that lets him watch the show. Even if he is beheaded, it does not hurt. But if he detects a little bit of secret, then it can be a blood profit. Oh, since you don't want to be an enemy, I wonder if the heavenly emperor's scepter can lend me a hand. Li Qi directly followed Tianqi's words, and sat back to see how he would behave. Tianqi froze. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And with a big grin, he threw the heavenly emperor's scepter to Li Qi. What's wrong with that? After all, you and I have a common enemy. Tianqi was testing the waters. Testing the person hidden in the shadows, with the belonging of the Heavenly Emperor scepter. If I may say so. It could be regarded as a big gamble. Trading the secrets of the Heavenly Emperor scepter for the person behind it would definitely appear. Good vigor. Li Qi's heart admired but also had a trace of scorn. It really wasn't a good thing to make enemies with such a person. Li Xie entered the Heavenly Emperor scepter and immediately thoroughly probed the whole process of forging the Heavenly Emperor scepter. In just a second, he had understood all the problems of forging. Even imitating the forging of the Heavenly Emperor scepter was not a problem. If possible, he was even able to snatch all the power of life and death from the gods. It could be said that Li Xie also sidestepped the ancient deity's power of life and death. This was something that Apocalypse had expected. After all, Li Xie was a super god level that had been achieved with forging. This was a truly terrifying character. Everything in heaven and earth seemed to be defenseless against him. After all, forging. But it was able to point directly to the essence of everything. Scepter of the Heavenly Emperor. Nothing more than that. Li Xie casually threw it to the pestilence Dharma god, allowing him to investigate it as well. And after he understood the internal structure, he would also be able to better cut off the Thunder God's link and get rid of him once and for all. To be honest, ever since he threw the Heavenly Emperor's scepter to Li Qi, the Heavenly Emperor's original body namely opened all of his divine abilities to investigate the entire heavenly destiny, not daring to make any oversights, as if he wanted to capture a different aura. But no matter how much he swept, he didn't find anything. Tianqi frowned greatly. His heart sank to the bottom. This kind of moment, without any discovery. Then there is a discovery. More worrying to Tianqi. Because this is also from the other side of the proof. The first Heavenly Emperor, the fourth Heavenly Emperor, is not at all in the death of these ancient deities. Naturally will not be because of the so-called Heavenly Emperor scepter and expose themselves. Tianqi not even caring about so many ancient deities. What exactly is this first Heavenly Emperor? The fourth Heavenly Emperor. Plotting awe. These were the words that the fifth Heavenly Emperor couldn't figure out. No. We can't be in a hurry. Perhaps when we completely destroy the Thunder God's moment, we will be able to detect a little bit of their breath. Heavenly Enlightenment collected his own mind, forcing himself to calm down. Do it. 1/3 of Li Qi's mind was on Tianqi's body, and as long as he made a move, he would definitely be killed. However, more of his mind was all placed within 100 meters around the Plague Dharma God, making sure that nothing else would slip up when the Plague Dharma God severed the pact. The fifth Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Enlightenment, wanted to go fishing. The Plague Dharma God. And how could Li Xie not? Why did they have to make such a big deal out of it? And even Li Xie broke out in endless majesty. Wasn't it just to lure the snakes out of their holes? You have to know that this heaven's destiny still hides quite a few secrets. And there are still a lot of big fish hidden under the surface of the water. If one could catch one or two of them, it would be considered a full harvest. Pestilence Dharma God's methods are heavenly. His hands constantly strangling a little bit of light into the darkness of the abyss, so that the majestic abyss began to collapse inch by inch. This is the reverse strangling. The use of the rules of the power of the rules themselves. Cutting off the power of the rules. Pestilence Dharma God's pinch was slow. He was also checking the situation around him, wanting to give the striker a fatal blow. However, the surroundings had been calm and quiet, and nothing, not even the slightest hint of wind or grass, had ever appeared. Along with the gradual collapse of the thunder abyss, the ancient deities seemed to understand what Li Xie was doing, and they could not help but be horrified. It's over. Li Evil has actually found a way to destroy us. It's over. You and I are going to die. This ancient deity's heart was filled with horror, and was filled with worry about his own situation. If he was able to destroy the Thunder Abyss today, wouldn't he be able to destroy his Stormwind Abyss tomorrow? He was not far from complete extinction. Today's me. If I don't step forward, then another day? Who will wave the flag for me? This was a cynical deity who wanted to step forward to save Thunder. Originally, he thought that his infectious words would be able to cause the vast number of deities to resonate with him and strike out together to fend off Li Xie. But the result was that within the Heavenly Emperor's decree, there was silence and no one spoke. Below the top deities, they couldn't see what was going on inside, and were only able to sense that the Thunder Abyss was collapsing. But who dared to make a move? The Heavenly Emperor is also in the Thunder Abyss, and he hasn't even made a move. So these less powerful deities? Do they dare to make a move? Perhaps they would be killed before they could even make a move. As for the top deities, they can see clearly that the Heavenly Emperor's scepter has been handed over to Li Qi by the Heavenly Emperor. And this is their life. Huh? This time, it was the Heavenly Emperor who took the initiative to give them up. By the looks of it, they should take the initiative to seek a ray of life for themselves. From this moment onwards, these top ancient deities all had their own little thoughts in their hearts. As for the God of Thunder, who would care about him? After all, these top deities were having trouble protecting themselves. Heavenly Emperor. Nothing more than that. Chilling. Truly chilling. I'm breaking away from the ancient deities, and I have nothing more to hold on to. The 9 kings of the ancient divine spirit all moved their other hearts. This was something that the Heavenly Emperor didn't seem to have anticipated. But then again, he seemed to have anticipated it. But he didn't care at all. Ancient deities. What was it worth? Ding. Cutting off 50%. Ding. Cut off 60%. Qin Fang could only keep forging, prompting the heavens mandate's thunder rule to not be able to release the power of the thunder rule. Ding. Cut off 70%. Ding. Cutting off 80%. Ding. Cut off 97%. At the last moment, the hearts of these 3 people were raised to their throats. If it appeared, now was the perfect opportunity. It might be able to heavily damage the plague Dharma god. Li Xia unprecedentedly took out a sword. A super divine weapon, the sword of 7 emotions and 6 lusts. This was Li Qi's complete state. The wind moved. The wind is still. Ding. Congratulations on successfully destroying the Thunder Abyss. The last fragments of Thunder Abyss fluttered against the wind. This place was no longer the Thunder Abyss. Completely destroyed and transformed into a lush green forest, full of ancient times. Li Qi put away the 7 sentiments and 6 desires sword. The plague Dharma god collected his mind. The Heavenly Emperor's silhouette also left. At this place, it was as if nothing had happened. The consciousnesses of the top gods, who had gathered around, also spiraled out of existence. And the entire heaven's destiny fell into a dead silence again. A battle that had the potential to appear, did not appear, and dissolved into nothingness. This also caused the hearts of the 3 gods to sink. The opponents, they were even more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Qin Fang's mind. Ding. Congratulations on assisting in destroying the Thunder Abyss. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining your reward, Heart of Heavenly Destiny Remnant *1. Qin Fang froze. This Heart of Heavenly Destiny. What was it again? Although Qin Fang wasn't sure, his subconscious mind told him that this thing wasn't simple. Never mind. Let's put it into the ring of the Golden Dragon first. Ding. The human plague Dharma god has completely destroyed the ancient deity, the Thunder Abyss. Thus, the Thunder God no longer exists, and has become a thing of the past. Congratulations for the human race. Congratulations for the 10,000 races. Ding. Plague Dharma god of the human race. Ding. Human race. This was the voice of the prophet god of the human race, proclaiming this matter to the entire heavens mandate by a special means. As the only person who knew that the plague Dharma god was still alive, he still had a better understanding of this operation. And throughout the whole process, the seer god pinched his sweat, fearing that there would be any mishaps. Luckily, the end result was good. The ordinary members of the 10,000 races were shocked. These 5 million years, the 10,000 races had lived under the shadow of the ancient deity. Where would they dare to think that the ancient deity would be able to die? And completely? Really? Is this true? Ancient deities even have a day of death? If the Thunder God can die, does this mean that other ancient deities will also die? Father and mother, my child has finally waited for this day. Your revenge can be avenged. Ancient deities, you also have this day. The members of the 10,000 races had no surprises. Almost all of them were cheering, and all of them were dancing with excitement. There were even a lot of races that had purposely set today as a day of celebration, celebrating together. Some of the races that had affiliated themselves with the ancient deities were constantly slapping their thighs, regretting it in their hearts. Oops. Should have been watching and waiting. Now, they won't be liquidated again. This luck. It's really bad. Some of the races that were still hesitant, at this moment, they were rejoicing, as if they were drinking a bowl of ice water on a hot day. It was so refreshing. Now, as long as the ancient deities were all killed, Wouldn't they usher in a dawning spring for the 10,000 races? Thinking about it made them feel like they had a head start. The gods of the 10,000 races, on the other hand, scoffed and stormed, cursing the human race for being shameless. I pooh. The human race is truly shameless. Plague Dharma God? Did it appear during this massacre? Marred. Surely it just never appeared alright. Can this also put gold on the Plague Dharma God? It really is shameless. The human race. It really is a rubbish race. I beg the human race. Can you have some face? The gods of the 10,000 races were in a state of cursing. As for the gods of Mount Chishia, each frowned. Didn't they say that the Plague Dharma God was dead? Why? Would the prophet God suddenly say that the Plague Dharma God was still alive? Moreover, they had also vaguely watched this battle, and did not find the Plague Dharma God participating in the battle. Prophet God? What kind of tricks are you playing? That is, give us an explanation? Pestilence Dharma God, Senior, is still alive or not? These human deities didn't get along with the prophet God, and their tone was very indignant. The prophet God put on an appearance of righteousness, that I did it all for the human race, and spoke painfully. Do you want me to say that this destruction of the Thunder Abyss has no merit for my human race? In that case, wouldn't the situation of my human race be even more difficult? Do you have our human race in your eyes? Is it possible that you really want to see our human race perish? The prophet God had an expression of I'm right, which caused the gods of Mount Chishia to be somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, all of these gods of Mount Chishia instantly understood. Among the deities who participated in the destruction of the Thunder Abyss this time, there was no Pestilence Dharma God, and the Pestilence Dharma God might have died a long time ago. But the prophet God had lied in order to deter the 10,000 races and prevent them from having a hard attack on the human race, whose combat power had fallen to the bottom at the moment. Prophet God, you're insulting the sages of my race. You deserve to die. Yeah. Prophet God, how the hell can you do that? Prophet God, you are simply bold and wanton. These voices kept ringing out, frantically pouring dirty water on the prophet God, wanting to pull him off the altar. After all, for the selection of the human emperor candidates this time, the prophet God was able to play a very important role as a referee. If he could be made to fail as a referee, then only this group of people with ulterior motives would be able to take advantage of this selection of the human emperor. The prophet God didn't pay any attention to them and returned straight away. As for the other gods, they also didn't bother with these clowns. After all, after experiencing the washing of the battles in the 3 southeastern districts, most of the deities left behind in Mount Chishia were very conscientious, and would no longer be in the same boat as them. Not along the way. Thus, after hopping around for a while, and realizing that no one was watching their charade, these jokers stopped saying anything. It's hard to believe that they're going to go and vigorously proclaim, the Plague Dharma God didn't actually compete. It's all a lie. It's all nonsense from the prophet God. You mustn't fall for it. If such words were to be spread, these gods would be considered to have completely cut themselves off from the human race. The countless players of Heaven's Destiny heard such a system tone. The first feeling, a whole new chapter is going to start. This ancient deity, it's not that strong. Yeah. Even though we lost the Southeast 3 regions, how do I feel that our human race is gaining the upper hand? You guys say. Will it be updated again later? It's possible. After all, this is the permanent demise of the gods. I wonder when the horn of counterattack will be blown. As the players thought so, suddenly, the human race's system beep sounded once again. Ding. The human race is hereby rewarding 1 billion contribution values in appreciation of player Jin's contribution to the destruction of the Thunder Abyss. Ding. The human race hereby rewards player me for my contribution to the destruction of Thunder Abyss. Ding. The rewarding system beep rang out a dozen times, even causing every deity to feel red in the eyes. The deities of Mount Chishia were aware of this, and even this reward was formulated by them. Although they didn't know what contribution Qin Fang had made, it was proven by the evil god himself, so there was no way it could be false. Therefore, the reward that should be there must be there. If Qin Fang hadn't become a god, the evil god decided that he wouldn't let him be in the limelight, because a casual slap from a deity could potentially kill Qin Fang. But it was different now. Qin Fang had become a god, so naturally, they wouldn't let him have it so easy. The once small ant had managed to grow into a big ant. Furthermore, from ancient times to the present day, No deity had achieved the super god level smoothly and steadily. There was a lot of bloodshed. A lot of bloodshed. This road? It was hard to walk. That was why the evil god took the initiative to announce Qin Fang's achievements, making him a target in the eyes of the ancient deities. To see what this kid had become. To see how far he could actually go. Qin Fang had a dark face. Ahem. I thank you. Although Qin Fang had achieved primordial god, when he felt that the god of feeling was not far from death. Who could top this? Now? Wouldn't the ancient gods still hate themselves? The human players were in disbelief, with question marks on their faces. What? Am I hallucinating? Is this for real? Player me is actually able to assist the evil god in decimating the destruction thunder abyss. What a joke. It really is hilarious. I don't believe it. I really don't. Ahem. To be honest, it's really possible. After all, player me is an accomplished deity. These players had no concept of deities, super god levels, whatsoever. So they were able to speak such ignorant words. As for the ancient deities, they were first puzzled, expressing their disbelief that this could be false news. After all, how could a mere upstart deity be able to assist the evil god in destroying the thunder god's abyss? This must be false. However, in the next second, the Heavenly Emperor gave an order within the Heavenly Emperor's order. Kill the artifact spirit deity with all your might. Me. Reward, half-step ultra-divine artifact *1. Such a system beep immediately caused the ancient deities to become excited. It was hard to believe that this kid. There was really something fishy going on. This quest. The top deities, half-step super god level deities, didn't dare to touch it for fear of dying for no reason. But the existences below the top deities are all eager to try. Since ancient times, money moved people's hearts. Not to mention half-step super divine artifacts. Ding. Artifact spirit divine spirit. My position is continuously being updated. This is the Heavenly Emperor's ability to announce my location in real time. I am not safe anymore. Qin Fang didn't know about this, and he directly exited the game. Just now, Black Widow had called with a communication about some things in Yang City that he still needed to deal with. It still seemed to be quite urgent. Ding. Welcome back again. Qin Fang exited Heaven's Destiny and stepped out of the nutritional pod, breathing in the slightly dirty air once again. Qin Fang was quite emotional. Qin Fang moved his body around a bit to ensure his condition. According to what Black Widow had said, it seemed that within this Yang City, a small portion of the people rebelled. Qin Fang, eat my food, drink my wine, and finally want to rob my town? And want to play with my women? Was he too merciful? Leading to the fact that there were even people who dared to be so arrogant. Thus, Qin Fang walked out from within the room carrying a large sniper. Black Widow? What is the current situation? Qin Fang directly opened his mouth to inquire. The remnants of the Phoenix Thugs Regiment have bribed a group of our city guards to take advantage of the opportunity to infiltrate within Yang City and silently take control of our energy center control room. Threatening to meet you or else they will blow up the entire Yang City's energy center control room. Chapter 726. You threaten me? Sorry. I'm lifting the table. Qin Fang, HM? Why would you make such a low-level mistake? This is the energy center control room. It was no exaggeration to say that this place was the second most important area in Yang City. Once it was detonated, it would definitely cause great damage to 80% of Yang City systems, even stopping them from functioning. And it would most likely make Yang Cheng's defenses disappear for a period of time, during which time, it would be considered the most dangerous time for Yang Cheng. Black Widow was silent for a breath, still raising her head to look at Qin Fang. This matter is indeed my negligence. These women are too pitiful. Originally I was looking at them pitifully. Who knew that they were secretly harboring evil intentions? After listening to Black Widow's words, Qin Fang instantly understood the foul play. Perhaps because of her own miserable experience, coupled with the experience of the Black Widow thugs. This also made Black Widow always adhere to that is, men are unreliable. Even women can carry half of the sky, or even most of the sky. This has created a phenomenon. The status of women in Yangcheng is very high. It also made Black Widow subconsciously focus more on women when selecting the city guards. This time, namely, it was empiricism that killed people. Black Widow subconsciously recruited a group of battered and dying women, not even thinking about letting them join Yang City. And after a period of assessment entrusted with important responsibilities in Yangcheng, Women were promoted much faster than men. No one had ever imagined that these women would actually take over the energy center control room at the moment of a shift change with lightning speed, threatening to make Qin Fang pay for the Phoenix Thugs group's life, or else they would blow up the entire center control room. This matter, originally Black Widow wanted to solve it by herself. But these crazy women, oil and salt, just wanted Qin Fang to cut himself in front of them. And they were only given 3 hours. Black Widow was also helpless, which woke Qin Fang up. After hearing this, Qin Fang immediately understood the situation at this moment. City Lord, Black Widow has made such a big mistake. I suggest replacing her from the position of Vice City Lord. This was a handsome and dapper male, roughly in his 30s, with a four-sided face that gave the first impression of steadiness. But there was undisguised joy between his brows. This expression, these words, all made Qin Fang dislike them. Qin Fang did not bother to look at him, but instead looked at Black Widow, inquiring who this was. Black Widow was in a very low mood. This is the just promoted City Lord of Langia's small city, Liying. This time, it's to report for duty. Black Widow instantly informed Qin Fang of the situation. And only then did Qin Fang resize the breath. Who else has such an idea? Say it all together. I might take it on board. Qin Fang stopped and was not in a hurry to deal with the problem of the energy center control room, but looked around and asked the people present, who shared Li Ying's idea. Everyone could speak freely. There would be no blame. At this moment, those who were able to follow Black Widow to go and deal with this matter together were none of the absolute top brass of Yang City. Upon hearing this, each had their own little thoughts. Especially Black Widow. Her heart thumped. It didn't feel too good. I object. This was Hidden Earth's voice, the first to ring out. Black Widow's City Lord's contribution to my Yang City is evident to all of us. How can we temporarily replace the City Lord because of a small matter? When Zon 2 finished speaking, 7 or 8 diehard fans of Black Widow immediately fell to their knees, pleading with Qin Fang not to carry out such an order. Lord Black Widow had also been momentarily inattentive, and would definitely not do it again in the future. Qin Fang did not take a stance, but instead looked at the others. Lord City Lord, Black Widow's offense this time is too great. I request a thorough investigation. Right. Who knows if Black Widow is colluding with the remnants of the Phoenix Guild? Please dismiss Black Widow from her position as Vice City Lord. Right. Those who can do. Those who are mediocre. This has always been the tenet of our Yang City. Please decide. Your Excellency. Harsh voices were also appearing. These were all people who did not deal with Black Widow. After these 2 years of development, Yang City had long ceased to be Black Widow's one voice, and different voices had appeared. The moment this group of people were first promoted by Black Widow, they might still be on the same page as Black Widow. But what? With the passage of time, these people also had their interests to protect, and Black Widow was the biggest obstacle. As long as they can eliminate the Black Widow, so that they ascend to the high position, will not be able to obtain more benefits. So, that is, there is this scene at the moment. The people who were oohing and awing to request the removal of the Black Widow's Vice City Lord position? There were a full 13 of them. There were more people than those who were protecting Black Widow. And Qin Fang was not spoiling these people. Raising his hand, Qin Fang mobilized Yang City's defensive black technology, and 13 black lines were immediately shot out from the firmament, as if they were lasers, growing bigger and bigger, and eventually becoming eternal in the eyes of the 13 people who had just spoken. Why? What is this? Lord City Lord? You are? None of these existences finished their words. Turning instantly, that is, a smudge of a penetrating black hole appeared in the center of their brows, and their life breath drained away at breakneck speed. Dang! The corpses fell to the ground, splattering a burst of dust. When Black Widow, Hidden Earth, and the others saw the scene, they all froze. This seemed different from the City Lord they remembered. Qin Fang casually waved his hand and gathered the defenses of Yang City. Ling, in the future, don't promote up anything crooked. It's simply disgusting. Zong 2, can you keep a check on these dregs of existence? If they should be killed, then kill them. What are you waiting for? Is it hard to wait for them to seize the Yang City that we have successfully built up before you all have to revolt? Remember, this Yang City is ours. We fought our way down bit by bit. No one but us can get their hands on it. If he dares to reach out, I will dare to completely cut him off from that thought. Remember? Hey, you can't handle such a small matter well. As for a small-scale commotion, this is definitely there. But what are we afraid of? As long as our force is strong enough. This rebellion? Once it rises, we suppress it once. Understand? Then again, isn't it just the energy center control room being controlled? What's the point of such a small matter? Even if the energy center control room is blown up, even if Yang City is completely destroyed, as long as our people are here, this territory will be here. Qin Fang indifferently continued to walk towards the front, not even bothering to look at the corpses. These words, for Black Widow, for Hidden Earth and the others, were like an enlightenment, which instantly made them understand how the subsequent matters should be handled. In the beginning, they were just thinking too much. If this group of people were killed, what if it affected the operation of Yang City? What if it made the towns they had just taken back rebel again? What if they couldn't control the situation? The more they thought about it, the more it became a bargaining chip for these people. The more it gave them the capital to jump around. The end is funny, aw. Let's go. Is it hard to let me handle this alone? Qin Fang said in a slightly angry manner, and just twisted his head to see that these people, surprisingly, they were still frozen in place, not moving at all. It was only after these words came out that Black Widow and the others agreed with an "oh" and followed Qin Fang's back. As for the corpses here, casually let people clean up the line. This chaotic world. The least is the lack of people, aw. This world is not without these 13 people. Will not turn, aw. Energy Center Control Room. This place is constructed in the southeast corner of Yang City. Looks gray, as if it is an abandoned building. But the internal alerts and whatnot are top-notch. And it is even equipped with a function, a gaseous killer. Once switched on, as long as outsiders are close, those caught will become a puddle of flesh. This technology? It cost Qin Fang 50 billion copper coins. And even some of the top towns might not have it. On weekdays, no one comes near this place. And even if someone does, they will be ordered to be expelled. Therefore, even though this place was dilapidated, a discerning person would be able to tell in an instant that this place was not simple. Because Black Widow had done a good job of keeping the news secret. More people hadn't surrounded this place yet. Hey, I'm coming. Qin Fang stood 100 meters away, which was an absolutely safe distance for the gaseous killer, and Qin Fang's body surface condensed a transparent defense. And when everything was ready, he greeted the people in the energy control room. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. How could Qin Fang put himself in a dangerous situation? Qin Fang, you killed my husband, destroyed my industry, and made me and the others displaced. You son of a bitch die for nothing. Today, if you cut yourself, this Yang City can still be preserved. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless and destroying it together with Yang City. This voice was very familiar. Qin Fang merely pondered for 3 seconds. That is, he knew who this was, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but emerge with a smile. This was the Phoenix's formidable wife, also known as the Black Phoenix. It was no exaggeration to say that the reason why the Phoenix Guild was able to have such a large industry. The Black Phoenix played a large role. Basically 50% of the Phoenix Thugs group's decision-making was ordered by the Black Phoenix. It was only that the world only knew about the Phoenix, but not the Black Phoenix. As for how Qin Fang knew about it, it had to start with a rainy night. Qin Fang, who happened to have quit the game, was loitering in the Phoenix Guild and coincidentally, he bumped into the Black Phoenix. As a result, Qin Fang was taken in by the Black Phoenix and became the Black Phoenix's concubine, the forbidden descendant. Ah, this was truly a time to linger. Qin Fang walked every day. His legs were soft. His face was pale and unrecognizable, even when the Phoenix found out about their scandalous affair. In the way of the Black Phoenix, in the way of Qin Fang being a cash cow, they didn't do anything to Qin Fang. Only that the resentment in their hearts was deeper. Qin Fang, hey, even saw the old lover. But now the situation seems to be a bit offensive and defensive line. At first, Qin Fang doubted that the Phoenix Guild had any capable people, surprisingly able to sneak into Yang City, and occupied the energy center control room to negotiate with him. It turned out to be the Black Phoenix. In this case, it seems that everything makes sense. Black Phoenix, I know it's you. Come out. Qin Fang called out Black Phoenix's identity in a single breath. Inside the Energy Center control room, a smile appeared at the corner of Black Phoenix's mouth. This Qin Fong? It really did give her a surprise. Actually being able to call through her identity. To know her identity. Even within the Phoenix Guild. The number of people who knew it was no more than 5 fingers and basically all of them were dead. Qin Fong. Cut yourself or else. Black Phoenix. Don't be so childish. What do you want? Name your conditions. Qin Fong didn't want to talk nonsense. I want the position of city lord of this young city. But I'm afraid that you won't give it to me. The Black Phoenix said, while having the sniper aim at Qin Fong. Dang. An explosive sound rang out as fresh bullets jumped and rushed into Qin Fong's body. This scene immediately stunned everyone present. But unfortunately, the bullets that carried strong might were blocked by the wall of Qi, not posing any danger to Qin Fong. Black Phoenix. You? A bit misbehaved. As he spoke, Qin Fong activated Yang City's counterattack system, and the black line reappeared, exterminating the sniper lying on the top of the Energy Center control room. Qin Fong. You? If you dare to strike again, I will blow up this Energy Central control room right away. The Black Phoenix was a little colorful, feeling that things were a little out of the blue. Forget it. Talking like this is a bit tiring. It's better to let you talk to me face to face. In the next second, the sea of energy in the Energy Center control room was suddenly in the state of shutting down. And in the next second, Black Widow ordered. Countless city guards poured into it, and caught Black Phoenix and the other 500 people without a single mistake. All of them. Alright. It's much easier to talk now. Qin Fong sat comfortably on a chair, while Black Phoenix knelt on the ground in humiliation. Only the Black Phoenix still had a stiff upper lip. Still winning. This Energy Center control room has been planted with a massive amount of explosives by me. As long as I die, this place is still exploded. Oh! It will only explode if you die. Thank you for the information. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fong's mouth and signaled Black Widow to make her move. Click. 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 The heads of 500 beautiful-looking people suddenly fell to the ground, being neatly piled up by Qin Fong in front of Black Phoenix's eyes. Black Phoenix was worthy of being someone who had seen a great deal of the world. Although his heart palpitated, although his intestines turned over, he still did not change his color and stalked his neck. You don't dare to kill me. The corner of Qin Fong's mouth revealed a hint of a shameful smile. You really don't see the coffin. In the next second, countless small robots entered the Energy Center control room. And in a short while of light, these small bombs were all dismantled. Joking aside, the technology of Sky City, you couldn't even imagine it. As for Qin Fong, because he had enough copper coins, he basically had all the technologies of the Sky City, and only held them in his own hands. With these high technologies, not to mention just the Black Phoenix Rebellion, even if all the living beings in the entire Yang City rebelled, Qin Fong would be able to kill them all and become the king of Yang City once again. This was the power of the Sky City technology. Now, what else do you want to say? Qin Fong did not bother to kill the Black Phoenix, but instead looked at him silently, wanting to see the look of despair in her eyes. Things have come to this. So kill me. As the words fell, Qin Fong cut Black Phoenix's neck with one hand and said like a demon, I heard that you transferred 90% of the Phoenix mob's wealth? I need this money. This was 90% of the wealth of a huge town. Even Qin Fong could not ignore it. This matter was still something that Black Widow had mentioned to him. Although the Phoenix Guild's quarters had already been occupied by Yang City, the gold and silver inside was very little, and did not want to match with such a large town. If Qin Fong hadn't been reborn, he might not have known who was behind it. But now, he knew everything by heart. You kill me. This wealth, you will never get it. The Black Phoenix was ironclad and froze, gritting his teeth, not willing to reveal a single word to Qin Fong. Since you want to seek death, then I will fulfill you. However, I've heard that you seem to have a special fetish for cuckolding phoenixes. In that case, linger. Arrange for a few more cuckolds for the phoenix. Qin Fong finished speaking. That is, he left straight away. This time, it was the Black Phoenix's turn to exclaim in shock. The matter of her cuckolding the phoenix. Even the phoenix's own body didn't know about it. This kid? From where to know all? The Black Phoenix was thrown into the men's nest. The follow-up, please make up your own brain. The matter of the Black Phoenix had come to an end for the time being, since he had exited the game. Qin Fang, that is, inquired about the situation in Yang City. Qin Fang. At present, Yang City is developing well, occupying an area of 3,500 miles in circumference. And this territory has been grasped by us, and it is managed by people who are trustworthy. And within each of the small towns, we have placed absolute believers, so absolutely nothing can go wrong. When Qin Fang heard Black Widow's absolute words, he subconsciously felt, according to Murphy's Law, this will definitely go wrong. As expected, as if to specifically hit Black Widow's face, a city guard rushed in and informed Black Widow, 3 of our towns have been defeated and occupied by inexplicable enemies. Black Widow instantly felt her face burning hot and aching. She had just made a promise with Qin Fang. This was a slap in the face. Have you found out who it is? Black Widow grimaced, her tone very cold. Not yet. Not yet. This city guard was stunned by Black Widow's might, and only after a few seconds did he react. But based on the last footage that came over from ours, we're certain that it's an organization known as Yasukuni. This time, it was Qin Fang's turn to frown. An organization called Jingyan? Why did it feel so familiar? It seemed like he had heard of it somewhere. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in Qin Fang's mind, Big Brother Fang. A figure who had once contacted him at a moment when he wasn't too strong and wanted him to join a mysterious organization, which seemed to be the leader of the Jingyan, and also an extremely powerful organization that had nearly ruled the entire Broken Lands in his previous life before he died. Is it hard to be so early? It was about to meet up with them? To be honest, Qin Fang was not ready for it yet. Qin Fang carefully viewed this sign of Yasukuni, and his heart sank. It really was them. Well, how are we going to respond? Qin Fang held back his left and right, leaving behind Black Widow and the others. Before asking, fight. Inform him with actions that we are not to be messed with. This was what Black Widow and the others had in mind. If I tell you that this organization is very strong, more than 10 times stronger than us at the very least, do you still want to fight? Qin Fang splashed cold water. Boss, this battle must be fought, even if he is stronger than us. Hidden Earth gave his opinion. If we don't fight, the entire Yang City will become a joke. Fight. Must fight. This was Black Widow's mind. Qin Fang was silent as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Do we really have to fight? What if you lose? Wouldn't it be? Lord City Lord, this Jingnan's organization has requested to communicate with you through the communication device within our territory. Do you think you should answer? At this moment, the Black Widow and the others' anger rubbed up to the peak. The communication equipment was taken away, which meant that the people should be almost all dead. Agreed. Qin Fang answered the communication. The once familiar figure once again stood in front of Qin Fang in the form of an all-system projection. It was the figure of Big Brother Fang. And in the light of 2 years, he had not changed in the slightest. Oh no. Qin Fang. It's been a long time. I didn't expect you and I to meet again so soon. Big Brother Fang still had an expression of wisdom, as if everything was under control. To be honest, Big Brother Fang's heart was still rather surprised. Who would have thought that the once lowest of the low, surprisingly, by virtue of the art of forging, by virtue of the primitive accumulation of capital in the early days of the Mandate of Heaven, in a very short period of time, not only became the city lord, and laid down such a large foundation. If it is not me that Qin Fang's identity is exposed, about Qin Fang's story is also exposed, Big Brother Party really dare not think, within 2 years, that is, someone bare hands to fight down a huge kingdom. Alas, it was a pity. If this kid was able to join Pacify in the first place, perhaps Pacify had already become a mega organization that had swept through the entire heavenly fate, and no one would be able to stop it. Senior Fang, long time no see. More than why did you attack the boys' town? Qin Fang stood up and stared straight into Big Brother Fang's eyes. Although he didn't have his mighty compulsion, he also felt that he couldn't be underestimated. Kid, within 2 years, your aura has changed a lot. Not bad. Not bad. Big Brother Fang first complimented 2 sentences before he started talking about the main matter. I hope that you and your Yang Chung can join the pacification. You and I will work together and return the broken earth to a clear sky. How do you think about it? What Qin Fong expected was really good. Big Brother Fong this time still wanted to recruit him. Elder Fong's generous love. The kid originally shouldn't have excused himself. But please also clarify. We, Yang Chung, join the Yasukuni. Who will be the main and who will be the deputy? Was it hard not to have? Qin Fong had gone through a lot of trouble. And in the end, it was just to be a minor for someone else. Wasn't this bullshit? Little old brother To be a human being looked to distinguish reality. Do you know the gap between your Yang City and Jing'an? It's no exaggeration to say that if I wanted to, I could directly breach your Yang City's base camp without much effort. Big Brother Fong began to threaten. And Qin Fong, in response, expressed his helplessness, and could only contact the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity, using his banknote ability to purchase information about Big Brother Fong. About Big Brother Fong's main camp. Senior Fong. Still really sorry about this. I just purchased a destructive end with coordinates 1245 by 4474. I wonder if you're interested in admiring it. Qin Fong did not bother to chirp with Big Brother Fong. It was useless to talk more. And directly used a big move. That is, even threatened me. Then I'm sorry. This table. I'll lift it. Big Brother Fong froze. He didn't understand what Qin Fong was talking about with the coordinates. But the destructive end thing. He still understood it. Destructive end of Sky City. 50 billion copper coins. This thing? Even Big Brother Fong had merely heard of it without ever seeing it all. In the next second, dong, the entire earth seemed to tremble. Qin Fong sent him the video of the end explosion in front of him. Among the images of the video, Big Brother Fong saw an unforgettable image of his life. After a burst of white light, the originally large town in the same place was suddenly reduced to nothingness. Big Brother Fong finally knew where the coordinates Qin Fong had just mentioned were. This was a town under his Jing'an. And it was a large town, holding a population of 5 million and an army of 1 million. But now, everything had become nothingness. A deep, large pit. Big Brother Party, the whole person suddenly stayed hands and feet began to resist shivering. Qin Fong. This kid is really ruthless. Chapter 727 God Slayer, Qin Fong. Big Brother Fong was angry and hateful. But more than that, he was afraid. This kind of destructive means was simply appalling. 50 billion copper coins. Just lost it. If this was given to him, he would definitely be able to capture more territory. Qin Fong. Are you forcing me to fish out of water? Big Brother Fong's voice was trembling, forcibly suppressing his inner rage. His fists were pinched so tightly that he wanted to crush Qin Fong alive. His words were very well understood. You were able to throw out END. So? Don't blame me for throwing out END as well. Big deal. We are all finished. However, Qin Fong scoffed at his threat. At his words, Yang City's defense has been upgraded to S rank by me. Do you understand what the concept is? Even if Sky City makes a move against me, it won't be able to break through in a quarter of an hour. And this period of time is enough for me to escape. While you, with your organization, all go to hell. Qin Fong was as if he was a madman at the moment, grinning insidiously, giving people a chilling feeling. Even, Qin Fong once again purchased a few ENDs, scratching the buttons in his hands. The last thing I need is copper coins. What are you comparing me with? I'm telling you. Honestly, give me the territory of Yang City that you just occupied. Otherwise, this end will fall over your lair. Once these words came out, the Big Brother Party instantly realized that this person, Qin Fong, was really a madman. And he did things without any bottom line at all. The most crucial thing was that this kid had money and was able to squander it. Alright. I'll retreat now. Big Brother Fong finally compromised. In this situation, if he didn't compromise, he wouldn't be able to do it. Qin Fong. I hope that next time, you will still be able to laugh. Big Brother Fong left behind a scene, and was just about to hang up the communication, when he saw Qin Fong expressionlessly pressing the button in his hand once again. Snapping. Not waiting for the Big Brother Party to say anything, Qin Fong decisively hung up the communication. And in a short while, the Big Brother Party once again received the news. The top 3 ranked towns under his command had also been destroyed by the END. Big Brother Fong's heart was filled with a wave of depression. He only felt a flash of gray in front of his eyes. And then he fell to the ground and fell unconscious. The generals who followed Big Brother Fong immediately panicked, not knowing what to do. The powerful force that Big Brother Fong had been planning for so long and had managed to accumulate with great difficulty was easily destroyed by Qin Fong by 30%. This was the efforts of Big Brother Fong for decades. Marred. These generals under Big Brother Fong's command were really afraid of Yang Cheng. And they were really afraid of Qin Fong's good character, which was really a terrifying chief. At first also, they thought that Big Brother Fong was already not crazy. But compared to Qin Fong, it seems to be a little bit worse. Announced to the public that Yang City is in control of the Indi. Whoever attacks Yang City will die together. This time, Qin Fong was also pushed into a corner, which led him to adopt a shocking method of fighting. Meat pain ah. Really meat pain ah. And a 50 billion copper coins. And still have a price. If it wasn't for Qin Fong's high enough level of membership in Tianji Pavilion, he really wouldn't have been able to buy it. Right. I'll give you 1 trillion. Hurry up and upgrade Yang City's defenses to grade S, otherwise, next time, you really won't be able to carry it. Just now, Qin Fong was naturally bluffing the Big Brother party. However, this Yang City's defense should really be upgraded as well. Qin Fong returned to Yang City, and all this shit was finally settled. After some of the powerful mob groups in the Broken Earth learned that Yang City even possessed an END and was able to use an END, they immediately extinguished their thoughts of making a move against Yang City. After all, no one would want to go and die with Yang Cheng and make the groundwork for others to reap the benefits. This Qin Fong kid, he really is lucky. Right. This kid has now been promoted to become a divine artisan. A divine artifact is able to purchase 2 ENDs. Mad. How else can we fight this battle? The copper coins we used to purchase equipment within Heaven's Destiny were almost all earned by this kid. Grass. No wonder this kid was able to run Yang City into the ground in such a short period of time. A wizard. This is a wizard. This was what the mob groups of Broken Earth had to say about Yang City. And about Qin Fong. Simply thinking that this was a kid with good luck. Ding. Yang Cheng seeks to purchase an S-rank large town defense facility. All of a sudden, Tianji Pavilion heard that Yang Cheng wanted to purchase S-class defense facilities, and immediately sent out a vice president level figure to approach Qin Fong. Joking aside, such a large investment, even for Tianji Pavilion, was not common alright. 1 trillion ah. What kind of concept is this? Once this defense is built, Yang City is definitely considered to be the safest place under the Sky City. And there is no one. And the vice president of the Heavenly Pavilion was also able to rely on this transaction. Earn a lot of money. In the end, this deal was reached after 3 times of communication. Yang Cheng first paid 30% of the deposit. The construction process. Tianji Pavilion is responsible for guarding the safety of Yang Cheng. Construction to 50%. Yang Cheng paid the remaining 30% of the copper coins. And ultimately, when completely completed, then pay the full amount. Tianji Pavilion agreed to such a treaty. Deal. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Qin Fong sent away the members of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion and calculated that he would have to earn enough 1,300 billion copper coins in the next 2 months. The reason why there was an extra 300 billion copper coins was because Qin Fong couldn't help but purchase a set of fantastic linkage equipment, capable of allowing Yang City's defenses and attacks to be able to go up another notch in a 3,000-mile radius. This was a material of strategic significance. And this amount of money was something that absolutely could not be saved. For example, this time, Big Brother Fong had successfully occupied Yang Cheng's subsidiary territories for a full 8 hours before Qin Fong learned of the news. Too slow. Yang Cheng's reaction was too slow. If it was a real war, Yang Cheng might have been attacked long ago. To be honest, the entire Broken Earth was in chaos during this recent period. However, Qin Fong understood in his heart that it was all nothing more than a small fight now. And the real cruelty would come when the national war opened. Ling, you know the current situation of Yang City better than I do. I'm relieved to leave it to you. Remember, don't be a womanizer. Now, this huge ship of ours is already traveling above the ocean surface. Storms are sweeping in. The slightest carelessness, that is, the danger of capsizing this ship. I hope that we will be able to keep on driving, to be able to go on until eternity. Qin Fong swept Qin Linger into his arms and planned the future with her. I understand. I'll help you. This ship, It definitely won't sink. By the way, Qin Fang, there is something that needs your consent. This is a request for a performance from Sky City's popular actress, Man Man, to our Yang City. Do you see it as agreeable? To the Lord of Yang City, on the occasion of the new year on the 1st of January. Man Man wants to hold a concert in Yang City. Please also agree. All proceeds from this will go to Yang City. But please also ask City Lord Qin Fang to guarantee the safety of Man Man. Faced with such an obeisance, the first thing that came to Qin Fang's mind was the figure of Man Man, the second biggest star in Sky City. Not to say that she was a national beauty, but she could still be considered as a flowery and shy woman. Is she actually coming to Yang City? In his previous life, it seemed that this person had also been to the Phoenix Mob's compound. But at that time, he did not see it because Qin Fang had to forge legendary-grade equipment. In the aftermath, nothing excessive had happened. And instead, it had allowed the Phoenix to successfully hitch a ride on one of the Sky City's lines, giving the Phoenix Mob the opportunity to develop rapidly. Agreed? This was the result of Qin Fang's deep thought. This concert was Qin Fang's first close contact with the residents of Sky City. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Alright, I'll make the arrangements. Black Widow knew Qin Fang's thoughts. Other than the people of Sky City, anyone from the Broken Earth? None are permitted to enter. This was Qin Fang's bottom line to avoid any chaos. Mom, I understand. The Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life, was also brainwashed by Qin Fang and went to work hard. In the next period of time, Qin Fang stayed within Yang City for 3 days in a row, and only returned to Heaven's Mandate after straightening everything out. Ding. Welcome back to Heaven's Mandate. Ding. The second 10,000 races competition is about to open. Please ask if you would like to participate. Participate. If you want to complete the 10,000 times return, you must take the second consecutive victory in the 10,000 clans competition. Ding. Congratulations on successfully registering for the competition. Such was the system tone that Qin Fang's name immediately appeared on top of the list of entries, and was at the top of the list, with the suffix, previous champion, fearing that the new players in the pit would not know about it. This time, the players of Heaven's Destiny were not calm. Crap. What is this? The last champion? Who is this? This player, at a glance, was the one who just joined Heaven's Destiny this year. The player I'm so famous for? Surprisingly, he didn't even know. Ah. May I ask from which nook and cranny did you drill out ah? Player me surprisingly don't even know. This is the winner of the last single-player tournament ah. And also the winner of the team tournament. Mard. Isn't this bullying? Is it hard to believe that player me still wants a second consecutive championship? Really not giving the newcomers a chance to make a name for themselves? The news of Qin Fang's participation spread with great speed, and it instantly made the whole of Celestial Destiny wail. Especially since this year's favorites to win the title suddenly weren't hot anymore. After all, they were even stronger. Could they still be stronger than Qin Fang? This was definitely impossible ah. You guys? It's too much to grow others' ambition and destroy your own. Right. I feel that my family's brother Cold Wind is not weaker than player me at all. My family's brother Cold Wind is the favorite to win the championship. The moment these words came out, even the recent newest favorite, Cold Wind, didn't dare to speak. Cold Wind just joined the game a year of light, because of the operation of the ethereal, good-looking, and coupled with the back of the consortium to create momentum. A time of the wind without two. A large group of fangirls around his body constantly turning. To be honest, at first, Cold Wind really liked this feeling. But now the appearance of this kind of brainwashed fans made him feel heart-tired oh. Big sister oh. This is Qin Fang. You're asking me to compare myself to Qin Fang. Aren't you trying to make me die? This is harder than a firefly than a white moon. Haha. This is the funniest joke I've heard so far ah. Yes. 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 The Cold Wind is even comparable to Qin Fang. Do you know the realm of player me? What about Cold Wind's realm? These two are not in the same class at all. This farce was constantly mocked by the players. And along with it, Cold Wind also received a small red, but a black red. Player me has already been promoted to become a deity. This 10,000 races competition? What else is there to play? Ding. The mode of the 10,000 clans competition has changed. The participating members of the 10,000 clans will jointly enter into the copy and start the indiscriminate hunting mode. And the one who survives at the end will be the final winner. and will be able to obtain the champion of the second 10,000 clans competition. The appearance of this flash of system beeps caused the entire Heaven's Destiny players to have smiles on their lips. Haha. Where's Qin Fong? I'll see how you can still jump around this time. Heaven's Destiny, solid. I'm just going to target Qin Fong. This rule. A good change. I propose that we work together to clear out Qin Fong first, before we talk about anything else. What do you guys say? Agreed? Agreed? This I definitely agree with. Couldn't this vast number of players see that? This was targeting Qin Fong. The players? I snorted at this. Wait a moment. You guys will know. What is meant by despair? The gap between a deity and an ordinary player. It's really big, Ding. Registration is over. The second edition of the 10,000 clans competition is about to begin. Please prepare for teleportation. The system beep sounded. Click. The special space opening was completed. A one-to-one mirror image of Heaven's Destiny's space. Nearly 1 billion players from the 10,000 clans of Heaven's Destiny entered within the same space. It was a vast world. 1 billion players entering at the same time didn't seem crowded. But walking on the road, they would still run into each other. Big brother. Don't make a move. Look for Qin Fong first. Right. Don't make a move. Don't let Qin Fong end up fishing. Right. 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 Look for Qin Fong first. As a result, a bizarre thing happened all of a sudden in the entire world. Even when these 1 billion players came across each other, they froze and did not fight. But instead, they probed for Qin Fong's traces. Qin Fong. Come out. I see you. How can one hide? There's no need to be afraid. It's just such a small place anyway. We'll always be able to find him. The unprecedented unity of these players caused Qin Fong to be a little embarrassed yet. I'm here. Qin Fong manifested a huge body that reflected the heavens and stood in place. His eyes filled with disdain and disdain. Treading through iron shoes and finding no place. It took no effort to get here. Brothers, fight. There are so many of us. Even if each of us just attack and deal -1 damage, we will be able to wipe him out completely. Qin Fong. Let's see how we will slaughter the gods today. Such figures constantly resounded, causing Qin Fong to sigh with emotion. If he had not become a god, Qin Fong might have felt the same as them, believing himself to be able to slaughter gods at the legendary level. But after Qin Fong had become a god, he would only feel that these players were childish. Qin Fong stood still in place, allowing them to keep attacking. He even expanded his body again, making his attack range wider. Miss. 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 Infinite misses appeared on Qin Fong's body. And this group of players froze without causing the slightest damage to Qin Fong. Even the equipment that forced them to hit. The equipment that forced them to deduct blood. And the equipment that forced them to be poisoned were all ineffective against Qin Fong. As if they were useless props. Miss. Still miss. The common attack of 1 billion players gave Qin Fong a feeling that was no stronger than rain falling. Marred. Today, I'm going to use my divine weapon. This was the top player, wielding a divine weapon with his left hand, slashing at Qin Fong's abdomen. -100. This time, the damage was finally slashed. And this was where the players present immediately went crazy. Slaughtering a god. As long as one was able to deal damage to a god, then one would be able to level up. It was nothing more than the length of time. There is hope. Brothers, I weaken player weapons defense. I weaken his resistance. For a while, ohs and ahs of skills penetrated deep into Qin Fong's body. And it was still a miss. Agu. It's better to let you guys despair. Qin Fong pulled out the forging hammer from his waist and violently struck above the ground. Thud. -99999999999 -99999999999. With a single blow, at least 5 million players died. And terrifyingly deep craters appeared above the ground as golden equipment fell to the ground. Dang. -99999999999. Another terrifying blow. 5 million players died again. Chapter 728 An Unusual Artifact Launch Event. Qin Fong, this seems to be no harder than pinching an ant to death. It's too weak. These players, even the legendary level players, even the ones equipped with divine weapons, are not Qin Fong's match. With a light touch, they were reduced to pieces. Oops. It's still difficult. After all, wielding a warhammer in your hand is also rather tiring. Rest? So, Qin Fang stood still and didn't resist, letting these players output a wave of output on him once again. Miss. Miss. Countless misses appeared again, causing countless players to despair. Qin Fang quietly looked at the crowd below. These players who were killed by Qin Fang, after their deaths, although they withdrew from this 10,000 races competition and became spectators. But after their deaths, at least one piece of equipment was popped out. At most, 2 or even 3 pieces of equipment were popped out. As a result, panic arose, and nearly 1 million players no longer surrounded Qin Fang, but instead, like hyenas, they continuously went to grab these equipments and put them in their own pockets. Grass, this is our future guild's equipment. How dare you take it? Go to hell. Damn, you're so shameless. Grass, this is still our guild members' equipment. Don't move. The members of the major guild shouted angrily. But how could these hyenas give up the fat meat in their mouths? No one paid any attention to these voices. And in just 15 seconds, the equipment on the ground, which was like a sea, disappeared. These hyenas, with green light flickering in their eyes, backed away, expecting Qin Fang to strike again in their hearts, decapitating a group of players once again, so that they could pick up the equipment. This was a small episode. More players, which were lamenting Qin Fang's damage. Crap! What kind of damage is this? The players were stunned by such damage from Qin Fang. Is this a deity? Definitely not too strong. Players had their jaws dropped in disbelief. No. No. This situation isn't right at all. How could players have such a high attribute compared to a normal deity? This was a hidden peak legendary rank player who possessed a certain degree of chance, and thus had long been equipped with a divine artifact. This also gave him the greatest confidence, allowing him to go and challenge a deity once. He remembered that when he challenged a deity, he was able to fight the deity with his divine weapon, and even if he was not defeated, he was able to defend himself. But the fight with Qin Fang made him feel what was called true despair. For Qin Fang, he couldn't even find any weakness. Even if he used his divine weapon, it only caused a tiny bit of damage to Qin Fang, which made him feel that something was wrong. Ahem. Something was definitely not right. Although Qin Fang was a so-called recent deity, his attributes were a full 300 million. More than a recent deity? It was more than 3 times stronger. This was still Qin Fang's basic attributes. Knowing that as a divine artisan, what was the last thing Qin Fang lacked? Right. Divine weapons. Qin Fang had long ago forged a set of divine weapons for himself. And after wearing them, Qin Fang's attributes were straight up to the level of an intermediate god, reaching 5 billion. Such a terrifying attribute? Who was a match for Qin Fang? This gives me the feeling that it's not a deity at all. Which one of you has seen such a terrifying deity? There were quite a few of these players present who had fought against deities, but they had never really seen one as strong as Qin Fang. One that trampled on their dignity so casually. Your attacks are not much stronger than scratching an itch. You guys? Can you use some force? I can't feel any pain. Hey. Didn't eat. Forget it. I won't make it difficult for you guys. Qin Fang's words caused each of these players, who had surrounded him, to blush. Player me. Don't be too complacent. When our players gather, you'll definitely have to die. The players currently besieging Qin Fang were around 100 million. And more, seeing Qin Fang's body, were rushing towards this place. Among these people besieging Qin Fang, there were also the figures of Bastard Sky, Gun God and the others. It wasn't that they wanted to siege, but Qin Fang's words were so infuriating that they couldn't help but give him a couple of blows. But what about the damage done to Qin Fang? Merely 0. Having said that, a hint of yearning surfaced in the hearts of these high-end players. Since Qin Fang could be so strong by becoming a god, then after they became gods, would they be this strong as well? Thinking about it, they were really looking forward to it a little bit. By then, it would be great if they could also be so rampant. However, their thoughts are doomed to fail. Qin Fang's strength after becoming a god doesn't mean that they will be able to be so strong after becoming a god. The most basic? If you wanted to be as strong as Qin Fang, you would have to at the very least spend 700 billion copper coins to purchase 6 full sets of divine artifacts from Qin Fang's hands. And only then would there be so much as a glimmer of a possibility. Below. To begin my performance, Please watch the novelty of my brand new forged divine weapon, the Artifact Soul Forging Hammer. And finally, I welcome you to purchase it. And as for the price, I would suggest it to start at 150 billion copper coins. Qin Fong uttered these words with a smile before activating the most innovative bit of his weapon soul equipment. Furious God of the Forge. Appear. A terrifying sound emanated from between the throats of the 100 feet tall giant, as if it was the roar of an evil demon from the land of the Nine Een. The entire heaven's destiny heard it in an instant, and couldn't help but freeze in place, watching silently, only to see that in the next second, in the divine artifact forging hammer in Qin Fong's hand, a god-level shadow was drilled out. His face red, his skin rough, to not angry, and terrifying power flowed through his body. Wrath. Such a voice appeared from within the god-level silhouette, like the power of rules, chilling people. Dang. The dome of the sky appeared out of thin air like thunder, like a terrifyingly huge forge hammer shadow, as if a meteorite fell like a general might burst out. Not a smudge, but countless smudges, fiercely bombarded down. Thud, thud, thud. The 100 million players present were all smashed to death, without exception, and the entire field, for one, was cleared. Original place? The original large pit that was smashed out because of the giant forging hammer was now filled with their equipment. Under this strike, no matter if it was a so-called peak legendary ranked expert or an expert equipped with a divine weapon, all of them died. Without exception, there was not a single survivor within a 1,000-mile radius around Qin Fong. The viewers within the live broadcast room, seeing such a scene, without exception, all lost their voices, being stunned and stunned. This? Is it the cause of a deity? Or is it the cause of a divine artifact? The spectators swallowed this saliva and inquired out such words. This? So shocking. I can't use words to describe my feelings at this moment. This can't be a divine weapon forged by player me. Right? If this divine weapon is really this terrifying, I definitely want to buy it. How much money is secondary? That's right. Bathian. Didn't you purchase a divine artifact from player me? Come out quickly and explain it to us. To be honest, after Batian was smashed to death, his entire was also dumbfounded. Although he knew that on top of the artifact he purchased, this skill also existed. But then, it was gray, and the ungodly couldn't use it at all, so he didn't know the specifics. However, this scene still shocked him. This gray skill? It was so strong. And look at this glimpse of a shadow. After unleashing such a terrifying skill, it still didn't dissipate, but silently followed Qin Fong's side. Although I purchased Player Zhen's divine artifact, I am not able to use the skill for various reasons, so I don't know the specifics. But I think then Qin Fong dares to sell it, and the effect is definitely awesome. Batian directly posted a picture for the players to view, and thoughtfully gave his opinion. Why don't we directly ask the player me? If the effect isn't ever as good as he says it is, I would suggest directly smashing Qin Fong's stall. This sentence? It looked like he was drawing hatred to Qin Fong. But in reality, it was Qin Fong drawing traffic to Qin Fong. After all, which piece of Qin Fong's equipment? Wasn't it all top quality? The quality was absolutely guaranteed. I'll take these equipments with a grain of salt. Qin Fong summoned the ring of the Golden Dragon and began to pack up this massive amount of equipment. It was that the storage capacity of the Golden Dragon's ring was large enough that this was all absorbed. But this? It caused another gasp of surprise from the outside world. Crap. Where did this sea of equipment go? Why would a flash of Golden Dragon suddenly appear in the sky? Is this some kind of monster? Don't tell me that all of this equipment has been collected by player me. I don't believe it. Where is such a backpack? The players in the live broadcast room couldn't believe their eyes, but had to believe it. The corpse of the space Golden Dragon? Surprisingly, it's in this kid's hands. This battle was not only watched by the players of the human race. Even the ancient gods were watching. Especially the Heavenly Emperor. His eyes narrowed and his expression was awe-inspiring. No one knew what he was thinking. As for the other ancient deities, each of them exuded a greedy look towards this Golden Dragon's ring divine artifact. This divine artifact. It had to be obtained in the hands. This thing. It was related to a hidden secret yet. Thus, the god-slaughtering operation against Qin Fong began. Originally, these ancient deities thought that a random ancient deity would be able to obliterate Qin Fong. But after watching this battle, These ancient deities instantly decided to join forces to make sure that everything would be fine. After all, with the power of his divine artifacts, this kid's attributes had even reached the level of a near intermediate god. So if this kid suddenly blew up his divine artifacts when he was besieging him, there was a possibility that he could cause damage to the deities. The other members of the 10,000 clans were also watching this match, and seeing that their absolute powerhouse, surprisingly unable to take a single hit from Qin Feng, suddenly all of them were silent, not knowing what to say. The human race is still truly a race blessed with heaven. AI, the geniuses of my race, the later they get, the more powerful they become. It's a bit early to fight with player me. When it's 5 years later, who knows who the deer will die? Mad? It's really bullshit. How can this still be played? Goodness gracious. This 10,000 clans competition? What else is there to see? Isn't this just a personal show for player me? The 10,000 clans had spat, and even started discussing whether or not, for the next session, to directly ban god-level existences from competing. Otherwise, this was just not giving them a chance to stand out. Within this part of the world, other players also saw the fierce stance of the players. And for a moment, they didn't know if they should advance, if they should touch base with Qin Feng. Brothers, charge. Don't be afraid. Players will use such tactics. They must have suffered a great loss of energy. Charge. Among the group of players, there were still some people agitating. So the group of players suddenly became excited and charged towards Qin Feng's onslaught. Please enjoy once again below. I know that the viewers within the live broadcast room from the outside world might be asking, the skill of this item attached to this divine artifact? How long can it last, and how many times can it unleash such terrifying damage? I won't say. But I also ask you all not to blink your eyes, and silently please point in your hearts. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he stayed where he was. And after all these players rushed over, the shadow of this deity moved. Thud. Dang. Dang. The chain of explosions immediately caused a sea of players to die again, and an ocean of equipment appeared in the same spot as the hyenas reappeared. First wave. Second wave. The third wave. The number of players within this part of the world was decreasing. And in the end, there were 300 million left. These 700 million? They were all unbelieving players who thought that they would be able to decapitate Qin Feng. But in the end, they were counterkilled by Qin Feng and became prey. The heaven-destroying move was released in 13 waves before the shadow of this deity silently dispersed. And as for the time it lasted for more than 3 hours. Qin Feng began another wave of product introductions about the divine artifact. Family members? I'm sure you've all seen how terrifying this divine artifact is. Below I will give you all a serious introduction of this divine artifact. First of all, the forging method of this piece of divine artifact is unique to me. Artifact soul forging, as the name suggests, which means that it is able to summon an artifact soul to assist in battle. It's not an exaggeration to say that this type of divine artifact can't be forged by any other deity. Even if it's a super god level existence, it cannot be copied either. An important piece of information was revealed in Qin Feng's words, which was instantly captured by the players, firmly remembered in their hearts. Super god level. Although they didn't know what segment this was, it was definitely higher than a deity. Firstly, let's introduce it from the attributes. This is my forging hammer. So the attributes attached to him are very average. Strength attribute plus 500 million. Agility attribute plus 500 million. Spirit attribute plus 500 million. And physique attribute plus 500 million. All of which are prepared for forging. At this moment, the families within the live broadcast room who heard Qin Feng's explanation could only stare in disbelief. To know, these players at the peak of the legendary grade, even if they put on a set of legendary grade equipment, their attributes were only about 20 million. While this one forging hammer of Qin Feng's had 2 billion attributes attached to it. Wasn't that bullshit? No wonder they couldn't beat Qin Feng. By the way, a warm reminder, this is only my equipment. If it's a specialized equipment, such as a specialized combat weapon, the attack attributes he attached, it might get 1 billion, or even more. Only that the corresponding other attributes would be lowered a bit. These words really spoke to the hearts of some players who were seeking the ultimate. Here we introduce it in terms of additional skills. Divine artifacts that come from my hand have a minimum of 10 divine level skills attached to them. If that's not enough, one less. I'll give you a refund of 50 billion copper coins. And I guarantee that each and every god-level skill is definitely not a patchwork. Let's watch from the styling aspect below. In order to make sure that our guests are satisfied, I have made many improvements to the shape of each divine weapon to make sure that the shape of each piece is at home in people's hearts. Even customization services can also be carried out according to your different requirements to ensure that the family members are satisfied. And finally, the main event of the weapon soul equipment, the weapon soul summoning. The skill of this item of artifact soul summoning, as you have already seen, is a full 13 waves with a duration of 3 hours. If you don't use the move frequently, the duration can be even longer, which is equivalent to having an extra god-level fighter. I wonder if everyone's heart is moved. However, this skill also has a drawback. It needs to be god-level to be able to use it. When I am improving it, I hope that everyone will be able to use this skill at the moment of the legendary level. If the improvement is completed, I will notify all of my family members at the first time, accompanied by Qin Fang's explanation. The players outside the live broadcast room brother breathed in sharply, itching to purchase one right away. By the way, I can forge divine artifacts from all races. Not just the human race. Players of all races are welcome to purchase them. As a forger, I definitely treat everyone equally, and don't go back to engaging in any differential treatment. The moment Qin Fang's words came out, the entire heaven's destiny exploded. Especially the existences of the 10,000 races. At first, they were scornful towards Qin Fang, thinking that this kid was merely possessing a certain amount of good fortune, which allowed him to rise to become a god. As for the human divine equipment forged by Qin Fang, who cared? They couldn't use it anyway. Who would want to lick Qin Fang's stinking face? But now this situation changed completely. I told you that player me is gifted. The gods of all races are able to forge brother, I want one too. The werewolf clan, have reserved it. Good brother. Remember to give our broken clan a spot for a divine artifact. Player me. Remember me? The strike you swept me with just now was so cool. For a while, countless One Clan players began to kneel down for player me. The human race players, on the other hand, they were frantically contacting Qin Fang, fighting to get to the front row, fighting to be able to take a divine artifact slot. Families, we'll be in contact when I get out. Now, I'll take care of this competition first. Qin Fang smiled and bowed as he gave his thanks. The players in the live broadcast room were in a bit of a trance. Is it hard to believe that I'm watching a bandwagon broadcast? No, that's not right. Isn't this the so-called 10,000 races competition? Damn it. How did it get messed up like this by Qin Fang? This is Qin Fang's magic. No matter when or where Qin Fang is, he is always the brightest presence. Marred. Awesome. Just as the players were wondering in their minds how Qin Fang wanted to end this battle, in the next second, within Qin Fang's divine artifact suit, 5 divine spirit void shadows with different looks and temperaments once again drilled out. Enchanting women, charming women, youthful women, innocent women. Ergo, this time, it left these geeks dumbfounded. Crap. Such a big highlight. The player me doesn't even announce it? Buy. Even if it's just for these good-looking deity vapors. I have to buy. Buy. If Qin Fang knew, he would probably be dumbfounded himself. This forged artifact spirit form must be different depending on the emotion. Who would have thought? This was also the highlight. Chapter 729 Second Champion of the 10,000 Clans Competition. One could only say that he still underestimated these wealth-free and spiritually empty otaku. Copper coins to them? What the hell? What they wanted was this kind of excitement. Hee. I wonder if the deity void can hold hands with me. Yeah. I'd be willing to pay another 10 billion copper coins if I can hold hands. Bye. I'll contact the player me. This time, the player's desire to buy continued to rise. The appearance of the shadows of these deities was a slight turning point for the entire battle situation. However, for these participating players, it was a great torment and a fear that was seared into the deepest part of their bodies. Boom. Buzz. Thud. Explosive sounds rang out. These deity shadows were all releasing divine-level forbidden spells without exception. And the participating players were like street rats, constantly fleeing, flying, hiding from the ground. Extreme speed, and all sorts of means were used. And yet, they still died. The power of the forbidden spell has reached a certain extreme, not to mention the god-level wide range of forbidden spells. next to the edge will die. Rubbing the edge is also dead. As for the player in the center of the spell, it was even more needless to say. Dead beyond death. Crap. What is this? Why did so many deities suddenly appear? Don't tell me that this is also something that player me is messed up. Mamma mia. Hurry up and save me. Why do I feel it's a bit fake? Indiscriminate deity attacks. This? How else can I play? The participating players were different from the players watching the live broadcast. They didn't know a thing about Qin Fang's artifact show. So this group of players had a tragedy, and became the first victims of Qin Fang's spirit artifacts. The outside world watching the players in the live broadcast room had lost count of the number of times they had been shocked. Within the game? 1 against 100. 1 against 1,000. Or even 1 against 10,000. This is very normal. As long as your equipment is good. Enough blood-sucking. This has nothing to say. But you have heard of 1 against 1 billion? This is simply not too horrible. This is a full 1 billion players. And are the elite of the fate of the heavens. Not some cats and dogs. According to everyone's simple knowledge, the law of the ants bite the elephant. It should not be so. But now? The real situation was right in front of the eyes of this group of players. There was no way for them not to believe it. Player me. It really is a celestial being. I suggest checking out Player me. This guy. Really isn't a beta player? The sound of this flash made countless players search for their souls. Yeah. Player me is definitely an internal beta player. Mad. I'll give you a summary of Player me's game history over the past 2 years. This one was a player from the same time period and town as Qin Fang, and knew Qin Fang's history better. So in his summary, the majority of players saw the key events of Qin Fang's gaming career. Yeah. You guys are watching. He is always able to be one step ahead of the others, and complete the first kill of the major copies. On what basis? He's just a blacksmith. Right. I've long felt that Qin Fang wasn't right. So that's how it is. The players were talking. The more they spoke, the more truthful they became. The more angry they became, requesting for a thorough investigation. Ordinary beings that possessed intelligence were always blind. They simply didn't believe that other people's abilities were so strong that they could surpass them 1,000 times. And they didn't want to believe that other people's intelligence was so high that it could surpass them 1,000 times. They always think that the world should be just like them. All mediocre people. All asleep. Hey. Not to mention. They really guessed it. Although Qin Fang was not a player of the inner test. He knew more about the plot than the players of the inner test. A full 10 years of plot was enough for Qin Fang to catch many chances. Hey. Heaven's destiny sent out a notice a long time ago, alright. There is no such thing as the so-called internal test. These were presumably Qin Fang's iron fans. Even if countless players questioned it. This batch of players were also supporting Qin Fang. It's really hilarious. This player I play well? It's the internal test player? What about the Songhai Guild you say? The past games were all internal tests now. Haha. I'm really convinced too. This can also be considered an internal test player? Then look at this one. Isn't he an ironclad internal test player? The players started another round of posting pictures, listing 7 or 8 existences that could be internal test players. Crap. Lin Fang really might be an internal beta player. Look at his trajectory. He follows the version closely every time. And what's this wind? Even more so. All of a sudden, countless internal test players appeared. Thus, this matter about Qin Fang being an inner beta player passed silently. Along with this matter intensifying, Heaven's Destiny still released an announcement. Heaven's Destiny does not have the so-called internal testing. And there are absolutely no internal testing players. Qin Fang, in response, did not listen, did not hear, did not ask, and concentrated on drinking tea in the venue of the second edition of the 10,000 Races competition. The gigantic and majestic divine spirit body was retrieved by Qin Fang. And at this moment, he was sitting within the gazebo, leisurely drinking tea. What could be resolved by the divine spirit shadow within the divine artifact? Would Qin Fang need to do it? The players within the outside live broadcast room were red in the eyes. People were more angry than people. Qin Fang's silence contrasted sharply with the panic of the participating players. Total number of participants, 200 million. Total number of participants, 100 million. The number of participants was decreasing. This battle didn't last long. In 3 hours, The entire world was ravaged by Qin Feng. And no matter if they were hidden underground or underwater, all of them were blasted to death by Qin Feng's deity shadow. Total number of participants, 184. When Qin Feng took a look, other than him, there were still 183 people left. These people simply should not hide too well. Even Qin Feng's indiscriminate attacks did not find them out. Qin Feng was not in a hurry and began to wait patiently. Ding. A decrease in the number of participating players has been detected. The world is shrinking its circle. According to the rules, as players continued to fight, the number of participating players gradually decreased. If this vast world remained the same, wouldn't it be the case that they wouldn't be able to touch each other for the rest of their lives? That's why there are rules for shrinking the circle. 1. Every 10 hours to shrink the circle once. 2. Each time the circle shrinks 10% of the field. 3rd. If you don't enter the new circle within the specified time, you are considered eliminated. At first glance, this rule is set without any problem. But the real situation is to let a person vomit blood. This is only to the first time to brush the circle of time. The presence of the 1 billion participating players have only 100 more than left. This is not a waste of time. Now, these players who were hiding well and had not been discovered by Qin Feng were no longer thinking about how to fight with Qin Feng, how to defeat him, but rather how to stay alive until the end. This is another classic question. What should I do if I meet a grizzly bear? I don't necessarily have to run fast, but as long as I can outrun you, I'll be fine. Ugh. It's so boring. Can we change this rule? Yeah. Are these people turtles? They're not moving. This was perhaps the most stomach-turning battle to snatch the top 100 of the 10,000 clans competition. Playing hide and seek. Brother, this you could be wrong. These people? But fine it. You know how much difference between the rewards of the top 100 and the rewards of the top 500? Do you know how much difference between the rewards of the top 10 and the rewards of the top 50? Now this batch of players no longer look at the operation. All depends on luck. Depends on the player I first find who first eliminated who it. Oh, thanks to Big Brother's guidance. I understand. So there is such a thing. As a result, the number of people in the live broadcast room collapsed and fell. There was nothing to see. Anyway, the final result was already known. For sure player Jin was the first in the 10,000 races competition. Qin Feng directly communicated with the Fate No. 1 customer service staff, asking if they could speed up the shrinking of the circle a bit. Otherwise, this was really too much of a waste of time. He was drinking tea until he vomited. I'm very sorry about that. Sir, it can't be changed yet. Ergo, Qin Feng had no choice but to take out the special prop from his backpack, the heaven-peeping mirror, to probe the player traces in this place. Where to escape? Go to hell. Aya, you're really hiding deep enough. Agu, not bad. You're hiding well too. Qin Feng seemed to be a messenger of the soul, constantly harvesting the lives of 100 players. 123 remaining. 96 remaining. Remaining, 36. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the 12th place winner of this 10,000 races competition. Ding. Congratulations on your success this time. Such system beeps kept ringing out, and it was a sort of consolation. In the end, with the prototype props in his hands, Qin Feng managed to clear the field. The total time spent, no more than 2 hours. This vast world was very large for legendary level players. But for Qin Feng, it was like a prison cage that he was able to reach in a flash. Grass. How did player me find me? Unscientific. This is really unscientific. Who would have thought? This guy still possesses such a divine weapon. At this time, a player outside of the live broadcast room suddenly shouted, "This is my fucking prop." Generally speaking, players died by dropping their equipment. But there was also a chance of randomly dropping items from their backpacks. This player coincidentally blew up the legendary grade disposable prop, the heaven-peeping mirror, and was caught by Qin Feng. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first place winner of the second 10,000 races competition. Ding. Congratulations on setting a brand new record. Ding. Congratulations on receiving your reward, divine weapon of your choice *1. Ding. Congratulations on your reward, divine artifact drawing *9. The rewards for the champion of the 10,000 races competition would be tailor-made, and this set was still very suitable for Qin Feng. Especially this so-called divine artifact drawing, which was also a reference for Qin Fang. With these rewards, Qin Fang was still very satisfied. But what satisfied Qin Fang the most was the completion of the first condition of the 10,000 times return. It was soothing. Ding. You will be teleported out. After a heavenly spin, when Qin Fang opened his eyes again, he had already appeared within the Tianyang town. Ding. This 10,000 clans competition has come to an end, and Player Me has become the champion of the second 10,000 clans competition for 2 consecutive terms. Ding. To celebrate Player Me being the champion for 2 consecutive terms, a special title is issued, Second Crown King. Ding. A warm reminder that there will be special rewards for the 5 Crown King and the 10 Crown King, along with a final splash of system beeps falling. The second edition of the 10,000 races competition completely came to a close. The final result is still like this. Player Me is ferocious. Ferocious? Really ferocious. This Player Me. There really isn't a single thing that can be done about it. President is mighty. City Lord is awesome. Within the town of Tianyang, it has become a sea of joy. 10,000 players of the guild. Countless city guards. All cheering out. Deafening. Ding. Player requesting communication. Ding. Player requesting communication. Qin Fang had just withdrawn from this part of the world when he heard countless requests for communication, requesting to add friends, and even a large group of players who had teleported from other towns surrounded Qin Fang and asked him to forge divine weapons. After all, Qin Fang had underestimated the terrifying consequences of his wave of goods just now. The most intuitive, the number of players within Tianyang town was 3 times more than usual, far exceeding the capacity of Tianyang town. And all of these players had come to beg for Qin Fang's help in forging divine weapons. Shuge Tianmian was in pain and happy, with the massive amount of players flooding into Tianyang town. Even if they didn't buy anything, just the cost of teleportation was already considered a sky-high price. Not to mention, how could they not buy anything? Some of the rare items in Tianyang town could not be bought in other towns, especially the items in the 10,000 Empty Alley grocery store, which were inexpensive and of high quality, were definitely able to attract people's eyes. It was extremely beneficial to the economy of Tianyang town. As for the pain, it was the sudden influx of so many players, which was a huge challenge for the security of Tianyang town. All of the city guards had been sent out by Zhuge Tianyan, but there was still a shortage of people. A real shortage of people. As of now, there hadn't been any troublemakers amongst these players. But who knew? Will they make trouble in the later stages? Qin Fang looked at the whimpering crowd. His heart was determined. Hey, it looks like his publicity still played a certain role. Thus, Qin Fang didn't shy away, directly transformed into a body of 100 feet, suspended in the sky above the entire Tianyang town, spitting out buzzing words between his throat. Don't be in a hurry. All the players below. We'll start auctioning off the first divine artifacts quota. I will help whoever auctions it be the first to refine it. As soon as these words came out, countless players taunted Qin Fang. Marred. Your abacus beads are crashing into my face. Really shameless. Isn't this disrupting the market? Strange goods. I'm asking to kill Player Me. The incompetent players could only hurl some insults. But the real masters, who didn't care about copper coins, had already started asking where to go to bid. Since you've all come to Tianyang town, let's give you all a closer look. This competition is limited to within Tianyang town. Bids from players in other towns don't count. Yuze. Preside. With his last words, Qin Fang instantly summoned the Grand Steward of the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild. Yuze's voice was very soft, but it carried a special divine power that was able to make the player's mind settle down all of a sudden. Following this Yuze's instructions step by step. Everyone. This is the 10,000 Empty Alley auction house. You can all place your bids with confidence. There will definitely be no counterfeiting. After Yuze finished speaking, countless players namely began to bid. 1 billion. This was the lowest price. After all, below this price? Who dares to open their mouths? It's not enough to be ashamed of. 2 billion. 5 billion. 10 billion. The bids from these players were higher than one another, and the momentum was completely unabated. In the end, the bidding for the first divine artifact stopped at 92.3 billion. Note that this was only the qualification to purchase Qin Fang's help in forging, not the price of the divine artifact. Even the richest people had to weigh it up. If it were normal, such a high price? It was already enough to purchase 1.5 divine artifacts. The moment such a high price came out, it instantly made other players curse the person who made the bid. What a brainwashed person. Last bid? Are there any other warriors who want to bid? 92,300,000,000 for the first time. 92,300,000,000 second time. 23 billion for the third time. Sold. In the end, Qin Fang's qualification for forging divine artifacts was successfully traded to a gold owner who did not wish to disclose his name. Thank you for your support of the Artifact Soul Divine Craftsman. Later on, you can meet with the Artifact Soul Divine Craftsman face to face to determine the final result of the divine artifact. After Yuze finished his sentence, he then looked at the other players. I'm sorry, because of the difficulty of forging divine artifacts. So please understand that there is only one slot in this auction. However, the next wave of divine weapon qualification auctions will be held within 3 days. Yuze finished this sentence without being humble. That is, he followed Qin Fang and left together. It had to be said that Yuze was old and cunning. His grasp of human nature was simply to the extreme. Today, according to Qin Fang's idea, at least 10 qualification quotas should be auctioned. But after this news was told to Yuze, it was rejected by Yuze with a strong attitude, and gave Qin Fang some science. Life is called hunger marketing. Qin Fang eventually agreed to Yuze's request and let him make the arrangements. As a result, Qin Fang saw a scene that shocked him. Just one place was auctioned off for nearly 100 billion. Originally in his perception, up to 30 billion, which was already the top of the sky. But the reality gave Qin Fang a hard lesson. Qin Fang, Yuze departed, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded players in place. Originally, these players were still mocking this player who had offered a high price. But now that they looked at it, they were the fools. So it turned out that people already knew about it. Fools? It seemed like it was them all. Good thing. There's still a chance. 3 days later, I'm definitely going to take the forging qualification for the second divine weapon. A second chance? Definitely can't let it go. What if it's another one? Marred. I definitely can't be heartbroken about money next time. The players in this batch chastised themselves. After Qin Fang interviewed this mysterious player, he determined his specific requirements and set the price for this forging, 1,500 billion copper coins. And when everything was settled, Qin Fang began forging. Dang. Ding. Qin Fang's forging speed was fast, and it only took 3 hours to perfectly obtain this divine weapon. There was no other reason to do so. The chaos stone spat out from the belly of the little black man did not need to be purified and could be forged directly. And Qin Fang did not need to forge successfully. 50% of the moment, directly forging can fail. Among the 1,000 pieces of artifacts, Qin Fang picked out the one with the best quality and prepared to hand it over to the mysterious player 3 days later. Now, it was too early. As for the other divine artifacts, Qin Fang put them away. These divine artifacts, after he achieved the human emperor, would be good items to gather people's hearts and minds, and would be able to greatly enhance the fighting strength of the deities. After Qin Fang had finished forging, he had nothing to do, and couldn't help but discuss the future of Tianyang Town with Zhuge Tianyan, with Yuze, and with some of the senior management. At the end of the meeting, Qin Fang had the presence of mind to thank all of you for your help to Tianyang Town. Qin Fang, a deep bow. In his heart, he thought, this shall not move them to death. Isn't it a feeling of a soldier dying for his friend? At that very moment, a smattering of system beeps that resounded through the human race's territory rang out. Ding! The second human race forging competition is about to begin. Please get ready. All warriors, all clansmen. This system beep immediately caused the Heaven's Destiny's Forge Masters to fall into a deep state of skepticism. I can't figure it out. You're setting up the so-called competition nowadays? What's the point? That's right. Player me is already a divine smith? How can we still play? Boring. Really boring. Who goes to compete? Is it just a pit in the brain? Willing to go and be a chaperone for player me? I am not going. Whoever loves to go. The blacksmith players of Heaven's Destiny said that they didn't want to compete. But the Divine Smith NPCs of Heaven's Destiny said that they very much wanted to compete. Wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to have a good meeting with this young man who created a brand new forging method. To see exactly what he had to offer. For this forging competition, I, Divine Artisan Lu Long, will participate. For this forging competition, I, Divine Craftsman Ling Tian, will participate. For this forging competition, I, Divine Craftsman. The voices of these several divine smiths rang out, instantly making the majority of players, blacksmith NPCs dumbfounded. What is this all? The judges are going to compete? The equipment they forged? Let who judge all? Players? The divine smiths of the divine destiny race have all signed up. So a large number of players, NPCs, have also signed up. This is the best opportunity to watch the divine craftsman forging up close. If you miss it, you'll regret it for 10,000 years. Thus, the second human forging competition was even more lively than the first. Qin Fang was confused. Ah, so many divine smiths went to participate in this blacksmithing competition? Did they have nothing better to do? Do they have to compete with themselves for the championship? One must know that amongst these divine smiths, there were quite a number of so-called senior divine smiths, and the one who had risen to the realm of divine smith had already been there for 3,000 years at the most. So one could only imagine how strong one's comprehension of this realm should be. As for the divine craftsman Lu Long, it was also at the level of an intermediate divine craftsman. Qin Fang will be able to win and take the title? Ding. Are you participating in this human blacksmith competition? Participate. This time, for Qin Fang, it was the best opportunity to be able to touch base with the top divine smiths. How could Qin Fang let this opportunity go? Chapter 730 Attack of the Deities, Death of the Deities. I, Divine Artisan Wei, am participating in this human forging competition. This was Qin Fang's response. Otherwise, it would be considered disrespectful to the other divine smiths. As expected, after receiving Qin Fang's response, these divine artisans of heaven's destiny were instantly energized, raising their forging hammers anew. Ding! This human race's forging competition has increased in specifications due to the participation of 18 divine artisans. Ding! The champion's rewards: 1. Human race divine artifact forging drawings * 9999. 2. Human race peak divine artisan title. Priority to mobilize divine or resources within the human race. 3. Human race's only peak divine artisan divine position enlightenment * 9999 days. If the rewards in the beginning had only moved the hearts of legend rank blacksmiths, but now they were moving the hearts of all of these divine smiths. Ding! The human forging competition will open in 1 day. Please prepare yourselves, Forge Masters. Qin Fang came out from within the city lord's mansion and secretly traded Yuzhe 1,000 pieces of ordinary divine artifacts for him to watch over. Although Player Me was a weaponry soul divine craftsman, it didn't mean that Qin Fang couldn't forge ordinary divine weapons. It was just a matter of using ordinary divine materials and not using the weapon soul's forging techniques. Hey, boss, you this? That's a deep hide. Even Yuzhe didn't dare to think about how long it would take to forge so many divine weapons. However, Yuzhe still showed a difficult face. Boss, every time you give out divine artifacts of ancient deities, it's a bit bad to spread them out. Depends on your ability. Right. In some time, I'll give you a batch of divine artifacts of the 10,000 races. Yuzhe then nodded. Slowly spread out. After all, there are quite a few great clans. We're very willing to acquire these ancient divine artifacts. For them, it was a symbol of honor. Qin Fang moved his muscles and checked the gold coins he had accumulated. He was still 3/5 short of being able to marry Shui Qinger. The current him? He was still short of a chance to ascend to the Sky City. This time, Qin Fang had already obtained the qualification for the Sky City by winning the 10,000 races competition. And if he could win the human forging competition, the 2 qualifications for the Sky City could easily send him to the Sky City. But Qin Fang? Would he choose to ascend to the Sky City this time? Qin Fang pondered. Should he go to the point in his memory and explore the trace of the gigantic silhouette he had seen in the ancient times that matched his appearance? Just as he was thinking so, suddenly, the entire Sky Sun town pulled up the ear-piercing alarm. The scarlet color appeared in front of his eyes, making every member of the Sky Sun town feel as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, feeling the panic of the end of the world. What happened? Qin Fang raised his head and looked towards the sky, only to see that in the vault of the sky above the Tianong town, at some point, 10 ancient deities who had escaped from the trap had already stood. Their terrifying bodies that covered the sky and shaded the entire vault of the sky. And the sunlight could not be cast down at all, creating a huge impact that shaded the entire Tianyang town. The pressure of these 10 ancient deities coalescing together caused the players, residents of the entire Tianyang town, to fall to their knees. And some of the unyielding ones, who would rather die than kneel, were sprawled on the ground with their 5 bodies on the ground. This was the majesty of the gods, pale and terrifying. A touch of powerlessness arose in Qin Fang's heart. The ancient deities in the vault of heaven, 9 of them had reached the intermediate level of gods, while the one at the head was a high-level god. Such a lineup, coming to target the Tianyang town, coming to target him, was definitely giving face. One must know that at this moment, although Qin Fang had been promoted to become a deity, he was a primary god, even if Qin Fang was able to reach the level of a half-step intermediate god with his divine artifacts. But that was his limit. These ancient deities in the firmament, if they were one-on-one, Qin Fang wouldn't even be able to win against one of them, let alone 10 of them joining together. Get out of here. In the firmament, the ancient deity took a step forward, as if it was the first clap of thunder, casting a shadow over the entire heaven and earth. The eardrums of every Tianyang town resident were buzzing and trembling, as if they were going deaf. Shuga Tianmian opened Tianyang town's defenses at the first opportunity, fending off the demonic sound pouring into their brains, and the terrifying pressure released from within the firmament. The players of Tianyang town, the residents immediately felt the shackles on their backs being lifted, and heavily began to gasp for breath. Their eyes filled with fear of the gods. Grass. Why are these ancient deities targeting Tianyang town? How can this be fun? 10 deities working together to intimidate Tianyang town? Is it hard to believe that they saw the potential of player Zhen and wanted to wipe him out in advance? Bullshit. It's really bullshit. Hurry up and call for help. Call for help. Hee. This is a great time to get rich. Sharp-eyed players had already caught the traffic code. Opening a map. The content is all made up. A manuscript. At the very least 300,000 copper coins into the account. No problem. Shuga Tianmian also asked for help from Qixia Mountain at the first opportunity. With the defenses of Tianyang town after the update, it was definitely able to withstand for 3 hours. And 3 hours was already enough for the gods of Qixia Mountain to support Tianyang and eliminate this crisis. The shrinking turtle. The human race. As always. Rubbish. If you cut yourself, we can consider sparing the Tianyang town. The ancient deity in the firmament towered over Qin Fang, speaking with a sense of judgment, his words full of disdain, as if it was a gift. This was the deity that towered over him. Qin Fang tried his best to expand his divine body, but unfortunately, even though his divine body had reached the extreme, it was still less than a tenth of the size of these intermediate gods, as if it was a younger brother. It was really comical. These ancient intermediate gods, advanced gods, looked at Qin Fang playfully, as if they were amazed. Player me still dare to resist? It doesn't know its own strength. I'll give you guys a chance to live. Retreat now, and I'll forget about it. If he was pushed, with the divine body of the dragon of time and space, it wasn't impossible to turn the tables. These 10 ancient deities, leave them all behind for me today. This seems like the funniest thing I've ever heard. Kid, do you know how long it's been since I've heard such arrogant words? The ancient deities all burst into laughter, wondering if Qin Fang's brain was stupid. How could he say such stupid words? Dang. A divine strike that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth blasted on top of the defenses of this so-called Heavenly Sun town. And the entire Heavenly Sun town seemed to be trembling, while the defensive barrier was shaking like a mirror, as if it might shatter in the next moment. Last chance. If you don't cut yourself, I won't be the one to strike next time. This strike directly caused Shuga Tianmian to be dumbfounded. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene in front of him. No, it shouldn't be. This defense? Wasn't it said to be able to withstand a deity for a full 3 days? Currently there were 10 ancient deities here. Even if the defense was weak, it should be able to carry it for 3 hours at the very least. Shuga Tianmian had actually suffered from a lack of understanding of the divine level. The defense of this Tianyang town indeed can block the gods for 3 days, but only to the primary gods. This intermediate god's a hit. At least is the primary gods 100 times. This defense has not been instantly broken. That is considered to be a good one. If you follow this situation, not to mention that it will last for 3 hours. Even 10 minutes will not last. Zhu Tianyan panicked. He once again sent out a signal for help. Anxious in his heart, looking forward to the city lord to be able to hold out for a little while longer. Otherwise, just established Tianyang town really will be destroyed. At this moment, all the 10,000 races cast their eyes on this place. The Heavenly Emperor's order was even more lively, and they all sighed. It looks like the task of beheading me is going to be easily accomplished by these 10 ancient gods. Their attitude was very regretful. Hey, these 10 gods are so fast. Tianyang town will definitely be destroyed today. And I'll see how I can escape this time. Below the top gods, all of them were thinking like this. But above the top gods, including the half-step super god level, they were staring at the battle with unblinking eyes. They weren't looking at how Qin Fang would die, but rather, they were looking at how these ancient gods would die. Most importantly, they wanted to observe if the terrifying mouth that was hidden in the shadows and capable of devouring their divine power would appear. Why would he appear? Mount Qixia had the intention to rescue them, but they were powerless. Are you trying to wait for Mount Qixia's rescue? To tell you the truth, apart from us, there are also stronger deities that have made moves against Mount Qixia. You won't be able to wait for Mount Qixia's rescue. Would we fight an unsure battle? Prepare to die? Seeing that you are like a turtle, not ready to come out, we could only let Tianyang town be buried with you all. The ancient deities within the firmament voiced themselves. And then the 10 gods wanted to strike. The players within the heavenly sun towns wore looks of despair. There were also some lords who wanted money but not their lives. And they immediately started a live broadcast, wanting to record the moment when the brand new great city of Tianyang town broke down. Click, click, click. The number of viewers within the live broadcast room continued to rise. Wow, Tianyang town is so dark. Hee. No, that's not right. Don't tell me that this black shadow is caused by a deity's divine body. Tianyang town is in danger. Almost all of the Heaven's Destiny 10,000 races who watched the live broadcast did not think that the Tianyang town could still be saved. Qin Fang put on his divine artifact armor and stepped out from the defenses of the Tianyang town, gazing expressionlessly at the ancient deities before him. It is me that you want to kill. We can go to the vault of heaven for a duel. Qin Fang hadn't even finished a sentence before the ancient deities made their move. Ancient deities, are you trying to reason with us? Unfortunately, we don't listen. Qin Fang was helpless, and he hadn't expected that these ancient deities would be so unruly that they would strike. 10 skills that were enough to tear through space bombarded Qin Fang's body. For a moment, Qin Fang's pressure increased so much that the armor he wore showed signs of shattering. Qin Fang was directly hit and spat out blood, his entire being on the verge of collapse. This was the strike of 10 deities. Just one strike. Qin Fang was a little desperate. From just now, he namely constantly summoned Li Qi and summoned the Plague Dharma God Seniors, wanting them to make a move to level this crisis. But the result he got was, we can't make a move. Qin Fang was a bit puzzled, but he didn't blame them, and was just about to summon the Dragon of Time and Space, explode his own divine artifacts, and prepare to fight to the death, when he heard Li Qingqian's communication. Qin Fang, wait for our message and sneak attack this strongest senior ancient deity together. This senior divine spirit was surrounded by clear wind. At a glance, it was a wind-attributed divine spirit. Its defense should not be high, so it was the best choice for a sneak attack. And he was the strongest. If he could be seriously injured first, then he would be able to reverse the entire battle situation. Qin Fang was puzzled in his heart. Didn't he say that the support from Mount Qixia was unable to arrive? Why were these 3 able to appear in Tianyang town? This had to start from the examination of the super large town of Tianyang town. These 3 gods had received the mission of the examination, and had just appeared from Qixia mountain. That is, they had detected the entry of the ancient deities, and did not hide their traces in the slightest. Therefore, these 3 gods had been following behind them, ready to sneak attack and see if they could do away with one. But unfortunately, along the way, the 10 gods' vigilance was very high, not giving them any opportunity to follow so far, only to realize that what they were going to deal with was actually the Tianyang town. Isn't this a coincidence? Thus, Li Qingtian, Li Dali, and divine craftsman Lu Long who had trailed to the outskirts of Tianyang town, hid their forms at the first opportunity to look for a chance. At this moment, seeing that Qin Feng appeared and was ravaged beyond recognition, these ancient deities were so victorious that they subconsciously ignored the dangers around them. This was the best opportunity to sneak attack. Today, even if I die, I will definitely not let you guys have a good time. Qin Feng viciously uttered these words and took out a dozen pieces of divine artifacts from the ring of the golden dragon, detonating them at the first opportunity. Amidst the intense light, the figure of the dragon of time and space shifted, bringing Qin Feng into the river of time and space to circumvent this attack. It had to be said that the river of time was truly an excellent place. Qin Feng stood in space and time without being affected in any way. The self-explosion of the 13 divine artifacts. Even these intermediate gods and high-level gods did not dare to face their sharp edges, and were only able to stay away from the center of the explosion. And it so happened that at this time, the divine arrows of Li Qingtian and Li Dali went one after the other, drilling towards the brow of this wind attribute high-level god. This senior god could not react at all, and even though he covered his entire body with divine power at an extremely fast speed, he was still unable to resist this strike. Li Dali's arrow managed to tear through the advanced ancient wind god's brow defense, breaking open a small opening and allowing Li Prime's intermediate divine arrow to pierce into the advanced wind god's brow, penetrating through the back of his head. It was a terrifying blow of damage that left a mere 60% of this ancient wind god's strength behind, and his combat power fell. This was also a result of dragging his feet when facing Qin Feng. The divine artifact armor was surprisingly not summoned. Force Prime laughed out loud, only feeling an incomparable pleasure in his heart. This time, it was truly a pleasure, actually inflicting fatal damage on the senior ancient wind god. This was something that was definitely worth bragging about throughout his divine career. This scene was also seen by the 10,000 races players within the live broadcast room, and they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Is this the backhand that players should set up? It feels a bit like it. It's amazing that it can work together so well. Awesome. Maybe there will be a turnaround. The eyes of the entire Heaven's Destiny transcendent god-level existence were suddenly cast towards this place, expressing their disbelief. Just now, they had truly felt the aura of the Dragon of Time and Space. But why? Was this Dragon of Time and Space's aura so weak? One must know that these super god-level existences hadn't had many encounters over the years. In their impression, the Dragon of Time and Space had long since been promoted to become a super god level, and this was how it was able to escape the pursuit. But why? But why? Could it be that there were two dragons of time and space in this world? This, just thinking about it, felt impossible. Can it be that the dragons of time and space have suffered a wound, causing it to fall from the super god level realm? It's very possible. If the super god level dragon of time and space isn't guarding the long river of time, wouldn't we be able to follow the long river of time and go to the past and take a look at the future? It had to be said that many of the super god levels had such thoughts. No. Is it hard to believe that this is the split of the Dragon of Time and Space? The Dragon of Time and Space? Well, this is not the karma of the Dragon of Time and Space, and there is no connection between me and him. At this stage, perhaps only the god of cause and effect at the super god level knew exactly. This Dragon of Time and Space? It wasn't the Dragon of Time and Space that he recognized, which meant that this Heaven's Destiny actually did exist two dragons of time and space. Even the god of causes and effects could not help but be appalled. If this was the case, it seemed that many things that had happened in the past were able to be linked. Which one of them was a fool if they were able to become a super god level? Li Evil sensed Qin Feng's use of the Dragon of Time and Space, but he was not angry. This was also considered part of Qin Feng's strength. But the things that happened after exposing the Dragon of Time and Space? That is, he would need to bear it himself. Li Qingtian, Li Dali quickly rushed into the range of the center of the explosion and converged with Qin Feng. The other intermediate-level ancient deities, seeing this scene, were shocked, and immediately surveyed the surroundings, detecting the figures of Li Qingtian and Li Dali. And at the first moment, they converged together and killed towards these three ancient deities who do not know. Once the exposed Bao God is his most vulnerable moment. As for me, a mere blacksmith, what kind of waves could he turn over? In the next second, Divine Smith Lu Long's figure burrowed out of nothingness, as if he were a ghost, behind one of the intermediate gods. blowing up 3 divine artifacts on himself before transforming into nothingness once again and burrowing into the void. Dang. The sound of a violent explosion rang out. The back of this ancient intermediate god was blown open with a large bloody hole. Divine blood gurgled out, and his breath immediately wilted, unable to return to combat power in a short period of time. Although the godsmith Lu Long was an intermediate godsmith, he had forged quite a few strange and bizarre artifacts, such as this artifact that was capable of traveling through space, which played a decisive role at this moment. Divine Smith Lu Long, directly transformed into thief god Lu Long. As for the divine artifact that exploded itself in the hands of godsmith Lu Long, it was produced by Qin Fong, and it didn't hurt in the slightest. Divine craftsman Lu Long once again hid in the shadows, collecting all of his aura so that no one would be able to detect it, instantly becoming the greatest threat. These ancient intermediate gods did not dare to make any rash moves, and could only gather together to deal with the attack of divine craftsman Lu Long. Roar. The ancestral dragon, demonic bull, space, and the other 5 top divine beasts appeared. Qin Fong was puzzled in his heart, but he still exuded emotion. Ever since Qin Fong had traveled to the ancient times, his contract with these 5 top divine beasts was namely severed, and they were not linked even when they returned to Heaven's mandate. For this reason, Qin Fong had a small heartbreak. After all, these were the fighters of the 5 top gods. Now, these 5 divine beasts even appeared here, and looking at the beads of sweat on the forehead of the space phoenix, one could also know how much space she had torn apart before arriving here at the fastest speed. Coronation of the Prophet God. Why didn't you ask the Divine Beast clan for help? Is it possible that you don't consider us as outsiders? The ancestral dragon said snidely, and Qin Fong's eyes reddened as he bowed in gratitude. Mard, today, I'm going to leave you all behind completely, with 5 top gods at the bottom. What the hell was Qin Fong afraid of? 5 seniors? Smash them for me. The 5 top gods laughed and struck out with a stone-cold shock. These intermediate gods, senior gods, could not grasp them at all, and could only be forced to flee. But they were able to escape? The answer was in the negative. Divine Beast Clan. Is it hard to really want to go to war with us ancient gods? Do you know the consequences you need to bear for doing so? Divine Beast Clan. I think you guys are crazy to dare to make a move against your master. These ancient deities still seem to be immersed in the beautiful dreams of the past. It was fine if they didn't say it, but when these deities said it, they completely stirred up the anger of the ancestral dragon and the others. And in the next second, caw, the heads of these intermediate gods were all twisted off by the ancient divine beasts and swallowed into their bellies with a single bite. As for their godly bodies, it was the same, truly letting the player see what brutality meant. Although the number of divine beasts was small, but their strength was strong. These intermediate gods, high-level gods, were like toys in their hands. As for divine craftsman Lu Long, Li Qingtian, Li Dali, they could only applaud from the sidelines. Ergo, so non-existent. A raging vengeance of the ancient gods just dissolved into nothingness. It ended with the defeat of the ancient deity. The viewers of the 10,000 races within the live broadcast room were stunned and speechless for a long time in disbelief. Just now, what did this divine beast call out to player me? If I didn't hear it wrong, it should be the prophet god? Mard? So terrifying. The biggest news of all. Player me is actually a seer god of the divine beast clan? I have to say, Player Jin really does have a wide range of friends. It seems like I'm a bit suspicious of Player Jin's composition. As the battle ended, all sorts of bulls and devils jumped out again. Especially the gods of Mount Qixia, who didn't make a move when the Tianyang town called for help. This was justifiable. After all, Mount Qixia was also surrounded by ancient deities, and was unable to make a move. However, after the battle, they began to accuse Qin Fong again. Why didn't you report the matter of befriending the Divine Beast clan? Was there not a second thought? Why didn't you let the Divine Beast clan also help Mount Qixia defend against the crisis of the ancient deities? Prophet God of the Divine Beast clan. Am I a long time ago a traitor to my clan, and should discuss removing me from the human emperor candidate slot? These shameless words were simply disgusting coming from the mouths of the gods of Mount Qixia. Prophet God, the Willow God couldn't help but want to cut them all down. Listen to this. Are these the words a human should say? Such a voice naturally reached Qin Fong's ears as well. Only that Qin Fang did not react, but instead kept it in his heart. These tumors of the human race were still not cleanly eradicated. The plague Dharma god was still too merciful. If Qin Fang had done so, even if they had won the battle in the Southeast Region 3, he would have had to send them to the pitch-black underground to dig for minerals, which would have allowed them to return to the human race's Mount Qixia and serve as the top level. Chapter 731. Perfectly reaching the conditions for building a city. It was unchanging that rivers and mountains could easily change their nature. This was unchanging throughout the ages. However, these gods of Mount Qixia were also considered to be grasshoppers after the autumn, and couldn't hop around for a few more days. The void not far from Tianyang town. The plague Dharma god smiled and inquired. Li Qi, I didn't expect the Divine Beast clan to make a move. Did I? The crisis this time around was lightly dispelled by the Divine Beast clan. Li Evil, on the other hand, spread his hands and said, Indeed, I didn't expect it. But this is considered Qin Fang's skill. This brat? Not bad. However, the Heavenly Emperor has offered a half-step super god level artifact reward. So I guess the next time it comes, it might just be a top god's facelift. Let's see how he responds. The plague Dharma god expressed interest in watching. Let's hope Qin Fang can give us a little surprise. By the way, do you feel that the ancient celestial emperor has broken through beyond the super god level? The sound between the two was shielded, so no one could detect it. The players, NPCs of Tianyang town, stared blankly at the firmament. How could they not think in their minds that this battle of the ancient deities' raging extermination of the town would be resolved so easily? Many NPCs who had already put their belongings into their parcels looked at each other and once again placed them in their original positions. As for the faster NPCs who had long escaped from the Tianyang town, they also returned from the town in a big way, although they would inevitably be flirted with by the city guards. Compared to being uprooted from their hometowns, this is still considered to be a good thing. Ah! Who understands ah? Is the Tianyang town city lord so strong? Divine Beast clan. Tianyang town will definitely be solid as gold in the future. Not leaving. Not going anywhere. The guilds of Tianyang town had also shouted a couple of times during this divine spirit attack, wanting to make a move. But Qin Fang didn't give them a chance to make a move at all. This crisis of Tianyang town was lifted by the Divine Beast clan, so Qin Fang naturally had to do his duty as a landlord, and hurriedly invited the ancestral dragon and the other divine beasts to enter Tianyang town, to enjoy good food and wine, and to talk about great things together. Zhuge Tianyan, Yu Zhe accompanied him. Qin Fang took the main seat. Li Qingshan, Li Dali, Divine Craftsman Lu Long and the Divine Beasts lined up on both sides of the table, and the guests drank and enjoyed themselves to the fullest. However, the meat in the entire Tianyang town was reduced by 1%. Coronation of the Prophet God. The clan is still waiting for you to forge divine weapons. Ancestral Dragon spoke with a burning gaze. This was their true purpose. Qin Fang had been promoted to become a divine artisan, so he thought that forging the Divine Beast clan's divine weapons wouldn't be so difficult. Elder Ancestral Dragon. I am the Prophet God of the Divine Beast clan, and since the Divine Beast clan has helped me a lot, naturally I should treat the Divine Beast clan as a priority. So let's do it this way. I will give the Divine Beast clan 100 wearable divine artifacts every month. What do you think? But if the materials are used, it is necessary for the Divine Beast clan to provide their own. Qin Fang spoke without being humble and had his own temperament. Zhuge Tianyan stroked his beard, satisfied with Qin Fang's performance. This was the style of a city lord. The ancestral dragon and the others were first stunned. Then, they straightway called out that I am good enough, worthy of being a prophet god of the Divine Beast clan. One must know that even if the Divine Beast clan forged overtime, they would only forge 10 divine weapons in a month. And Qin Fang, he actually had 100 divine weapons in one go. This was such a boldness. It was simply a relief for the Divine Beast clan. Good. Really good. Then it's settled. Elder brother me. My Divine Beast clan will definitely repair for generations. Qin Fang understood the meaning of the ancestral dragon, and once again began to drink bitterly. Oh brother me. We'll have top god Xuanwu stay behind to guard your Tianyang town. With his defense, as long as it's not a super god level existence striking, he'll definitely be able to hold out until we arrive. Xuanwu got up and patted his chest, assuring that with him around, Nothing would go wrong in Tianyang Town. In the next instant, Xuanwu's turtle shell transformed into light and merged into the defenses of Tianyang Town. Ding! Tianyang Town's defense level plus 999. Shuga Tianmu all felt a heartfelt sense of security. Senior Xuanwu. I, Xin Fang, won't let you suffer. How about this? Every 2 months, I'll give you a divine artifact that can be used by the Divine Beast clan. As your payment. Hearing this, Xuanwu instantly hemmed and hawed, calling out that it was too expensive. Couldn't afford it. But rubbing his hands together, his body was honest. One must know that with Qin Fang's current forging, the price of forging a divine weapon was at least 100 billion copper coins, which meant that every month, one would need to pay Xuanwu 50 billion copper coins. There might be some people who felt that it wasn't worth it, but Qin Fang felt that it was worth it. After all, for the price of 50 billion copper coins, he was able to hire a top god as a guardian god. And if this were to be spread out, there would definitely be countless organizations vying for the opportunity to hire it. Prophet God, I feel that Tianyang Town is still lacking a fighter. Look at me, old ox. I have a sturdy body. I'm definitely the right person for the job. The old ox immediately volunteered, wanting to stay. No other way. This fucking reward is really too tempting, Mr. Me. You can see that I'll stay as well. The holy Qilin's eyes also glowed, wanting to stay. The spatial phoenix and the others did so in succession. This, damn it. It really wasn't their fault. It was really Qin Fang who had given too much. Even the ancestral dragon couldn't help but want to stay. Ahem. Old brother me. Are you sure about one divine artifact for 2 months? The ancestral dragon inquired, knowing that the divine beast clan had experienced at least 4 million years of life from their birth to the present day. And to them, divine artifacts were the most precious. And time was the least precious. To them, time was the most precious. And time was the least precious. To be able to exchange time for divine weapons was the most cost-effective deal. Moreover, even returning to the 100,000 mountains? Isn't it also sleeping? Where to sleep is not the same. A radiant light flashed out from each of the eyes of Ancestral Dragon and the others as they looked towards Qin Fang. Xuanwu was anxious. This? You guys had to coax me to stay in the first place. And now that you hear that there are benefits, you even want to stay. Do you still want to have a face? No. We have to get rid of them. What if the Prophet God, Mr. Weir, can't guarantee my divine artifact anymore? Isn't this the end? Qin Fang understood what Xianwu wanted to say, and hurriedly said, Seniors, if you are willing to stay, I, Qin Fang, am sure that I am 10,000 welcome. As for the divine artifacts, to ensure that each of you has one for 2 months, the kid is still able to do it. Don't let this matter hurt the peace. Qin Fang patted his chest and guaranteed. Drying up? These top divine beasts instantly decided not to leave. The Space Phoenix instantly glanced at Xuanwu. Look at the other person's old brother Jin looking at you. You're really small-minded. Xuanwu was relaxed and at ease, as if he had forgotten his mouth just now. Shuga Tianyan saw all of this in his eyes, and couldn't help but admire the city lord's tactics. Even more, these 5 divine beasts, all of them definitely wanted to leave just now, but were surprised that they all stayed by the city lord's 3 words. Awesome. Truly formidable. Mr. Zhuge Tianming, please also arrange independent accommodation for the 5 seniors. The area must be large. Zhuge Tianming was ordered to leave with these 5 divine beasts. These, however, were the linchpins of Tianyang Town. Zhuge Tianming knew the importance and must have focused on taking care of them. Inside the large city lord's chamber, only Qin Fang, Li Qitian, and the other 4 remained. Qin Fang walked over with a wine cup and a smile on his face. Just now, Qin Fang's performance. The divine craftsman Lu Long had seen it in his eyes, and he could not help but feel a little trance in his heart. This teenager. But he had watched him grow up step by step. Once upon a time, this kid was still a newborn calf, applying for an apprenticeship at his blacksmith shop. Now, just 2 years of time, even became a party of the powerful. Not only promoted to become a divine smith, but also with the top of the divine beasts drink together and enjoy each other. This, as if with the fake general. However, divine craftsman Lu Long was still very pleased. Quite a feeling that my family has a child who is growing up for the first time. This Tianyang Town. We still have to thank the two seniors. Otherwise, Tianyang Town would not be protected. Before Qin Fang could finish speaking, Li Dolly jumped out of his skin and said, "What about me? Don't you thank me? I also contributed my efforts. How can we forget about our Dolly? Thank you, thank you. Wait for me for a while. I will help you specially forge a set of divine artifacts that fits you perfectly, as a thank you gift," Qin Fang said in a pleading manner. Only then did Li Dolly smile and nod. "Two seniors? I wonder why you are at the outskirts of Tianyang Town. Such a coincidence?" Qin Fang inquired with a smile. "Isn't it because of you? Your Tianyang Town is applying for a mega town, and we were sent here by Lord Prophet God." Divine Artisan Lu Long spoke without any good humor. "Ah, in that case, do we still need an examination? I still have the strength to fight." Qin Fang instantly became serious and wanted to be businesslike. Divine Craftsman Lu Long, who was still close to Qin Fang, directly gave Qin Fang a violent chestnut. "Stupid. Even after becoming a god you are still so stupid. Why did the Prophet God send us here? Isn't it just to go through the motions? However, we still need to test whether you have enough money to build mega towns. Don't end up spending huge amounts of manpower and material resources and accomplishing nothing. I'll tell you why there are very few mega-sized towns in the entire Heaven's Mandate human race. Simply because there are too many problems involved. Firstly, there's the issue of funding. At the very least, it has to be 1 trillion gold coins before you dare to start construction. Do you have it?" This was a very realistic problem. If there were insufficient funds, it would easily lead to the entire project breaking down. Thus avalanches and irreversible consequences. Qin Fang thought about it, broke his fingers, and still nodded firmly. If he counted all the divine artifacts within his backpack, it really wasn't a problem to put together 1 trillion gold coins. Qin Fang, without realizing it, he was already able to marry Shui Qingra. "Well, you see, you're stuck at the first step." Divine Artisan Lu Long paused for a second, then widened his eyes and stared straight at Qin Fang. "What? You actually possess 1 trillion gold coins? You kid. Listen clearly. It's gold coins, not copper coins." Not only was Divine Artisan Lu Long, Li Qintian, Li Dolly also looked at Qin Fang with a shocked face. This was 1 trillion gold coins. If they were all piled up, it would be enough to pile up the entire Tianyang Town. Rich as a nation. This word, Li Qintian seemed to understand some of it, and couldn't help but lick his lips. This kid? It's a good man to be entrusted with for life. Li Qingqian's disagreement from the beginning to his current agreement was all because of Qin Fang's ability to pay money. Oldly Prime is also a realistic person. What did you just say? Say it again? Divine Artisan Lu Long felt his head was a bit foggy, and his entire body was in a dazed state. Well. It's just that it has to be scraped together, smashed together. I reckon that when the mega towns are built, I'll be completely broke. Qin Fang spread his hands, expressing his own helplessness. These words? How could it be so harsh to the ears of Divine Craftsman Lu Long? If other people didn't know, wasn't he, Divine Craftsman Lu Long, clear about it? Qin Fang had only been fighting for 2 years, but he had saved 1 trillion gold coins in 2 years. Isn't this bullshit? Who would believe this? Knowing that he, Lu Long, the Divine Craftsman, had lived for thousands of years, but the copper coins on his body were still no more than 100 million copper coins. This can really be a man's death and a man's death. Oh! The first requirement counts as you passing. But there is a second point. Every newly established mega town needs the top gods to sit in for a long period of time to avoid being sneak attacked by the ancient gods. Are you able to do that? This one question had just been asked, and Divine Craftsman Lu Long instantly changed his face. This wasn't bullshit. Just forgot. A group of top divine beasts were scrambling to stay in Tianyang Town. This point, it seemed like Tianyang Town had accomplished it as well. Qin Fang smiled gently, seemingly mocking the intelligence of Divine Artisan Lu Long. And what about the ancient deities? You have to behead an ancient deity with your own strength. Facing Godsmith Lu Long's question, Qin Fang directly chopped his foot. Godsmith Lu Long instantly thought of the fact that some time ago, the complete death of the God of Thunder seemed to namely have been done by Qin Fang in conjunction with the evil god. At first, the 3 gods were puzzled as to what role Qin Fang had played in this. So it turned out to be so. Divine Artisan Lu Long was speechless all of a sudden. In that case, Qin Fang might really be able to build mega towns. You build it, and when the time comes, I'll help you build divine artifacts. In the end, Divine Artisan Lu Long submitted. Since Qin Fang fulfilled every condition, what reason did he have to stop him? Elder brother me. This is the letter of consent. Keep it. Godsmith Lu Long took out an instrument from his bosom and handed it to Qin Fang. Currently, the entire human race possesses 9 super large towns. If the Tianyang town can be promoted, this is a blessing for the human race. Congratulations for the human race. Congratulations for Mount Qixia. And congratulations for old brother me. Elder brother me. Mount Qixia can't contribute copper coins to support it. But it's still possible to contribute some manpower. Let's put it this way. The drawings for the construction of the mega town. Qixia Mountain is in charge of it. And then the entire construction team. Qixia Mountain is in charge of it as well. But this labor money has to come out of your Tianyang town. This meant, obviously, Qixia Mountain would pay for the people. And Qin Fang would pay for the money. Thank you so much. This is a solution to my pressing problem. Qin Fang was overjoyed. Good. Since it has been decided, Big Brotherly, let's return to Mount Qixia to resume our duties. As for Dolly, you and I, get closer to each other. Saying that, Divine Craftsman Lu Long namely pulled Force Prime away. Dolly, let me show you around the Tianyang town. Promoted to become a deity. Vigorously, the seals in his body completely unraveled. His peerless appearance blossomed out. His dark hair draped behind him. His absolutely beautiful melon face. His watery eyes, letting the heart pity him. Okay, Big Brother Qin Fang. Thus, Qin Fang changed his face and brought Dolly around within the Tianyang town. It was night when the Divine Beast clan delivered the Divine Beast materials. Qin Fang took a deep breath and started the forging. Dang, ding, ding, dong. Qin Fang did not hide it. And the entire Tianyang town seemed to roar with the sound of Qin Fang's forging. Chapter 732 The Connection Between Heaven's Mandate and Blue Star. What is this city lord up to? Where's the display of his divine artisan's might? Within the entire Yang city, there was a lot of complaints. This loud forging sound was simply disturbing people's dreams. NPCs, Big Brother it's the middle of the night do you need to toss and turn like this? If you don't sleep, we still have to sleep. City Lord you don't mess around we want to sleep I'm complaining. It's really annoying. But the sound of this forge, after listening to it for a long time, it still feels inexplicably good. Overnight, the City Lord's mansion received 7,000 to 8,000 complaints. Players, hurry up with the forging. It's time to settle on the next divine artifact. Top divine beasts. The prophet god is working so hard. It's so late. And he's still forging. Different people have different perceptions. And it can only be said that the sorrows and joys of the world are not the same. On the second day, when Qin Fang had finished forging, Shuge Tianyan then took these complaints to him and asked him to look after them. Qin Fang scratched his head, rather embarrassed. Last night's forging had been too much fun. He had forgotten about this. This was not in the ancient times. He could forge with abandon. This was in Tianyang town Let's put it this way. In order to show my apologies, open a universal lottery. Residents of Tianyang town. Players can participate. And the reward for the raffle will be 100 pieces of legendary grade equipment. Qin Fang was very generous and directly threw 100 pieces of legendary grade equipment to Shuge Tianmai. This should be enough to calm the player's anger. Shuge Tianmian looked at such a grandiose Qin Fang and really didn't know what to say. In order to show his own apologies, Tianyang City Lord has opened a universal lottery. Shuge Tianmian gave a simple introduction. And the entire Tianyang town was instantly abuzz, with no one saying anything bad about Qin Fang. Tianyang town lord is really a good person. This is too good. Draw. Goddess of fortune must favor me. It starts in an hour. Hurry up and inform my son to get up. Qin Fang. He dealt with the grids within the Golden Dragon's ring again. This legendary grade equipment was taking up some of the grids now. The raffle began, causing the happiness index of Tianyang town's residents to rise much higher. Mr. Zhuge Tianyan. This is the document granting permission for the expansion of Tianyang town. So you can now start making preparations. By the way, after yesterday's climb, Mount Chixia finally decided to contribute people, and we will contribute money. This is 3,000 pieces of divine weapons, and 30,000 pieces of legendary grade equipment. You first look after it, and dispose of it, scattering it as much as possible in exchange for more copper coins. If you finish scattering it, ask me for it again, and I'll forge you another divine artifact. Shuge Tianmian's entire body was dumbfounded. How could he think that he would be able to be in charge of handling 3,000 pieces of divine artifacts? To know, the entire Chixia mountain may not be able to come up with 3,000 pieces of divine weapons, 30,000 pieces of legendary grade equipment. This is too. Shuge Tianmian could not think of any words to describe it for a moment. This was a heavenly trust. Mr. Shuge Tianmian, as you know, I'm often not in Tianyang town, and the future of Tianyang town still relies on you to support it. You take more care, and when some time passes, I'll help you purchase a divine spirit fruit, so that you can become a god as well. It was even more so that the long-lost bravado of a warrior dying for a friend rose in the heart of the aged Shuge Tianmian. Coronation City Lord, don't worry. If this super-large Tianyang town is not established, I, Shuge Tianmian, will carry my head. Qin Fang hurriedly held Shuge Tianmian and said, Sir, what are you doing? You still have to leave behind a useful body to build the Tianyang town. Shuge Tianmian leapt in old tears. Qin Fang's flower hand, easy to hold. Ding. Player Shui Qing'er requests for communication. Do you agree? Agreed. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth as he hurriedly connected and said, Qing'er, what's wrong? Shui Qing'er's slightly tired voice rang out, pretending to be relaxed. Nothing. Just miss you. Give you a communication. Right. This time the human emperor's throne. You must seize it. I am on you to press a heavy bet. After Shui Qing'er finished speaking, she once again talked to Qin Fang about something else. Gradually, on this end of the communication, Qin Fang heard a slight snoring sound. Shui Qing'er had actually fallen asleep. Qin Fang thought a lot in his heart and quietly hung up the communication. These times were the most exhausting for Shui Qing'er. There were too many things to deal with. No, there were too many things to deal with. And they were all about Qin Fang. Originally thought that investing in Qin Fang was just a small thing. But who knows? Qin Fang even became a god, which all of a sudden let Qin Fang become the meat and potatoes. Who also want to come to meddle a little bit. All want to invest in Qin Fang as a human emperor. All want to share in Qin Fang's interests. It was only after Shui Qing'er's reasoned arguments, as well as threats, that all of these things were put off, causing them to completely die. Even if it was Shui Qing'er's father who personally dissuaded them, it was all to no avail. When Shui Binger looked at such a sister, her heart was indescribably distressed, and her resentment towards Qin Fang deepened. So she couldn't help but enter the game and inform Qin Fang of this matter, wanting to see how Qin Fang would behave. After hearing this, Qin Fang first froze and fell silent, his heart turning over. But on the surface, he still calmly said, I know. Shui Binger's entire body was on the verge of exploding with anger as she said, Do you know how much Shui Qing'er has paid to keep you this time? Your words are so bland and dismissive. Are you still a human being? Cold-blooded. I really can't figure out what part of you deserves for Qing'er to pay for you like this. Godless man. Do you know how you got your position as the city lord of Yang City? It was only because Shui Qing'er purposely used the Shui family's connections to convince the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, which made the wild wolves turn their backs on you. Do you know how much Shui Qing'er has paid for you? Shui Binger was hysterical, practically going crazy. On the other hand, your unclear relationship with that what's-her-name Black Widow. Do you think I don't know about it? I was afraid of Shui Qing'er's heartbreak. That's why I didn't tell her about it. You scum. Rubbish. Scum. If it wasn't for Shui Qing'er stopping me, I would really want to hack you to death with a single slash. Qin Fang said calmly as always. Well, I know. Qin Fang hung up the communication. His face immediately began to twitch, and the suppressed feelings in his heart burst out. The whole person hid inside the forge room, uncertain and helpless, unable to hold back the vomiting, unable to hold back the nausea. So, Shui Qing'er had done so much for him. Heh. When he thought about it like this, he really was a scum. In this life, everything had changed, and his love for Shui Qing'er had faded. But Shui Qing'er's treatment of him, it seemed, had never changed since the beginning. To ascend to the Sky City? This question seemed like the ultimate question, constantly circling around in Qin Fang's mind. If he were to ascend to the Sky City, he could use everything he had to marry Shui Qing'er. But what about the burial soul, the tree of life, and the rest of them? What about Yang City? What about the millions of people who depended on this town? Qin Fang was going crazy. Really going crazy. Ding. Communication from Yuzhe. Is it connected? Qin Fang was in the midst of chaos when the SOSO system beep sounded. Qin Fang calmed down a bit before he connected and said, "What is it? Boss, the big deal is not good. The ancient deity clan has issued a mandatory killing order for you. All the 10,000 races of Heaven's Destiny can receive this mandatory killing order, as long as they can completely kill you. The ancient deity is offering a divine position and 3 top divine artifacts." Yuzhe's speech was quick, briefly informing Qin Fang of this matter. Oh! Qin Fang's reaction was very calm, merely letting out an "oh." And then, that was when he hung up the communication. Yuzhe froze for a moment. This was not like the attitude of the boss. He just endured it, not resisting. Qin Fang, who hung up the communication, continued Emo, immersed in his own world, at a loss for words. Hard to choose. Outside, the entire Heaven's Mandate had been up in arms over this matter. The ancient deity's mandatory kill order was suspended in the vault of Heaven's Destiny in the form of a golden list, which could be seen by raising one's head. Look guys, this must kill order. What a generous reward. This was the sound of countless Heaven's Destiny players and NPCs exclaiming, "No line. I can't bear it. I'm going to kill player me. I'm going to. Team up. Team up. Brothers. Together together. Haha. You bunch of fools. The ancient deities are so powerful that they can't do anything about Qin Fang. Is it hard to believe that you guys can?" This one was considered to have seen through it completely. In today's Tianyang town, it is said that 5 top divine beasts are sitting in the town. Who of you can carry it off? Didn't you see that the ancient deities have all folded? As soon as these words came out, the Heaven's Destiny 10,000 races immediately caved in and hung their heads in shame. Right. If they really went, they were still going to die. I don't believe that I won't come out from within the Heavenly Sun town. When he comes out, I'll make my move. The dwarf clan's deity was still talking tough. As for the players of Heaven's Destiny, their eyes twitched as their hearts rose with wistful thoughts. Within Heaven's Destiny, it was possible that they could take Qin Fang without any solutions. But outside of Heaven's Destiny, it seemed like they had a lot of ways to be able to play Qin Fang to death, especially the players of Sky City. If they used their privileges, killing Qin Fang seemed to be a very simple thing. These City of Sky players quickly exited the Heavenly Fate, wanting to target Qin Fang with special means. But at that time, these players were stopped by the elders within their families, earnestly telling them that they were not allowed to use means of force against the players, and that things within the Heavenly Fate could only be resolved within the Heavenly Fate, or else a great horror would occur. Many of these rich second-generation players, who had already been swept away by the rewards, came to their senses. But there were others, who fell deeper and deeper into it. And so, in the middle of the night, they used their family's power and sent out the so-called third-generation's robots, wanting to decapitate Qin Fang. Ran, waiting for his robot to not even arrive in the sky above Yang City yet. He, along with his entire family, was instantly flattened by a flash of red light and turned into a flat land, as if he had inexplicably disappeared without a sound. I don't know who did it. The entire Sky City also seemed to have a big invisible hand that was able to destroy everything. This family, even in the City of the Sky, is not weak. At the very least can enter the top 30. But just a breath. Perfect news. So the whole City of the Sky is in the win-between. On this matter is to keep their mouths shut. Who is not willing to get involved in it? Even if someone inquired. But also panicked to bring it over. Even some powerful families recalled all the people in their families to keep an eye on each other, fearing that some people would mess things up and involve the whole family. As for the Broken Earth, there were no such rules. Everyone grouped together and looked at their own skills. But they were not allowed to use the Sky City's technology. Only, at this stage, no one has made a move against Yang City, knowing that Big Brother Fang, as the #1 strongest force in Heaven's Destiny so far, was all bent out of shape by Yang City. And I heard that 2 large towns had been destroyed. Qin Fang, this is a madman. It's better not to make enemies with him easily. Ding. Player Rainy Night communication. Is it answered? Qin Fong frowned. He didn't seem to be familiar with Rainy Night. Answer. On the other end of the communication, Rainy Night's gentle voice rang out. Qin Fong. Are you free? Let's meet face to face. Qin Fong didn't want to speak, but his instincts told him that this face-to-face meeting with Rainy Night was very important. So he said, yes. Name a location, and I'll come to you. Right now. The top of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. After Rainy Night finished speaking, he hung up the communication, sending Qin Fong a map along the way. Qin Fong merely glanced at it, and the location of the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain summit emerged in his mind. Summoning the nine-colored heavenly winged horse, and galloping across the firmament. The nine-colored heavenly winged horse had already reached the half-step super god level by continuously taking heavenly treasures, and taking monkey wine. And with a few more bottles of monkey wine, he thought that achieving godhood would not be a problem. The half-step god level 9-colored heavenly winged horse was very fast. And after only 2 hours, Qin Fong arrived at the peak of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. Ding! You are at level 99, the place where the Jade Dragon resides. This was a forbidden land in the latter days. This level 99 Jade Dragon was the biggest boss of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. 5 years after the opening of the service, no one had ever succeeded in raiding it. There was no other reason. The strength of the peak of the legendary level, with a geographical advantage. That is, if you come to more players, you will also be the life of the burial. But now, this peak legendary Great Jade Dragon was just about to give the reptiles that flew into his territory a hard time, when the 9-colored heavenly winged horse released the pressure within its body. And this Jade Dragon instantly returned to its own cave in a grayish manner and hid itself, fearing that it would be decapitated. Qin Fong was not interested in this little episode. By the time he climbed to the top, the Rainy Night had already arrived and was seriously cooking hot tea. Even though the cold wind at the summit was bitter and piercing to the bone, it was as if Rainy Night could not perceive it. And the flame within the clay stove was not affected in any way. Gurgling and boiling sounds rang out, and a fragrance of tea overflowed in all directions. Qin Fong felt a hint of familiarity when he took a look at this technique. Rainy Night skillfully poured out a cup of hot tea and pushed it to Qin Fong, signaling for him to sit down. With a faint smile, he said, "This is Jade Dragon tea. I wouldn't entertain ordinary people with this tea." Qin Fong barely managed to raise his spirits, swallowing the hot tea into his stomach in one gulp, and looked into Rainy Night's eyes. "Speak. What is it that you are looking for me for?" Rainy Night, on the other hand, slowly took a small sip of the tea, his mouth lingering in the air before he spoke. "Qin Fong, do you feel that this game, Heaven's Destiny, is it real?" Qin Fong was stunned. He could not have imagined that Rainy Night would ask this question. Qin Fong pondered for a while and said, "Real? Real as if it truly exists." The corners of Rainy Night's mouth rose as she looked at Qin Fong and spoke in a shocking manner. "If I say that Heaven's Destiny was originally a real world, only that it was fused together with the blue star in a special way, what would you think? What would you do?" Barking, the cup in Qin Fong's hand fell to the ground, his entire being in a kind of chaos. Chapter 733 Heaven's Mandate Blue Star Fusion. After a long time, Qin Fong came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and looked at Rainy Night with a calm expression. This matter was considered unexpected to him, but it was also reasonable. After all, in his previous life, when Qin Fong was on the verge of death, he had already obtained some information about the human body's potential. Mind you, even a minor character like him was able to get the information. So one could imagine to what extent the Sky City had already researched this. Perhaps, there were really some people who had mastered extremely strong powers. In this lifetime, Qin Fong was also researching the mysteries of the human body and had achieved results, all of which were not supporting Qin Fong's speculations. The most crucial point: Qin Fong was reborn. This is the biggest bug. Either a powerful technology transplanted its own memory, or that is something else super energy behind this. Who is making the move? All in all, Qin Fong believed in Rainy Night's words. The fact that Qin Fong had such a calm and deserved expression made Rainy Night a little surprised. But then he was dazed. "You're not surprised, Qin Fong?" Qin Fong nodded his head, and was even a little curious. Would the two eventually merge together completely? Or would they use devouring to completely eliminate one of them? Rainy Knight seemed to have guessed what was in Qin Fang's mind and gave him an affirmative reply. The two worlds will definitely merge in the end. There is no doubt about it. Qin Fang lowered his head and remained silent for a long time before asking the next question. What about my strength? Can I preserve it? Or perhaps after the fusion of the two worlds? What changes will be made to me? To Heaven's mandate? Rainy Knight was a bit surprised, but still said, the blue star's planet level is too low. Once fused, the heavenly fate will be the main focus. Everything you experienced in your heavenly fate is real, and your strength, naturally, can be preserved. Once the fusion is complete, with your current strength, you will become an overlord. Qin Fang instantly understood why from the very beginning. The heavenly fate and blue star's monetary system, that is, were equivalent. Why from the very beginning. The heavenly fate gave him such a real feeling. And why dying within the heavenly fate would feed back a trace of it back to reality. So that was the case. Ah. Such a big secret? Who else knows about it? Why did you tell me? Right now, Qin Fang only thought that Rainy Knight's perception was sharp, or his status was noble. So he knew this secret in advance? But he didn't know why he would tell himself. Rainy Knight drank a cup of hot tea, slowed down, and then said, this secret, the person who knows it at the moment? Only you and I. As for other people cannot guess out. I do not dare to guarantee. As for why to tell you, is because you are not the same. Rainy Knight paused for a while, then smiled and called out Qin Fang's biggest secret in one breath. Qin Fang? As a reborn person, have you really never learnt anything from your rebirth? Now, Qin Fang was truly frozen in disbelief. As if he had seen a ghost. He looked towards Rainy Knight, his pupils glaring. This? How do you know? Rainy Knight once again took out a teacup from his backpack and smoothly placed it in front of Qin Fang, pouring tea for him. Rebirth? This was Qin Fang's biggest secret. And it was also Qin Fang's biggest advantage. It was hard to believe that Qin Fang's pupils suddenly quaked as he thought of something terrifying, since superpowers existed and Heaven's mandate was real. Then, was the dragon of time and space. And was the power of time also able to be grasped? Furthermore, what exactly was the meaning of the gigantic silhouette that he had once seen in the ancient times that was exactly like him? For a while, Qin Fang's mind thought a lot. His mind was very messy. All of these things seemed to be related to him. Yet they were very fragmented and seemed to be unable to be strung together, which made it very difficult for him. As if his head was about to crack open. Qin Fang looked at Rainy Knight in shock. His eyes filled with panic. You? What is your identity in this? You know so much so well? This heavenly fate world. I created it. And I naturally know everything that happens in it. Even the blue star is now under my control. Rainy Knight spoke out of the blue. But his words were so casual, as if he was speaking about an extremely tiny matter. Qin Fang directly got up and took 2 steps back. With a smile at the corner of his mouth and a questioning look in his eyes, he said, don't joke. How is it possible? I don't believe it. I admit that you're strong. But you're not as strong as this. Qin Fang didn't believe it. No. Not only Qin Fang. Even if it was any other person, he wouldn't believe it all. This was as ridiculous as the person beside you suddenly saying that he was the king of the empire. Seeing that Qin Fang did not believe it, Rainy Knight stopped saying anything else and quietly looked into the distance. Qin Fang. One day you will understand. The me of that year was as you are today. But you have to understand that the responsibility attached behind some things can never be erased. Ding. Rainy Knight releases to you the ultimate mission of Heaven's mandate. Explore the nature of the world. Quest reward, unknown. This? Qin Fang was even more shocked. Rainy Knight was clearly a player. So why was he able to release a quest? Although Qin Fang was puzzled, he still took this quest. And to be honest, he believed in Rainy Knight's claim for one point in his heart. Rainy Knight smiled when he saw that Qin Fang had successfully accepted this quest and said, Qin Fang. Wise choice. Right. I suggest you start your exploration by collecting the Chaos God's body first. It's more convenient. By the way, your scientific research lab at the bottom of Tianyang Town to study the wonders of the human body is not bad either. Rainy Knight smiled as he nailed everything, as if all of Qin Fang's secrets had nothing to hide in his eyes. Qin Fang was silent. Really silent. staring straight into Rainy Knight's eyes, wanting to read the truth from his eyes. But there was no information in his eyes, as if they were mountains for people to look up to. Qin Fang's chest seemed to be like a pumping box, constantly rising and falling. But fortunately, Qin Fang quickly accepted this information. After all, as a reborn person, Qin Fang's acceptance ability was still very strong. Rainy Knight, tell me, what is it that you're looking for me for? You're not just telling me these things. Qin Fang calmed down. This time I'm looking for you because you're somewhat out of my expectation. That you were able to achieve the divine craftsmanship. I'm sure that the trip to the ancient world must have helped you a great deal. What I want to tell you is this. If you were to be allowed to descend to the blue planet with this divine strength, what interesting things would be born? Qin Fang couldn't tell you how many times he was shocked. What did Rainy Knight mean by saying this? It was hard not to. Rainy Knight paused for a moment before saying, Qin Fang, do you know what the opportunity for the deep fusion of Heaven's Mandate and Blue Star is? Qin Fang reacted very quickly and blurted out. It can't be becoming a god. The corner of Rainy Knight's mouth rose as he added. No. To be precise, it is the people of the Blue Star becoming a god within Heaven's Mandate. So that if that happens, that deity that will become the link between the two worlds, thus allowing the fusion to begin completely. Qin Fang pondered for a while and said, What do you want me to do? Although Qin Fang was very reluctant to believe it. Rainy Knight's identity seemed to have been established. There was no other way. Rainy Knight knew too much. Rainy Knight put down the teacup in his hands. His eyes burned as he looked at Qin Fang. Qin Fang, you don't need to do anything. You only need to log into the game with this ring from now on. With a flip of her hands, Rainy Knight threw Qin Fang a special ring. This ring was a light red color, as if it was carved from the purest warm jade in the world, with no decorations on it. But anyone who took a look at it would be able to know that it had a high price tag. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Ring of Shuttle. Ring of Shuttle enables you to save your strength to travel to the heavenly fate. Blue Star. This? What else could Qin Fang say? Elder Rainy Knight. Is this mount, equipment and all, able to be taken out? From Qin Fang's address, it was also easy to see that he recognized Rainy Knight's identity. You don't need to address me as a senior. Your identity as a heel is not lower than mine. Although you don't understand now. You will understand later. Rainy Knight said so. And although Qin Fang didn't understand, he still nodded his head. As long as the items belonging to you, the Ring of Shuttle is able to take them out. Congratulations. You have become the most terrifying humanoid weapon of the current Blue Star. Can the Sky City go? The Blue Star is as big as it can go. Well, this time, you have really solved my urgent problem. Rainy Knight drank the last cup of tea and said to Qin Fang with a smile on his face. This world is waiting for you to explore. Qin Fang did not understand, but still bowed towards Rainy Knight. Rainy Knight's figure dissolved into nothingness and disappeared. Qin Fang stood dumbfounded on top of the snowy mountain peak, looking at the sky, feeling very unreal in his heart, as if everything was a false dream. Whoosh! The figure of the Plague Dharma god, Licia, was like a snowflake, drifting down beside Qin Fang. Qin Fang? Have you seen the Rainy Knight? The Plague Dharma god tapped Qin Fang's shoulder, startling him. Qin Fang was startled and turned around, seeing the Plague Dharma god, Teacherly Evil, before he breathed a sigh of relief. Just met and told me his true identity. Plague Dharma god, Teacherly Evil. Is this true? The last trace of doubt remained in Qin Fang's eyes. When he saw the eyes of the Plague Dharma god, Teacherly Evil, he immediately stopped being doubtful and regained clarity. So everything was true. Rainy Knight's identity is real. He is as if he is a creator god. This heavenly fate world is really his. And the Blue Star is indeed under his control as well, but he, on the other hand, doesn't care about the heavenly fate, the Blue Star, and allows both sides to develop freely. Even when both sides are fused, he has only slightly paid attention to it. The same words, hearing them from the mouth of the Plague Dharma god, Li Qi, and hearing them from the mouth of Rainy Knight. These were two completely different concepts. Qin Fang, what is it that Rainy Knight is looking for you for? Li Evil was curious in his heart, while Qin Fang raised his left hand, revealing a ring of a light red color. The Ring of Shuttle. Not bad. This means that the fusion of Heaven's Mandate and Blue Star has officially begun. Pestilence Dharma god, Licia merely glanced at it, That is, he knew the secrets contained within it. Senior Pestilence Dharma God. Teacher Licia. How did you and Rainy Knight come to know each other? Facing Qin Fang's inquiry. Pestilence Dharma God. Li Evil smiled mysteriously and shook his head. Not telling Qin Fang. Qin Fang. Do a good job. But make sure to protect yourself and don't get killed. The Plague Dharma God finished speaking and transformed into a snowflake and disappeared. Li Evil did the same, disappearing into thin air, as if the meaning of their existence was to prove the identity of Rainy Knight. To prove the greatness of Rainy Knight. Qin Fang stood blandly at the peak of the snowy mountain, turning the light red-colored ring in his hand. Ding! Is it teleporting to the blue star? The mechanical voice became even more robust. Qin Fang's mind moved, and his entire body felt a heavenly rotation. And when he reappeared, he was already within Yang City, next to the nutritional pod. When he took a look, his own self within the nutritional pod had already disappeared. Ding! Your power is detected to be too strong. Please pay attention. Qin Fang attempted to clench his fist. A terrifying might flowed from his fingertips, as if it was going to shatter the entire sky. Qin Fang could feel that at this moment. He seemed to be a steel oven. He was continuously refining and absorbing the power of the heavenly fate. The power of the blue star was also continuously integrating into his body, allowing him to open the genetic lock in his body, making him even stronger. Qin Fang attempted to take a step forward, and thud! The entire room collapsed, burying him. Amidst a puff of dust, Qin Fang quickly rushed out of the ruins, hovering in the firmament and casting the skill Void to avoid being perceived. The entire Yang City instantly activated level 1 alert, and Black Widow was even as crazy as she was, quickly running towards these ruins. This was the location where Qin Fang's nutritional pod was located. Who was it? Who attacked this place? Who betrayed Qin Fang? Endless thoughts surfaced in Black Widow's mind. And in the next second, Qin Fang's voice rang in her ears. I'm unharmed. Hurry to save the burial earth. Hearing Qin Fang's voice, Black Widow felt slightly better, relaxing her mind and directing her manpower to save burial earth. The day's burial soil was planed out. What on earth happened? How did I suddenly get buried alive? Qin Fang once again transmitted his voice to Black Widow, and immediately left Yang City, going to an open place to master himself proficiently. As a result, the mob group towns outside Yang City suffered. Almost all of them were smashed by Qin Fang's, and there were no survivors. All the miles of Yang City had become white land, and there were no more mob groups, just waiting for Yang City to receive them. In this way, Qin Fang finally had perfect control over the realm of strength, and would not leak the slightest bit more. Sky City had a certain degree of monitoring and control over the broken earth. So Sky City saw a horrifying scene. It was as if something invisible had destroyed everything around Yang City, even if the Sky City's technology is more advanced. Also did not capture what horror of the existence of the hands. Thus, a touch of panic swept through Sky City again. Qin Fang raised his head and charged straight into Sky City, casting the skill Hide. This time, no one was able to detect Qin Fang's aura. Qin Fang ascended to the Sky City. This was the first time he had ascended to the Sky City in his previous life. Qin Fang's heart was very emotional, sort of like his previous life. 12 years of light. And he had done it. The defenses of the Sky City were very strong, but against a god-level powerhouse like Qin Fang, it was basically a waste, and could not be probed at all. As Qin Fang's eyes took a look, the entirety of the Sky City was instantly reflected in Qin Fang's eyes. With a slight capture, Shui Qing'er's aura and appearance were all reflected within Qin Fang's sea of consciousness. At that very moment, Qin Fang saw Shui Qing'er smiling at him. A smile that was so bright that it caused Qin Fang's mind to waver, and also caused Qin Fang to be surprised. How could it be? Why was Shui Qing'er able to discover him? Chapter 734 Shui Qing'er's Final Identity. The Sky City, as if it was a whole piece of land hanging in the air, was arranged according to the pattern of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams diagram. And every area blossomed with the power of science and technology, giving people the feeling that they had arrived in another world. Each building is towering into the clouds, full of future feeling. Walking pedestrians, but also a sense of technology burst. A city in the sky. A broken earth. These were really 2 extremes, facing Shui Qing'er's eyes that could see through everything. Qin Fang checked his own condition. And he was still at a state of invisible nothingness. He was still somewhat in disbelief. On what basis could Schweitzinger see through him all? At that moment, Schweitzinger's face blossomed with a radiance as bright as the starry sky, saying, "Since you're here, don't hide. Come find me." These words, which Schweitzinger seemed to be saying to the air, but Qin Fang felt it explode in his own mind. It was still Schweitzinger's dialogue in his. In the next second, Qin Fang isolated himself by 10 million meters and opened his mouth to inquire. "You? Can you really see me?" Counting normally, Schweitzinger definitely couldn't hear it. However, in Qin Fang's eyes, Schweitzinger had a sulky look on her face. Clasping her hands in front of her chest and snorting coldly, she said, 10 seconds. Come over with me, and I'll tell you everything." Hearing this, Qin Fang instantly knew none of this was false. So he quickly descended to Schweitzinger's side, incredulously waving his hand in front of Schweitzinger's eyes, inquiring, "Can you really see, Xinger?" Schweitzinger did not have the good sense to directly hit Qin Fang's arm, causing Qin Fang to exit from his invisible state of nothingness. As Qin Fang looked at Schweitzinger's cheeks and lightly sniffed her scent, tears nearly flowed down his face as he swept Schweitzinger into his arms and embraced each other tightly. "Xinger, I miss you so much." As Qin Fang finished speaking, tears flowed down his face the instant he brushed it off. Schweitzinger, on the other hand, hugged Qin Fang and gently patted his back, sobbing in a small voice. "How silly. Just as silly as 12 years ago. How do you think I could like a silly boy like you?" Qin Fang's body stiffened instantly. Shock appeared in his eyes as he pushed Schweitzinger away and looked at her in shock. The amount of information contained in these words was simply not too great. Schweitzinger, on the other hand, pulled Qin Fang's hand over and signaled for him to sit down. Then softly said, "Qin Fang, I know you have a lot of questions. Go ahead and ask. I will tell you one by one." As she spoke, Schweitzinger opened the boundary with her light blue-colored divine power, completely shielding the surroundings. This hand directly shocked Qin Fang to an unimaginable degree. Something wasn't right. Didn't Rainy Knight say that he was the first Blue Star player to become a god? Why was Qinger able to use divine power as well? Perhaps sensing the doubts in Qin Fang's mind, Schweitzinger snorted. "Qin Fang, you're so stupid. Do I have to be from Blue Star? No. I am among the ancient deities of the Heaven's Destiny continent, the goddess of time." Schweitzinger did not hide it in the slightest, directly informing Qin Fang of this greatest secret. Qin Fang's brain directly went down. The ancient goddess of time who had disappeared since the ancient times? Surprisingly, she was on the blue planet? Qin Fang couldn't think of an adjective. Memories flowed from Schweitzinger's eyes. The memories of me falling down to the Blue Star disappeared and seemed to have been sealed. It's not time to unseal it yet. Maybe it's also related to the Dragon of Time. These words immediately caused Qin Fang to be startled, and he blurted out, "No, I haven't seen you before in the ancient times." Schweitzinger frowned, puzzled in her heart. What? Qin Fang had even returned to the ancient times? Is this a joke? Qin Fang saw that Schweitzinger didn't believe it, so he informed about what happened in the netherworld. After listening, Schweitzinger's eyes were filled with envy. "You kid, you're really lucky. How come everything good is going to be stumbled upon by him?" Qin Fang was flabbergasted, as if he had thought of something, and his bad taste came to life. You're the goddess of time? Then wouldn't your age be several million years old?" As soon as these words came out, before she could finish, Schweitzinger instantly gave Qin Fang a vicious pinch on his waist, causing him to suffer pain and no longer dare to speak out of turn. Schweitzinger looked at Qin Fang with contempt before she spoke. "Qin Fang? Don't give me any nonsense. Although I am the goddess of time of the ancient gods, I have just awakened not long ago, 20 years at most, and the memories of my previous life are still sealed and not fused. What I have awakened is merely divine power. To put it simply, I was reincarnated to the Blue Star in another special form. My memories, divine power and whatnot were all sealed. And the one who interacted with you in my previous life was entirely the infantile other consciousness of me." Next, Schweitzinger gave Qin Fang a short introduction of the events of that year. It turned out that ever since the Qin Fang of his previous life had met Schweitzinger for the first time, communicated with her for the first time, and said goodnight to each other for the first time. After that, Shui Qing'er's heart that left the shadow of Qin Fang. Every time I think of it, the corners of my mouth that involuntarily appeared smile. And with the passage of time, Shui Qing'er and Qin Fang's relationship with Qin Fang heated up drastically. Shui Qing'er's heart of Qin Fang's shadow more and more deep. Qin Fang is also to Shui Qing'er to the obsession. Although neither of them had ever broken the window paper, their love was strong. It was only that Shui Qing'er, who had not yet awakened her divine power in her previous life, was merely a princess of a rich family. So how could she rebel against her father, who had arranged her marriage? She could only take some time out to cope with this political marriage. But who knew? It was during this time when Shui Qing'er was coping with the family that Qin Fang suddenly died. Without warning, this news, for Shui Qing'er, was a huge blow. She was unwilling to believe in this matter. And coupled with the family's constant pressing, it caused Shui Qing'er's emotions to begin to flare up, making the anger in her heart unable to be vented. She wanted to know how Qin Fang died. She wanted this damn family to be destroyed. All of them. Thus, under Shui Qing'er's agitated mood, a special divine force erupted from within her body, which could no longer be suppressed. And all these years of suppression had caused the power of time within Shui Qing'er's body to reach a terrifying level. In the end, this force of time swept across the entire Heaven's Mandate, the Blue Star, causing the fusion of the entire Blue Star and Heaven's Mandate to regress by 10 years. Everything returned to 10 years ago. And Qin Fang, naturally, was able to be resurrected and successfully bound to the forge failure. 10,000 times return. Shui Qing'er was the only one who had preserved her memories amongst this time. As for the Dragon of Time, she merely sensed a hint of something wrong, but still couldn't resist the power of time from the Goddess of Time and returned 10 years ago. After listening to this, Qin Fang understood everything at once. So it was like that. For a moment, a phrase that had been passed down in the heavenly orders emerged in Qin Fang's mind. Time is honor. Space is king. The Goddess of Time, from the time when the heavenly raccoon had claimed the throne, had disappeared, and no one knew of her whereabouts. Even when Qin Fang returned to the ancient times, he had never seen her. In the middle of this history, what actually happened? Qin Fang suddenly thought of something and looked at Shui Qing'er and inquired, "Qing'er, do you know who I am?" This was said without a clue, and Shui Qing'er stared blankly before replying, "You're just you. An ordinary blue star human race. Is it hard to believe that you still have some unknown identity?" Qin Fang looked at Shui Qing'er, nodded seriously, and said, "You should know Rainy Night. He said that my identity is not simple, and that I have the same foot as him, and I once saw huge bodies hundreds of feet tall in the ancient times, with faces that were completely similar to mine. So perhaps I am similar to you. And I am also a heavenly ordained deity, who was reincarnated into the blue star in a special way." While Qin Fang kept adding drama to himself, Shui Qing'er blankly glanced at him, calling out impossibly, "I do not sense the aura of Heaven's Mandate homology in your body. You are a pure blue star person." Qin Fang, this is embarrassing. Qin Fang understood everything, took a deep breath, and held Shui Qing'er in his arms once again. "Qing'er, in this life, no one will be able to separate us." With a cold snort, Shui Qing'er pushed Qin Fang away and took out the photo of the Black Widow from her arms. "Am I able to ask Qin's great lover, who is this woman? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation." Qin Fang immediately felt a head that was 2 sizes too big. What should have come had come after all. This was a sin that he had created and should be paid back. "Qing'er, I'm not going to explain either. It's my fault. Maybe it's pity for Ling'er. Anyway, things have already happened. If you want to beat or punish me, I'll admit it. But you? I'm not going to give up either." Qin Fang fiercely swept Shui Qing'er into his arms, his heart filled with heartache. Shui Qing'er let out a sigh and looked at Qin Fang. "I felt sorry for him. I'll forgive you this time. But there can only be one sister for Ling'er. If there are more, I'll die with you." Qin Fang looked at Shui Qing'er in surprise and disbelief. He couldn't imagine that Shui Qing'er would be so generous, and was overjoyed. Picking up Qin Fang and spinning him in the air over and over again, he smiled and said, "Qing'er, thank you. Really thank you." Now, Qin Fang's hanging heart was completely relieved. From yesterday to today, Qin Fang had been struggling with how to deal with the relationship between him and Shui Qing'er, and had even come close to self-imposed isolation. imagining many possibilities in his mind. And in the end, all of them had been rejected one by Qin Fong. Now, truly standing in front of Schwetzinger, Qin Fong realized that everything he had thought of to say was not as atmospheric as Schwetzinger's. And all he could do was keep saying thank you. Schwetzinger was not angry either, and hugged Qin Fong with her backhand. Now, there should be no power that can stop us from being together. These stubborn lunatics of the Sky City. If they want to make a move against you, I will be the first to deal with them. Qin Fong nodded his head. Honestly, he preferred to do it himself. To be honest, at this moment, Qin Fong quite had the feeling that the sky was high enough for birds to fly. The sea was wide enough for fish to leap, and that he could go to any place under the sun. Qin Fong, are you sure you still want to get tired of me? Schwetzinger paused for a second and continued. Have you forgotten something? Qin Fong shook his head greedily and hugged Schwetzinger's waist. No. I want to be with you right now. Not going anywhere. No one can let go of us. A forging competition? Is it hard for you to let go of all the divine artisans? After Schwetzinger finished speaking, Qin Fong instantly got serious. Yes. Today, he should go and compete with these divine smiths in the forging competition. However, he glanced at Schwetzinger again. He really didn't want to go. Schwetzinger pushed Qin Fong away. Qin Fong, there are still long days between you and me. But the blacksmith's forging competition is only this one time. Moreover, don't you want to get on good terms with these divine smiths? If you don't go this time, it would be considered evil to these divine smiths. Qin Fong sighed. Schwetzinger's analysis was justified. So Qin Fong could only agree. Qin, wait for me. After Qin Fong finished speaking, that is, he turned the ring in his hand, and with a flash of his figure, he merged into the heavenly destiny. Ding. Welcome back to Heaven's Mandate. Ding. The blacksmith competition is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. Qin Fong was relieved. It was still early. Ding. Is it dialing Black Widow's communication? Dialing. Ding. The communication has been connected. Qin Fong. What's wrong? Are you alright? Black Widow was worried when Qin Fong disappeared. Even if Qin Fong sent her a voice message informing her that he was fine, Black Widow was still worried. And at this moment, when she received this communication, Black Widow's heart dropped. It's fine. By the way, the areas within 10,000 miles of Yang City have all been cleared by me. So hurry up and send people to circle all this area for me. Don't let others grab it. When Qin Fong said this, Black Widow immediately fell silent, startled to know, not long ago, the situation around Yang City. A powerful force destroying everything. But it made the forces of the entire Sky City. Made the entire forces of the broken Earth scared. Everyone was guessing. Who had struck? Why did he strike? Especially Yang City. It was infinitely worried. Because looking at the situation, this force should move them next time off. Would Yang Chung be able to carry it? The answer was no. It couldn't carry it at all. Black Widow had been worried for so long. And now? Qin Fong actually informed her that all of this was caused by Qin Fong. This was a bit fake. Linger, are you listening to me? Oh, got it. I'm on my way. Black Widow hung up the communication and began to clean the territory of 10,000 miles. When the entire Yang City heard this order from Black Widow, each of them were puzzled. But they still got the order. Black Widow directly declared in order to ensure orthodoxy. The 10,000-mile square area of Yang City belonged to City Lord Qin Fong. And anyone who dared to move would leave their lives behind. No more pretense. Showdown. Such a big commotion just now. It was Yang City that made it. Such a voice silenced the entire Sky City. The forces of the broken Earth. Did these powerful forces believe it? The answer is no. Definitely do not believe not to mention a small Yang City. Even if the Sky City wants to do? Even if Sky City wanted to do it, it wouldn't be so easy. Yang City? It's really pretending. It's not their fault. After all, weak towns. Only by pretending to be strong can they ensure that they won't die. Yang City. Claptrap. These forces hadn't bothered about Yang Chung either. And they even hated to let Yang Chung be the one to stand out. In case Yang Chung provoked the forces behind the Destruction Miles map. Wouldn't it be a good show? Taking a step back. Even if the forces behind this didn't make a move, it was not bad to let Yang Chung occupy this territory. The other forces of the broken earth were robbing the territory of Yangcheng. So they shouldn't be able to provoke this terrifyingly powerful force. Ding. The second 10,000 races competition is starting. Teleportation is in progress. Please get ready. The system beep sounded. And the entire human race's blacksmiths all swallowed a mouthful of saliva and entered the space for the competition. This time, the blacksmiths of the human race, unless they were shutting down their existence, basically all entered the competition. After all, this was a full 18 divine smiths performing awe. Even just watching a divine smith forging. It was a great creation. Chapter 735 Qin Fang's Peak Forging Technique. Celestial Destiny Human Race. Ding. The second forging competition of the human race has begun. And the entire Heaven's Destiny has begun a synchronized live broadcast. Please watch. Ding. This live broadcast is free of charge. And if you enter the live broadcast room, you will be able to draw a prize every 10 minutes. Such a system tone rang out, instantly causing the players and NPCs of Heaven's Destiny to look sideways with different praise and criticism. There were also quite a few who liked to be cheap, joining the live broadcast and preparing for the lucky draw. Phew. Has it finally started? I can't wait. This was a player who was very excited about the forging competition. Presumably someone among his relatives or friends was competing. A mere human competition? As for that, who's going to watch it? The rewards? Not rare. There's even silver-ranked equipment? I can't see it. These were players who were not optimistic about this competition. After all, a blacksmith's competition. How could it be as good as the 10,000 clans competition? Claptrap? 18 divine smiths? What kind of gimmick is that? Is it hard to believe that the divine artifacts they forge will be sold to us at a low price? As long as it wasn't tied to their own interests. Who would care? From the number of people in the live broadcast room, one could tell that this competition was no match for the 10,000 races competition. There is no comparison. In the 10,000 races competition, the number of people who watched the live broadcast reached a terrifying 10 billion, while this Heaven's Destiny human races forging competition, only 300 million people watched it. And many players came in and said, I clicked the wrong one, and then immediately withdrew. These two were not in the same order of magnitude at all. Qin Fang and the others descended within the special forging space and surveyed the surroundings. It was a white space, with countless forging platforms standing silently in place as if they were houses. And each of the forging masters, depending on their number, stood beside different forging platforms, waiting for their forges to be forged. Ding. The rules of this human blacksmith competition are as follows. Ding. This forging will be divided into different regions based on the level of the participating blacksmiths, with different regional champions and runners-up. Silver-level forges are located in silver-level areas, totaling 1.23 million. Gold-level forges are located in gold-level forges, and so on. The competition topics within each area are all different, and so are the final rewards. So I hope you all work hard. This time, the rules have been changed due to the addition of the 18 divine smiths. After all, the addition of the divine smiths made the entire competition unfair. If the rules weren't changed, who wouldn't know that the winner of this competition would definitely be amongst the divine craftsmen? In that case, what competitive nature would there be? What sense of participation would there be? Thus, this blacksmith competition set up a competition between the same level. Also, in order to let these players have a more sense of participation, it had to be said that such a rule was still more humane, and received unanimous praise from the participants. I originally thought that I was here to accompany the runners today. Who knew? The rules will actually be like this. Heh. In that case, I'll be snatching the so-called purple gold ranked blacksmith's championship. The person who planned this event doesn't look like a fool. Such voices continue to ring out. All of them were voices of praise. Ding. God-level forges are in the region of God level. A total of 18. These are the mainstay of the human race. 80% of the human race's godly weapons come from their hands. Let's look forward to the faces of these godly craftsmen with reverence. First, Feng Linzi, the only high-level divine artisan of the human race so far. Second, divine craftsman Lu Long, an intermediate divine craftsman of the human race. Third place. The camera did everything, and the scene of the god-level region was immediately seen in the live broadcast room. This place had all the green mountains and water, as if it was a paradise in the world, with towering peaks that were lofty and steep. and 18 forging chambers hidden in the belly of the mountain. Invoking the earth's fire to complete the forging, the figures of Qin Fang and the other divine craftsmen were gathered together at the moment, talking and laughing as they bragged to each other. Ra remembers last year's competition. My old brother was still a legend-ranked blacksmith. Who would have thought that in just a year's time, my old brother would become a god? This was an old divine smith, who was red-faced at the moment, as if he saw the future of the human blacksmiths in Qin Fang's body. This person had also served as a judge to personally give Qin Fang an award in the last blacksmith competition. Elder brother me. You're good. Really good. Later on let us take a good look at your brand new forging method and learn it properly. This was another divine craftsman. A regular achievement divine craftsman. In this lifetime, it was estimated that it would be an intermediate divine craftsman, and that would be the end of it. Later on, we will first observe you forging. When you finish forging, and you are interested in the forging method of any of us old guys, then we will go and watch us forging. What do you think? This person was currently the only senior divine artisan amongst the human divine artisans, and his words still carried quite a bit of weight. These words immediately gained the unanimous agreement of the gods present, and it was now up to Qin Fang's attitude. Qin Fang, on the other hand, smiled gently and bowed towards the divine craftsman present, showing absolute humility before saying, "How could I refuse when I am fortunate enough to be able to be guided by so many seniors? It's more than what senior could ask for." Qin Fang agreed to the proposal. As for the rules allowing them to forge at the same time, judging at the same time, oh well, who cared about rules for these divine craftsmen? They themselves were the creators of the rules. Qin Fang's attitude of not being arrogant and not putting on airs in the slightest made the hearts of all these divine craftsmen very comfortable. If Qin Fang didn't know that these divine craftsmen were all living deities at the beginning, he might still be arrogant. But now, Qin Fang only wanted to get on good terms with him. Ding. Your goodwill with the divine craftsman. Your goodwill with the divine artisan is plus 100. Ding. You are on good terms with divine craftsman. Ding. You are on good terms with the divine craftsman. Seniors, then I will now prepare to begin forging. Qin Fang bowed once again, before summoning Little Black, and caressingly stroking his head in a very intimate manner. These divine artisans took a look. A divine level pet? I'm really blessed with a heavenly gift. As soon as Xiao He appeared, not even waiting for Qin Fang to introduce him, divine craftsman Lu Long immediately spoke. Guess what? What is the function of this pet of mine? All of a sudden, the minds of these divine craftsmen were immediately hoisted up, and they made guesses. But in the end, none of them were correct, and they could only shake their heads. Godsmith Lu Long mysterious smile. From the bosom took out a god-level ore. Threw to the small black as is the canine general. Pounced up a mouth to devour. Not a moment of light. From the small black from the heart of the eyebrow. Appeared it does not contain any impurities pure god-level ore. The whole process. Not more than 3 seconds. Deadless Lu Long froze. This? Didn't it come out from the back door? How come it's from the center of the brow now? Qin Fang, heh. Little Black who has achieved divine spirit. Naturally comes out from wherever he wants. In the past, pure and good ores appeared from the back door. The end of it was a bad taste. Now that he was able to change it, Qin Fang definitely wanted to change it all. These divine artisans were dumbfounded, and an endless astonishment showed in their eyes. This divine level pet is actually able to purify ores? What kind of terrifying pet is this? In the 10,000 years since I became a god, I have never heard that there is such a pet. It's hard to come across in a million years. The divine artisans couldn't wait to immediately dismantle Little Black and study his internal structure. With such a pet aiding them, these gods finally understood what allowed me to advance so quickly. I don't need the time to purify the materials. This means that the time it takes for other forges to forge one piece of equipment, Qin Fang is able to forge about 10 pieces at the very least. So how can you compare to others? Qin Fang hemmed and hawed, taking out 7 or 8 chaos stones of different sizes and igniting the earth fire. Without exception, the divine artisans present sucked in a breath of cool air. Chaos stones? Surprisingly, they were chaos stones? One must know that chaos stones are incredibly rare items in Heaven's destiny, and a fist-sized chaos stone is already capable of allowing legendary level equipment to be promoted into divine artifacts. And these chaos stones in my hand are enough to make a primary divine artifact advance into an intermediate divine artifact. Me? What is this going to do? Is it hard to believe that he's going to use Chaos Stones as the main material and start forging? Using Chaos Stones as the main material. So luxurious. At first, I thought it was expensive for my divine weapon to be priced at 160 billion copper coins. But now that I look at it, it's clearly the price of a conscience. Right. I really don't know what Qin Fang was thinking. There were endless questions in the hearts of these divine craftsmen. But since Qin Fang had already lit the earth fire and started forging, these deities could not disturb me even if they were curious. They could only discuss with their companions in whispers. Ding. Dong. Qin Fang began the quenching and melting. The entire process, which was very brief, made these divine craftsmen very red-eyed. Generally speaking, if they wanted to quench a divine-grade material, it would take them at least a day. And to quench a divine-grade chaos stone, it would take them at least 7 days. But what about Qin Fang? It was only a column of incense. This was truly a case of people being more than people. At the same time that Qin Fang started forging, different forging quests were also released within other regions. This time, the forging materials are under the sole responsibility of the organizer. Ding. Please forge the pinnacle equipment of this class within the stipulated time. For a time, the entire forging world was busy. God-level area. Seniors, what I have comprehended is the artifact soul forging method, which is sublimated from my master's emotion forging method. Qin Fang explained to these divine craftsmen as he forged. Before I had comprehended the artifact soul forging method, I usually injected a massive amount of emotional power within the Chaos Stone. Why Chaos Stone? I've experimented with countless materials, and none of them could carry the power of emotions. And in the end, only Chaos Stone was able to carry it. Ding. Dong. The power of joy was integrated within the Chaos Stone. And after reaching the extreme, a haplessly joyful and moving consciousness coalesced. From this step onwards, none of the deities present were silent, staring earnestly at Qin Fang's forging for fear of missing a single detail. But still, they could not understand. Obviously, Qin Fang had already explained it to them very easily. Next is the power of anger. This time, it's the emotion of bitterness. This time, it's the emotion of sadness. 7 chaos stones of different sizes carried 7 different emotions. To achieve an artifact soul divine artifact, one must at the very least have a mixture of 7 different consciousnesses. Otherwise, it would be impossible to succeed. In the end, Qin Fang perfectly forged an artifact soul divine artifact, the whole of which radiated a 7-colored light, giving off a relaxing, joyful feeling. And these divine craftsmen were even able to see that inside this artifact soul divine artifact, there was an illusory woman, sleeping, with her body emitting an aura that was no weaker than theirs. Only after Qin Fang had finished forging did these divine artisans come back to their senses from their horror. And without realizing it, they were actually enthralled by what they were watching. The power of emotions. It's really subtle. No. The artifact soul forging method. It's very profound and subtle. Me. You're really strong for being able to comprehend such a forging method. My talent is definitely the strongest amongst us. Awesome. What a powerful artifact soul forging method. These divine artisans explained that Qin Fang's move was enough to start a school. You shall be the #1 forging master of the heavens mandate human race. This senior divine artisan, after watching Qin Fang's forging, could not help but say so. Qin Fang was terrified and hurriedly excused himself. You guys look at the time. I forged a divine artifact, but I only used a short 3 hours? When these words came out, these divine craftsmen were immediately shocked and could not shut their mouths. What kind of terrifying speed was this? To know that these divine smiths wanted to forge divine weapons? Starting from quenching the equipment, to the final successful forging of the divine weapon. It would take at least 3 days and 3 nights. And as for me, it was only a short 3 hours. Me. The future of the human race depends on you. These artifact soul divine weapons are the future of the human race. Even if more deities do not appear in my human race, as long as one grasps this divine artifact of Qin Fang's, it is considered to be a god-level fighting force. In response to this situation, Qin Fang could only give an explanation. In order to invoke the virtual shadows within the artifact soul divine artifact, one had to need the power of a divine spirit in order to be able to do so. Sparingly, these divine craftsmen were also in awe. A divine artifact that was equivalent to allowing the deities to increase their strength by 100%. What a terrifying statistic it was. Me. Can you use your forging hammer? Forge it once more. To be honest, just now, Qin Fang's forging was as if he was butchering a cow. Showing the artifact's soul method step by step in front of him, it allowed these divine craftsmen to have said comprehension. But it was not Qin Fang's peak forging means. And just now, he did not even use his exclusive artifact soul forging hammer. Good. Qin Fang swallowed a bottle of divine grade potion to bring his own attributes to the peak. And then once again took out a huge chaos stone to start forging. Thud. This time, Qin Fang's forging was even faster, skipping the step of emotional sublimation, as the artifact soul forging hammer blasted down. I.e., it seemed to invoke the rules of heaven and earth, giving this chaos stone the most basic divine will. In the end, in an hour, Qin Fang had managed to forge an artifact soul divine artifact. And the attributes of this artifact soul divine artifact? It was not lower than the one just now at all. These older generation human divine craftsmen already wanted to die. Looking at my forging technique, whether it was the most basic operation or the sublimation operation, it was almost perfect. These divine craftsmen didn't seem to be able to help Qin Fang with anything. And from my forging, they had learned a lot. There was no other reason. Qin Fang's forging method had been tempered for hundreds of years in the ancient times. Could it not be perfect? These older generation divine craftsmen of the human race returned to their gods, and were wildly praising Qin Fang. Maisie, your forging method is truly perfect. Elder brother me, you have truly surprised us. The world of my future belongs to you. We might all be able to rest. Qin Fang repeatedly addressed him, as not daring to do so. Qin Fang, we will also forge them for you one by one, so that you can watch and see if you can learn by touch. Chapter 736 The Human Emperor Competition begins. These divine smiths' invitations. Qin Fang definitely wouldn't refuse. This was the best opportunity to learn. On normal days, where would these divine artisans let go of everything to communicate like they were doing now? This was also a good start by Qin Fang, so that the other gods would be too embarrassed to be on their own. Let's not rush. Let's first address my forging and talk about what we gained, and see if we can gain something by touching on it. This high-ranking divine artisan proposed this idea, which was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Thus, the divine craftsmen formed a circle and spoke of their own insights, as well as pointing out some minor flaws in Qin Fang's forging just now. Qin Fang was mesmerized, but the viewers within the live broadcast room were scratching their heads. What were these divine craftsmen talking about? They couldn't understand. They couldn't understand at all. So the number of people in the live broadcast room continued to drop. Only the peak legend rank blacksmiths could barely understand a little. After 8 hours, the discourse ended. Divine Smith Lu Long took a deep breath, stood up and droned. I'll forge first. Let you all see my level. Ding. Divine Artisan Lu Long begins forging. Ding. Your forging experience value plus 10,000. Ding. Your forging experience value plus 10,000. Qin Fang watched with unblinking eyes, afraid of missing any of the details. Ding. Dong. Qin Fang. My forging method is unusual, but it should have some usefulness to draw from. You see, the method I chose here is the range peak hammering method, which is able to quickly quench out the impurities within the minerals. This is the stage of quenching. Look at my means of controlling the fire. Are you able to comprehend anything? That's right. It's the different temperatures of the flames that are able to bring the quality of the quenched material to the next level. This is my unique secret. Divine Artisan Lu Long basically explained every link to Qin Fang and to the other divine artisans by going deeper and deeper, exposing everything about himself, be it his strengths or his weaknesses. Qin Fang recorded carefully, not daring to slack off every second. Thud. When divine craftsman Lu Long finished forging, a discourse once again began between these divine craftsmen, this time addressing the various problems of divine craftsman Lu Long. Some of godly craftsman Lu Long's problems were also the problems of the other godly craftsmen present. And after the discourse was finished, all the godly craftsmen had gained quite a lot. The third divine smith forged. The fourth divine smith forged. The fifth divine craftsman forged. Time passed quickly. The 17 divine artisans present, all of them forged a divine artifact, taking a full 20 days or so of light. Qin Fang watched obsessively every day, And to be honest, it helped him a lot in his forging. Even if Qin Fang's forging was too unique, he was able to learn a lot from the forging of these divine craftsmen. When these human divine craftsmen finished forging, Qin Fang immediately bowed respectfully to these divine craftsmen. Thank you all divine craftsmen for your unstinting advice these days. I am extremely grateful. These divine smiths were tired but still filled with joy. The forging this time? The 18 divine smiths had unexpectedly succeeded in forging it without exception. Mind you, this was a divine weapon. Even if they usually forged, there was only a 50% success rate. This time, presumably for the big competition, these divine craftsmen were riveted in their hearts. And no one wanted to make a fool of themselves and end up with such a pleasing result. Hee. My old ox has actually succeeded in forging as well. This divine craftsman, who was promoted to divine craftsman only 3 years earlier than Qin Fang, was considered a junior divine craftsman. And his level of forging was the weakest amongst this group of divine craftsmen. And the success rate of forging divine artifacts on weekdays was 30%. Or even lower. This time, surprisingly, it was also successfully forged without dropping the ball. Look guys, this divine artifact of mine. It's really densely patterned. It's definitely the best of the best. What do you call this? Look at my divine artifact. After these divine artisans finished forging, they naturally began to brag about their own divine artifacts. While Qin Fang stood silently on the side, not voicing his opinion. Qin Fang, did you gain anything from watching our forging? This was the inquiry of the senior divine artisan amongst the divine artisans. And Qin Fang hurriedly nodded his head, stating that he had made a lot of progress. This senior divine artisan was still satisfied. Shutting up the divine artisans and looking at the gods inquired. This divine artisan competition? Who should come out on top? All of these godsmiths were silent. If they were to choose for themselves, it would definitely be all of them. But in the end, they still all voted for Qin Fang. There was no other reason. No matter whether it was from the time of forging, or from the practicality of the divine artifacts and other aspects. Qin Fang's divine artifacts had all reached the top. Qin Fang was horrified, and began to keep excusing himself. Seniors, I know in my own heart the level of my juniors' forging. So how can I have the virtue to be number one? Besides, the level of the divine artifacts that you guys have forged are obviously higher than mine. For example, senior divine artisan Lu Long forged an intermediate divine artifact. Then this oldest senior divine artisan forged an advanced divine artifact. Qin Fang's divine artifacts were crushed no matter which way they were compared to the divine artifacts of these two. In the beginning, Qin Fang still cared more about this first place in the blacksmith competition. After all, he could help Qin Fang ascend to the Sky City. But now, this false name. Qin Fang no longer looked at it. The most crucial thing was that none of the people present were high-level divine smiths or intermediate divine smiths. If the first place was taken by him, where would these divine smiths' face go? Wasn't this a slap in the face? Qin Fang refused. Decisively refused. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the recognized #1 divine craftsman of the human race. Ding. Congratulations on winning first place in the human race divine artisan competition. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the human godsmith's blessing jewel. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 copies of divine grade materials *. Such a system tone rang out. Qin Fang was a bit puzzled. What is the criteria for this judgment? I work hard and strive to be promoted to become an intermediate level divine artisan as soon as possible. Shen, we're bullish on you. Don't come to Mount Qixia lately. The pandemonium might even pollute you. These divine smiths greeted Qin Fang and left immediately. This human race blacksmith forging competition came to a perfect end. Qin Fang's relationship with these divine smiths of the human race had become much closer. Ding. You have exited the special forging space. Qin Fang inquired about Hidden Earth. And only then did he learn that divine smith's forging was the slowest. And the blacksmith competitions for other ranks had long been over for more than 10 days. Even if a legend-ranked equipment was forged slowly, a whole day would be enough to forge it successfully. This time, the prizes distributed in the human blacksmith competition were naturally different depending on the rank. So some people were happy and some were sad. However, so much time had passed that no one was discussing the blacksmith competition anymore. And everyone's novelty had already passed. Even within the Godsmith's live broadcast room, There were only 700,000 to 800,000 players watching. Right now, what players were discussing the most was still the Battle of the Human Emperors. The first match of the Battle of the Human Emperors had ended 7 days ago. But by now, it was still hot. Have you guys seen the miserable state of the 3084th Human Emperor candidate? The appearance of this one question instantly attracted everyone's eyes. And they all left comments. Why haven't you looked? His head is only half left. He's imprisoned within the Titan God's quarters, becoming a spittoon. He can't die even if he wants to. I heard that he's still a warrior. This is just being unself-conscious. Titan God. What kind of existence is this? Is it something he can mess with? Simply out of his depth. You guys look at the latest news. The ancient gods mocked the human race for being too weak. Crap. You guys look at this. A video of the human emperor candidate directly kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. Among the interactive boards, these news were still constantly swiping the screen. And from time to time, they were still able to become popular yet. Qin Feng slapped his head, as if he had thought of something. Oops. It's late. He didn't participate in this first battle of human emperors. What should he do? Luckily, Qin Feng was so enthralled with the forging of these divine craftsmen that he actually missed such a big deal. Could it be that he was going to lose his position as the human emperor? Was everything in the mandate of heaven since it was true? Then this human emperor position of the human race. Qin Feng wanted it even more. Qin Feng hurriedly flipped through the quest record. And at a glance, he couldn't help but freeze. Ding. You have successfully completed the first stage of the human emperor's quest. Qin Feng. He didn't go to kill the divine artisans under the deity's command. Why would it show success? Ding. Are you checking the quest information? Checking. Only after reading it did Qin Feng understand the mystery. Part of the credit for killing the god of thunder was crowned on his head. And part of the credit for the ancient deity that was killed while defending the Tianyang town was also counted on Qin Feng's head. So the first challenge of the human emperor's throne was completed perfectly by Qin Feng. This was because Qin Feng had hunted down not a legendary level god general, but a true god level existence. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained human emperor points *120. Ding. Currently your human emperor points are 120. Qin Feng was a little confused as to what this human emperor points could do. Ding. Are you checking the human emperor list? Qin Feng immediately flipped through this list of human emperors. And he, instead of being number 1, was in the 83rd position. It proved that there were 82 candidates for human emperor in front of him. And the ones who had beheaded them were also deities. The highest score, surprisingly, reached 150 points. And the beheading was of an intermediate level deity. Who would dare to think of this? Qin Feng was silently speechless. There was still no catnip in this. And Qin Feng had eaten his name. Oops. You guys look at this list of human emperors. It seems like player me isn't too strong. Damn it. It's really bullshit. What is this? How could it even make it into the top 10? A good number of consortiums took a look at the performance of their own family's imperial candidate and couldn't wait to directly strangle him. It was simply a waste of copper coins. After investing so much in them, the result they got in the end was a piece of shit. On top of the human emperor points list, a full 1,034 of them managed to advance. Ding. Second level of the human emperor examination, beheading an ancient deity. Ding. Time, 7 days. This level was an exponential rise in difficulty compared to the first level. But fortunately, it was possible to team up. One must know that at this stage, the number of ancient deities getting out of the trap was increasing. And the speed at which the ancient deities supported each other was greatly accelerated. It was both possible that if you targeted A and B suddenly resourced them and destroyed them in a group. Qin Feng took a look, calculating in his mind whether to use the method of forging to behead the ancient deities, or summon a few friends, rushed into the gods within the abyss, using force to completely destroy the gods. In the end, Qin Feng decided to start forging and extracting the power of the deities. These human deities? But they were all living beings. Qin Feng's eyes naturally rested on these ancient deities, who had attacked the Tianyang town in the past. Marred, letting you guys attack the Heavenly Sun town. Now, the time has come to repay the interest. Qin Feng directly started forging. Dong. Sparks flew everywhere. The god of heaven's eyes, who had once attacked the Heavenly Sun town in the past, immediately felt that he was being targeted by a terrifying existence that was constantly devouring the divine power within him, which uncontrollably caused the God of Heaven's eyes to become alarmed, and continuously sent out a call for help. Within the Heavenly Emperor Order, none of those who heard this distress signal responded, and even a touch of panic wandered within the Heavenly Emperor Order. Crap. Did it appear again? This guy even appeared again? Can someone tell me? Is there a pattern to this? This terrifying creature? What exactly is it? He has no pattern whatsoever. What can we do? There was a burst of inquiries from the ancient deities, but no one was unable to answer. Even the Heavenly Emperor remained silent. He really didn't know all. Help me. I feel like a terrifying creature is tearing into my soul. Coronation of the Heavenly Emperor. I feel like half of my soul is being devoured. The God of Heaven's eyes spoke more and more miserably. But in reality, he hadn't been this miserable yet, and was merely trying to get the Heavenly Emperor coronation to save him. But the Heavenly Emperor, without a word, ignored him. Secretly, a wisp of the Heavenly Emperor's consciousness descended to this place, probing the situation. In the end, the God of the Heavenly Eye died, and within the Heavenly Eye abyss, countless eyeballs that had been set above the walls of the abyss all fell, turned into flying dust, and disappeared. The springs under the Heavenly Eye abyss were also disappearing. In one day, the God of Heaven's Eye died 3 or 4 times, and 99% of the abyssal springs were also destroyed. It was a pity that Lysia, the plague Dharma god, had not appeared, or else he might have been able to completely decimate the God of the Heaven's Eye as well. The Heavenly Emperor silently watched all of this, not noticing anything out of the ordinary. He could not detect anything out of the ordinary at all. Unable to do anything, the Heavenly Emperor could only watch the Heavenly Eye God die. He didn't dare to act rashly. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the second stage of the Human Emperor candidate's mission, beheading the ancient deity. Ding! Congratulations on gaining Human Emperor points, 120. Ding! Your current Human Emperor points are 240. In an instant, Qin Fang's points became number 1. But in the next instant, there were both 7 or 8 deities that surpassed Qin Fang's points. Qin Fang's heart could not help but reveal a hint of mockery. Marred. These human deities? Letting them kill ancient deities? Each and every one of them was pushing back. But now, one by one, they were branching out again. Ding! Dong! Qin Fang began to forge the next artifact. And so, another deity among the ancient deities was targeted. In the next second, the figure of the ancestral dragon descended to Qin Fang's side and instructed him. Don't just kill the deities that invade the Heaven's Eye towns, or else they'll be seen all at once. Qin Fang was startled, and with fear in his heart, he hurriedly changed his own strategy to target some of the deities that were still sealed, and to target some very strong deities. All in all, even Qin Fang himself could not detect any patterns. Other deities? How could they be broken? How to break it? Chapter 737. The Human Emperor's Third Pass. Time passed slowly. Qin Fang killed more and more ancient deities, and his Human Emperor points once again achieved the number 1 position, attracting countless players to look at him sideways. Crap. You guys look at Player Me's points. What kind of divine speed is this? In a short period of time, Player Me's Human Emperor points have jumped 7 times. Can it be that he's killed 7 ancient deities? That's not right. Even if the ancient deities were to stand together and let him chop them up, it would take a while. Why? Don't forget, Player Me is a deity. And these Jixia Mountains' existence of the great favorite to take over the Human Emperor? Which one of them isn't a deity? The voices of the players and NPCs were constantly ringing out, expressing their disbelief. This matter had almost triggered the entire Heaven's Mandate human race, knowing that the second test of the human race's emperor was very difficult. Was it to kill an ancient deity? Each and every ancient deity, constantly resurrected with the help of the abyss, was not that easy to kill. But why was it as simple as slicing melons and stewing vegetables in Qin Fang's hands? Tab bar. Qin Fang's Human Emperor points once again jumped, reaching a terrifying 1080. This was a terrifying figure. This was a figure that made almost all of the Human Emperor candidates of Mount Qixia despair. This meant that Qin Fang had killed a full 9 ancient deities. This was a full 9 ancient deities. The second place in the Human Emperor points ranking. It was Mount Qixia's favorite to win the Human Emperor throne, the God of Goodness. This deity was the most promising deity amongst the many deities of Mount Chisha to achieve human emperor, and had even long since been determined to be the next human emperor. If it wasn't for the prophet god's redundancy in organizing the human emperor competition, this deity would have definitely achieved human emperor. If it wasn't for the prophet god's unnecessary need to organize the human emperor competition, this one, the god of kindness, this is the deity that has carried all of the goodness of the human race and has finally achieved success. For 10,000 years, he has been at the forefront of the fight against the ancient gods, silently guarding the human race. Since its birth, this kind deity had participated in 10,000 battles, killing hundreds of ancient deities, hundreds of legendary deities, and hundreds of thousands of ancient deities, exterminating countless ancient deities. This one, who had continuously grown in battle, had, to date, become a top god. If it wasn't for the throne of the human emperor, he wouldn't have come out of the world. The fact that the human race was a mass of scattered sand, and the tumor was very deep, the god of kindness knew in his heart. And he also wanted to change. But he was not the human emperor. When he achieved the position of the human emperor, he would surely have to change this matter. Change it completely. This goodness deity is currently within the canyon of the destruction abyss, fighting with the wretched, eyes full of fear of the god of destruction. Dong, the god of destruction, directly died, turned into dust, although he was able to rely on the power of the abyss. Once again cohesion. But the goodness of the god of the eyes did not have any worry. He was confident that he would be able to kill the god of destruction multiple times, allowing him to return to the abyssal pool for conception. Dang. The god of goodness obliterated the god of destruction one last time, making it impossible for him to reappear for at least 1,000,000 years. And the abyssal fountain dried up. The god of destruction hated it. Why was there no deity to help him until the end? When the kind deity opened the human emperor's points list, he was taken aback. With his terrifying battle record of exterminating 5 ancient deities, he was only in second place. This first place was actually a divine craftsman who had just been successfully promoted and had less than 1/10,000th of his attributes. This person? How on earth did he do it? Could it be that someone was helping him behind the scenes? The god of goodness frowned, instantly feeling an unrivaled pressure. But after thinking about it, he continued to hunt other ancient deities. This god myth, even though there was a deity helping behind the scenes, it wasn't a permanent thing after all. The god of goodness hated this kind of person. Could he grow up by cowering under the wings of other deities all the time? It was simply impossible. Phew. The god of goodness left the other deity-level human emperor candidates of Mount Chisha. After seeing Qin Fang's human emperor points, each of them were shocked. No one could believe the authenticity of this data. Mind you, which of these deity-level candidates did not have the support of 10 or so deities behind them? As of now, the deities who had the last chance to win the throne of the human emperor in Mount Chisha were none other than the 9. First place, Player Me. This ranking throws off the gods of street. Second place, God of Goodness. Third place, the Goddess of Hope. Fourth place, the God of Fright and Fury. Other than Qin Fang, the Goodness, the other gods basically had the shadow of a helper behind them. For example, the Goddess of Hope. There were a full 50 deities that followed the Goddess of Hope. The Goddess of Hope had so far beheaded 3 of the ancient deities. Where did this battle record come from? Wasn't it just his followers crippling the ancient deities for her? And she going to harvest the last drop of blood? This way. It's fine. After all, you're able to seek out such a follower. It's also considered your skill. Although the rules said at most that one could only request the help of 10 helpers. But these deities? Were they his helpers? No, they weren't. They merely happened to be passing by. Then, there was the god of frightened anger, whose strength was at the level of a high-level god, who also had the help of 7 or 8 deities yet. Sparing their points, they were still not enough to get a third of players' S points. In their hearts? Could it be good? Thus, these human deities requested the prophet god to conduct a thorough investigation. There must be something fishy in this. It definitely wouldn't be that simple. In the end, the prophet god's reply was, everything is normal. These deities were indeed beheaded by me. These innate deities that did not deal with the prophet god could not help but mockingly say, oh, is there something fishy going on? Isn't it a matter of one word from you? Marred. These human deities, after all, thought that the prophet god had tampered with the data. And it must have been him who had arbitrarily modified the data. 7 days passed by in a flash. In the end, Qin Fang's points reached a terrifying 1,800 points. And he had killed a full 15 deities. As for the God of Goodness's human emperor points, he also caught up and reached 1,700 points. In the last 3 days, the God of Goodness managed to kill a mid-level ancient god, directly increasing his points by 1,000. As for the other deity human emperor candidates, they were still hovering on the edge of 500, unable to crack it at all. There was no other way. The ancient deities were enraged. These days, they had been killed by the human race too much, and had lost too much face. Even the heavenly emperor stepped in, directly bursting out. The human race? Is it wanting to go to war with the ancient deities completely? I will accompany you to the end. Such words immediately caused these human race deities to tighten up a lot. And as for the human emperor points, they naturally landed. Phew. I'm numb. Really numb. Is it hard to believe that player me has beheaded a full 15 ancient deities in 7 days? False. Really false. This kind of person? How can he become our human emperor? Right. I suggest a thorough investigation to figure out the truth in between. Countless voices rang out. These were all tokens. Tokens that were invited to maliciously discredit Qin Fang. If they made it impossible for him to become a human emperor because of this, it would be most suitable. Even if he couldn't, they would be able to make him lose his reputation. With the labeling of being a forger on his body, people's words could be feared. In the face of such voices, Qin Fang directly voiced out. The reason he was able to behead so many deities was all because of the help of the Divine Beast clan. When these words came out, these voices disappeared. Right. What else could they say about this? Was it hard to slam Qin Fang for uniting with the Divine Beast clan? Wasn't this just bullshit? One must know that for the present-day human race, being able to ally with the Divine Beast clan was not a crisis, but an opportunity, with such a great ally to rely on. Even if the ancient gods wanted to lay their hands on the human race, they would have to weigh their options. All of a sudden, the Divine Beast race became one of Qin Fang's bargaining chips. Ding. After the accumulation of points from my 2 missions, below 100 points removes the qualification of the human emperor candidate. Such a system tone rang out, and a wail resounded within the human race. Crap. Old me is just short of the last point. Marred. This isn't fair. It's not fair. How can this be? I tried hard too. Human emperor points. Mad. I'm still hiding a card that I haven't used yet. It was originally saved for the 3rd level. Spitting blood. The eliminated human emperor candidates were all complaining, and the consortiums behind these human emperor candidates were all sighing and cursing. This time, the copper coins they had invested had all gone down the drain. They had thought that they would still be able to turn the tables afterwards. But at the 2nd level, they were directly eliminated. Wasn't this bullshit? It's not fair. It's not fair. Yeah. It's not fair. I request that we be given another chance. In the face of such voices, Mount Chisha responded, sorry. There is only one chance per person. There are some things that, when missed, are for life. After 2 human emperor missions, there were ultimately 178 left, and all of them were deities. There were newly risen deities in here, as well as deities of the older generation. Ding. The 3rd item of the human emperor's mission is released. Please make the appropriate contribution to the human race within 3 days. 1 million contribution value, equivalent to 1 human emperor point. If an ordinary player wanted to gather enough million contribution value, they would have to at the very least kill a legend-ranked divine general. So one could imagine the firmness of the human emperor points. The release of this quest immediately caused the 178 deities to begin to stir. There were only 3 ways to obtain contribution value. First, beheading an ancient deity and their subordinates. Second, recovering the territories occupied by the ancient deities, especially the 3 southeastern regions. If one was able to snatch back the southeastern 3 regions that were lost from the hands of the previous human emperor once again, this would be the greatest achievement. And one might even be able to directly achieve human emperor. Thirdly, a great reform of the human race's system. A reform that works. And to see results. So, these gods began to eradicate the ancient god's spring journey. And Crazy Rabbit, afraid to miss, the god of goodness thought about it, and eventually traveled alone to the Southeast Region 3. This was the treasure land of contribution value. He might not be able to recover it completely, but he was able to recover a town, which was a massive amount of merit. Qin Fang plopped down on his knees and was also pondering. What should he do? Contributing divine artifacts as a means of exchanging them for contribution value. This was the most cost-effective for Qin Fang. But the Southeast Region 3, he also had the same idea. After all, this region, it couldn't always be placed in the hands of the ancient deities. Thus, Qin Fang summoned the Ancestral Dragon Seniors and asked for their opinions. The Ancestral Dragon pondered for a while, but ultimately stood on the Divine Beast clan's point of view, and did not advise Qin Fang to fight. The current relationship between the human race and the ancient deities was too tense. And while the Divine Beast clan was certainly able to provide support, how many Divine Beasts would be able to be deployed? The Divine Beast clan? Would they be willing to fight with the ancient gods for the sake of the human race's territory? Would they fight with the ancient gods? This was definitely impractical, and not in the interests of the Divine Beasts. Even if Qin Fang was able to forge them 1,000 divine artifacts a month, this was still not worth it. Qin Fang understood. Hey, it would be better to turn in the divine artifacts honestly. Ding. Is it dialing the Prophet God's communication? Dial? Senior Prophet God? I want to turn in a portion of my divine artifacts to earn contribution value. Do you think it's appropriate? Qin Fang inquired. So. Appropriate? How is it not appropriate? Let's put it this way. For ordinary divine artifacts, I'll give you 100 human emperor points apiece. While for the artifact soul divine artifacts that you forged, I'll give you 150 human emperor points apiece. What do you think about that? The Prophet God's voice was tinged with cheerfulness, as if it was very welcoming. After all, in his perception, how many divine artifacts could Qin Fang possess? 10 at most? Topping the sky. Qin Fang hemmed and hawed and started trading. Ding. I request a trade. Do I agree? Agreed. Thus, the Prophet God saw a scene that shocked him. A full 3,000 pieces of artifacts, all of which were artifact soul artifacts. The seer god was dumbfounded. What kind of concept was this? Even if Qin Fang didn't eat or drink and forged 24 pieces a day, he would have to forge them for a full 125 days. No, that wasn't right. How many days had it been since I had achieved deity? How could he possibly forge so many divine artifacts? This was unscientific. Qin Fang, on the other hand, leisurely inquired, Lord Prophet God, I wonder if so many divine artifacts will enable me to directly achieve human emperor? The top of the Prophet God's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Honestly, so many divine artifacts and so many human emperor points were enough for Qin Fang to achieve deity. But what would other human emperor candidates think? Would they revolt? Would it completely devolve into an all-out war? The Prophet God eventually gritted his teeth and said, Spell it out. Qin Fang, if you're willing to part with this batch of divine artifacts, I'll dare to redeem them all here, totaling 450,000 human emperor points. Do you need to be thinking about it? Qin Fang glanced at the mountains of artifact soul divine artifacts piled up within the golden dragon's ring, and shook his head with a smile. Redeem it. These 3,000 pieces of artifact soul divine weapons? It was only a tenth of his collection. The Prophet God closed his eyes, his mind turning over. He knew that once the redemption was complete, the entire heaven's destiny would surely blow up. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 450,000 human emperor points. In an instant, Qin Fang's human emperor points became number 1 in an instant. 4,521,000 points. The beating of my score tugged at the hearts of every human emperor candidate, and everyone rushed to open it up and take a look. Only this one glance would not come out. What? 450,000? Is my eyes blurred? Is it hard to believe that there is a decimal point? There's no such thing as a decimal point. Is this fucking 450,000? What happened? Did Qin Fang directly recapture the 3 southeastern regions? Such voices continued to ring out, and these deities instantly sent messages to the Prophet God, asking him what had happened. The Prophet God took a deep breath and said, I have turned in 3,000 divine artifacts. When these words came out, these human emperor candidates immediately closed their mouths and opened them wide. That's bullshit. Who would believe it? Prophet God, don't you fucking lie to me. 3,000 pieces of divine artifacts? Even the peak of the human race doesn't have them. Unbelievable. Chapter 738, Human Emperor, Qin Fang. The players of the entire Heaven's Destiny human race, who were investigating the ownership of the human emperor, were all transformed into stone statues and did not move a muscle. This? How is it possible for me? You guys. Look. How did player me reach a score of 450,000? My day. This is human emperor points. If I exchange my contribution value, I can merely exchange 3 human emperor points? How did Qin Fang do it? My identity had been revealed long ago. So there were all kinds of people amongst the players who called him anything. In that case, doesn't it mean that player me will become the human emperor of the human race? Crap. It's really possible. However, a blacksmith becoming the human emperor? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? To say that those who were the most excited were none other than the Tianyang town. The 10,000 people guild. If I really achieved human emperor, their status would be considered to have risen, and they would directly take off. This time, the 10,000 races were also confused, unable to figure out what was going on here. Is it hard to believe that the human race is putting up a fight? Not even willing to put on a bit of pretense anymore? Human emperor points? It's still really disgusting. Haha. Isn't this a blatant attempt to send me to achieve the position of human emperor? It's not fair. The 10,000 races were watching the fun, opening their mouths one after another, ready to watch the human race's good show. Crazy. Really crazy. The deities who were originally being ambitious candidates for the human emperor were all crumbling at this moment. There were even some that had all but eradicated 7 or 8 of the ancient spirit springs of the gods. But when they saw this one piece of news, they instantly lost any motivation. What is there to say about this? Was it even necessary to say? The final human emperor must be player me. With such a terrifying amount of points? Who can match him? This? You need to kill a full 3,000 ancient deities to be able to keep up with my human emperor points. Please note that this is a full 3,000 ancient deities. Even if these ancient gods were to stand quietly in a row and let you kill them one by one, it would still take a long time. The god of goodness had just arrived at the southeast region, and was just about to make his move, when he saw the terrifying human emperor points. The god of goodness was silent, and sent a message to the prophet god. Is it accurate? The prophet god's reply was very simple. Accurate. The god of goodness was silent for a long time after reading it. It was hard to believe that is he really going to admit that I have become the human emperor? He seemed to be somewhat unwilling to do so. At that very moment, the prophet god passed a piece of information to the god of goodness. Information about the player me. The god of goodness began to flip through it. Me. I entered heaven's destiny 2 years ago, and became a blacksmith. He was promoted to become a legend-ranked blacksmith within a year, and achieved divine smith in 2 years. From the moment I was a silver-ranked blacksmith. That is, I followed the seer god to go and kill the ancient gods, and eventually succeeded. And after that, he helped to block the ancient deities many times. Doubtful, a full 100 ancient deities died directly, or indirectly, at my hands. This piece of information was recorded in great detail for every single event from the time Qin Fang joined Heaven's Mandate until now. After reading it, the god of goodness couldn't help but murmur. This me. It seems that I am really more suitable to become the human emperor than he is. He is young. He is vigorous. He is energetic. And he is ambitious. Perhaps Self should just go and assist me. The god of goodness once again sent a message to the prophet god. Are you in favor of me becoming the human emperor? The prophet god said. Yes. 10,000 times yes. The god of goodness closed his eyes before returning to Mount Qixia. At this moment, Mount Qixia was very lively, with basically all the gods returning, most of them with their hearts in the right place. Everyone didn't bother with the so-called human emperor points anymore, and instead, they put their minds on these 3,000 pieces of artifact soul divine artifacts. These deities already had an idea in their minds. Hey, since there is no hope of competing for the human emperor's throne anymore, it would be better to fight for the ownership of these 3,000 pieces of divine artifacts and enhance their own strength. In case their children and grandchildren become deities, these would all be able to be used. As for the throne of the human emperor, it didn't matter if it was given to Qin Fang. Even if this kid achieved human emperor, what can be done about it? It was time to hollow him out. Or he would still be able to hollow him out. In the end, isn't this Mount Qixia still up to them? After all these years, it's hard to believe that I'll be able to turn the world upside down. This is what these gods really think. The prophet god also understood the thoughts of these greedy deities, and his face showed sorrow. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. He wasn't sure if Qin Fang could suppress these unruly deities. in case it eventually turned into an armed fight. He, the prophet god of the human race, would be the center of. The prophet god even fell into self-doubt, wondering if he shouldn't have been redundant from the start and should have directly appointed a successor human emperor. Inside the Hall of Human Emperors, more than 300 deities were gathered here, waiting for the appearance of the prophet god. Among these deities, 70% of them had resigned themselves to their fate and were prepared to let me become the new human emperor. After all, I had the most human emperor points. So much so that even if these deities completed all of the subsequent perfect tasks, it would be impossible for them to surpass me by a single chance. However, there were still 30%, each with their own demons. These were the deities who had survived the battles in the 3 southeastern districts. And although they had experienced the baptism of life and death, it did not make them completely repentant. And even because of the knowledge of the complete death of the plague Dharma god, it had made them go completely insane. These human deities were delusional in their desire to directly cover up history, clearing away any stains on them, and seeing people again, and even wanted to boldly stare the plague Dharma god at the pillar of shame, completely cleansing their name. This was a very powerful force. And at this moment, they were winking at each other, preparing to force their way into the palace. The arrival of the prophet god gave these human deities a breakthrough, and they immediately opened their mouths in a conspiratorial manner, but with a dash of decency. Lord Prophet God, please have mercy and bestow 10 divine artifacts for us to defend ourselves. After all, it's still quite difficult to behead an ancient deity yet. Yes, Lord Prophet God, we need divine weapons. We are also all doing this for the future of the human race. After all, by having divine weapons, we will also be able to better decapitate the ancient deities. Aren't we? Lord Main is so noble and righteous that he has contributed so many divine artifacts. It's most needed at this moment. So please don't ask the prophet god to excuse himself. Right. These deities spoke shamelessly at once, not giving the prophet god any chance to respond. These divine artifacts are mine. I can't move them. The prophet god had just finished speaking when these human deities found a break. Lord Prophet God, this divine artifact is contributed by me. You have already given points to the other human emperors. This now belongs to us, the entire Mount Chixia. And we, as the deities of Mount Chixia, as the guardian deities of the human race, we are naturally qualified to receive it. This divine artifact? If the prophet god isn't prepared to distribute it, I'm not prepared to guard this human race's defense. It's really chilling. My Mount Chixia clearly possesses so many divine weapons, but they are not given to be used. And we have to physically fight with the ancient gods. This feeling. Who understands? These deities immediately stood on the high ground of the human race and condemned the prophet god. Repeatedly, they emphasized that this divine artifact belonged to Mount Chixia and was no longer Qin Fang's personal possession. They even threatened the prophet god, telling him not to be ungrateful. The prophet god looked around the circle, trying to find allies. But at this moment, even the gods, who had not defected, could not resist the temptation of the 10 divine artifacts. One after another shut their mouths. After all, they were also considered vested interests. If these 3,000 pieces of divine artifacts were to be distributed, there would be exactly 300 deities, each with 10 pieces, which was a full 10 pieces of divine artifacts. Who would be able to carry it? The prophet god closed his eyes sadly. He hadn't anticipated this scene. It was truly chilling. Prophet god, what else are you thinking about? Is it hard to believe that I want human emperor points and divine artifacts again? How could there be such a good thing? This is impossible. One can only choose one of the two. Prophet god, let's do it this way. We recognize me as the human emperor of my human race. This divine weapon? That is, let's just give us a share. This one proposal caused the eyes of the gods to light up. Yes, this seems to be the best solution at the moment. The prophet god was also moved, but still bravadly said, I still have to ask for my opinion. With that, the prophet god dialed Qin Fang's communication and told him about it. Qin Fang, who was originally forging, stopped his hand movements at once. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and the serpent bulldozed ruins. He ignited the flame in his heart. He agreed to the prophet god's request. Ding! Are you willing to become the human emperor of the human race? Willing. As such a voice rang out, a teleportation portal immediately appeared in front of Qin Fang. And as soon as he did so, He was sent to the Hall of Human Emperors on Mount Chixia. The situation within the Hall of Human Emperors. The prophet god had long ago taken 2 steps in advance, informing them all to see if Qin Fang could resolve it. Qin Fang had just arrived, and before his figure could even stand still, the voice of the deity resounded. Today we agree that you can become the human emperor. But these 3,000 pieces of divine artifacts. Look, it is very dangerous for us to fight the ancient deities every day. Is it not necessary to give us a share? Qin Fang recognized this god, the god of Wuling, an intermediate level god position, considered not weak, but his mind's eye was too small. He never thought that he would be able to survive as well. This sentence directly pointed out 2 points. Firstly, your position as the human emperor was enthroned by us. Secondly, your artifact sole divine artifact. We're going to share it. This is also a deal. See if you agree? A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth. He had seen shameless ones before, but he had never seen such shameless ones. Yes. Qin Fang directly agreed to this proposal. But he also had conditions. After I completely perform the ceremony and become the human emperor, these 3,000 pieces of divine artifacts, only then will I be willing to distribute them. Or even, I can take out 1,000 pieces of divine artifacts once again to give you all a boost. When these words came out, the prophet god was the first to be baffled, but immediately said nothing, since he had already decided to let Qin Fang take full charge of this matter. He would not intervene again, lest the decree would change from one day to the next. With a sweep of the eyes of these greedy deities, the discussion ended. Agreed. The smile at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth was wide, while the smile at the corner of these greedy deities' mouths was even wider. I am just a puppet human emperor. As long as these deities of theirs don't listen to me, who am I going to care about? Who would still be willing to listen to me? The prophet god stepped forward. The human emperor's enthronement ceremony is very complicated. At the very least it will take 3 days of preparation. During this period of time, it's better to speed up the entire process before the human emperor's enthronement to finish it, or to show the fairness of the human race. None of these deities objected and all agreed. It was just a matter of these few days anyway. Thus, the 4th level of the human emperor appeared. Ding. Please obtain 3 or more followers of the human emperor at Mount Chixia. Qin Fang was just about to speak, when Li Qingtian, Li Dali, and divine craftsman Lu Long namely stood firmly beside Qin Fang, giving him great encouragement. Qin Fang smiled heartily. Wasn't this the right thing to do? This mission, it seemed to be tailor-made for him. If there was even one more in this number, it wouldn't even be possible to succeed. The prophet god sighed. Isn't this tailor-made for you? The quest for the 5th level of the human emperor appeared. Ding. Please plan the future of the human race. This? Qin Fang was dumbfounded. He was like that martial arts scholar Su Biel. You asked him to beat people? It was okay. But if you asked him to write an essay, he really couldn't write it. Let alone asking him to write about the future of the entire human race. It would be better to just kill him. Just the Tianyang town's playing program had kept Zhuge Tianyan busy for half a year before it was straightened out. And this was the program for the entire human race. Qin Fang didn't even know the minimum. How many large towns there were in the human race. How many players there were. How could he write it? He couldn't write it at all. Ding. Please complete within 3 days. This immediately made Qin Fang's head too big. What a joke. 10 years Qin Fang may not even be able to write it, let alone 3 days. Unable to do anything else. Qin Fang had no choice but to seek help from Zhuge Tianyan to see if he had any solutions. After hearing this, Zhuge Tianyan's entire face was suffocatingly red. And he thought, City Lord, you really think highly of me too. Letting me manage towns is fine. But this? Managing the entire human race. I really don't know how. Qin Fang had no choice but to call Yuzei's communication. And the reply he got was still that he wouldn't. Black Widow directly blanked Qin Fang and hung up the communication. This time, Qin Fang seemed to be caught in a dilemma. These greedy deities? At this moment, they all hated to tell Qin Fang all their experiences in governing the human race. Otherwise, wouldn't this all drag on? The prophet god also froze. This task, it seemed to be difficult for Qin Fang. After all, his knowledge of the human race was still too little. Just as Qin Fang wanted to harden his heart, an elegant, gentle-filled silhouette stepped in from within the hall of the human emperor. And he looked at Qin Fang. who was also looking at him. This was the god of kindness. No friction erupted between the two sides. There was merely calm. Unrivaled calm. If you are the human emperor, what shall you be? This voice resounded directly in Qin Fang's heart. Qin Fang responded, kill. The god of kindness acknowledged Qin Fang and took out a draft 10 meters thick and high from his own storage ring and threw it to him. This is my 200 years of hard work. You should not waste it. After saying this, the god of kindness immediately left the human emperor hall, his back inevitably a little saddened. This was the fall of a strong man and the complete turnover of the human emperor. Qin Fang did not know what the god of kindness had given him, but Li Qitian understood awe. He merely glanced at it. That is to say, he was stunned by the content inside. This was the policy of governance of Orchid City. This was the policy of governance of Acquiescent City. This was the policy of governance of Greedy Wolf City. This one, a full 10 meters high, happened to be the future of the human race. There was not a single mistake or omission, and the realm was encompassed within it. This was the draft that the god of kindness had compiled after countless times of moving from place to place in the light of these 200 years, expending countless hours of effort. This was the foundation of his achievement as the human empress. Now, it was all cheap for Qin Fang. However, this was his choice, and the god of kindness had no regrets. Really no regrets. Chapter 739 Seal of the Human Emperor. Seal of the Human Emperor. Qin Fang. This thing is the god of kindness life's work. If it is implemented as it is, the human race can be expected. After finishing his speech, Li Qitian solemnly handed it over to Qin Fang. This information weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. How could Qin Fang not understand it? Deeply looking at the back of the departing god of goodness, bowing, expressing his gratitude. This was a solution to his urgent need. This should be the ruling strategy of the god of goodness after he had achieved human emperor. When the other deities within the hall of human emperors saw this scene, they couldn't help but be surprised, and began to ponder this move of the god of goodness. What deep meaning did it contain? These dark-minded deities couldn't help but think, this god of goodness is really thinking beautifully. Even though he hasn't achieved the human emperor, he still wants the human emperor to implement his strategy according to his strategy. It's impossible. These dark-minded deities wanted to secretly cause trips. Qin Fang flipped to the last page, which was very clean, with only one word, kill. In a flash, Qin Fang felt himself united with the intentions of the god of goodness. It turned out that they were all the way. Kill. Qin Fang muttered. The prophet god began to release the quest for the 6th level of the human emperor. Ding. Please renew the flame for the human race. This level was very difficult for human emperor candidates throughout the ages. Renewing the flame meant to innovate. For example, the heavenly emperor Fuxi, who created the 8 trigrams for the human race, which allowed the human race to avoid harm, and divided yin and yang, so that the human race could understand things. For example, the earthly emperor Shenong, who distinguished grains for the human race, and constructed houses, and even tasted all kinds of herbs, opening up a whole new heaven and earth for the human race. Another example is the 3rd emperor of man, unified the human race. To avoid the reemergence of strife, this is for the human race to continue the flame, to ensure that the flame of the human race. However, many human emperors are stuck at this step. Innovation for the human race, is not that easy. For example, the last human emperor, he was also like this. Undeniably, his contribution to the human race is many and sufficient. But then, not to the human race to renew the flame. So, he merely got the name of the human emperor, without ever getting the recognition of the real human emperor. If you really want to talk about it, the last human emperor, not really the human emperor. He was pushed into the position of human emperor by the spirits of Mount Qixia. To put it simply, he could be considered a substitute human emperor. Inside the hall of human emperors, Qin Fang pondered seriously. What could he do for the human race? How should he continue the flame? What does the human race need? At this moment, no one urged him, waiting quietly. Although the prophet god was terrified in his heart, all he could do was wait. Today, I, Qin Fang, will renew the fuel flame for the human race, the artifact soul forging method. Suddenly, Qin Fang stood up, windless, pointed his finger at the heavens, and spat out these words. The artifact soul forging method. This was a brand new forging method of the human race. which was considered to be the crystallization of Qin Fang's wisdom. But at this moment, he chose to make it public, to become branded into the heavens and the earth, so that all those who came after him would be able to learn it, and would be able to forge artifact soul equipment. For a moment, the entire Heaven's Destiny human race felt a brand new path seemingly being opened up. To a certain extent, this was also considered a renewal of the fire. In the next second, the entire vault of heaven changed. A ball of golden yellow-colored light inexplicably appeared and merged into Qin Fang's body, eventually converging in the center of his brow, which was the power of the human emperor, and the recognition of the entire human race. Ding! Human emperor's power is converging. 80%. 90%. The artifact soul method had successfully branded the human emperor's power and Qin Fang's body to 90%. No longer moving. This was the test. The test of the renewal salary flame, which meant that Qin Fang's renewal salary flame had been recognized. But it was still a little short. Qin Fang froze. The human deity froze. It seemed that this kind of thing hadn't happened before in all of history. What was going on? What was to be done about it? With the passage of time, this recognition was gradually decreasing. Qin Fang's mind began to work quickly. What else? What else could contribute to the human race? The radiant light that the heavens and earth were descending on the human race was perceived by all the races, and their minds were tense. This is? The human race is choosing a brand new human emperor again? Such a tiny bit of heaven and earth recognition? The human race's new human emperor won't be born successfully by the looks of it. Weak. So weak. At a glance of this light, the 10,000 races knew that it was the human race's election of the human emperor. But the light was too short, too small, and doomed to fail. After all, the one who knows you best is not others but your opponent. The prophet God's divine body shook. His eyes filled with pity. Is it hard to fail? Obviously. Obviously it was almost successful. For so many years, the human race had not seen a new human emperor. Qin Fang was the only chance left. Was he going to fail as well? Was it really the fate of heaven that wanted to destroy the human race? This human emperor's test. Other deities might not take it seriously. This was because they didn't understand it, and didn't know the secrets hidden behind this test. This was the true human emperor's test. As for the other deities, they were secretly happy in their hearts. They definitely didn't want Qin Fang to complete the 6th level of the test. Hey. Have a good time being your puppet human emperor? Isn't that good? Qin Fang pondered for a long time. His eyes flashed. He thought of a point. Put up a fight. Whether he would die or live. It all depended on this hand. The human spine great dragon mystic realm opens. All of my human race can all be like dragons. As soon as this sentence was finished, the aura of the Xian Huang color in the heaven and earth was constantly condensing, as if it was a huge pillar of light, shining through the entire heavenly destiny, and ultimately merging into Qin Fang's body, converging in the center of his brow. And the entire human race's Qi was also condensing in an instant, transforming into a swimming dragon and merging into Qin Fang's body. In just an instant, the mark of the human emperor on Qin Fang's brow was completely condensed. At the 6th level, Qin Fang successfully passed the test. The great dragon of the human spine. This was the deepest secret. And it was also the secret that allowed the countless civilians of the human race to be equipped with combat power. Originally, Qin Fang didn't want to expose it. But now, it seemed like it wouldn't work if he didn't expose it. In a flash, all the deities within the Hall of Human Emperors looked at Qin Fang with burning eyes. A human spinal column dragon? What is this thing? These deities were all very interested, especially since they were able to obtain the approval of heaven and earth. This must be a major event concerning the human race. Thus, 7 voices rang out. What is the meaning of this so-called great dragon of the human spine? Main, can you give us a detailed explanation? Human Emperor. You are the emperor of my human race. But what is this human spine great dragon? What is it all about? As long as one was a discerning person, they would be able to see this terrifying pillar of light, able to see the great secret hidden behind it. Qin Fang closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the human emperor's seal. He understood. Qin Fang did not speak and remained cross-legged. No matter how much these human deities questioned him, Qin Fang just didn't care. These human deities' malice towards Qin Fang intensified. Mad. This hasn't even become a human emperor yet. That is, he is so arrogant. If he really becomes a human emperor, What's wrong with that? At the same time, the ancient deities could not help but feel palpitating and alarmed. Within the heavenly emperor's order, worried words constantly resounded. This scene. It seems like a brand new human emperor has appeared in the human race. This kind of human emperor? It's not a pseudo-human emperor, but a true human emperor. The human race. It really is a race blessed with heaven. Every time there is a low point, there will be a human emperor to lead them to rise. Marred. I wonder who the newly emerged human emperor is. Let's see if we can obliterate him. It's hard. The human race's chi is all integrated into one person's body. Wanting to kill this person is as hard as climbing up to heaven. Those who had studied the human emperor of the human race the most deeply were none other than the ancient deities. After all, against the human emperor, they had suffered many times. Other races, too, had consulted ancient texts and determined that this was the human race having a true human emperor come out. This was a big deal. To know, in the history of the human race, there were only 8 true sins. Great contributions to the human race can be honored as the human emperor of the human emperor. These 8 have made great contributions to the human race. And the remaining 1,083 human emperors, all of them are pseudo-human emperors. Now, this was the 9th. For a quarter of an hour, Qin Fang stood up, having a thorough grasp of the wonders of the human emperor seal. Only now did he understand the good intentions of the prophet god. Not far away, the prophet god locked eyes with Qin Fang, his eyes full of encouragement, and thus opened the final step of the human emperor examination, which was also the 7th level. Ding! Please obtain the human emperor seal of approval within the stipulated time. The seal of the human emperor contained the essence of every human emperor throughout the ages. And in order to achieve human emperor, one must obtain the recognition of the seal of the human emperor. As for the way in which the seal of the human emperor is assessed, it is also different every time. Please, human emperor seal. The prophet god's voice rang out in a high-pitched voice. And an ancient, 4-square large seal carved from the coarsest jade was slowly invited out, respectfully placed on top of the human emperor's throne. And an aura of the human emperor's fortune burst out. A human emperor's virtual shadow, reflecting on it. Buzzing. This human emperor seal rotated as if it were a dice. And eventually, the word force appeared in the void. When the prophet god saw this scene, his heart thumped, worrying about Qin Fang and wondering if he could succeed. This scene was in the eyes of all the gods of the human race. And even the oldest of the gods expressed their incomprehension, as this was the first time they had seen it. The prophet god stepped forward and explained to Qin Fang. Within the seal of the human emperor are melted the essence, intentions, and shadows of the 8 human emperors, who have attained the pinnacle in every aspect. And the focus of each test is different. While the word force represents that you have to step inside the seal of the human emperor and thoroughly defeat these 8 human emperors to be able to take control of the seal of the human emperor, and become the 9th of the human emperors of the human race. When the prophet god finished speaking, Qin Fang instantly understood. And so did the other deities. Enter the seal of the human emperor. Qin Fang stretched out his hand and touched the seal of the human emperor. And whoosh! Qin Fang's figure disappeared and merged into the seal of the human emperor, becoming a mysterious mark. The situation within the human emperor seal could not be seen by any of these human deities, along with the prophet god. And all they could do now was to wait. With a wave of his hand, the prophet god ordered the gods to prepare for the enthronement ceremony. If Qin Fang was able to obtain the approval of the seal of the human emperor, this was the best. Even if he failed, this position of the human emperor would still be Qin Fang's. So far, only he was the most suitable. Thus, the entire Mount Qixia was busy. Inside the human emperor seal, a dense mist that covered the sky, making him unable to perceive just how vast this place was. Buzz. 8 statues with different appearances, each with their own godly charm, appeared inexplicably in front of Qin Fang. And in a short while, these 8 statues transformed into vivid silhouettes, as if they possessed intelligence, smiling as they looked at Qin Fang. Buzzing. The air shook. At this time, an old man with pitch-black hair and brownish-yellow skin, wrapped in animal skin, walked to Qin Fang's side, and blandly said, "My human race, surprisingly, has been unable to give birth to a new generation of human emperors for millions of years? What exactly is the situation outside now?" This was a question and an inquiry. Qin Fang froze, silently digesting the meaning contained within these words. Immediately, The remaining 7 also arrived beside Qin Fang, bringing him a great sense of oppression. Qin Fang pondered for a while, and responded honestly, "The human race has been a bit miserable all these years, and all within the human race are fighting for power." When these words came out, all 8 people were silent. This was a drawback of the human race. A drawback that no one could change. Not even them? Couldn't change it either. At this time, an old man with a thin body, but whose essence was at its peak, suddenly spoke. "You kid. Not bad. You haven't even become a human emperor yet. And you've even condensed the human emperor seal." Qin Fang did not dare to be arrogant. He could only say that it was a coincidence. The lanky human emperor stepped in, with a dragon stride, and said in an urn, "Kid, this human emperor examination. The judgment is force. What you need to do is namely to defeat us. You can choose to defeat us one by one, or choose to be surrounded by us." Qin Fang bowed, surely choosing to defeat them one by one all. At this moment, the only woman emperor among the 8 rose, covered in armor. A swarthy aura arose. "Because you have condensed the seal of the human emperor, the strength of the rest of us needs to be restricted by 10%. You can also choose to give up this advantageous condition. Kid, I advise you to give it up. Otherwise, when you take control of the human emperor seal, there will be a slight flaw. I also advise you to give up." The words of these human emperors influenced Qin Fang's judgment, and he actually did give up. The 8 human emperors froze, and then burst out laughing. "You kid, you really are a truthful person." Qin Fang instantly understood that he had been tricked. But it must be alright to think about it. Let's still ask for your senior's advice. As soon as Qin Fang's words fell, these 8 human emperors immediately surrounded him, launching a series of attacks on Qin Fang. It was difficult to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. And Qin Fang was taking a beating. "Stop! Stop! Stop! Didn't we say one by one? This? Isn't it unethical? You guys." Qin Fang wanted a statement. But these 8 human emperors unsealed their full strength, ravaged Qin Fang once again. Qin Fang, ugh! A bunch of old uncultivators. Not speaking of martial virtues. Seniors, if you don't stop, I'll be impolite. Qin Fang was able to sense that the strength of these 8 human emperors was only at the primary level of divine spirit. If he summoned the Dragon of Time, he dared to ask how these human emperors would break. In the next second, the figure of the Dragon of Time appeared, and the pressure of an intermediate god filled the air, illuminating the entire space within the imprint of the human emperors. The movements of these human emperors visibly stalled as they curiously surveyed the Dragon of Time. But in the next instant, their expressions became even more comfortable. And so, in Qin Fang's perception, all of their strength had reached the level of an intermediate god, and they hammered Qin Fang with even greater ease. Even with the help of the Dragon of Time and Space, Qin Fang was still being hammered. These 8 human emperors ruthlessly hammered Qin Fang for 3 hours before they stopped. Chapter 740 The Terror of the Human Emperor Seal. Qin Fang understood that the strength of these human emperors was determined based on his highest strength. For example, if Qin Fang was a primary god, these human emperors would be the strength of a primary god. And if Qin Fang was an intermediate god, these human emperors would be the strength of an intermediate god. The most crucial thing was that these human emperors did not have the slightest bit of face. And 8 of them were attacking one of him. In that case, what else could Qin Fang do? The strength of each of these human emperors was at the peak of this level, and their operations were also at the peak of this level. So even though Qin Fang's space-time dragon used all of its skills and constantly resisted, in the end, it was just getting beaten up, and beaten up again. These human emperors. Which one of them was not a worldly hero? Which one of them was not a ruthless person who led the human race to rise continuously? Seniors, can you be reasonable? Didn't you say 1v1? Qin Fang held his head and kept talking. Up to now, he was still trying to reason with these human emperors. You kid? Not bad. But I don't know if you've ever heard of it. A soldier is never too deceitful. But if you only have this much strength, you might not be too good Kid, do you think the human emperor's test is that simple? It's not easy for us 8 old guys to move our muscles. So we're taking care of you. These human emperors were all flirting with Qin Fang, and the movements in their hands not only did not lessen, but on the contrary, they became heavier. Qin Fang put away the time dragon's doppelganger and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Seniors, since you don't speak of martial virtues, you are also being blamed on me. Buzzing. The strength of these human emperors continuously decreased. They became primary gods, on the same level as Qin Fang. Qin Fang took out 100 weapon soul divine artifacts and summoned 100 divine spirit level helpers, as Qin Fang sat firmly on the fishing island and ordered an attack. As a result, the scene was instantly reversed, and Qin Fang went from the role of being besieged to the role of besieging these human emperors. Avu. Kid, you seem to have some skills. What's this? A special divine weapon? It's a bit strange. The shadows of these deities are surprisingly similar to the so-called deities. Kid, did you achieve the human emperor seal with this special divine artifact? That's not bad at all. Hundreds of divine spirit shadows of the same rank. Even human emperors were somewhat overwhelmed. However, these human emperors didn't have any cowardice in their eyes. Instead, they were full of wariness and fought with these divine spirit shadows. Each human emperor silhouette fought against 10 deity silhouettes each, and although they were in a sorry state, they were still able to resist. Although they were in a mess, they were able to resist. Human emperor's heart. War god's wrath. Broken heart. So many human emperors turned on the law of potential explosion, and their strength violently increased by a large margin once again. For a time, the divine emanations brought by these soul divine artifacts were broken one by one and were dying. As for the human emperors here, the strength within their bodies did not decrease by the slightest bit. They occupied the geographical advantage, just like the ancient deities, able to continuously absorb the power of the human emperors, recovering their strength and not dying. Dang. The last trace of the deity's silhouette became a bubble and disappeared. These human emperors cleared away this rubbish and could not help but look at Qin Fang once again. Kid, what other tricks do you have? Use them all. I'll give you one last chance. I hope you can be of some use. Within one instant stick, we're going to defeat you. Kid, I hope you give it some effort. In the face of these human emperors' jabs, Qin Fang exhaled a breath and summoned Little Black, allowing Little Black to devour these human emperor chi and condense the human emperor's stone. Fellow human emperor seniors. Sorry. The instant Little Black appeared, these human emperors did not think anything of it. But when Little Black began to devour the human emperor's chi, they were afraid. What the hell is this? Holy shit. Holy shit. It can't be. Is this hardly the legendary Chaos God? No. No. This kid? How did he get mixed up with the Chaos God? Hey. What's going on here? The Chaos God had already died when the first human emperor of the human race appeared. But that didn't stop them from knowing about the terrifying Chaos God. After all, this was a Chaos God that had caused the entire Divine Spirit clan to use all of their strength. And only then was it beheaded. Seniors, I'm sorry. Qin Fang bowed as these deities made an abrupt move, wanting to behead Little Black. Seniors, your opponent is me. Qin Fang smiled indifferently, and once again summoned 100 brand new deity shadows to fight with these human emperors. Xiao Hei's devouring speed was extremely fast, and within a very short period of time, it caused the concentration of human emperor's power in this place to drop by 1%. In the next instant, all the bashful colors on the faces of these human emperors disappeared, transforming into seriousness. And there was even some sulking. And the expression on their faces, as they looked at Qin Fang, had a certain coldness to it. These human emperors wanted to go and decapitate Little Black. But Little Black quickly split into 10 million pieces and quickly fled, leaving these human emperors helpless. Qin Fang, do you know what you are doing? You are destroying the foundation of the human race. These human emperors could only threaten Qin Fang, expecting him to stop. Qin Fang, I advise you to stop quickly. Quickly. Stop. The human emperor's voices rang out with urgency. Qin Fang, I reasoned with you guys, and you played rogue with me. Now that I've played rogue with you, you're reasoning with me again. This position of human emperor? Will I, Qin Fang, be able to sit there? I still ask all the human emperors to speak out. Qin Fang wanted to force them to agree. In the end, these human emperors could only bow their heads and agree to Qin Fang becoming the new human emperor. Agreed? Agreed? Did these human emperors dare to disagree? If they were swallowed up by Little Black any longer, all of this human emperor's power would be dissipated. Buzzing. A smudge of the human emperor's seal of approval merged into Qin Fang's body. And another smudge of the human emperor's seal of approval. In the end, the power of a full 8 human emperor's seal of approval was integrated into Qin Fang's body, forming a true human emperor's seal. Qin Fang, hurry up and let the Chaos God release the power of the human emperor. Otherwise, it might affect the stability of the human emperor's seal. Yes, 9th human emperor. The human emperor seal is closely related to you. Don't do anything foolish. Don't let the Chaos God devour it. With the 7th task completed, Qin Fang breathed a sigh of relief and let Little Black transform the human emperor's power that he had just devoured into crystals and spit it out. These human emperors were stunned when the egg yolk-colored crystals appeared. What pure human emperor power? Could it be that Chaos Gods were still capable of purifying power? This stream of pure power, integrated into the human emperor seal, caused the human emperor seal to become 1 point more solid, and even caused the strength of these human emperors to grow. Thus, these human emperors immediately licked their faces and begged Qin Fang, wanting Little Black to devour and purify the human emperor seal once again. Thank you all human emperors for your guidance. I will consider it. Qin Fang withdrew from the human emperor seal. When his figure appeared, the hall of human emperors was already empty of gods. All of them had gone to deal with the matters of the human emperor's ascension to the throne. And a small seal hovered in Qin Fang's hand, shining with a brilliant light. This was a special artifact. An artifact that belonged solely to the human emperor. And ever since the death of the 8th human emperor 1,000,000 years ago, this artifact could no longer be controlled by the human emperor. But now, Qin Fang had successfully become the owner of the seal of the human emperor, and had completely become the 9th human emperor. Having taken control of the seal of the human emperor, Qin Fang then understood the terrifying functions of the seal of the human emperor. Firstly, after Qin Fang completely died on a certain day, he could allow his soul to vanish into this seal of the human emperor, not dying and becoming the artifact spirit of the seal of the human emperor. Secondly, the human emperors within the seal of human emperors could be summoned to help Qin Fang in battle. Each of these 8 human emperors was a peak deity, and even the first human emperor had already stepped into the so-called half-step super god level. This was the greatest heritage of the human race. However, unfortunately, since the last human emperor died, the subsequent human race seems to have lost the understanding of the seal of the human emperor. It could no longer be activated, and it had to be said that this was also a waste. Thirdly, this side of the seal of the human emperor was able to absorb the chi of the human race and condense the power of the human emperor, which was able to suppress the chi of the human race, so that the human race would not perish in the course of history. All of these advantages made Qin Fang marvel at how terrifying this divine artifact was. However, it was able to vaguely see that the power of the human emperor inside this was slowly disappearing. Xiao He, at the moment, is inside devouring it with great vigor and transforming it. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 7 examinations of the human emperor, becoming the 9th human emperor of the human race. Buzzing! A ray of noble and incomparable purple light that seemed like a heavenly rainbow descended from heaven and earth and merged into Qin Fang's body. In the next second, the pressure of a unique human emperor pervaded the entire human race, allowing the entire human race to instantly know that they had a human emperor. All of a sudden, the deities of the entire Mount Qixia stopped their movements. How could this be possible? How long has this passed? Not even 3 hours. I have actually completed the 7th examination of the human emperor and successfully promoted to become a human emperor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My speed? How could it be so fast? No. Something's wrong. This is very wrong. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. These human deities, who wanted to make Qin Fang a puppet, were instantly horrified. If I had not passed the examination, but had been pushed by them to the position of the human emperor, this position, I would not be able to sit steadily, and I would only be able to listen to them if I wanted to sit steadily. But now, if now, Qin Fang had truly become the human emperor, not the so-called puppet human emperor, how else would they be able to enslave Qin Fang and thus control the entire human race? The prophet god, on the other hand, was showing excitement. His hands and feet couldn't help but tremble. It worked. It actually worked. And his speed was so fast. The human race. There is salvation. So, countless gods once again had their own way of thinking it gathered in the great hall of the Emperor of Man on Mount Chishio. The purple light and the pressure of the human emperor were captured by the gods of all races. The attitude of all races varies. Nearly 1/3 of the races rush to prepare thick gifts, waiting for the human emperor to announce the succession to send over to repair the Qin Jin good. There are also some 10,000 races that don't deal with the human race, but they are slightly worried. The human race cannot be messed with anymore. Quickly let their own members return. Don't start any conflict with the human race. As for the ancient deities, they felt incomparably tricky. Every time the human emperor appeared, it would have a deep impact on the ancient deity race. Every time. It was just like the chaos gods. And it required the ancient deities to rally to defeat the human emperor to suppress the arrogance of the human race. Check. Who is the latest human emperor of the human race? The heavenly emperor ordered for a thorough investigation. If possible, seal the human emperor. As a true human emperor wanting to be beheaded might be a bit difficult. But sealing was still not difficult. Within the great hall of the human emperor, 300 human deities gathered here, jointly staring at me on the first place. I am also very self-conscious, sitting on top of the top position of the human emperor, with majesty, with a great sense of oppression, looking at these human deities. At this moment, he is full of energy. The human emperor examination of the 7 heavens. This was a rule set by the first heavenly emperor, and only by completing it thoroughly could one be considered a true human emperor, grasping the entire power of the entire human race. First, the absolute power of life and death. Even if it was a human deity, in the eyes of the human emperor, it became a commoner, able to deprive him of his life at will, especially if it was a deity that harmed the interests of the human race. It could be easily wiped out, when paired with the terrifying greatness of the human emperor's seal. At this moment, Qin Fang was in complete control of the high-end battle power of the human race. Qin Fang's eyes were calm, but they carried a very deep loathing for certain deities that he did not conceal in the slightest. By all rights, a human emperor should be joyful and angry. But Qin Fang couldn't do that. He just wanted to be quick to anger. Prophet God, count all the deities of the human race. Are they all in position? Qin Fang voiced out. And the prophet God was instantly ordered to start counting. Within a short while, it replied, reporting to the human emperor. There are currently only 314 deities left in the human race. 304 deities have arrived so far, and 10 are still short of arriving. Reason? Unknown. Qin Fang closed his eyes and issued the first order with the human emperor order. Within 10 minutes, all deities return to the human emperor hall, and those who expire will be punished for contempt of the newcomer's throne and deprived of their deity status. This one order instantly made the deities within the entire human emperor hall feel absurd, feeling the majesty of a new official. However, more than anything else, it was still flirting. This new human emperor. What a great official authority. Scaring people to death. This human emperor. You're so powerful. Do your parents know? The gods within the hall of human emperors were certainly like this. Not to mention these 10 unruly gods, who didn't even give a damn about Qin Fang. This newly appointed human emperor. He can't really think of him as a human emperor. Laughing to death. Really laughing to death. Human emperor. We recognize that you're the human emperor. We don't. You're nothing. These deities had already looked down on Qin Fang. And now? They looked down even more. 10 minutes later, 5 deities stepped into the human emperor hall. As for the remaining 5, they didn't give a damn about Qin Fang. Qin Fang was not annoyed at this, but looked towards these deities within the human emperor hall and said blandly, I know that all the deities here look down on me, thinking that I have only achieved the position of human emperor by chance. But I want to tell you all, this human emperor's position. I'm set. Who's against it? Who is in favor? Qin Fang spread out towards the entire back and inquired thus. The gods of the human race looked at me. I looked at you, wanting to speak. All looking at others. All wanting others to be the first to come out. Coronation of the human emperor. I object. There really was an existence that was not afraid of death and wanted to oppose Qin Fang. Qin Fang's eyes narrowed as he reached out and pressed his hand, as if it was a terrifyingly large hand, squeezing the neck of this nervous one to death, making him stop talking. In the next instant, Qin Fang used the seal of the human emperor to capture the 5 gods that were out of place in front of him. and with a touch of indifference, he said, "Everyone, I'm sure that you don't take my words to heart. So there's no need for me to give you all face. Deprive the gods of their positions." These 5 deities were captured and unable to move, and the divine positions within their sea of consciousness were immediately stripped away.